After crossing over to the Douluo Continent for 6 years, can't even kill a chicken? This crossover is just too useless. Ling Mo stood at the awakening ceremony in Jiaoxiang village, listening to the village chief tell the story of a couple who awakened their farming tools and lived happily ever. After that, he rolled his eyes. This story is just too ridiculous. He was the only crossover in the village, and while others like Tang San could single-handedly take on tigers, he was still worried that if he awakened a sickle, he would die. All right, let's get started. I still have to rush to the next village. As Yuntao stepped onto the stage, stepping on peach blossoms. He was handsome, but his expression was quite unpleasant. After testing for a while, Jiaoxiang village didn't disappoint either a sickle or a hoe. None had soul power. I said, "Your village, can't you have something different other than sickles and hoes?" Su Yuntao was getting a headache, his hand shaking as he picked up the blue crystal ball. When it was Ling Mo's turn, his calves were cramping. With all the useless martial souls in front of him, what good thing could he awaken without parents? Su Yuntao impatiently waved his hand. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle." Ling Mo closed his eyes and extended his hand, silently praying, "Please don't be a hoe. Please don't be a sickle." The next second, he felt a warmth in his palm, and when he opened his eyes, he almost shouted, "What is this?" It was neither a hoe nor a sickle, and definitely not blue silvergrass, but a lollipop surrounded by purple flames. Su Yuntao stared at the flaming lollipop. The crystal ball started heating up before it even touched it, and he suddenly screamed, This martial soul has never been seen before. Quickly measure the soul power." The moment Ling Mo placed his hand on it, the crystal ball cracked with a snap. Su Yuntao's eyes almost popped out. This soul power level impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ling Mo was also dumbfounded. What kind of martial soul is this purple fire lollipop? Is it even more impressive than Tang San's twin martial souls? Su Yuntao suddenly grabbed his arm. "Come with me. You must go to the spear hall." Ling Mo looked at the pulsing purple fire in his palm and suddenly thought of a forbidden book he read before crossing over. Could this be the legendary? "What do you want?" Ling Mo shrank back. Su Yuntao's gaze seemed off as Su Yuntao sneered, soul power erupting suddenly. "Don't resist. A genius like you can only be controlled by the spirit hall." Blue soul rings lit up beneath his feet, and Ling Mo was so scared he almost lost his solar. They trying to kidnap him. His purple fire lollipop suddenly grew 3 feet tall, forcing Su Yuntao to retreat repeatedly. Ling Mo stared at his martial soul, completely stunned. "Can this thing fight? It's my turn. It's my turn. Please don't let it be a hoe or a sickle." Ling Mo muttered as he stepped forward. Su Yuntao's patience had long worn thin, but his tone was still relatively calm. "Stand on top." As soon as he stood among the 6 black stones, a faint golden light surged up, warmly enveloping his whole body. But when the light dissipated, Ling Mo was dumbfounded. Both hands were empty. "What? Empty?" He was confused, and Su Yuntao was even more confused. After years in the field, he had never seen such a situation, completely beyond his comprehension. No martial soul? Wait, this kid's eyes? Su Yuntao suddenly noticed that Ling Mo's eyes were twin pupils, with faint blue shadows hidden in the black pupils, deep like stars. But after studying for a while, these eyes didn't exhibit any martial soul characteristics. "Forget it. Anything I can't understand will be treated as a useless martial soul." Su Yuntao handed over the white crystal ball. It was just a process anyway. Unexpectedly, the moment Ling Mo placed his hand on it, the crystal ball erupted with dazzling bright light, innate, full soul power. "Kid, tell me, what is your martial soul?" Su Yuntao grabbed his arm and questioned, "How could this be? How could there be innate, full soul power without a martial soul?" "My martial soul? I don't know. Maybe it's light," Ling Mo replied, looking just as confused. He only felt the 5-color divine light strengthening his body. Su Yuntao was completely at a loss, walking out of the wooden hut and telling the village chief, "Ultraman, there's indeed one with innate full soul power. It's that kid. Oh my god, innate full soul power. Our village is going to produce a top student." Ultraman was so excited he almost fainted as Su Yuntao, however, poured cold water on him. "Don't get too happy too soon. This kid's martial soul is just too strange. Even I can't tell what it is. It doesn't even have a physical form. It's even worse than blue silvergrass. If I can't understand it, how much potential do you think he has?" "All right, I have several more villages to go to. I don't have time to explain." Ling Mo stood by, listening to Su Yuntao's words, and suddenly felt the light within him start to stir. He looked at his hand, and a faint light appeared in his palm. This light martial soul. Is it really as useless as Su Yuntao said? At that moment, the sound of hooves came from afar, and a person dressed in spirit hall attire rushed over, shouting when he saw Ling Mo. "Su Yuntao, papal order." Immediately take this child back to the spirit hall. Su Yuntao's expression changed drastically. Papal order? Just for this child who doesn't even have a martial soul? The newcomer sneered, his gaze landing on Ling Mo. Do you think that an innate full soul power like martial soul is that simple? Ling Mo's heart sank. Does this light martial soul really have some secret? Will Su Yuntao hand him over to the spirit hall? Shout Mo. Are you home? Come out. Good news. Ultraman's loud voice called Ling Mo out of the treehouse. Seeing the village chief's bruised face, Ling Mo was startled. What happened, village chief? Did you fall into a dung pit? Ultraman waved his hand, excitedly saying, forget about me. I managed to grab you a spot in school. I fought with those old guys from the neighboring village and won. It turned out that to compete for the work-study student spot, several village chiefs had a fight at the village entrance, and Ultraman managed to win with his old bones. Ling Mo looked at the injuries on his face, feeling a bit uncomfortable. This opportunity must be worth it. A month after the martial soul awakening, Ling Mo finally figured out the details of his light martial soul. That day, he used the 5-color divine light on a chicken at the village entrance, resulting in him uncontrollably clucking like a chicken, almost being mistaken for a lunatic. By the villagers, that was close. Damn it. So this thing can steal the abilities of others. He finally understood that his martial soul could mimic the abilities of all living beings in sight. If a soul master stood in front of him, he could even steal both their martial soul and soul skills. Before his excitement passed, Ling Mo clenched his fists. Tang San, let's have an onion on. With both having innate full soul power. So what if Tang San had twin martial souls? He had the 5-color divine light that could steal skills he might not necessarily lose. While packing his things, Ling Mo looked at the faint light pulsing in his palm, suddenly recalling Su Yuntao's words that his martial soul was worse than blue silvergrass. A smile crept onto his lips. Once he gets to Nodding Academy, he'll show you just how powerful this light martial soul really is. On the way to the academy, Ultraman repeatedly reminded him, when you get there, don't cause trouble, learn well from others. By the way, I heard that Tang San from Holy Soul Village is also going to study there. You both have innate full soul power, so get to know each other closely. Ling Mo sneered, his heart close. He was waiting to see what expression Tang San would have when he stole the blue silvergrass with his 5-color divine light. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Nodding Academy, he saw a black-haired, black-eyed boy standing there. It was Tang San. Ling Mo walked straight over and called out, Tang San, do you dare to fight me? Tang San frowned and replied, I don't know you. You'll get to know me soon. A flash of blue light flickered in Ling Mo's eyes, and the 5-color divine light, quietly activated, wanted to try stealing Tang San's Xiantian skill. Tang San's expression suddenly changed, and he took a step back. You have a strange aura about you. The blue silvergrass beneath his feet suddenly grew wildly, wrapping around Ling Mo. Ling Mo didn't expect Tang San to react so quickly. He hurriedly urged the divine light. Imitating Tang San's way of channeling soul power, really managed to steal the control skill of the blue silvergrass. 2 strands of blue silvergrass collided in the air, neither side gaining an advantage. Surprise flashed in Tang San's eyes. How can you use the ability of blue silvergrass? Ling Mo smiled proudly. It's a secret. If you beat me, he'll tell you. At that moment, an old voice came from nearby. You 2 little rascals, what are you doing fighting at the entrance of the academy? Master had appeared beside them at some point, his eyes scanning back and forth between the two, finally stopping on Ling Mo. Your martial soul, is it mutated? Ling Mo's heart sank. Did the master see through him? Would he expose his secret? And would Tang San go all out against him because of the stolen skill? What made him even more uneasy was that the 5-color divine light suddenly became uncontrollable, pointing towards the direction behind the master, where a girl in a pink dress was walking. Little Wu, what would happen if her rabbit martial soul got stolen? You little brat, how can you speak like that? You didn't see I fought off several villages nearby to secure you a chance to go to school. It was a grand display of might. Ultraman covered his injured face, still bragging. Ling Mo looked at his bruised face, trying to stifle his laughter. This old man could still talk so fiercely even after losing. Ahem, we'll talk about this later. I'm here to tell you to pack your things and come with me to the city to go to school tomorrow. After saying this, Ultraman slipped away, probably unable to bear the pain any longer. Ling Mo watched his retreating figure, feeling a bit warm inside. This schooling was worth it. The daily routine continued as usual. Ling Mo saw a group of kids grilling fish at the village head and immediately rushed over. You can't grill fish like that. You have to do it this way. Move aside. Let me teach you. As he spoke, he started grilling the fish, quickly turning it golden brown, and casually coaxed the little kids to sneak home and steal some chickens. I can grill chickens, and ducks too. They smell even better than fish. As a result, the parents chased after him, scolding him while Ling Mo ran away with the grilled fish. The sounds of chaos behind him. This kind of operation had become routine in Diaoxiang village. However, in this month, he had thoroughly understood his martial soul. Not only could he steal soul master skills, but he could also steal the defensive power of stones. He had almost learned to crow after using it on a chicken last time. Good guy, you're really working hard. With this persistence, it's hard not to succeed. Ling Mo went to the mountaintop to sneak a look at Tang San training, watching him practice Xintian skill before dawn, feeling puzzled. As fellow transmigrators, why was there such a big gap? But this time he didn't hide. He walked straight over and shouted, "Hey Tang San, let's have a onion on." Tang San was startled, his hand trembling as he turned around. Who are you? He was currently practicing Xintian skill, which was his biggest secret. How could he not be anxious if someone discovered it? Ling Mo smiled cheerfully. We're going to Nodding Academy together tomorrow. So let's bar a bit in advance. I also have full innate soul power. Tang San's pupils constricted. You also have full innate soul power? He stared at Ling Mo, suddenly feeling a strange aura. This kid was not right. You'll know if you try. Ling Mo squinted his eyes, and the five-color divine light quietly activated, aiming at Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul. Tang San instinctively reached out his hand, and as the blue-silver grass sprouted, he suddenly felt something was off. This power seemed to be absorbed by something. Immediately after, a blue-silver grass sprouted on Ling Mo's hand, exactly the same as Tang San's. How do you have blue-silver grass? Tang San's face changed instantly. This was too bizarre. Ling Mo was delighted. It seemed this martial soul could indeed be stolen. Just as he was thinking of trying to steal the Xintian skill, Tang San suddenly made a move, the blue-silver grass wrapping around him. Ling Mo imitated Tang San's way. Using the blue-silver grass, he just stole to block it, and it actually worked. Tang San was completely stunned. What was going on? Ling Mo smiled even more proudly. This is just the beginning. Just as he was about to unleash a big move, he suddenly saw Tang San's hand reaching into his clothes. Was he going for a hidden weapon? Ling Mo's heart raced. If he got stabbed, wouldn't he be done for here? At that moment, old Jack's voice came from below the mountain. Little San, come home for dinner. Tang San glared at Ling Mo and turned to leave, throwing back a parting shot. We'll settle this at the academy. Ling Mo watched his back, stroking his chin. If he stole his Hao Ian hammer at the academy, what would happen? What was even more exciting was that he suddenly remembered that little Wu was also at Nodding Academy. If he stole her rabbit martial soul, would turn into rabbit ears. The two of them clashed palms and retreated 5 steps, marking it as a draw. Tang San stared at him and suddenly blurted out, Daoxiang village? Does your village have a security guard named Shinjinshin? Ling Mo? This topic changed too absurdly. Who is Shinjinshin? How does Tang San know this name? Before he could react, Tang San suddenly threw out a dragon whisker needle, aimed directly at his face. Ling Mo instinctively used the stolen throwing technique to block. His heart sinking. Was Tang San really going to kill him? What was even worse was that he noticed his 5-color divine light suddenly becoming restless, and it began to steal Tang San's yet revealed Hao Ian hammer martial soul. Not good, Ling Mo shouted internally. This was bad. If Tang San found out he could steal martial souls, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as the phantom of the Hao Ian hammer was about to appear in Ling Mo's hands, a shout came from down the mountain. Little San, Ling Mo, what are you doing up there? Come down. Tang San retracted his hand and coldly glanced at Ling Mo. Let's settle the score at the academy. Ling Mo breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart raced even more. If he stole Tang San's twin martial souls in front of Xiao Wu and the master at the academy, what would happen? What puzzled him the most was, who exactly was Shun Jinshin that Tang San mentioned? Could it be that there were traces of other transmigrators left in this dull world? I'm curious to see what other tricks you have. Tang San shot out 2 sleeve arrows, moving so fast they were almost invisible. Ling Mo narrowed his eyes, directly catching them with a Xianyu hand, and with the same technique, sent them back. Silent sleeve arrows? Hey, race yours back. Tang San's pupils constricted. This technique was even more proficient than his. Is this guy really not a Tang sect disciple? We're actually the same kind of person. Ling Mo suddenly blurted this out, leaving Tang San stunned. The same kind of person? Could he also be? Before Tang San could figure it out, Ling Mo had already retracted his hands. There's no winner or loser now. The bet is off. Ling Mo, just call you Little San from now on. The term Little San felt awkward no matter how he heard it, but Tang San didn't have time to dwell on tea. She remembered there was still porridge cooking at home. Oh no, I left porridge cooking at home. Tang San anxiously turned around to leave, but Ling Mo grabbed him. Ahem, don't you want to invite your good friend to your house for a visit? He was willing to risk it for a meal. After hesitating for a long time, Tang San still brought him back to Holy Soul Village. As soon as they entered the village, Ling Mo exclaimed, "Wow, so this is what the legendary Douluo Novice Village looks like." The village was filled with blue silver grass, much more eye-catching than the hoes and sickles of Daoxiang Village. "This is your home." Looking at the dilapidated blacksmith shop, Ling Mo was a bit dumbfounded. It was not much better than the treehouse he lived in. As soon as they entered, a burnt smell wafted in. Tang San rushed into the kitchen, and, sure enough, the porridge had burned. Just as Ling Mo was about to comfort him, a drunken voice suddenly came from the inner room. "Little San, who is it outside?" Tang Hao staggered out with a wine gourd, his eyes hazy, and glanced at Ling Mo. Ling Mo's heart skipped a beat. Was this the future Hao Hianduo? "Dad, this is my friend Ling Mo," Tang San quickly introduced. Tang Hao didn't say anything, just stared into Ling Mo's eyes and suddenly smiled. "Five-color divine light? Interesting." Ling Mo was so scared he almost lost his breath. How did Tang Hao know about his martial soul? Tang Hao ignored him, turned to Tang San, and said, "Go to the academy tomorrow, and take this with you." He tossed a black token to Tang San, which had the character Hao engraved on it. Ling Mo saw it clearly as soon as the token appeared. His five-color divine light went into a frenzy, as if it wanted to swallow the token. "What was this token?" "Dad, this is—" "Don't ask." Tang Hao finished his last sip of wine and went back inside. Ling Mo stared at the direction of the token, his heart racing. If he could steal Tang Hao's Hao-Ian hammer, martial soul, plus the secret of this token. Tang San suddenly pushed him. "What are you dazed about?" "The porridge is burned. It'll cook some more." Ling Mo came back to his senses, looking at Tang San's busy back, suddenly remembering something tomorrow at Nodding Academy. Should he also steal the master's theoretical knowledge? What was even more thrilling was that he seemed to have stolen a vague shadow of a skill from Tang Hao, like the chaotic cloak hammer method. "It's okay. Much better than my little tree house." Following Tang San into his home, the relatively dark room caught Ling Mo's attention. If he guessed correctly, the one sleeping inside should be Tang Hao, right? No wonder he's a drunk. Still not awake at this hour. Ling Mo didn't want to provoke that drunkard. That guy even dared to hit the Pope. Whoever messes with him is a fool. "You stay here for a bit. I'll go check on the porridge." With that, Tang San went to fuss over the porridge he was cooking. After such a long time, it should be well cooked, right? With nothing to do, Ling Mo followed him and found that although this guy was capable, the food he cooked was really not commendable. "What the heck is this you've cooked? Is it mush?" "There is nothing in that porridge, not even a grain of rice, just water." Ling Mo felt embarrassed just looking at it. All right. You step aside and watch me." Tang San's place isn't reliable. It's too poor. Not even a grain of rice in the porridge. Moreover, Ling Mo really couldn't praise his cooking skills. To fill his stomach, Ling Mo decided he needed to take action. "What are you going to do?" Tang San was puzzled, watching Ling Mo busily moving around, not at all like an outsider, but more like a host. "Cooking porridge, you go outside and pick some mushrooms. It just rained yesterday. There should be plenty in the small forest." Calling Tang San to go mushroom picking, Ling Mo had already started moving, directly wandering into Holy Soul Village. Before long, he actually returned carrying a bag of rice, leaving Tang San completely bewildered. What is this guy doing? Where did this rice come from? When it comes to tricking and swindling, Ling Mo is definitely an expert. To get a bag of rice, he just needed to think a little, and it was in his hands. Only time would tell if that kid would get beaten by his dad when he got home, but that was none of Ling Mo's business. Filling his stomach was the priority. "Today, I'll let you know what it means to cook porridge. People say to eat from the mountains if you're near mountains, and from the water if you're near water. You need to learn to use resources wisely. With such great resources in the back mountain, why haven't you thought of using them properly? Eating just this thin porridge every day, look at you, your skin and bones." When it comes to cultivation, Tang San is definitely a genius, but in terms of life skills, he is quite lacking. He is limited by the resources he has, and doesn't he know how to utilize resources from elsewhere? This might be because he has spent so many years in Tang sect without the chance to go outside and see these things. After washing the rice and putting in the pot, Ling Mo went out again, leaving Tang San even more confused about what he was up to. Not even 10 minutes later, he came back carrying a wild boar. Hurry, bring me a knife. I'm going to have a slaughter spree today." Tang San was completely dumbfounded. Is this guy a deity? Why does he feel like he has wasted all these years? Every day, it's just thin porridge. But this guy shows up with either pork or rice. No wonder Tang San is an honest person. How could he do such swindling things? "Today, let me show you my skills. I'll make you a mushroom and meat porridge." Chapter 6. Tang Hao. Wow, not bad at all. Ling Mo was busy and finally finished his mushroom and meat porridge, the aroma wafting through the air. even catching the attention of the drunkard sleeping inside. Tang San was stunned, never expecting that such a simple porridge could be made so complicated. This culinary skill had so many nuances. This was mainly due to the lack of ingredients. Otherwise, today he would show you what a top chef really is. When it comes to cooking, Ling Mo is definitely skilled in this area. In his past life, he was well-versed in food, drinks, and entertainment, and he had done in-depth research on food. A big pot full. All right, it's time to eat. As he lifted the pot, the aroma instantly filled the air. The fresh pork porridge was ready, and even Tang Hao was drawn out by the inexplicable fragrance. Dad! Oh no, Dad! What a humble title. Then, Dad, come have some porridge. Noticing the commotion behind him, Tang San turned around to find Tang Hao had somehow already sat at the table. It looked like he was waiting for food. No wonder. After so many years of being served by Tang San at home, he was already used to having food brought to him and clothes handed to him. Too lazy to move a bit. What a lazy bum. Ling Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes. But what intrigued him was that Tang Hao seemed to have no reaction to his arrival. Given his sensitive identity, shouldn't he be on guard when a stranger suddenly barges into his home? All right, let me serve this bowl to your dad. This bowl is yours. And this pot is mine, haha. Directly picking up 2 bowls of porridge, Ling Mo handed one to Tang San, then looked at the large pot still full, immediately revealing an evil grin. Well then, today I'm here to wipe you out. Ling Mo hadn't tasted such a delicacy in a long time. He was quite the representative of laziness. Generally, in the village, if he could mooch off someone else's food, he definitely wouldn't cook for himself. He lived quite casually, with meals being hit or miss, which is why he hadn't had such a delicious meal in ages and was dying for it. Anyway, he was all alone, so eating and drinking was rather casual, unlike Tang San, who had to take care of his dad. With an excited heart, Ling Mo was about to dive into the pot to finish off the remaining porridge when suddenly Tang Hao appeared beside him and pulled him back. What are you doing? That's mine. Damn, in front of food, Ling Mo didn't care who you were, even if it was the fearsome Hao Yandoa. Tang Hao ignored Ling Mo's struggles, lifting him up with one hand while spooning the porridge from the pot with the other, making Ling Mo drool with envy. How long had this guy gone without eating meat? No wonder, with the few coins he earned from blacksmithing, he had spent it all on alcohol, leaving no spare change for meat. The main issue was that Ling Mo's porridge was cooked to perfection. Even Tang San praised it endlessly. As the porridge in the pot slowly dwindled, finally leaving just a little bit, Tang Hao was satisfied. Damn, my porridge. Ling Mo has learned what it means to be robbed. The porridge in the pot is almost gone, and after fishing around, there is only a bowl left. With this amount, Ling Mo could have accepted it before, but after his martial soul awakening, his appetite has grown larger and larger. How can this little bit fill him up? Kid, you're not bad. The porridge is delicious, Tang Hao said casually, letting go of Ling Mo and heading back to his room, leaving Ling Mo with a meaningful smile as he walked away. What a strange smile. Did this old drunkard see something? Ling Mo instantly calmed down, giving a meaningful glance before resentfully carrying the last bowl of porridge to the side. Back in the day, Ling Mo was notorious in Daoxiang village for his tricks and robberies, but he ended up stumbling in Saint Soul village. This left him quite dissatisfied. He had always been the one to trick others. When did it become someone else's turn to trick him? Reluctantly holding the porridge, he walked to the table. And upon seeing that Tang San had a large bowl left while his own bowl was nearly empty, Ling Mo immediately felt furious. Great! 2 old men teaming up to bully me. This is intolerable. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He didn't dare to provoke Tang Hao, so he could only settle the score with his son. Gathering his strength without making a sound, Ling Mo swiftly approached the table and said, "Give it to me." Little did he know, as soon as he moved, Tang San reacted quickly and snatched the bowl away before Ling Mo's hand could touch it. Hee. You think you can have it back? This is what you gave me, and now you want it back? Not gonna happen. Tang San looked at Ling Mo with a mix of amusement and irritation, as if he had already seen through his trick. What an interesting person, clearly presenting himself with a composed demeanor, yet always resorting to such childish tricks. Tang San admired Ling Mo's carefree attitude, living without worries, only concerned about filling his own belly without letting his family go hungry. He could do whatever he wanted without worrying about the consequences. I, Ling Mo, have been dominant in Daoxiang village for years, yet I never expected a trip in this little Saint Soul village today. How pathetic, how lamentable. Hearing Ling Mo's sorrowful tone, Tang San thought he might actually be angry, even though he didn't seem like the petty type. How about this bowl? I'll give it to you, Tang San said tentatively, not realizing that as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Mo had already made his move. Gotcha! Ha, you fell for it. In the midst of Tang San's shocked expression, the bowl in his hand had already been snatched by Ling Mo, leaving him standing there in a daze. Damn, you tricked me. Hee hee. Today's lesson is to let you know how treacherous human nature can be. Finally getting his hands on the porridge, Ling Mo quickly devoured it. And even if Tang San wanted to snatch it back, it was impossible. Everything had happened too fast. After a simple bout of playfulness, Ling Mo and Tang San finally established a good friendship, marking the first step in their competition for Douluo. As for why Ling Mo didn't directly join the Spirit Hall's pirate ship, what do you think? Do you think the Spirit Hall is a place you can just enter whenever you want? Even if you got in, what makes you think you could stand out there? Just because you're good looking? If things were that easy, there wouldn't be so many poor people in the world. After spending a day at Tang San's house and watching them forge in the afternoon, Ling Mo suddenly had an idea. The 5-color divine light can steal martial souls. But what if there is a limit? If I steal a martial soul and soul skills from a titled Douluo, can I use them? This is a very important question. Ling Mo had been making a guess, but without professional guidance, he only had a vague understanding of martial souls. Deciding to take action, Ling Mo directly activated his martial soul, secretly using it behind Tang Hao and Tang San. As soon as the twin pupils activated, he aimed at Tang Hao, but unexpectedly, a cold light rushed at him in an instant. The impact immediately sent him flying out of the house, while Tang San looked over in surprise. Completely confused by Ling Mo's actions, and even Tang Hao was left dumbfounded. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? Did he just fall on himself? Is he angry about that bowl of porridge from this morning? Tang Hao said in a low voice, unaware that Ling Mo had just used the 5-color divine light on him. In the midst of the massive impact, Ling Mo was thrown out of the house and struggled to stand up, his face extremely pale. Damn, the power of a title Douluo is so strong. Just a moment of contact nearly cost me my life. While the 5-color divine light could indeed steal martial souls, if the level difference was too great, Ling Mo's body simply couldn't withstand the shock of that power. However, he was certain of one thing. Even a title wouldn't discover that he had stolen their martial soul. It was just that Ling Mo couldn't handle the impact. So this attempt at stealing was considered a failure. Mo, what happened to you? Tang San rushed out, perhaps having already accepted Ling Mo as a friend in his heart. Hence, he was very concerned. I'm fine. Just drank too much fake wine. My head feels a bit dizzy. Ling Mo waved his hand dismissively, signaling Tang San not to worry about it. Tang Hao, on the other hand, was taken aback. Could drinking too much fake alcohol cause such a mental lapse? Ling Mo remained silent. Initially, he wanted to sneak a peek at Tang Hao's martial soul to test his own hypothesis, but he didn't expect to be unable to bear that immense power. Chapter 7. Nodding Academy. Currently, the understanding of martial souls still requires slow research. Perhaps only after obtaining a soul ring can Ling Mo truly comprehend the specific mysteries of this martial soul. In the afternoon, Tang San and Tang Hao were learning blacksmithing, and Ling Mo found it exceedingly boring, so he chose to take his leave. Little San, I'm heading back now. See you at Nodding Academy tomorrow. After saying that, Ling Mo left without looking back. Watching his departing figure, the usually silent Tang Hao finally spoke up. Little San, how did you get to know this kid? Tang Hao's sudden question made Tang San tense up. Could it be that Ling Mo had some issues? Why did his father ask that? If Tang San were to say Ling Mo had no problems, he wouldn't quite believe it, because the various things Ling Mo had shown were too suspicious. Although Tang San had already considered Ling Mo a friend in his heart, his innate vigilance still held some reservations. Dad, do you think there's something wrong with little Mo? Tang San suppressed his inner worries and pretended to be ignorant as he asked. This kid is quite strange, but his character isn't bad. He is easygoing and worth befriending. In the morning, Tang Hao intentionally tested Ling Mo by competing with him for porridge, wanting to see his reaction. His performance was no different from that of an ordinary child, which eased Tang Hao's mind. However, he still felt that this kid was peculiar, as if he was hiding something very deeply. This was also why Tang Hao had shown that meaningful smile before entering the house. That was the final test, but Ling Mo's subsequent performance was flawless, showing no signs of any flaws. From this performance, he should have no issues. Strange? What's strange? Tang San was curious. Had Tang Hao seen something? Wasn't he just an ordinary blacksmith? Why could he see things that Tang San couldn't? All right, keep forging. Hammer 1,000 times, and then prepare dinner, Tang Hao said, returning to his previous lazy demeanor and retreating into the small black room to take a nap. leaving Tang San feeling quite down. Damn it, that damn Tang Hao actually dared to test me. On the way back to Rice Fragrance Village, Ling Mo's pale face looked quite worn out. That wave of testing to steal the martial soul almost cost him dearly. But one must admit that today's gains were substantial. Not only had he mastered Tang San's Tang sect secret skills, but he had also met the legendary powerhouse Tang Hao. Although he looked quite disheveled, no matter how disheveled he was still the renowned title Douluo. Upon returning to the treehouse, Ling Mo collapsed onto the bed. He had expended too much mental energy that day, and a wave of sleepiness washed over him, causing him to fall asleep immediately. The next morning, Ultraman arrived at Ling Mo's treehouse and shouted, "Lil Mo, come down. We are about to set off." One must say, this was a very dedicated village chief, even more so than the neighbor Old Jack. Old Jack was also a well-known figure in the martial world, personally escorting the enforcers of the divine realm to school, while claiming that Tang Hao was the most useless person in their village, which was quite impressive. It seemed Ultraman had followed in Old Jack's footsteps, striving to secure educational opportunities for future deities, with stories of him single-handedly taking on the three major figures of the neighboring village becoming widely circulated. Good morning, Grandpa Village Chief. Leaving the treehouse he had lived in for 6 years, Ling Mo slowly climbed down. This departure would likely be the last. He couldn't help but feel a bit sad, as this was a piece of pure land deep in his heart, having accompanied him through countless dark nights, making it hard to part with it. The swelling on Ultraman's face had diminished considerably, though some dark traces were still faintly visible. The two set off together toward Nodding Academy, while in the neighboring Holy Spirit Village, Old Jack was also taking Tang San out. Is this Nodding City? The first instance after a Douluo traverses out of the novice village, as the legends say, looks quite interesting. After a while, following Ultraman, Ling Mo finally arrived at the entrance of Nodding Academy, where he saw Tang San and Old Jack standing at the gate. Additionally, there was a doorman besides the two of them. "Old Jack, what are you doing here?" From a distance, seeing Old Jack, Ultraman excitedly ran over to greet him, indicating they were acquainted. "Little San, I didn't expect you to arrive even faster than me." Ling Mo walked over to greet Tang San, while Ultraman and Old Jack chatted for a while before realizing their current situation. "This little brother, we come from Holy Soul Village and Daoxiang Village. These two kids are this year's work-study students. What procedures do we need to go through?" It seemed that the doorman was reluctant to let them in, causing Tang San and the others to be delayed for quite a while. Can a grass hut really produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village even have people with soul power? What a joke. Don't bother me. Get out of here quickly, or I'll beat you, you old fossil. As soon as these words were spoken, a flash of killing intent passed through Tang San's eyes, and Ling Mo's temper flared even more. "You!" Old Jack and Ultraman were furious. These city folks generally looked down on them country people, and now they were making things difficult for them, which made the two extremely angry. "Get out of here quickly. I said no means no. What nonsense, Holy Soul Village, Daoxiang Village," the doorman mocked, completely disregarding the furious two, continuing to insult them. In fact, this kind of phenomenon often occurred in the city. As the doorman said, how could a phoenix emerge from a pile of grass chickens? It was unthinkable. Basically, it was impossible for these villages to have people with soul power, and Nodding Academy hadn't accepted work-study students for several years. Suddenly having two appear this year was simply unrealistic. Tang San's eyes concealed a hint of killing intent, and a hidden arrow silently appeared in his right hand, already teetering on the edge of taking action. Ling Mo noticed something was off with Tang San and thought to himself that this kid was indeed ruthless, decisive in killing, and would show no mercy. Just a verbal provocation had stirred his murderous intent. If things continued to stalemate, he might really take action. "Hee, this little brother. I see your brow darkening. You must be facing a disaster soon." At that moment, Ling Mo stealthily moved to the front, acting as if they were very familiar, bypassing Tang San and heading straight to the doorman. Ultraman looked completely bewildered and asked, "Xiao Mo, what are you doing?" The doorman looked at the 6-year-old kid in front of him with disdain and said, "I have a disaster coming. Do you believe I can make you face one right now?" Ling Mo did not answer him. In an instant, she activated her special eyes, and the moment her gaze met that of the doorkeeper, he became dazed and immediately knelt down. What's going on?" Tang San observed carefully, but since he was behind Ling Mo, he couldn't see her eyes. However, he felt that it must be Ling Mo's doing. Otherwise, that arrogant doorkeeper wouldn't have knelt down. "Sigh, if there's something to say, just say it nicely. Why such a big gesture? This is so embarrassing." While saying it was embarrassing, Ling Mo slightly exerted force with her palm, gripping the doorkeeper's hand, and instantly applied pressure, causing him pain. Ouch, let go of me. The sharp pain jolted the doorkeeper back to reality, and he screamed loudly. However, the louder he screamed, the more excited Ling Mo became. She was also extremely angry. If she didn't properly teach this lowly-eyed guy a lesson, he wouldn't know why the flowers were so red. All right, that's enough. At that moment, a rather stern voice came from behind, and everyone turned to look, only to see a middle-aged man in black clothing who had somehow appeared behind them. Ling Mo immediately recognized the identity of the person in front of him. According to the original storyline, this person should be Tang San's future teacher, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang in the Soul Master world, right? Master, you have returned. Upon seeing the master, the doorman appeared to have found savior, overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 8. Theoretical Master. The master merely glanced at the doorman and did not respond, saying, "Old sir, could you show me the proof from the spear hall?" After taking the proof from the two old men, the master opened it, and upon viewing Tang San's proof, first showed a surprised expression. Then, after looking at Ling Mo's proof, his expression tightened, but he quickly concealed it. There is no problem with the proof. Old sir, please leave these two children to me. His gaze swept back and forth between Tang San and Ling Mo, making Ling Mo feel tense. This guy won't figure anything out, will he? It seems plausible. Based solely on one proof, he could deduce Tang San's dual martial souls, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to uncover my secret. However, it seems that in all versions of Douluo, there hasn't been a martial soul like mine that exists as a light source, right? You should know the function of my martial soul. After careful consideration, Ling Mo wanted to see how the master would perform next, and whether he could discern any clues about his martial soul. After all, Ling Mo still didn't know what his martial soul really was. If it were light, then his dual pupils would be hard to explain. If it were dual pupils, then the terrifying amplification of the five-color divine light wouldn't make sense either. But these two aspects didn't seem to have a practical connection. Could it be that I also have a twin martial soul? No way. 9 out of 10 in Douluo have twin martial souls? You two, come in with me, said the master as he stepped inside first, reminding the doorman as he left, since Ling Mo had already taught him a lesson earlier. The two followed the master into the academy, and along the way, the master continuously impacted Tang San's heart until he sensed a murderous intent. The master's splendid performance thoroughly extracted all the secrets of Tang San's martial soul, and with just one proof, he guessed Tang San's twin martial souls. This performance shocked Tang San directly, while Ling Mo admired him immensely. As expected of the #1 teacher in Douluo, the mentor of countless transmigrators, this theoretical knowledge is impressive. As expected, Tang San successfully became the master's disciple, while Ling Mo remained indifferent, as the master had not mentioned any secrets about him so far. Your name is Ling Mo? The master finally spoke, his gaze never leaving Ling Mo. He was a wise man deeply engrossed in martial soul research, inevitably a bit excited to see such a peculiar martial soul. Master, yes. My name is Ling Mo. Just now, I heard you talking confidently for a long time. Could it be that you have also researched my martial soul? Without waiting for the master to speak first, Ling Mo countered, drawing Tang San's attention as well. Tang San had always been most curious about Ling Mo's martial soul and its abilities, which remained an unsolved mystery to this day. Hee, your personality is quite similar to a friend of mine. Lively and active, skilled in trickery and deception. That doorman earlier. Did you use your strange dual pupils to make him kneel? Shock. Ling Mo was suddenly shocked. Just now, he had his back to everyone. And even Tang San did not notice his actions, yet the master actually discovered it? How'd you find out? Yes. Ling Mo had just used the suppressive effect of the twin pupils to create a soul resonance. Under the shadow of his dual pupils, he reversed the flow of yin and yang, directly conveying a kneeling command to the doorman through the twin pupils. This is another use of the twin pupils, which possesses an incredibly strong suppressive power. This is why, in Douluo, if it were in another world, Ling Mo's twin pupils would be a legendary supreme bloodline, attracting attention wherever he goes. At that moment, a kid drinking beast milk passed by, disdainfully glanced at him, revealing a bone to express his dissatisfaction with Ling Mo's words. Just now, it was simply that the doorman's strength was too weak. If their levels were closer, Ling Mo would not have been able to do this. But there was also the enhancement effect of the five-color divine light involved. From your proof, your secret is no more impactful than Tang San's. Weighing a piece of paper in his hand, the master continued. I have investigated many types of martial souls. but I have never seen one that uses a light source as a martial soul. You are an anomaly. Imagine a light source without a carrier. How can it endure and accept the coexistence of soul power? Therefore, the information on this proof is incorrect. Your martial soul is not light. It is these eyes. The master's words encapsulated everything, leaving Ling Mo very surprised. He had long had his suspicions, but had not confirmed them. The master's statement was just like one of his previous speculations. But what about the explanation for the five-color divine light? Master, you said my martial soul should be the twin pupils, existing as a primary martial soul. Then what about this light? The power of light can enhance my own attributes. Saying is not a martial soul doesn't hold, right? He was very curious. Ling Mo did not understand enough about martial souls. So many things were still unclear to him. You're getting to the point. Do you remember how I deduced that Tang San had a dual martial soul? The master smiled slightly and said, upon hearing this. Ling Mo suddenly realized that the master had inferred Tang San's dual martial soul based on a piece of proof. Moreover, it was due to a key factor mentioned on it, innate full soul power. Ling Mo also possessed innate full soul power, which he shared with Tang San. Innate full soul power? Ling Mo tentatively asked, and as soon as he finished speaking, the master immediately replied, that's right, it's the innate full soul power. Your light martial soul, as is well known, is something very ordinary, lacking in lethality, and therefore cannot withstand the innate full soul power. Thus, I deduce that your martial soul must have another aspect, which is the double pupils, where the power of light is unleashed under the condition of being carried by the double pupils. So, many times when you use your martial soul, you are actually using the double pupils to directly steal the abilities of your opponent, as well as the characteristics of all objects within your line of sight. Am I right? It seems to make sense, as every time Ling Mo uses his martial soul, he directly utilizes the double pupils to steal the abilities of his opponent. Ling Mo once made a preliminary calculation that the effect of the five-color divine light often involves enhancing oneself, with significant increases in strength, defense, speed, and other aspects. But what is the relationship between the two? Ling Mo asked again, and this time, the master answered carefully. Very good. The question is sharp. The relationship between the two is like a symbiotic organism that exists together. They do not interfere with each other, yet are closely connected, because your martial soul itself has mutated, resulting in the separation of an energy body based on light. This does not mean that your five-color divine light has no effect. On the contrary, because of this, your future development will be even more terrifying than that of Xiao San. Your two martial souls produce a resonance from their combination, meaning you can simultaneously use the abilities of the heavy pupil and light, giving you a power that is more terrifying than others at the same level. According to your previous statement, the ability of light is amplification, so your combat methods come from the heavy pupil. Combining the two, just imagine, in battles at the same level, who could defeat you? I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Master. After all this time, Ling Mo finally understands the situation of his martial soul. Simply put, the heavy pupil is the main tool for stealing martial souls, while the five-color divine light is another tool for further enhancement after stealing the martial soul. However, I still have a question. After I acquire my soul ring, does my soul ring belong to light or to the heavy pupil? Ling Mo asked another question, and this one slightly stumped the master. Well, it depends on your own choice. According to your statement, light belongs to the factors that enhance oneself. Therefore, choosing to add the soul ring to light in the early stages will give you a huge boost in strength. As for the twin spirits, I've never seen such a peculiar martial soul, so I don't know what marvelous abilities your twin spirits possess. Chapter 9. Little Rabbit, what is the role of my martial soul? Hee, that's temporarily a secret. As soon as the topic of the martial soul's role came up, Ling Mo immediately stopped, even though this secret couldn't possibly be kept hidden. Hee, you child, your temperament is becoming more and more like that of my friend. The master smiled slightly and didn't mind. Seeing Ling Mo's attitude, he knew he didn't have the intention of becoming his disciple, so he didn't plan to continue questioning. However, with his high enthusiasm for martial souls, he wouldn't give up on researching Ling Mo's martial soul. It just wasn't the right time yet. After completing the enrollment procedures with the master, Ling Mo and Tang San arrived at the legendary first dungeon point of Douluo, the 7th dormitory. As soon as they stepped through the door of the 7th dormitory, a figure suddenly dashed towards them. Just as Tang San reacted and was about to make a move, he noticed Ling Mo's Xuanyu hand had already struck out, instantly meeting the person with a palm, and then following up with 2 more palms, directly knocking him down to the ground. Damn, that was so easy. Ling Mo had long anticipated that someone would ambush them. Not for any other reason, but because he was well-versed in every version of Douluo and was already too familiar with the plot. Therefore, he was well-prepared and reacted even faster than Tang San, delivering 3 powerful palms that took down the opponent. You defeated me. From now on, you will be the boss of our 7th dormitory. Wang Sheng was stunned by Ling Mo's attack, dazed for a long time before finally regaining his senses and sincerely saying that he didn't seem disappointed by his defeat. Boss. That sounds nice, but I don't like that name. I prefer you to call me the pay-to-win big boss. Pay-to-win big boss. What does that mean? Everyone looked confused. They had heard of big boss, but what did pay-to-win mean? Forgive them for not having experienced the era of Ma's pay-to-win, otherwise they would understand the meaning of it. The end of the old era and the beginning of the new era saw Ma single-handedly create the pay-to-win era, leading countless young people through thick and thin, achieving great feats beyond measure. You don't need to worry about what pay-to-win big boss means. Just call it that. Ling Mo was too lazy to explain to them. Among this group, only this person named Wang Sheng had a bit of a role. The others were all just passerby characters, so why bother chatting with them? Big Spender, you defeated me. So from now on, you'll be the boss of our dormitory. That's our rule. Rule? Tang San was taken aback, puzzled. What kind of rules could there be in such a small dormitory? All right then, don't worry with me, the giant of light, the big spender here. No one can bully you. With a sarcastic tone, Ling Mo knew about the experiences of the 7th dormitory. While tidying up his bed, he said this. The little brothers nearby seemed to admire him a lot. Ling Mo took less than a few minutes to earn the admiration of these little friends. Like the endless flow of a river. What is the giant of light? Big guy, is your martial soul the giant of light? Some people were quite confused and asked one after another, while Tang San had 3 black lines on his forehead, truly admiring Ling Mo's character. Able to blend in wherever he went, making friends with this group in just a few minutes. Martial soul? No, my martial soul is Diga, shining Diga. Before he could finish his sentence, a light and agile voice suddenly came from the doorway. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? Oh my goodness, little rabbit. At first glance, a small head peeked out from the door, and Ling Mo recognized it at once. This little rabbit was Xiao Wu. All right, now everyone is here. Xiao Wu's appearance directly interrupted Ling Mo's words, and the other little friends were also quite dissatisfied, wanting to hear Ling Mo continue to spin those strange and wonderful stories. Wow, so cute. Ling Mo's figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Xiao Wu, wanting to see what the legendary female protagonist of Douluo looked like. At first glance, Ling Mo's heart melted. What a cute little girl. No wonder someone like Tang San, the steel man, could be moved. However, there was one small flaw. She was still too young. Of course, Ling Mo didn't want to do anything. Really, he just wanted to appreciate her. What does this mean? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned by Ling Mo's sudden appearance, then showed a hint of dissatisfaction. The newcomer, this is the boss of our dormitory, the gold-spending big shot. According to the rules of our 7th dormitory, you must fight him. If you defeat him, you will become the boss of our 7th dormitory. If you lose, you must follow the boss's arrangements. At this moment, Wang Sheng, who was unaware of the situation, stepped forward to explain. Fight? I like it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately revealed a delighted smile. This girl was a typical warrior. As soon as she heard there was a fight, she got excited. 100,000-year little rabbit. I wonder if I can steal her abilities? Let's give it a try. Coincidentally, Ling Mo also wanted to experiment with his dual pupils to see if he could steal Xiao Wu's abilities. The stealing capability of the dual pupils was all-encompassing. Aside from the highest level titled law, Ling Mo could steal all soul abilities and characteristics of soul beasts. Xiao Wu's true form was a 100,000-year soft-boned rabbit. She didn't possess a soul of her own, but her innate abilities were what Ling Mo wanted to steal. Without saying a word, Ling Mo instantly activated his dual pupils and read Xiao Wu's information, stealing all her soft skills. It seems that after Xiao Wu transformed into human form, all her previous abilities have been reshaped, so now, without soul rings, there aren't many things I can steal. This discovery disappointed Ling Mo. He initially thought he could glimpse the abilities of a 100,000-year soul beast, but unexpectedly, he only stole a soft skill. Come on, watch out. As soon as she heard about the fight, Xiao Wu could hardly wait. Before Ling Mo could make a move, she initiated the attack. In an instant, she lunged forward, her calves clamping around Ling Mo's neck, twisting to try to flip him over onto the ground. However, just when everyone thought Ling Mo was bound to fall, he smiled slightly and, at the moment of falling, supported himself with his hands and clamped his legs tightly, counterattacking in Xiao Wu's style. In an instant, the two became entangled, both falling to the ground, creating a bizarre scene where they seemed to be using the same combat technique. Light as a swallow, as flexible as mud, wrestling together. After this exchange, Xiao Wu's face turned red, shocked. How is this guy using the same combat technique as her? She applied force with her calves, trying to kick Ling Mo away, but to her surprise, he held on tightly and refused to let go. Let go of me. Xiao Wu was anxious. This position looked rather unfavorable, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from Ling Mo's grip. He seemed to understand her combat technique better than she did. Every time she tried to attack further, he would react first, making it impossible for her to subdue him. As long as you admit defeat, I will let you go. This move by Ling Mo is called using their own methods against them, and it works particularly well on girls. If Ling Mo's opponent were Tang San, he definitely wouldn't let Tang San get close to him, mainly because he doesn't like guys. Haha, although Xiao Wu is Tang San's future wife, that doesn't prevent Ling Mo from training her. While they haven't gotten together yet, he might as well take advantage of it. I just wonder if Tang San will beat Ling Mo up when he remembers this in the future. I give up, Xiao Wu said, her face flushed with anger and feeling quite helpless. Who would have thought the legendary biggest sister Douluo would also have a day of surrender? All right, I'll count to 3, and we let go together. 1, 2, 3. The two let go at the same time, but Ling Mo underestimated the revenge of girls. After letting go, without any precautions, Xiao Wu suddenly kicked him hard. Damn! In an instant, he was blasted away like a cannonball, and in mid-air, before he could regain his balance, Xiao Wu pounced on him again. You little brat, I won't let you bully me. Just wait until I make you look like a pig's head. Another hook kick, she clamped her legs around Ling Mo's body in mid-air and slammed him down hard again. This combo left Ling Mo completely speechless. Indeed, it's difficult to handle both small-minded people and women. The ancients truly did not deceive me. I surrender. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. After this beating, Ling Mo was left with a bruised face. Even if Ultraman came, he wouldn't recognize him as a kid from their village. Chapter 10. 3 people squeeze on one bed. Ouch. Are you slaughtering pigs? With a bruised face, Ling Mo struggled to stand up from the ground. This little bunny was too ruthless. This beating almost sent him back to his hometown. Stop hitting me. You won. This is really damn unlucky. From now on, I will be the boss of this dormitory, and you all have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Ling Mo surrendered, and Xiao Wu immediately showed a joyful expression. However, Ling Mo continued, not necessarily, the one beside me, you haven't fought him yet. Tang San, do you have to be so ruthless? You're taking a beating and still dragging yourself into it. What I can do, Ling Mo can basically do too. If he can't even beat Xiao Wu, isn't sending him up just asking for a beating? Of course, in the duel with Xiao Wu, neither of them used the Tang sect's ultimate skills. Undoubtedly, Tang San was tricked by Ling Mo and beaten by Xiao Wu. Who called Tang San? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door, belonging to a middle-aged man, likely a teacher from the academy. Ah, it's me. Teacher, is there something you need? Tang San, with a bruised face, walked over and said. The teacher showed no concern for his condition and simply tossed him a blanket, saying, "This is a gift from the master. I'll be leaving now." After saying that, he left, leaving a group of people staring at each other in confusion. A blanket? At a glance, it was indeed just a blanket, and Ling Mo and Xiao Wu immediately revealed wicked smiles. Wow, what do these two want to do? Tang San suddenly sensed something was off and was about to speak when Ling Mo had already acted, snatching the blanket away and saying, Xiao San, this blanket is so big, you can't use it all by yourself. Let's squeeze together. Yes, you can't use it all alone. I'll put the beds together, and we can use it together. Why do these two look like they've made a plan? Tang San was taken aback for a moment, but had a question. He could accept Ling Mo, but what about you? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, wondering if this girl didn't know what it meant for men and women to keep a proper distance. What are you afraid of? I won't do anything to you. Xiao Wu had a big sister attitude, completely unaware of who was actually at a disadvantage. Sai, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and set up the bed. Ling Mo was in dire straits, having no money to buy a blanket, and the master didn't prepare one for him, so he planned to mooch off Tang San. Although it seemed inappropriate in every way, he had no choice. He'd buy his own set once he had money. All right, reluctantly compromising. Since he couldn't afford to offend either of them, Tang San had to give up struggling. After this farce, this group of friends had officially gotten to know each other. However, since both Ling Mo and Tang San had already reached the 10th level of soul power, 2 days later the master took them both to the nearby soul-hunting forest to obtain soul rings. The master had always been curious about Ling Mo's martial soul, but Ling Mo refused to tell him, which made the master unable to sleep well. It began, "As long as I obtain the soul ring, I will know how to proceed next." On the way to the soul-hunting forest, Ling Mo was deep in thought, troubled by question. His martial soul was so rare that he wanted to keep its secret hidden, but he knew that he could not conceal this martial soul no matter what. Because as long as he fought with others, the secret of his martial soul would be exposed. Tang San had already begun to suspect him, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, he posed no threat to Ling Mo. Not to mention that he couldn't defeat Ling Mo anymore. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare to attack Ling Mo. Through this period of interaction, Tang San had already determined that Ling Mo was the same kind of person as him, and they had established a deep friendship. Along the way, the master shared a lot of knowledge about soul masters with Tang San, and Ling Mo was also learning. He needed to learn too. Unlike those boastful transmigrators who became invincible as soon as they entered Douluo, he needed a long time to accumulate knowledge and practice. Currently, Ling Mo had concluded that his martial soul could not steal the opponent's soul power. The only thing he could do was steal the opponent's martial soul and various abilities. Moreover, even though Ling Mo was only at the 10th level now, he could steal martial souls of the 30th level, even the 40th or 50th level, and he could use those soul skills. The only difference was that the amount of soul power determined the power of the soul skills. So the enhancement effect of the 5-color divine light was very important, especially once a soul ring was added to this martial soul. Ling Mo's attribute enhancement will see a significant increase, allowing him to maximize the potential of these soul skills. The mystery of the dual pupils remains unexplored by Ling Mo. He only knows that it possesses a heaven-defying divine ability, which is the stealing function. As for whether he will awaken even more powerful divine abilities later on, Ling Mo still needs to dig deeper. Here we are. This is the soul-hunting forest. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the second checkpoint of Douluo, the soul-hunting forest. This is a dungeon, and its difficulty should not be considered epic. Once they entered the forest, the master instructed, "You two must not stray more than 5 steps away from me. The forest is fraught with danger. If anything uncontrollable happens, you two should run without worrying about me." The 3 of them set off together into the soul-hunting forest. Before entering, the master had purchased a lot of carrots, which are very beneficial for his martial soul. "Come out." 3 cannons. With a loud bang, a little chubby creature popped out, and both Ling Mo and Tang San were momentarily stunned. "Oops, sorry, master. This little thing is just too silly." I couldn't help but laugh. Although Ling Mo already knew about the master's martial soul, seeing it for the first time made it hard for him to control his reaction. "It's fine," the master said with a dark expression, indicating that he was already used to it and was not angry about Ling Mo's offense. Ling Mo's temperament, he has probably gotten used to it. This kid speaks without a filter, always joking and smiling, but in reality, his words are not malicious. "Teacher, is this your martial soul?" Tang San was momentarily stunned. He originally wanted to laugh, but thinking of the master's temper, he held it back. It's called Luo San Pao, because it mutated during awakening, and it mutated in a bad direction. That's why it looks like this. The defect of the martial soul has always been a knot in the master's heart. Just imagine, if it weren't for the defect of the martial soul, with the master's understanding of martial souls, how monstrous could his future have been? You can't even begin to imagine. Teasing the nearby, San Pao, Ling Mo suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a talent next door in Douluo who awakened a Siberian husky martial soul and took pleasure in demolishing houses, causing chaos in the Douluo Continent and making everyone anxious. The 3 continued deeper into the forest. This was the soul-hunting forest raised by the Empire, so there wouldn't be 2 powerful soul beasts appearing. However, finding a suitable soul ring was not an easy task. Before entering, the master had already analyzed the characteristics of their martial souls and the characteristics of the needed soul rings for the 2 of them. Tang San was a control type. If possible, it would be best if the soul ring had poison properties. As for Ling Mo, due to the existence of the 5-color divine light, he was a strong attack type, or rather, Ling Mo did not simply follow one system. Because the master was also unfamiliar with Ling Mo's martial soul, he planned to first try the first soul ring and see what wonderful effects it would produce before deciding on the next path. Chapter 11. Mandrake Snake the 3 searched in the forest for half a day, but did not find a suitable soul ring. As night fell, the 3 sat by the campfire when a gust of cold wind swept in, making the cold wind seem even more desolate under the night sky. Suddenly, A rustling sound came from the dark forest. Tonight was destined to be restless. The first to react was the master. Luo Sanpao had a very keen sense of smell and stared angrily ahead, as if something was quickly approaching. Ling Mo instantly activated her twin pupils. Using the vast vision advantage of the twin pupils, Ling Mo's twin pupils could see further and much clearer than Tang San. The twin pupils are an extremely powerful top-tier martial soul, allowing Ling Mo to clearly see what was ahead without relying on the purple extreme demon eye. It's the mandala snake. Ling Mo succinctly expressed his thoughts, and Tang San cast a surprised glance. He had even seen what that thing was. Yet Ling Mo had already figured out its origins. How'd he do that? Tang San was puzzled and could only attribute it to the power of Ling Mo's dual pupils. Mandala snake? Not good, this could be troublesome. Upon hearing the name mandala snake, the master was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood the seriousness of the situation. Fart like thunder, Ro Sanpao. The master instantly unleashed his big move. Ro Sanpao spiraled in the air, and with a pop, a burst of yellow gas sprayed out, filling the air. Ugh! This sudden fart left both Ling Mo and Tang San stunned. It was incredibly foul. Run. After finishing the fart, the master quickly grabbed Ling Mo and Tang San's hands, urging them to leave the place. However, the mandala snake was incredibly fast. Escaping from it was simply unrealistic. As expected, once the stench dissipated, the mandala snake caught up. 3 cannon, block it. With no other choice, the master chose to use the 3 cannon again to block the attack. Poor 3 cannon was knocked down by the mandala snake in just 1 round. The master waved his hand, and 3 cannon instantly transformed into a ball of light, returning to his body. This was a 400-year-old mandala snake, extremely venomous. It seemed at this time, the situation was truly dire. I'll hold off. You two run and don't look back. After being heavily injured, once 3 cannon returned to its original form, all the injuries instantly transferred to the master's body, leaving his face extremely pale. This was the flaw of his martial spirit. No matter how much damage 3 cannon took, it wouldn't die, but the injuries would directly inflict severe damage on the master. Little San, go for it. Ling Mo and Tang San exchanged a glance, and did not move behind the master. Both of them read a hint of battle intent in each other's eyes. The dual pupils opened in an instant, and Ling Mo directly read the attributes of the mandala snake, instantly stealing all of its abilities. Playing with poison? Then I'll play along. With the Tang sect's poison-making techniques, combined with the mandala snake's deadly venom, Ling Mo held a short sword, infused with extremely potent poison. This toxicity was even more terrifying than that of the mandala snake, and at the same time as stealing the opponent's abilities, he amplified all these characteristics by a factor of 2 through the 5-color divine light. In an instant, Ling Mo charged forward from the left, while Tang San's reaction was slightly slower, rushing out from the right. By the time the master reacted, the two had already engaged in a fierce battle with the mandala snake. Danger, come back. The master did not realize just how powerful these 2 students were, simply thinking their actions were no different from seeking death. What a strong defense, completely unbreakable. Tang San showed a look of surprise, and his silent sleeve arrows continuously struck at the mandala snake's vulnerable spot with a very secretive method. Yet he could not break through its defense. Suddenly, with a tail whip, the mandala snake was hit by Tang San's sleeve arrows, causing it great pain and immense anger, and it charged directly at him. The ghost shadow mysterious steps activated instantly, allowing him to dodge the mandala snake's attack at a very clever angle. Meanwhile, Ling Mo's short sword was already poised to strike. When the mandala snake attacked Tang San, Ling Mo had already locked onto its only weakness. The weakness of this giant snake was not at its vulnerable spot, but rather in its mouth. This was the only weakness Ling Mo could exploit to defeat it. With a tearing roar, the mandala snake directly spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist towards Tang San. What a great opportunity! Time waits for no one. Ling Mo seized the moment the mandala snake opened its mouth and countered with the same poisonous mist. The poisonous mist spat out by the mandala snake was instantly stolen by Ling Mo, and combined with the poison he had stolen, amplified by the 5-color divine light. He forcefully shot it back into the mandala snake's mouth. This move was called returning the favor with their own method. Ling Mo had already mastered the intricacies of this technique, leaving no escape route for the opponent. In the moment he struck, the short sword directly pressed against the mandala snake's closing mouth, and the deadly poison entered its body in an instant. Little San, quickly kill it. With the deadly poison entering its body, The mandala snake had lost its defensive capabilities. At this moment, it was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, completely defenseless. The poison, enhanced by the five-color divine light, was no longer the original mandala snake poison. Its immune system could not resist it at all, especially since Ling Mo utilized the more exquisite Tang sect's poison techniques, completely cutting off the mandala snake's escape route. When it came to poison, the Tang sect was definitely among the top experts, and everything Ling Mo had done was witnessed by Tang San. What an exquisite technique. Thank you. Tang San expressed his gratitude to Ling Mo for saving his life. If it weren't for Ling Mo taking away the poisonous mist just now, Tang San would have had no chance of escaping from that angle. Although he didn't know how Ling Mo had taken away the poisonous mist, Tang San knew he'd save his life. Tang San wasted no more words. The silent sleeve arrows activated instantly, and the venomous arrows pierced through the mandala snake's mouth, swiftly killing it. As he watched the mandala snake's struggles grow weaker, the master finally let out a sigh of relief, joyfully saying, "Great. This is truly wonderful. Little San, your spirit ring has been secured." "Teacher, what do you mean? Are you talking about this snake?" "Exactly. This mandala snake has nearly 400 years of cultivation, which is just close to the limit for a spirit master to absorb their first spirit ring. With your innate full spirit power, absorbing its spirit ring will be no problem. But my martial soul is a plant. Isn't it contradictory to make it my martial soul?" Tang San was puzzled and suddenly realized that Ling Mo had intentionally given him the opportunity to kill the mandala snake. Did he also think this spirit ring was suitable for him? Tang San was confused. If he remembered correctly, the only knowledge they both had about martial souls came from the master. Then why did Ling Mo think this spirit ring was suitable for him? Who told you that plant-type spirit masters must absorb plant-type spirit rings? According to the theory of martial soul mimicry, plant martial souls do not necessarily have to absorb spirit rings from plant spirit beasts, and beast martial souls also may not be able to absorb plant spirit rings. Under various conditions, the two can absorb each other. The master spoke endlessly about the knowledge of martial souls, and Ling Mo was also listening. In terms of martial soul research, no one in this world was better than the master. In Ling Mo's past life, he had made a calculation. If one wanted to achieve success in the Douluo Continent, who would be the best mentor? Some said Tang Hao. Others mentioned the two from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and some even said Bibi Dong. Each had their own opinions. Those who chose the Spirit Hall or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School probably did so because of the strength of those two forces, due to their own lack of security. As for those who chose Tang Hao, it might be because he was purely impressive and a person of character, not letting even grass go unnoticed. According to Ling Mo's thought, the master was the best choice because he could provide you with more help during your cultivation. This precious experience is extremely important. The premise is that your own talent is not lacking. If your talent can reach Tang San's level or even surpass it, then you only need to pair with a top-tier theoretical master, and you will become the most impressive person in this world. Chapter 12. Transparency after the master's theoretical instruction. Tang San ultimately chose to trust the master and absorb the mandala snake's spirit ring. At this point, only Ling Mo's spirit ring remained unresolved. "Master, are you all right?" Seeing the master's pale face, it was clear that he had suffered considerable injuries from the mandala snake's attack. But fortunately, he had not been poisoned. "I'm fine. Once little San finishes absorbing this spirit ring, it will be your turn. Have you thought about what kind of spirit ring you want to absorb?" The master's face was very haggard. Ling Mo's performance had surprised him greatly. However, since Ling Mo was unwilling to speak, he would not press him. "Do you have any good suggestions?" When it came to choosing the attributes of a spirit ring, asking the master was the right choice. However, to get the master to answer, one must reveal some of their secrets. Otherwise, it would be difficult to choose a more suitable spirit ring. Ling Mo hesitated for a long time. The secret of his heterochromia was of great importance, and he didn't want to entrust his life to others. Therefore, he still chose not to speak out. "There are certainly suggestions. It just depends on whether you're willing to say them." The master revealed a faint smile. The master had seen many people, but Ling Mo was the first one who left him at a loss. This kid was very sharp. "Hee, master, I know what you want to know, but some things are better left unsaid openly." Ling Mo knew what the master wanted to ask, which was undoubtedly about the role and mysteries of the dual pupils. He was aware that this secret couldn't be kept forever, but until he had grown stronger, he wouldn't voluntarily tell anyone. The power of the dual pupils was simply too abnormal. Unless absolutely necessary, Ling Mo would never choose to expose it. At the very least, he needed to have the ability to protect himself, Otherwise, if this secret were to be revealed, he could very well be hunted down by other soul masters. Ling Mo understood better than anyone the reasoning behind a common man is guilty of possessing a precious jewel. With such a defiant martial soul, he couldn't protect it without strength. Very good. You are a smart child, and you have considered this thoroughly. The master was quite satisfied with Ling Mo's performance, but there was still a sense of regret in his heart. After all, he had not learned the secret he wished to uncover from Ling Mo. To be honest, it wasn't that Ling Mo didn't trust the master. It was just that some things really couldn't be openly discussed. There was no master-disciple relationship between them, making it difficult to guarantee that the master wouldn't choose to sacrifice Ling Mo for the sake of studying the martial soul. Therefore, Ling Mo had to be cautious. After all, this was about his own life's safety, and no one valued it more than he did. Moreover, Ling Mo still didn't fully trust the master's character. Throughout the entire Douluo series, although his theoretical knowledge was indeed impressive, his approach to emotional matters was. Ling Mo really couldn't compliment it, so he found it hard to believe the master. If it weren't for the circumstances, Ling Mo truly didn't want to stay by the master's side. However, in order to learn solid theoretical knowledge, Ling Mo could only temporarily stay under someone else's roof. At the very least, he needed to understand the characteristics of the soul beasts and their ages. Otherwise, it would be easy to make mistakes. Since you are unwilling to speak, let me share my thoughts. The master would not force Ling Mo to answer. After thinking for a moment, he finally said, "From what I have observed, your five-colored light martial soul is more focused on enhancement. Therefore, the best choice for your first soul ring is to select from various attributes, including power type, speed type, defense type, and so on. These attribute soul rings can greatly enhance your martial soul's amplification and strengthen yourself. Moreover, I have observed that your five-colored light martial soul can also serve as an auxiliary type martial soul. However, it is not purely an auxiliary type martial soul. This is just one aspect." The master spoke slowly, and although Ling Mo did not reveal the secret of his dual pupils, he had previously mentioned the characteristics of the five-color divine light. Ling Mo also intended to take this path first, so no matter what secrets the dual pupils held, it didn't affect his choice for the first soul ring. The reason he asked before was to test Ling Mo, but he didn't expect him to be so clever that he couldn't be tricked. Although he felt disappointed, the master was still very satisfied with Ling Mo's performance. Unfortunately, he had not taken him as a disciple, and the master felt very regretful about this. He didn't know if he had done something wrong, causing Ling Mo to refuse to accept him as a teacher no matter what. Returning to the original question, the choice of the first soul ring was very difficult. Ling Mo raised his doubts, asking if it was possible to have a soul ring that simultaneously possessed characteristics like strength, speed, and defense. The master hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Since it's an amplification type effect, the best choice would be a soul ring that simultaneously has characteristics of strength, speed, and defense. That would be your best option. The mysteries of your soul ring can only be concluded after you absorb the first one. However, such a soul ring is not something that can be easily found. Therefore, we can basically rule out this option." "I understand, but is there a possibility that one soul ring has strength attributes and the next soul ring has speed attributes in combination?" Ling Mo raised his doubts once again. He had many questions in his heart. Originally, he thought he was a time traveler who could make the correct soul ring choices without learning any theories after arriving here. But he was wrong. There is no shortage of smart people in this world, nor is there a lack of those who are self-righteous. Without solid theoretical knowledge, blindly absorbing soul rings is definitely a path to being the first to die. Do you really think that the theoretical knowledge that others have researched for half a lifetime can be mastered just by reading a few Douluo novels? Therefore, there are always people who think they are smarter than others and know everything. They believe that once they travel through time, they will be able to understand everything without a teacher and can do anything. It's just that they're trapped in their own fantasies and cannot get out. Although the master is quite useless, with only his soul power of level 29, he is indeed a leading figure in terms of theoretical knowledge. In the past, Ling Mo often saw a very funny comment saying that the master's theories were all just hot air. He is just a useless person who knows nothing. Every time Ling Mo heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. No matter how useless someone is, they're still better than you. Who just sits there typing on the keyboard, right? Although Ling Mo was a bit displeased with his style, when it came to theory, he definitely understood more than himself. And that was enough. Back to the point, it's still the original question. Theoretically, your idea can work. It just lacks a practical opportunity. The master thought for a moment and finally said, "However, finding such a soul ring has always been a difficult problem, and Ling Mo was also quite troubled. After all this time, he still hadn't seen a suitable soul ring. Don't worry, once Tang San absorbs the mandala snake's soul ring, we will look for it slowly. We will eventually find something suitable. The master smiled and looked at Tang San. Since Ling Mo had lost hope for research, he had to place his last hope on Tang San. Chapter 13. The ant of struggle the night was quiet and still. With the sounds of birds and beasts rushing past the edge of the mountains and forests, and the pear blossom branches were slightly adorned with a hint of colorful light. It seemed that some exotic beasts were residing here, and the flower spirit deer deep in the forest was particularly beautiful, full of vitality. The forest at night was very quiet, but was never lacking in lively soul beasts. Most of these soul beasts were ordinary 10-year soul beasts, lacking strong combat power. But it was precisely they who added a dazzling beauty to this forest, adding a touch of mystery. Master, what do you see over there, next to the mandala snake? Tang San was still absorbing the soul ring, while the two were protecting him nearby. At this moment, Ling Mo suddenly noticed unusual movements in the mountains and forests, as if some powerful entity was approaching this area. Ling Mo reminded him, and the master immediately focused all his attention, straining to look in the direction Ling Mo pointed. He did not see what Ling Mo mentioned, but he could sense that something was there ahead. The absorption of the third soul ring was not yet finished, and the process was exceptionally perilous, leaving no room for interruption. I'll draw it away. You stay here and protect Tang San, the master said, dragging his heavy footsteps, his face extremely pale. The creature seemed to have carved a path straight through the rock wall of the mountain, heading directly towards them. With the help of the faint light, Ling Mo clearly saw a giant beast that was at least 5 meters tall. Wait a minute, is that an ant? Oh my god, can ants grow this big? Realizing the creature's origin, Ling Mo was instantly shocked. As expected of Douluo Continent, even ants can grow to such sizes. Upon hearing Ling Mo's description, the master's expression grew even graver. An ant? What specific characteristics does it have? He had initially planned to draw it away, but at this moment, the master hesitated. Its forelegs were robust, measuring 3 meters long, and it possessed immense strength, effortlessly creating an opening in the rock ahead with a slight twist. It seemed that this was a power-type soul beast, and its defense also appeared formidable, covered in a dense layer of golden armor. What? It's actually that? The master was taken aback, not expecting such a rare beast to exist in this small soul-hunting forest. Master, do you know what it is? The horned ant. It belongs to a very rare species, characterized by its immensely powerful horns, which are its 2 forelegs. Among soul beasts, when it comes to the power system, there is absolutely no soul beast that can easily shake its status. Moreover, not only is it incredibly strong, but is also quite fast. And even more terrifying is its indestructible defense, forming its perfect body. The master explained slowly, and Ling Mo also realized the severity of the situation. The horned ant was slowly approaching, only 50 meters away from them. At this distance, they could run at any moment. However, they could not run because Tang San was still absorbing the soul ring. If they ran now, it would undoubtedly send Tang San to his doom. I'll draw it away too. You stay here and don't move. Once Tang San finishes absorbing the soul ring, you two leave here immediately. Don't worry about me. The master said, dragging his heavy footsteps towards the horned ant unexpectedly. Ling Mo slowly stood up. Master, let me do it. Upon hearing this, the master showed a surprised expression. What are you talking about? You don't even have your first soul ring. Facing the horned ant now would be like an ant trying to shake a tree, completely overestimating yourself. Master, don't forget, who defeated the mandala snake just now. Ling Mo smiled slightly, as if recounting something very normal. At this moment, the master suddenly recalled how Ling Mo subdued the mandala snake. Are you really confident? The master still didn't want a child to take risks, but seeing Ling Mo so determined, he hesitated. Master, don't worry. Even if I can't win, I can run away. Dragging it out for a while shouldn't be a problem. After saying this, without waiting for the master to respond, Ling Mo directly disappeared into the mountains and forests. The Tang sect's ultimate skill was instantly activated. At this moment, Ling Mo no longer needed to hide his abilities. The moment Ghost Shadow Misdirection was set in motion, Ling Mo swiftly traversed through the woods. He arrived atop a large tree, quietly waiting for the strength ant to arrive. The hunting moment had come, meeting his fate. Since you are here, I choose you as my first spirit ring. With his gaze fixed, Ling Mo immediately began to steal all the characteristics of the strength ant. His skin began to be covered with a solid armor, and a surge of power instantly merged into his body, reaching a peak at some point. Feeling the intense power surging within him, Ling Mo had never experienced such a powerful moment. What terrifying power! No wonder it's the king of the power system. If this strength ant can reach the level of ancestral return, it would truly be the real king of power. The five-color divine light operated at high speed, further enhancing all the attributes Ling Mo had stolen. His power, defense, and speed all received a tremendous boost. At this moment, his strength had risen to a peak. To break through again, he needed to acquire a spirit ring. The hunter under the night sky was already in position, and the distant firelight was very conspicuous. The strength ant seemed to be heading towards that firelight. As it slowly approached, it suddenly discovered a person jumping down from mid-air, delivering a fierce punch to its indestructible head. A wave of intense pain struck. The strength ant was furious, swinging its forelimbs to tear the assailant to shreds. However, Ling Mo, after delivering the sneak punch, instantly accelerated, using the exquisite steps of ghost shadow misdirection to dodge the strength ant's attack and create distance. Hiv, lite land. I'm right here, come catch me. As soon as the words left his mouth, the strength ant leaped fiercely, instantly pouncing towards the area where Ling Mo was located. The ground trembled, and a large pit was created as stones were instantly shattered into fragments. Damn, so fierce. Caught off guard by such a blow, Ling Mo nearly got hit. Fortunately, its speed was not fast. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. A strong attack wouldn't work. The tentative punch Ling Mo had tried earlier did not deal much damage to it. To avoid being entangled, Ling Mo quickly created distance, using ghost shadow misdirection to constantly change positions and look for an opportunity. A series of attacks from the strength ant missed, and it was furious, determined to catch this damn person and tear him to pieces. Silent darts seemed unable to harm it, and simply relying on power to confront it was a fool's errand. What to do? Continuously dodging, Ling Mo was still looking for opportunities, but this strength ant was truly too strong, with no apparent weaknesses. Although Ling Mo had stolen its power and defense, at his current level, he couldn't maximize these abilities. As a result, after several attempts at a strong attack, he fell at a disadvantage. Fortunately, he couldn't be harmed by the strength ant, and the strength ant couldn't do anything to him either. No weaknesses? Rapidly changing positions. Ling Mo slowly observed, using silent darts and the Tang sect's poison techniques, but he found that no method could harm this strength ant. Continuing to wear down was not a solution. His spirit power was already limited, and if he kept this up, he would definitely exhaust it. Chapter 14. Hao Yin's Fury, damn it. There were no flaws at all, and with the power of the silent darts, he couldn't penetrate its body. The fierce battle continued, and to prevent the strength ant from interfering with Tang San's spirit ring absorption, Ling Mo worked hard to lead it away. If he truly wanted to leave, he was completely confident, but he wanted this spirit ring. Yes, he had set his sights on the strength ant's spirit ring, judging from the various attribute characteristics it displayed. This spirit ring was very suitable for Ling Mo. Using ghost shadow misdirection to the utmost, he tried to draw out the strength ant's attacks. Retreating to a large tree, Ling Mo hadn't managed to evade when the strength ant's heavy forelimb came crashing down. It's now or never. With nowhere to hide, Ling Mo launched a counterattack. The power of the strength ant flowing within him erupted at a moment. With a fierce punch, the sound echoed through the mountains and forests, and Ling Mo's body was sent flying. Cough, cough, what terrifying power! No, while the enhancement from the five-color divine light was indeed frightening, Ling Mo's spirit power was simply too low to withstand the strength ant's power. It seemed he could only try that move. In an instant, Ling Mo jumped up from the ground, instantly forming a large hammer in his left hand. Blue electricity flickered, and a black hammer appeared in Ling Mo's hand. That's right, this is the Hao Yin hammer, known as the #1 weapon spirit in Douluo. Using the ultra-long vision of his heavy pupils, Ling Mo directly spotted Tang San deep in the woods, and without a doubt, he stole his Hao Yin hammer. With the Hao Yin hammer in hand, Ling Mo felt like a god descending. His terrifying power surged rapidly, and his momentum soared. Even the strength ant felt a hint of panic, a pressure coming from the martial spirit. What a surging power! It feels like my body is about to explode. After the terrifying power of the Hao Yin hammer entered his body, the five-color divine light within Ling Mo operated at high speed, reaching its peak. This was an evolved version of the Hao Yin hammer, and its power was even more terrifying than the original. At this moment, Ling Mo's strength could no longer support its continued growth. Die for me. Instantly, he soared into the air, delivering a hammer strike that unleashed a torrent of thunder and lightning, as if the Milky Way fell from the heavens, bringing with it a destructive aura. Boom! A loud sound reverberated through the forest, startling countless birds and beasts. Not good. Mo is in danger. At this moment, the master beside Tang San was anxious. Seeing the astonishing sounds coming from that direction, his heart grew increasingly restless. He wanted to go see what was happening, but he couldn't. If he left here, Tang San would be in danger. In the soul-hunting forest, there were already many soul beasts. Tang San's spirit ring absorption process absolutely could not be interrupted, or he would undoubtedly die. The master was completely caught in a dilemma. He couldn't leave or stay, and could only anxiously wait in place. I hope this child can turn danger into safety. Despite his deep worries, the master couldn't leave, only praying that Ling Mo could survive under the strength ant's hands. Another loud crash echoed, and a violent wind swept through the forest, startling countless birds and beasts. After this loud sound, the forest once again returned to calm. The battle seemed to have ceased. At this moment, the lonely silhouette stood 100 meters away, with a massive corpse lying on the ground. Ling Mo held the Haotian hammer and glanced gratefully at the figure in the darkness before collapsing weakly. The wrestling ant was dead, but Ling Mo had also entered a state of exhaustion, with no strength left in his body and his soul power depleted. After suffering a violent impact, his face was extremely pale. Although he had acted recklessly this time, Ling Mo had made the right bet. After nearly half an hour, Ling Mo finally awakened from his depleted state. The wrestling ant was now on the verge of death, but had not completely perished. Ling Mo only needed to slowly walk to its side and end its life with a single strike to absorb its spirit ring. Mo, are you okay? Suddenly, a person rushed out of the forest. It was none other than Tang San. The master followed closely behind, but despite his utmost speed, he couldn't catch up with Tang San. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted, Ling Mo replied. Ling Mo weakly shook his arm and explained. The master approached him and, after confirming that Ling Mo was fine, turned his gaze to the angle ant, suddenly revealing a look of surprise. A 400-year-old soul beast. It's extremely close to the absorption limit of the first soul ring. Mo, hurry, absorb this soul ring. This soul ring is perfect for you. It's a rare opportunity. The master urged anxiously, as the angle ant was already on the brink of death. Okay. Without saying a word, Ling Mo stepped forward, holding a short sword, and ended the angle ant's life. A yellow soul ring slowly emerged, with a purity even denser than Tang San's. Stick to your origin. Use your martial soul to feel the existence of the soul ring, the master reminded from the side, while Tang San acted as a guardian. Just moments ago, he had just awakened from the state of soul ring absorption and learned from a master that Ling Mo had drawn the soul beast away to prevent it from disturbing his absorption. This deeply moved him. Since coming to this world, he had never felt such a thing. Friends, dear friends. Perhaps it was at that moment that he internally regarded Ling Mo as his best friend. This was also why he had rushed over recklessly, even faster than the master could chase after him. Master, will Mo be okay absorbing this soul ring? Tang San asked with concern. He could sense that the resentment produced by this soul ring was even heavier than that of the mandala snake. The strength of a soul ring is determined by the resentment generated at the time of the soul beast's death. The greater the resentment, the greater the risk of absorption. This angle ant had heavy resentment, and forcing the absorption might be dangerous. It should be fine. Mo's heart is extremely steadfast. You should be able to tell that since you've known him for so long. Although he usually appears carefree and unrestrained, in reality, he is more stable than anyone else. And he is very smart to a terrifying degree. The master praised, unable to help himself. Ling Mo was the most satisfying person he had encountered. Although he seemed less steady than Tang San on the surface, he was very good at hiding his true abilities. As dawn broke, a layer of fish-belly white appeared in the sky, and the forest under the night finally welcomed the morning. At this moment, Ling Mo had been absorbing his first soul ring for 3 hours, and Tang San and the master continued to stay by his side to protect him. His body seemed to undergo some changes, leading to some kind of mutation during the absorption process. The master furrowed his brow tightly, continuously watching Ling Mo's every move. In the world of consciousness, Ling Mo's sea of consciousness suffered a severe blow. As the master had previously said, the 5-color divine light had no carrier and theoretically could not bear the power brought by the soul ring. Now, Ling Mo needed to forcibly open up a storage space to add the soul ring to the five-color divine light. This was a difficult task. The five-color divine light strongly rejected this power. Ling Mo spent nearly 3 hours trying to get it to accept. Master, why has Xiao Mo taken so long to absorb this soul ring? Tang San, who knew Ling Mo best, raised a question in the face of such difficulties. The master said solemnly, "Do you remember what I said when we first met? Xiao Mo's light source body does not have carrier, so he cannot bear the power from the soul ring. Now he wants to forcibly apply this soul ring to the light martial soul. He must ensure that his body can withstand this power." The master hit the nail on the head, and it must be said that in terms of theory, he was undoubtedly a master in this area. Will this process be very dangerous? Tang San was very worried. Seeing the painful expression on Ling Mo's face made it clear that the suffering he was enduring was immense. "I don't know. We can only wait and see." The master had no other way, and at that moment, all they could do was wait. In the world of consciousness, Ling Mo's sea of consciousness was tumultuous, like a great fire burning, making the entire sea of consciousness boil. The streak of five-color divine light deep within was constantly avoiding the restraints of the soul ring. "Calm down." With a roar from within, Ling Mo gathered all his strength and erupted in an unparalleled dominance to forcibly suppress. This was his last bit of power. The force escaping from the sea of consciousness began to boil, and suddenly, a tremendous attraction radiated from the five-color divine light. Accepted? Unexpectedly, this last remaining bit of power became Ling Mo's final hope. And this last hope did not disappoint him. This time, he finally succeeded. The five-color divine light slowly moved to the center of the sea of consciousness, and a yellow mini-soul ring gently encircled him. Instantly, a surge of power poured out from the five-color divine light, nourishing Ling Mo's entire body and greatly enhancing it. As expected by the master, the effect of the five-color divine light was merely manifested in enhancement. Just like the 9-heart begonia, each soul ring would enhance the original effect by 1 to several times. The unique effect of the martial soul, unlike the 9-heart begonia, was to strengthen all of its attributes. In a certain sense, it seemed to also have the effect of strengthening teammates. Having clarified this characteristic, Ling Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. From this perspective, the effect of the five-color divine light was purely auxiliary. But that did not mean Ling Mo was merely a pure support-type soul master, because under the enhancement of the five-color divine light, his body already possessed a terrifying defense that surpassed that of defense-type soul masters. Moreover, in terms of strength, he might not necessarily be inferior to strength-type soul masters. This was Ling Mo's advantage. With this premise, combined with the stealing function of the dual pupil, Ling Mo was practically in an invincible position. With his own enhancement and the ability to steal his opponent's martial soul, he would further enhance the stolen martial soul and its soul skill effects. From the perspectives of strength, speed, and defense, Ling Mo was not afraid of any opponent at the same level, and even against opponents one level higher, he still had a chance to fight back. Because Ling Mo also had a trump card, which was the Tang sect's ultimate skill from Tang San. Awake? Ling Mo slowly opened his eyes, sighed in relief, and both the master and Tang San showed expressions of joy. "Xiao Mo, how do you feel?" Tang San asked with concern. "Comfortable. It's so damn comfortable. I feel like I could punch a cow to death right now. To be honest, even without using soul power, just relying on my physical strength, I could do it. This is the enhancement effect brought by the five-color divine light." Haha, boasting without a draft. At that moment, the kid drinking beast milk passed by again, glancing at him disdainfully and showing off his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. "What is your first soul skill?" The master, concerned about something different from Tang San, asked directly. The first soul skill is a twofold enhancement effect. It enhances strength, defense, speed, and various aspects. Just as you guessed earlier, the effect of the five-color divine light is only reflected in the enhancement. Each time a soul ring is acquired, it will further enhance several levels based on the original. Moreover, I discovered that this martial soul also has support properties. I can directly enhance anyone in my line of sight. That's a full 30% attribute enhancement. What? 30%? Upon hearing this, the master's expression changed, revealing a look of panic. "Master, is there a problem with that?" Ling Mo asked in confusion. "Your enhancement effect is really too abnormal. And for what you've said, 30% is not even the limit. If, according to your statement, the enhancement brought by your current first soul ring is 30%, Then this enhancement will double again after you acquire the second soul ring. If that's true, kid, your martial soul can definitely be called the #1 support martial soul in Douluo. Even the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda can't compare. The master said, not exaggerating at all. Through this, he understood what it meant to have someone greater than oneself. Who would have thought that such a monstrous youth would emerge from a small village? None of these 2 kids are simple. The master was starting to doubt life. When did such top-tier martial souls become so cheap? But master, I discovered a problem. Ling Mo was not surprised by the power of his martial soul, as he had already expected it. What is the problem? The master immediately asked, now very interested in Ling Mo's martial soul. After absorbing the martial soul of the wrestling ant, I found that the golden light in the 5-color divine light has become increasingly intense. It seems to have added a metallic element, making my body's strength even more abnormal. Moreover, the first soul skill not only has amplification effects, but also unexpectedly gained a special divine ability. What divine ability? Upon hearing Ling Mo's explanation, the master was even more restless. This kid is a treasure all over. How could he be so lucky? A gravitational field. What? A gravitational field? Hearing this, both the master and Tang San showed surprised expressions, as there was such an unexpected gain. No, wait. According to the characteristics of the soul ring, it shouldn't have this kind of auxiliary divine ability. Could it be that there has been some mutation? The master paused for a moment, then silently noted this matter in his mind, planning to take time to study it carefully when they returned. The 5 elements belong to metal. Golden light? Tang San's reaction was different from the master's. He first thought not of the mutation of the martial soul, but of the special significance of this golden light. According to the teachings of the Shinmin Taoist method, this golden light seems to indicate that Ling Mo's body has withstood the enhancement of the invisible metal element. The source of the metal element comes from the wrestling ant. Could it be that Ling Mo has cultivated some special Shinmin technique? Why would such a situation arise? Tang San was very suspicious, as he had long suspected that Ling Mo was similar to him, belonging to the same kind of person. Therefore, if Ling Mo were to practice some special Shinmin technique, he would not be surprised. Although I don't know what this indicates, now is not the time to discuss this. Since we have already obtained the soul ring, we should head back. Everything could be discussed slowly when we return. Unable to think clearly for a while, the master decided to return to the academy first. The soul hunting forest was relatively dangerous, and to ensure safety, the master decided to head back. Chapter 16. 6 years since that day in the soul hunting forest, Ling Mo and the others returned to Notting City. After obtaining the soul ring, Ling Mo became increasingly adventurous in his mischief. This kid didn't seem to have any intention of honestly working with Tang San at the blacksmith's shop to earn money. Instead, he wandered the streets every day, indulging in food and drink. He was living more comfortably than Tang San, which was a bit hard to accept. Moreover, he had a special hobby. Whenever he heard about a pretty girl, he would sneak off to take advantage of the situation. After taking advantage, he would run off without looking back. 6 years later, Tang San and Xiao Wu set off for Soto City. Xiao San, where do you think Xiao Mo went? Why isn't he coming with us? That day, the 2 arriving in Soto City were Tang San and Xiao Wu. At 12 years old, apart from the childishness on their faces, they were no different from adults. They had grown into their appearances, especially Xiao Wu, who had become more and more beautiful, making Ling Mo sigh that he had let Tang San take advantage of her. Speaking of which, they had grown up in the same bed. So why was it that Tang San enjoyed Xiao Wu's admiration alone? Indeed, comparing people can be infuriating. In terms of appearance, the difference between Tang San and Ling Mo was like heaven and earth. As for character, well, if we're talking about character, Tang San wins hands down. There's no comparison. It turns out Ling Mo lost in this aspect, with his tendency to create chaos and be sly. Wherever he went, he was a troublemaker, making people feel unreliable. In contrast, Tang San was much more dependable. Because of this, the master was also quite troubled. Clearly, both were his students, yet their personalities were completely different extremes. I don't know. I guess he's digging someone's ancestral grave in some mountain ditch again, Tang San said darkly, unsure of why Ling Mo suddenly became interested in ancient tombs. He frequently took a shovel to dig up ancestral graves. From the Lord's ancestral grave to those of great clans, he dug them all up. Fortunately, this kid acted cautiously, so no one discovered him. Otherwise, he would have been done for. The strange things he dug up made Tang San's head hurt just looking at them. That damn Xiao Mo, digging graves and not inviting me. Xiao Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. Such fun things, Yet Ling Mo never called her. Because of this, Tang San was quite troubled, feeling that neither of his two closest partners was serious. Both had that fear of chaos. You were the one who went with him last time, which almost got him caught. If he were to take you again, that would be a wonder. They say once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. Ling Mo almost suffered a big loss because of Xiao Wu. So he was avoiding her like the plague and wouldn't take her along. I just didn't have any experience. Besides, I wasn't discovered last time, and clearly, he was the one who sold me out first. How can you blame me? Xiao Wu said, feeling wronged. She got angry when mentioning the last incident. When the matter was exposed, Ling Mo ran off quickly, leaving her alone in the tomb. Fortunately, Tang San arrived in time to bring her out. Otherwise, she would have been trapped in the tomb of the dead. Tang San was amused and exasperated. These two were more troublesome than the other. Forget it. Let us not bring up the past. Considering the time, Xiao Mo should be arriving in Soto City soon. I really don't understand why. Out of so many good academies, the master chose Shrek Academy, which I hadn't even heard of. Given their talents, top schools would have personally visited to recruit them. Yet the master rejected them one by one and resolutely chose Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu really didn't understand what the master was trying to do. Of course, the master had his own arrangements for doing this. You shouldn't dwell on it, they chattered as they walked into Soto City. Meanwhile, dozens of miles outside Soto City, Ling Mo's figure suddenly burst out from the ground. What the heck? What kind of bird place is this? I thought it was some big shot tomb. There's not even anything valuable. This was a tomb, and judging by its style, it was made quite exquisitely inside and out, but Ling Mo was very disappointed. Because inside was just an empty tomb. Apart from skeleton, there was nothing else. Forget it. Just consider it a wasted trip, holding a shovel. Ling Mo crawled out of the tomb and sneakily left the crime scene. Nearby the tomb, there was a decent power. Although it couldn't compare to the terrifying powers of the 7 great sects, it was not something ordinary people could provoke. In the Douluo Continent, there were many small forces like this, and they had been passed down through generations. Almost every force had many ancestral graves. What Ling Mo does is dig open these graves to see if there are any treasures inside. If it's really like Tang San, making money by forging, then Ling Mo can forget about getting rich in this lifetime. It's said that people die for wealth and birds die for food. Ling Mo has had enough of a hard life. Now that he finally has some strength, how could he continue to be poor? Wealth and danger go hand in hand, right? Even if he can't find any treasures, finding something valuable would be good too. That's why Ling Mo has 6 years of experience in this industry, which is much more than those professional archaeologists. He has unique ways to deal with various types of graves. Therefore, he has never been caught, navigating the world for 6 years without a single mistake. One day, he plans to dig up the ancestral grave of the Spirit Hall. The 7 major sects are also good targets, or perhaps the 2 great empires. After all, they're all wealthy people. They shouldn't be stingy with a little money, right? With a few curse words, Ling Mo disappeared into the depths of the mountains and forests. Today is the day he promised to meet Tang San in Soto City, and it seems like it's almost time. In these 6 years, Ling Mo hasn't shown any extraordinary performance. Unlike other transmigrators who can reach the title Douluo level in just 6 years, he has barely reached level 30 and hasn't obtained a spirit ring yet. This level 30 was just achieved after breaking through in a tomb. It's quite strange. Ling Mo really doesn't know what this martial soul is, but he has become obsessed with tomb raiding. The more he steals, the faster he cultivates. Anyway, Ling Mo has resigned himself to fate. He can't escape the association with petty theft in this lifetime. Ling Mo's second soul ring is also a 100-year soul ring, and the effect it brings is only one, a double amplification effect. Now, Ling Mo's amplification has increased by 30% on top of the original 30%. As for the second soul skill, it is expected to be similar to the first soul skill, also possessing a strange elemental ability. The first is gold, belonging to the gravity field, a power-type element, while the second is wood, a healing-type element. This astonishing mutation left even a master dumbfounded. According to Tang San's calculations, Ling Mo's next soul ring should be water, which also possesses water elements. What will happen when all 5 elements gather? Ling Mo can't even imagine. Moreover, what Ling Mo looks forward to even more is when it reaches the 7th soul ring and activates the true form of the martial soul. What will it be like in the form of a light martial soul? Could it be the shining Dijia? Or perhaps a light armor that descends, wreaking havoc everywhere? Ling Mo has two very peculiar martial souls, and just one five-color divine light is enough to give the master a headache. Even more troubling is that heavy pupil. The master still has not figured out what secrets the heavy pupil holds. Chapter 17. Cat Girl Zhu Zhuqing. Is this Soto City? It looks no different from Notting City. Carrying a shovel, Ling Mo was about to enter Soto City to meet up with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Just then, before he could enter the city, a person walked over from the west side of the city, catching Ling Mo's attention. With long black hair, an impressive figure, and an extremely cold aura, she gave off a chilling vibe that made one feel 1,000 miles away. Although her small face still looked a bit youthful, overall, she was definitely a standard first-class beauty. Wow, she is so beautiful. I'm drooling all over the place. Considering her age, that girl shouldn't be too old. She looks a bit younger than Ling Mo. In terms of aura, she is purely icy. According to past experiences, encountering a beauty of this level without doing something would be a real shame. Hee, meeting is fate. Let us take advantage of it before leaving. Ling Mo revealed an evil smile, gradually becoming insane. When it comes to flirting with beautiful women, I want to ask everyone how you usually approach them. What should be the opening address? I'm waiting online, quite urgent. According to Ling Mo's style, the best address should express both respect and goodwill. It should be benefactor. If that feels a bit abrupt, Ling Mo has an even better one like goddess. Just kidding. How can one use such a crude way? The best address should transcend gender differences and express the highest respect. It should be father. Ahem, that sounded a bit strange. Damn, what kind of flirting is this? Just going straight for it. After spinning around in my mind for a long time, unable to find a good reason, Ling Mo charged forward with a shovel in hand. Why does this little beauty look more and more familiar? The closer I got, the more Ling Mo realized that this ice-cold beauty looked increasingly familiar. Ling Mo was sure that he had never seen her before, but she felt somewhat familiar. Oh, I remembered. Based on the combined features and the enrollment dates of Shrek Academy, if nothing went wrong, this must be Zhu Zhuqing, right? Hiding in a corner, Ling Mo observed for a long time and finally confirmed the other person's identity. Thinking about Dai Mubai's notorious flirtatious nature, Ling Mo suddenly had a bad idea. Since you seem to be living so comfortably, let me annoy you a bit. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Mo instantly stole Zhu Zhuqing's phantom cat martial soul, reaching an incredible speed. With the blessing of the five-color divine light, Ling Mo's speed was unmatched by any speed-type soul master. Zhu Zhuqing was about to enter the city from a side path when she suddenly noticed a dark shadow rushing towards her. She instantly became alert, but to her surprise, the opponent's speed was even faster than hers. Who? A cold voice came, but Ling Mo didn't respond. He simply dashed past Zhu Zhuqing. Whoosh. You took the opportunity to sneak a touch. Where did you touch? I won't tell you. Ling Mo revealed an evil smile. The feel is really nice. If Dai Mubai finds out, he would probably kill me. To think Ling Mo dares to take advantage of Dai Mubai. Is he not afraid for his life? I even dare to take advantage of Tang San. What is Dai Mubai to me? Having taken advantage, Ling Mo directly made a run for it. Unaware that Zhu Zhuqing was furious and instantly activated her martial soul. You rogue, I'll kill you. The ghostly claw rushed in instantly, reaching its peak speed and arriving right in front of Ling Mo delivery, right to my door. Then let us have a kiss. With Ling Mo's soul power, Zhu Zhuqing was no match for him at all. He opened his Xianyu hand, increased his speed, and took her in his arms, neutralizing the attack of the ghostly claw, then gave her a kiss. Are you mad? Come on, hit me. After the kiss, he ran off, not wanting to linger. Rogue, I want to kill you. At this point, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer maintain her cold expression and was completely enraged. This damn rogue wasn't here to fight. He was just here to take advantage. And as soon as he took advantage, he ran away, and you couldn't even catch up with him. Come on. You can't catch up? How frustrating. When it comes to being mischievous, Ling Mo was already a master, and his gradually changing expressions made Zhu Zhuqing extremely angry. The first soul skill, Ghostly 100 Claws, was activated, and Zhu Zhuqing rushed in. But little did she know, Ling Mo suddenly used an identical soul skill. Ghostly 100 Claws. I'll grab you. The two clashed, and in terms of strength and speed, Ling Mo had the upper hand, leaving Zhu Zhuqing with no chance to fight back. How do you know my Ghostly 100 Claws? Zhu Zhuqing showed a panicked expression, wondering about the mysterious boy who had suddenly appeared before her. I know a lot. I'm proficient in all kinds of skills. Do you want to give it a try? Ling Mo was too lazy to explain and continued to act rogue. You. Rogue. Zhu Zhuqing scolded. But unexpectedly, Ling Mo was even more direct. What did you say? Call me a rogue, then I'll show you what a rogue is. What do you want to do? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Zhuqing was completely flustered. He couldn't really want to do something in a place like this. Hee, you'll know in a bit. An evil smile gradually emerged, and in the wilderness, unable to fight back or escape, Zhu Zhuqing was utterly desperate. Ling Mo took advantage of the situation and hugged Zhu Zhuqing once again, sneaking in touches and stealing a few more kisses. Zhu Zhuqing's mouth was blocked, and she wore a face of grievance that she couldn't express. Faced with such a rogue, she didn't even have the strength to resist. Damn, with such a stunning beauty, why would I need to strive for anything if I could just marry her? After taking advantage, Ling Mo was envious to death. He already had such an exceptional wife at home. He really couldn't understand why Dai Mubai was still out there being flirtatious. If it were Ling Mo, he would hold her in his mouth for fear of melting and cradle her in his hands for fear of dropping her. She would definitely be spoiled. However, it's a pity that she came to find Dai Mubai, but that didn't stop Ling Mo from taking advantage. He wouldn't let go of any chance with Xiao Wu, let alone a mere Dai Mubai. So satisfying, truly a rare gem. After enjoying himself, Ling Mo let go and retreated, saying, "Little kitty, see you next time." After saying that, he made a quick escape, running away at lightning speed, leaving Zhu Zhuqing standing there, bewildered and furious. Damn rogue, don't let me catch you. Who is this rogue, and why does he also possess the Nethercat martial spirit? After Ling Mo left, Zhu Zhuqing stood there feeling wronged, unable to figure out Ling Mo's background. She was certain that Ling Mo could not be a member of her family. But why did she possess the Nethercat martial soul? Moreover, her soul skills were identical to her own. Damn it, don't let me catch you or else. Filled with shame and anger, just thinking about Ling Mo's actions made Zhu Zhuqing hesitate on whether she should go to Shrek Academy. She was an extremely conservative girl, which meant that Ling Mo had definitely messed up this time. For a girl like her, once she set her sights on someone, there was no way that person could escape her grasp for a lifetime. In Soto City, Ling Mo was extremely excited, saying, "This is so thrilling. Now I've got 2 of the 3 beauties of Douluo, and all that's left is Ning Rongrong. Once I've taken advantage of her too, I'll go to the Spirit Hall to find the fox and the angel. If I can't have something, then no one else will get intact." It seems that Meng Yuran is also pretty good, and there's another one. What was her name? Yi Lingling. They're all top-notch, one by one. Ling Mo's greatest hobby in life is taking advantage of others, which could also be described as a guilty pleasure. Of course, if any of them are willing to be with her, Ling Mo would reluctantly agree. However, her principle has always been, I can't be bothered to chase. If there's an opportunity to take advantage, she absolutely won't act like a sycophant. Chapter 18. Caught in the act. Where's the Rose Hotel? After entering Soto City, Ling Mo wandered around but still couldn't find Tang San. "Little thief, where are you running to?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind, and Ling Mo turned around in confusion. Damn, she's back. This little cat girl is quite stubborn. Upon closer look, it was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. This girl actually caught up. It seems like she's not going to give up easily. Zhu Zhuqing was moving incredibly fast, charging in from the other side of the street. Ling Mo's Xianyu hand moved instantly, and the invincible Xianyu hand suddenly grabbed the opponent's jade hand. He said, "Girl, give up. You can't beat me." Even if I can't beat you, I still want to fight. Zhu Zhuqing was once again subdued by Ling Mo, but she still refused to admit defeat. She suddenly flipped over and spun away from his control, charging at him again. "Oh, my scalp is tingling. I'll take my leave first." This was the first time Ling Mo encountered such a stubborn girl. This time, it felt like a failure. If this continued, Ling Mo's life would be ruined. With the idea of unintentionally planting flowers but inadvertently creating shade, Ling Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. However, he had no intention of compromising. If you want to chase, then chase to your heart's content. Where do you think you're going? On the streets of Soto City, the two were desperately chasing each other. But no matter how hard Zhu Zhuqing tried, she couldn't keep up with Ling Mo's pace. This little cat girl was quite annoying. Should he find a place to deal with her? Ling Mo was also getting impatient with the pursuit and gave birth to a bad thought, but after thinking about it, he gave it up. If he really did it, he would probably be scolded to death by the readers. How could it be like this? Shouldn't the protagonist have a heart of compassion? However, speaking of which, Ling Mo had roamed the martial world for decades. When had he ever suffered a loss? If he couldn't do it, he could at least take some advantage, right? After all, he wouldn't have to take responsibility. Forget it. It still felt better to slip away. Passing through the main road of Suotoa City, at a corner, Ling Mo suddenly discovered a hotel not far away, prominently displaying the words Rose Hotel. Oh, interesting. Upon seeing the Rose Hotel, Ling Mo immediately smiled, and his smile gradually became manic. According to the time calculations and Tang San's speed, they should also arrive at the Rose Hotel today. If Ling Mo remembered correctly, Dai Mubai was inside the Rose Hotel at this moment. Wasn't this a fortunate coincidence? What a good scene of catching someone in the act. Brother Dai, sorry about that. With this thought, Ling Mo rushed directly into the Rose Hotel. At this time, in the Rose Hotel, Tang San and Dai Mubai were engaged in an intense battle when suddenly someone burst in. Sorry, please make way. A shadow rushed in and directly separated the two fighting men, leaving them both stunned in place. Wasn't there a big black rat that just rushed past? It seemed like it, right? The two exchanged puzzled glances, but the figure disappeared into the hotel, and they hadn't seen clearly who it was. What incredible speed. Who on earth was that? Dai Mubai stood still in thought, wondering what was going on in Saw City today. First, there was Tang San, who was already quite troublesome, and now he had discovered another opponent who seemed quite formidable. Before he could figure it out, another figure burst into the hotel from the entrance, and upon seeing the other person, Dai Mubai froze in place. Zhu Zhuqing entered the Rose Hotel. Before she could find Ling Mo, she saw Dai Mubai standing there stiffly, with two twin sisters on either side, and her face instantly turned pale. Dai Mubai's eyes widened, staring intently at Zhu Zhuqing, completely dumbfounded. Little friend, do you have a lot of questions? Twins? Heh, interesting. After seeing Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing lost control of her emotions, feeling extremely disappointed, and tears welled up in her heart as she turned to leave. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, was completely stunned, words stuck in his throat. See, is she really just leaving like this? No crying, no fussing, no hanging around? At this moment, Ling Mo walked out from a corner of the hotel, feeling a bit disappointed. He had thought he could stage a good scene of catching someone in the act, but unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing ignored Dai Mubai and left in disappointment. No wonder, a girl like her would never do something so rude. Even though she was internally devastated, she didn't show it excessively and just turned to leave. Shout Mo. Ling Mo walked out, and Tang San and Xiao Wu instantly spotted him, excitedly saying. Xiao Wu even threw herself at him without any regard for her image. But Ling Mo quickly rejected her, saying, what are you doing? Men and women shouldn't be too close. Besides, there are people watching. Aren't you afraid that Xiao San will get jealous? Jealous of what? Xiao Wu asked curiously. It seems like I've wasted these 100,000 years, not even understanding the basics. Xiao Mo, where have you been? You look worn out. Also, who was that girl just now? It seems like she followed you in, right? Tang San asked in a relatively calm manner. Where else could I go? Just wandering around. As for that girl, she probably fell for my handsome looks and can't shake me off. Chased me for several dozen miles. Ling Mo shamelessly said, completely disregarding Dai Mubai beside him. And it seemed like this sentence was directed at him. Kid, what did you say? Looking for death? As soon as these words were spoken, a surge of killing intent erupted from Dai Mubai. He hadn't even figured out how to explain to Zhu Zhuqing yet, and now upon hearing Ling Mo's teasing, he instantly became furious. But was Ling Mo afraid? He said it on purpose for Dai Mubai to hear, just to irritate him. Looking for death? Are you talking to me? Upon hearing this, Ling Mo's expression changed instantly, turning extremely cold as he stared back at Dai Mubai's furious gaze. Tang San, seeing the tense atmosphere between the two sides, intentionally positioned himself in front of Ling Mo. To him, Ling Mo was his closest partner aside from Tang Hao and the Master, and he would never allow anyone to bully Ling Mo. You lecherous tiger, what do you want? Xiao Wu also stepped up, angrily saying, what do I want? I want to deal with you. Dai Mubai, filled with rage, was completely provoked. The white tiger's fierce light wave came crashing over. Xiao San, get out of the way. I'll take care of him. The twin spirits instantly activated, and the white tiger martial spirit entered his body. Ling Mo retaliated with the same soul skill, and with the enhancement of the five-color divine light. The white tiger's fierce light wave suddenly surged back. Tang San stepped aside, blocking the eager Xiao Wu in the process. He had fought with Dai Mubai before, and didn't think he could pose a threat to Ling Mo. When it comes to who knew Ling Mo best, Tang San dared to say second. No one dared to claim the first. Over the past 6 years, the two had known each other inside and out, sparring more than 100 times. Tang San had never gained an advantage over Ling Mo. Just that one soul skill stealing technique was more than enough to handle not just Dai Mubai, but even 5 more would be no problem. during these 6 years. Just as Ling Mo had previously thought, the secret of the twin spirits could not be hidden. The observant Tang San also discovered this secret, but for now, he still believed that Ling Mo's twin spirits only had the effect of stealing martial souls. The power of the soul master erupted, instantly turning the hotel lobby into ruins. After this move, Dai Mubai showed a shocked expression. Kid, how do you possess my family's white tiger martial spirit? Your family's white tiger martial spirit? Huh, I could do this, but it's not just this one. Ling Mo said unceremoniously, I've long found this guy displeasing, so it's just the right opportunity to teach him a lesson. After finishing his words, Ling Mo suddenly waved his right hand, and the blue-silver grass activated. In an instant, countless vines surrounded Dai Mubai, wrapping him up like a zongzi. 8 Dan fall. With Xiao Wu's martial soul in hand, Ling Mo unleashed the martial souls of 3 people by himself, and the 8 Dan fall was initiated. In that moment, the entire hotel echoed with the sounds of Dai Mubai's miserable cries. After finishing the 8 Dan fall, Ling Mo moved in closer, using all of Dai Mubai's soul skills to force him back step by step. Under the enhancement of the 5-element divine light, both the martial soul and soul power received tremendous boosts, making it incredibly easy for Ling Mo to deal with Dai Mubai. The more they fought, the more shocked Dai Mubai became. He was completely astonished that Ling Mo could use all his soul skills, and their power was even greater than his own. Haven't you eaten? Is this all the strength you have? If that's the case, I suggest you go back and train for a few more decades before challenging me again. With a punch, he sent Dai Mubai flying, crashing him into the hotel wall and creating a deep dent. After finishing, Ling Mo held back and did not attack again, while Dai Mubai's face darkened, looking extremely grim. You won, but I won't yield to this. One day, I will defeat you again. We will meet again soon. After saying that, Dai Mubai left with a heavy heart. He was a man who could accept defeat. A man should be open and straightforward. Losing is losing, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. I thought you were some tough character. Sigh, being invincible is so lonely. Chapter 19. The Scheming Ghost. All right. Enough with the show-off. Quickly tell me, where have you been for the past month? Xiao Wu stood with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Where else could I go? Just wandering around, digging some soil, and if I happen to meet a pretty girl, I might flirt a bit. Life is just so beautiful. You know, different from that lecherous tiger. Xiao Wu said disdainfully. Tang San smiled wryly. These two never cease to cause trouble together. Don't compare me to him. I'm pure and innocent. I'm still a virgin. Disgusting. You're the one who's disgusting. You specifically chose this kind of stylish hotel. Didn't you want to do something scandalous with your little mistress while I was away? Ling Mo really dares to say anything. As soon as this sentence was said, Xiao Wu immediately blushed. Tang San was at a loss for words, wanting to explain but not knowing what to say. Oh, it seems like you really are. Feeling guilty, right? You're the one who feels guilty. If you're not feeling guilty, why are you blushing? The two continued to argue when Tang San said, All right, you two stop arguing. Shut up. The two spoke in unison, showing great tacit understanding, leaving Tang San speechless and with a headache. I can't be bothered to argue with you, Xiao San. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. See you tomorrow at Shrek Academy. After leaving this sentence, Ling Mo carried the shovel and left. Ling Mo didn't plan to disturb their good fortune anymore. It was better to go out and take a look around. After leaving the Rose Hotel, Ling Mo carried a shovel and began to inquire about whether there were any powerful nobles in Soto City and where their ancestral graves were located. It seemed this guy was truly addicted to tomb raiding, digging up other people's ancestral graves everywhere. Hey, this person looks quite familiar. Could it be? After wandering for a while, Ling Mo saw a strange shop and walked in. He found a person lying inside, with a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced appearance and a lewd expression. That shoehorn-shaped face was particularly eye-catching, and what stood out most were his eagle-like eyes. Isn't this the old Ghost Flander? How did I end up in his little shop? After some careful identification, Ling Mo confirmed the other person's identity. Yes, he was indeed Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy. Entering the little shop, Ling Mo observed for a while and found that the shop had quite a few items. However, the only thing truly valuable was a piece of crystal on the table, which belonged to Tang San, and Ling Mo didn't touch it. In his view, there was no need to rob Tang San of his belongings. It wasn't necessary. There are so many good things in this world. Relying on stealing the protagonist's opportunities to get rich only proves that you are inferior to him, right? Oh, this shovel is quite nice. After taking a look around, Ling Mo's gaze landed on a shovel on the shelf, clearly sensing a faint soul power emanating from it. This was a damaged soul guide, possessing some peculiar soul power fluctuations. This thing should be pretty fast for digging graves, right? While mumbling to himself, Ling Mo picked up the shovel. Inside the shop, Flander, who was lying in a rocking chair, was suddenly startled upon hearing this. What the heck? Where did this kid come from, talking about digging graves right off the bat? With a piercing gaze, he watched Ling Mo's every move as he raised the shovel and swung it around, seemingly practicing how to dig graves. Not bad, not bad. Both the power and speed have improved quite a bit. If he goes to dig the ancestral grave of the spirit hall another day, he should be able to escape before being discovered. Ling Mo said with a laugh. That's right. He said it on purpose for Flander to hear. As soon as he said this, Flander nearly fell out of his rocking chair with a clatter. This kid, is he really that bold? Flander thought to himself. If this kid really goes to dig up the ancestral grave of the spirit hall, he might get himself involved too. I absolutely cannot sell it to him. Boss, how much is this shovel? Ling Mo spoke up and directly asked for the price. Flander continued to lie down, calming his emotions and pretending not to hear. Hey, you with the sharp mouth and monkey face. Didn't you hear me talking? Furious, Flander was at a loss for words. But when he thought of the behemoth that was the spirit hall, he immediately deflated. I continued to pretend I couldn't hear. Flander cursed Ling Mo in his heart, thinking that this kid was buying a shovel just to dig up someone's ancestral grave. Digging was one thing, but he wouldn't even spare a grave of the spirit hall's level. What did he want to do? If he followed me, and the spirit hall found out that Ling Mo bought the shovel from me, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? No, I absolutely cannot deal with him. No matter how high his offer, I cannot sell it to him. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. In all his years of doing business, it was the first time he felt intimidated by a snot-nosed brat. Ignoring me? Then I'll just take it. Ling Mo tried hard to suppress a smile as he looked at Flander, who was facing away from him, continuing to pretend he couldn't hear. Goodness, he was intentionally ignoring Ling Mo. Even if Ling Mo took the shovel away, it had nothing to do with him. Even if the spirit hall came after him, he would say, that's Ling Mo who stole it. It has nothing to do with me. Hey, Ling Mo left so easily, directly walking up to pat him. Flanders was furious. Did this kid do it on purpose? He pretended not to hear him and let him go, yet he still specifically walked over to pat him. Don't bother me. Still can't hear? This guy with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, is he deaf? If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Mo's smile became increasingly bold, while Flander continued to endure, not knowing what this kid would do next. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Mo rummaged through Flander's small shop and took away all the valuable treasures. Before leaving, Ling Mo deliberately called out, if you keep ignoring me, I'm taking these things with me. Still no response. Flander continued to pretend to sleep, having already cursed Ling Mo hundreds of times in his heart. This kid was doing it on purpose. Haha, this is killing me with laughter. After leaving Flander's shop, Ling Mo laughed so hard his stomach hurt, almost unable to catch his breath. He never expected this cunning merchant would have something to fear. Just think about it. Who would dare to easily provoke a force like the Spear Hall? Even the two great empires would have to think twice. Not to mention Flander is just a small soul sage. What could he use to provoke them? In the whole world, probably only Tang Hao, that fool, would dare to provoke them. No one else would dare to so recklessly ignore the authority of the Spirit Hall. With a pile of treasures in hand, Ling Mo casually tossed them into his soul guide. He also had a soul guide, a small pot he dug up while tomb raiding, which could be considered a relatively rare treasure. It was much more precious than Tang San's 24-bridge moonlight night. At least Tang San's couldn't hold living things. But Ling Mo's could. This small pot was unearthed by Ling Mo during a raid on an ancient tomb. And it was during that time that he almost got buried. Although it was very dangerous, the harvest was quite significant. Ling Mo had raided hundreds of tombs over the years, collecting countless treasures. Although he didn't know what many of them were used for, they could be sold for money. That was worth it. Send the bored crystal to Little San. Tomorrow, they still have to fight Zhao Wujia, and if they don't have the dragon beard needle, if Little San gets killed, Tang Hao would probably smash the Shrek Academy. Ling Mo thought for a moment and decided to deliver the bored crystal to Tang San. After delivering the bored crystal to Tang San, Ling Mo found another hotel to stay in, waiting for the enrollment of Shrek Academy tomorrow. To be honest, he didn't really want to go to Shrek Academy, but he couldn't define master, so he came anyway. He didn't know how his martial soul would mutate in the future, and following the master was the best choice. Chapter 20. Unexpected encounter at the stall. After casually finding a hotel, Ling Mo checked into a room and hid inside to organize his things. This old new. Old, useless. He rummaged through a pile of items from small pot, slowly organizing them, and found that over the past few years, he had indeed dug up quite a few good things from various graves. This stone, Ling Mo weighed a fist-sized stone in his hand and was taken aback. From a stone, he could clearly feel a strong starlight power. Looking at it was like gazing into a vast sea of stars, indescribable. What a strange item. This thing seemed to have been dug up from a ruin 2 years ago. It looked a bit peculiar at the time, so he took it with him, not expecting it to possess such formidable power. If it were used to forge hidden weapons, would the effect be even better? After careful consideration, Ling Mo pondered. If a powerful hidden weapon mechanism, like the Zhuge crossbow, were to incorporate this starlight power, perhaps it would undergo a different transformation. Upon further reflection, Ling Mo discovered that this power actually had an armor-piercing effect. What does this mean? It means that if it were forged into hidden weapons like the Zhuge crossbow, its inherent power would be fully unleashed, ignoring the opponent's defenses, turning it into a formidable weapon. Let's get to work. Over the past 6 years, besides digging graves and cultivating, Ling Mo had also gained a certain foundation in forging Tang's sect hidden weapons. Moreover, he had fully utilized Tang San's experience, making it simple to forge a Zhuge crossbow. After spending half a day, Ling Mo finally forged a top-tier Zhuge crossbow, crafted from starlight meteorite, and in essence, it could no longer be called a Zhuge crossbow. It should be called an upgraded version of the starlight crossbow, which not only doubled its striking power, but also possessed a strong armor-piercing capability. Even a level 40 soul master, even if they exerted their full strength, would find it difficult to resist unless they were a true defensive-type soul master who could barely withstand it. The power had indeed increased significantly. However, the materials consumed for such a divine crossbow were exceedingly expensive, and the treasures he had dug up over the years were almost spent. Ling Mo has traveled far and wide over the years, digging graves and tombs, and has obtained countless rare metals, all of which he uses to forge these hidden weapons. He possesses more hidden weapons than Tang San, but Ling Mo is not easily satisfied. In the future, he plans to forge the top-tier hidden weapons of the Tang sect, such as the Peacock Feather and the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. The materials required for these hidden weapons are extraordinarily precious. Short on money and materials, it seems he needs to find an opportunity to raid the Spear Hall. Murmuring to himself, Ling Mo has made up his mind. In his words, "Those who stand in the way of my fortune will be killed without mercy." Most of the strange items he has left are rare soul-guiding devices, which do not possess any special abilities, just some objects that contain a bit of soul power. In Flinder's small shop, there are quite a few such items. And after Ling Mo tidied up his shop earlier, the number of these trinkets in his hands has increased. Aside from a shovel he particularly likes, nothing else has any collectible value. Time to sell them. To supplement household expenses, as Ling Mo puts it, anything useful will be kept, anything useless will be sold. Just as he finished speaking, he set up a stall on the street of Soto City. Come on, don't miss out. These are very rare soul-guiding devices. Once in a lifetime. How much for this bottle? 100 gold soul coins. What? Are you robbing me? So expensive. How could that be? You get what you pay for. These are all good things. Once missed, you won't be able to buy them again. Lower the price and I'll buy it. How much? 50? Deal. Damn, I overpaid. In just one afternoon, Ling Mo bought hundreds of items and earned tens of thousands of gold soul coins, instantly becoming a wealthy man. No wonder people say the fastest way to get rich is through grave robbing. It's true, the ancients do not deceive me. How much for this phone Lin Kai Wong hairpin? Just as Ling Mo was about to close up shop, a very light and pure voice suddenly rang out, sweet and melodic. Oh, a little lowly. Ling Mo looked up and found that a little fairy in a dress had appeared in front of his stall at an unknown time. She was dressed elegantly, exuding an inexplicable aura of fairy-like charm. Her words and actions reflected gentleness and obedience. The girl's appearance was very sweet. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing's cold beauty or Xiao Wu's lively energy, she was a very quiet girl. Wait, something's off. Is she really that obedient? Ling Mo didn't believe it, because there was a hint of cunning hidden in her gaze, even though she covered it up well. This hairpin cost 10,000 gold soul coins. Ling Mo raised the price to the maximum at once because he could tell that the girl really liked the hairpin. Actually, money didn't matter. Mainly, he wanted to take advantage of the beautiful girl. What? 10,000 gold soul coins? So expensive. Upon hearing the price, the girl hesitated. Money was just a number to her, but she didn't have that much on her right now. At this point, I bet everyone knows her identity, right? That's right. She is the last of the Shrek 3 beauties, Ning Rongrong. 10,000 gold soul coins are too expensive? You should know that this hairpin has a long history and has witnessed countless beautiful love stories. As long as you own it, your future will surely have a wonderful and anticipated love story. What a scam. Report to the officer. Someone is cheating a child here. Is anyone going to do something? This thing has no love story at all. It's just Ling Mo making things up, and this hairpin doesn't have any special historical story. It's just something Ling Mo picked up casually in a grave. Really? Can you tell me the story of this hairpin? Upon hearing Ling Mo's words, Ning Rongrong's eyes suddenly lit up. Little girls are curious and love to hear some fantastical love stories. This was certainly not a challenge for Ling Mo, as he was well-versed in various versions of martial arts novels and knew the love stories inside out. Let me tell you, hundreds of years ago, there was an ancient tomb on Mount Zhongnan, and inside lived a little deaf girl. As he spoke, Ling Mo began to tell Ning Rongrong the love story of Yonggua and Xiaolong. Although it was a modified version, it made her tear up, feeling extremely moved. I really envy such a love story, Ning Rongrong said with tearful eyes, growing more fond of the hairpin. Just now, Ling Mo said that this hairpin was the token of love between the little deaf girl and Yonggua after their 16-year agreement, which was very significant. Therefore, Ning Rongrong really liked this hairpin, but she didn't have enough money. Can you make it a little cheaper? I really want it, Ning Rongrong suggested. To her surprise, Ling Mo directly refused. Of course, if he agreed, how could he take advantage of the situation? Wouldn't the story be told for nothing? No. Such a meaningful item cannot be cheapened. Otherwise, your future love will be discounted. But I really want it, but I don't have enough money, Ning Rongrong said anxiously as she saw Ling Mo reaching to take back the hairpin. The fish was hooked. Seeing this, Ling Mo showed an evil smile. Ahem. If you want it, it's not impossible. How about this? I'll give you a discount, but you have to kiss me to make up the price difference, he shamelessly suggested. Huh? Now, it was Ning Rongrong's turn to be stunned. This guy is deliberately trying to take advantage, right? Chapter 21. Reasoning doesn't work, pa. You wish. Finally realizing Ling Mo's intentions, Ning Rongrong's temper flared up immediately. Pointing at Ling Mo's nose, she scolded, "You filthy rogue, trying to take advantage of me. Do you believe I want to let you see the sun of the next day? Oh, I'm so scared. If you don't kiss me, then forget it. Bye if you want." Ling Mo is fearless, just joking. After walking the rivers and lakes for so many years, when have you ever seen me suffer a loss? Ning Rongrong was so infuriated by Ling Mo's arrogance that she couldn't even speak properly. What do you mean by you? You have no chest and but I don't even care about that. This is too much. Ning Rongrong was extremely angry. As a girl, the two things she cares about the most are exactly those. And being belittled to nothing by Ling Mo's words. Who could stand that? I'll fight you. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong lunged at Ling Mo, looking fierce, ready to strangle him. Ah, how considerate, even delivering to my door. Ling Mo smiled, faced with such a beautiful woman throwing herself at him. He naturally welcomed it without hesitation. Come on. With no defenses, Ling Mo opened his arms wide, and Ning Rongrong jumped over, directly grabbing his neck. What are you doing? At this moment, Ning Rongrong finally realized something was off. This guy was deliberately luring her into a trap, wanting to take advantage of her. What are you doing? I haven't done anything. It's you who insisted on sticking to me. Ling Mo's smile gradually became more daring. Since reasoning didn't work, he decided to go for a forceful approach. With a swift motion, he performed a catching the moon in the water maneuver, grabbing Ning Rongrong and kissing her on the cheek. Ning Rongrong, struggling and completely overwhelmed, felt her body go soft and weak as she continued to struggle. However, Ling Mo let go right after the kiss, teasingly said, "Little girl, are you mad? If you have the guts, come catch me." In the bustling city, he couldn't really make a move, so to play it safe, Ling Mo prepared to slip away. He didn't know the other person's background, and judging by her attire, she might be a member of a nearby family. After taking advantage, he decided to leave, never wanting to get entangled in a fight. This was Ling Mo's usual way of doing things. I might suffer a small loss, but you will never gain anything. The gold medal lecturer is online for financial management. Perverted rogue, I'm going to fight you. Ning Rongrong's face turned red with shame and anger. That damn guy, clearly having a handsome face, was doing such vulgar and lowly things. They were two extremes. Originally, Ning Rongrong thought he was very handsome, but now she found him completely unattractive and rather detestable. Oh, you're angry? That's even cuter. So kawaii. I don't believe it. Let me kiss you again. The more Ning Rongrong got angry, the more Ling Mo enjoyed it. He charged over, using the stall as cover, and skillfully pulled Ning Rongrong into his embrace, planting another kiss on her lips. Once again, Ning Rongrong struggled fiercely. But it wasn't over. After the kiss, Ling Mo's hands went for another grab. After taking his advantage, he slipped away. And by the time Ning Rongrong realized what had happened, Ling Mo's figure had already vanished at the end of the street. He came and went in a hurry, leaving Ning Rongrong stunned in place. Oh my, is the culture in Soto City this bold? Perverted rogue, if I catch you, I won't let you off easily. With a sense of grievance, Ning Rongrong watched Ling Mo's departing figure, nearly shedding tears of frustration. She glanced back at the stall where the Feng Lin Kai Wang hairpin was quietly resting. She loved that pin dearly, but thinking about Ling Mo's smug demeanor made her seethe with anger. A few hundred meters away, Ling Mo hurriedly ran past, finally letting out a sigh of relief when he confirmed that Ning Rongrong wasn't chasing after him. Haha, that was thrilling. At this rate, I'll have ruined all the beauties of Douluo. Childhood dreams have finally come true. The standard for Ling Mo's actions has always been one. Only take advantage. No real combat. Real combat is too risky. You have to take responsibility, raise kids, and there are so many beautiful women waiting for me in my prime. How can I throw myself into it? Some might ask, if you do this, won't you end up with nothing in the end? Well, let me ask you, when you find a wife, are you going to take her to the grave with you? Life is such that when you leave, you go alone, and when you depart, you have nothing. Happiness is what matters. Let me ask you, if you have an entire forest and a tree in your yard, which one would you choose? Ling Mo might not have realized that the lady he was teasing this time is not easy to mess with, and will become his greatest challenge in the future. Because Ling Mo didn't steal her martial soul earlier, he has no idea what her identity is. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have used such methods. This spoiled young lady uses different methods than that wildcat Zhu Zhuqing, and it can easily lead to problems. Just as he was about to walk back to the hotel, a figure suddenly blocked Ling Mo's path. Judging by his strong build, he was clearly a power-type soul master. They almost collided head-on, but Ling Mo was in a good mood today and didn't want to fuss about it, so he was ready to make way. Unexpectedly, the big man became relentless and shouted angrily, "Kid, are you looking for death? Dare to block my way?" Upon hearing this, Ling Mo immediately put away his smile and revealed a hint of a playful grin. As he activated his dual pupils before the fight even started, Ling Mo had already stolen the opponent's martial soul. Crazy Rhino? Why is it this guy? Ling Mo murmured to himself, not expecting that Soto City was quite small, and he had encountered the first dungeon boss of the Shrek's 7 monsters so quickly. Behind the wild rhinoceros was a seductive woman, likely in her 30s. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing and the others' youthful appearances, this woman exuded a charm of mature femininity. However, Ling Mo did not like older women, especially not someone like a used old quilt, so he lost interest after just one glance. Little rhinoceros, how are you speaking to this young master? Even if I block your way today, what can you do about it? Since we've crossed paths, let us have some fun with them, so that in the future, we won't have to suffer again when we meet. Ling Mo's words instantly enraged the mad rhinoceros. Looking for death, it threw a punch in retaliation. However, unexpectedly, Ling Mo's reaction was even faster, meeting the punch head-on. In a direct confrontation between two power-type soul masters, a fierce battle erupted, and both were knocked back 3 steps. What a formidable force. This kid is not simple. Just from that one punch, the mad rhinoceros sensed something was off and retracted its arrogance. Is that all? Ling Mo shook his sore arms and revealed a relaxed smile. He didn't use the soul spirit of the mad rhinoceros, nor did he use the enhancement of the 5-color divine light, yet he still managed to tie with his opponent. With his soul power at level 30, facing the level 39 mad rhinoceros, achieving this was quite difficult. However, Ling Mo's soul spirit was not an ordinary one. Its base strength enhancement was already very strong, especially with the support of a top-tier power soul ring like the Ant of Struggle. Even without using his soul spirit, Ling Mo's base strength was not inferior to his opponent's. What Ling Mo feared the least was encountering power-type soul masters. "Kid, you've angered me." A sarcastic remark from Ling Mo infuriated Guangxi, who had never been mocked by a 12-year-old before, instantly raging. Guangxi possessed. Possessed by Guangxi? I could do it too. In an instant, the two clashed on the city road. In Guangxi's terrified expression, Ling Mo's martial soul completed its possession, taking on a form identical to his. "Kid, what martial soul do you have?" "My martial soul? It's your dad." As soon as the words fell, Ling Mo struck first. delivering a powerful punch under the enhancement of his first soul skill. The terrifying power surged at a certain stage, crashing forward like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud bang, Quangxi was sent flying by Ling Mo's punch. Ha, is that all you've got? You dare challenge me? Watch me unleash my merciless iron fist. He pulled back for another punch, sweeping in, and then another. Noxus Executioner sends you away directly. Blood Rage takes you away. So terrifying. Chapter 23, Upside Down. Is this it? Is this all? Back when I was in Coppergong Bay, you probably didn't even know where to play in the mud. And now you come here to act tough? In the face of absolute power, Quangxi had no ability to resist, getting overwhelmed by 3 punches from Ling Mo. And you, old woman, don't think I hit you just because you're being flirty. What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll slap you to death? With a dominating presence, Ling Mo stood on the street, unafraid of any threat, facing 2 opponents. Even if that female soul master teamed up with Quangxi, Ling Mo was not afraid. Through years of cultivation, Ling Mo's martial soul stealing had reached an advanced level. In battle, he could constantly switch martial souls, using whichever he wanted without worrying about them teaming up against him. Skillfully utilizing multiple martial souls in combat often produced unexpected results, as the master had told Ling Mo. Remember this face. If you see me again, you'd better stay far away. If I see you again, you won't be so lucky next time. A surge of killing intent erupted, leaving Quangxi speechless and completely intimidated by Ling Mo's thunderous methods. This guy was simply not human. Not only was he incredibly strong, but his speed was top-notch as well. Coupled with those peculiar steps, Quangxi didn't even qualify to touch him. Total defeat, utterly defeated. Despite having significantly less soul power than Quangxi, Ling Mo was still able to easily defeat him. Damn it, these 2 idiots ruined my good mood. Cursing, Ling Mo left that place and was about to return to the hotel when a figure suddenly appeared on the street. It was none other than Flanders, who had been previously tricked by Ling Mo, his face dark with anger. Damn, why is it this guy? I need to get out of here. Ling Mo had stolen quite a bit of good stuff from him earlier, which he had sold for a nice profit. Now, Flanders probably realized what had happened and wanted to settle the score. Turning to leave, Ling Mo was caught off guard as Flanders had already spotted him, revealing a sinister smile. You little brat, I finally found you. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure quickly dashed over, pulling Ling Mo back in an instant. Hey, what do you want, uncle? We don't seem to know each other, so why are you blocking my way? Ling Mo feigned ignorance. Still pretending? Kid, I've roamed the continent for decades, and you're the first one to make me suffer. Now tell me, how do you want to die? Flanders grinned wickedly, his sinister smile sending shivers down Ling Mo's spine. I don't understand what you're saying. Please let me go. My mom is calling me home for dinner. After saying that, he tried to slip away, but Flanders yanked him back effortlessly. Trying to run? No chance. Flanders had finally found Ling Mo. He would let him escape so easily. Even if Ling Mo was a level 30 soul master without a soul ring, he still wouldn't stand a chance against a soul sage. But if it were an ordinary soul master, perhaps there wouldn't be a way out. But Ling Mo was not an ordinary soul master. The ghost shadow disappearing technique was instantly activated, and with a clever step, Ling Mo dodged Flanders, using a masterful technique to push off and break free from Flanders' grasp. Double pupils. Activate. In an instant, a cold light flashed from Ling Mo's eyes, and to Flanders' astonished gaze, a pair of wings began to sprout from Ling Mo's back. Cat Eagle Martial Soul? How could it be? In a flash, Ling Mo's Cat Eagle Martial Soul appeared, its enormous wings suddenly spreading as he soared into the sky. Goodbye. In Flanders' astonished gaze, Ling Mo used Flanders' own martial soul and sped away at incredible speed. As a flying-type martial soul and a speed-type soul master, under the enhancement of the 5-color divine light, Ling Mo's speed reached its limit. Moreover, especially under Flanders' 7th soul skill, the true form of the martial soul, Ling Mo's speed was increased by hundreds of times. However, the massive increase in speed came with great consumption. In just a few seconds, Ling Mo had already consumed nearly half of his energy. Due to Flanders' earlier surprise, he was frozen for a full 3 seconds, during which Ling Mo had already escaped several thousand meters away. Damn it, kid. I'm not done with you. When Flanders finally reacted, Ling Mo had vanished without a trace, like a lightning-fast rat. What a strange kid. Martial soul stealing? This is the first time I've seen such a martial soul. And he can use my true martial soul form with just a 2nd ring soul master. This kid is definitely a freak. No, such an outstanding child. It would be a shame if he didn't come to Shrek Academy. After pondering for a moment, Flanders immediately resolved that he must catch this kid, even if it meant deceiving him to get him into the academy. In colloquial terms, trick the dog into the house and then kill it. Oh my god, it seems I can't stay in Soul.No City any longer. Screw Shrek Academy. I'm out of here. With his heart racing, Ling Mo had escaped several tens of thousands of meters and stopped at a small ravine, surrounded by many small villages, still unsure of where he was. Having only arrived in Soul.No City the second day, Ling Mo had already caused so much trouble, proving he was indeed the troublemaker designated by the master. Forget it. I should just lay low for a while. At the very least, I need to raise my soul power to avoid running into these soul, sage-level powerhouses in the future. Or, I want to even know how I died. With a pale face, Ling Mo was in very poor condition. It was now night, and the ravine was extremely quiet, without a sound from birds or insects. Finding a scenic spot, Ling Mo stayed put to recuperate, try to recover his consumed soul power as quickly as possible. This time, forcibly using his true martial soul had nearly caused his internal energy to collapse, risking soul power depletion and death. Just as Ling Mo was still recovering, a very agile figure suddenly flashed through the forest, dressed in black, moving swiftly in the darkness. It wasn't he until she silently appeared behind Ling Mo that he noticed her presence. By the time he reacted, she suddenly wrapped one hand around Ling Mo's neck, revealing a strange smile. You little pervert, I finally caught you. What are you going to do now? Indeed, this thief was Zhu Zhuqing. She had been keeping an eye on Ling Mo since he left Soul.No City, following him closely. Initially thinking she had lost him, she unexpectedly found him in this ravine. What do you want? Let go of my throat. If you have the guts, release me. Ling Mo was shocked. This time, he had completely overturned. He had no idea that Zhu Zhuqing's will was so firm, having chased him this far. He truly didn't know that a girl with Zhu Zhuqing's personality would never give up once she set her mind on something. Indeed, after playing around too much, one would eventually face consequences. Let you go. Dream on. Now that you're in my hands, you think you can escape? Don't you like to touch recklessly? If you have the guts, go ahead and touch me. A cold voice came, and Ling Mo was utterly desperate at that moment. He had no soul power left and was completely unable to resist. Zhu Zhuqing had locked his throat from behind, and he was awkwardly clinging to her. I said, girl, don't you know that men and women should keep their distance? If someone else sees this, it wouldn't be good, right? If you really want to vent your anger, I can let you touch me back. Why make such a big deal out of it? Huh? Do you think everyone is as lewd as you? Disgusting. What do you mean by disgusting? I'm just an ordinary person. I believe many people are like me, unable to resist beautiful things. It's not my fault, okay? Not your fault. Then whose fault is it? Zhu Zhuqing said angrily. It's your fault for being too beautiful. As soon as he said this, Zhu Zhuqing's little face turned red. Fortunately, the night was dark, so it wasn't very obvious. Chapter 24, Fallen Pa. Shameless. Zhu Zhuqing's little face was flushed. This guy was really too shameless. What do you mean shameless? I'm just stating the facts, okay? Let go of me first, behave. As his soul power recovered a little, Ling Mo was thinking about how to escape. The only way for now was to yield a bit and wait for his soul power to recover. He would definitely let this little girl know what the harsh realities of society were. Let go. Dream on. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Are you trying to sneak away? No, he denied it outright. How could Ling Mo admit it? If he did, he wouldn't be himself. I don't care whether you are or not. This time, I won't let you run away so easily. What exactly do you want to do? Ling Mo was about to cry. What was this girl trying to do? To be honest, it was really a failure for a big man to have his fate grasped like this. What do I want to do? I want to hit you. As soon as he said that, a series of tragic screams echoed through the forest, the hysterical cries startling the night. Damn it, don't slap my face. You dead girl, dare to ruin my handsome face, I'll fight you. In the midst of a beating, Ling Mo fought back. Having just regained a bit of soul power, he immediately used a gravity field, instantly applying a strong gravitational pressure on Zhu Zhuqing. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing's body sank, almost collapsing to the ground, while Ling Mo rose in anger and fiercely counterattacked. You dead girl, I'll fight you. What do you want to do? Now, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn to break down. Just a moment ago, Ling Mo had no fighting power, but suddenly he exploded and pressed her to the ground. What do I want? My dear, now it's my turn. An evil smile became increasingly unrestrained as Ling Mo leaned in to press down, about to commit a lewd act. But unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly activated her martial soul and instantly sent him flying. Damn! Another tragic scream rang out. The wheel of fortune turning. And at this moment, Ling Mo's last bit of soul power was once again completely consumed. The gravity field failed, and Zhu Zhuqing smiled as she got up from the ground, constantly rubbing her little fists. Sister, spare me. I know I was wrong. Surrendering. The only thing he could do now was to admit defeat. Running was impossible. Now you know you were wrong? Weren't you very stubborn just now? Come on. Continue your lewd activities. I'll just stand here, come on. Zhu Zhuqing rarely smiled, her perfect figure becoming even more charming under the moonlight. But Ling Mo no longer had the mood to appreciate it. If nothing unexpected happened, in 3 seconds, his handsome face would completely turn into a pig's head. Don't slap my face, huh? With a soul-stirring cry, under the night sky, the birds in the mountains flew away, startled by that sudden shout. The continuous tragic screams completely marked the end of this beautiful moonlit night. When the sky once again turned a fish belly white and the sun slowly rose, a girl in black stood in the forest, holding a rope. At the other end of the rope was a bruised and battered man. Indeed, this unfortunate man was Ling Mo. Damn it. Wait until I regain my soul power. Just you wait. Though he was unwilling in his heart, Ling Mo could no longer break free, completely becoming Zhu Zhuqing's puppet. What are you mumbling about back there? Are you thinking of something bad again? Zhu Zhuqing sensed something unusual and turned back, revealing a hint of coldness that scared Ling Mo into retracting his neck, his soul almost flying away. This girl was really ruthless, hitting only the important spots, almost leaving Ling Mo without descendants. No, I was just thinking, being with a beauty like you, even if imprisoned for a lifetime, I would be willing. The bear tribe is fearless. Even if imprisoned, Ling Mo could not change his flirtatious nature. Sure enough, such provocative words made Zhu Zhuqing blush. Spitting out, she said, "Pa, shameless. Who want to stay with you? If you don't want to, you can let me go. We can still have a chance to meet again." After saying that, Ling Mo tried to leave, but Zhu Zhuqing suddenly pulled him back. Want to leave? It's not that easy. If you dare to take advantage of me, you better give up those thoughts before I figure out how to take my revenge. This guy was really good at deceiving people. Zhu Zhuqing had never met someone so good at it. In just one night, she had almost been fooled by him hundreds of times. To be safe, it was best to shut his mouth. That night, she finally summarized her experience in dealing with Ling Mo. To subdue him, first, hit his mouth. Making him unable to speak was the best way. So, Zhu Zhuqing took out a piece of cloth from somewhere and stuffed it directly into Ling Mo's mouth. You better behave. Maybe if I feel good later, I'll let you go, Zhu Zhuqing warned. By this time, it was fully daylight, and it was the day for Shrek Academy's enrollment. If they hurried over, they should make it in time. Sister, where are you going? Suddenly, another voice came from behind, and Zhu Zhuqing was startled, realizing Ling Mo could still talk. Are you kidding? A piece of cloth can block someone's mouth. Watching too much TV. Although it sounded unclear, she could still hear it. Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, and after that, pulled Ling Mo toward Shrek Academy. Hearing it was Shrek Academy, Ling Mo felt his heart sink. Good grief, he had offended almost half of Shrek Academy's students. If he went there, wasn't he just asking for a beating? Moreover, he currently had no soul power at all, so going there was just looking for trouble. Can we not go? I heard that Shrek is full of a bunch of perverted big guys, and their reputation isn't very good. Ling Mo started to deceive again, while Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent, only saying, "Isn't this just right? I'll throw you to those lewd big men, and it will be just the opportunity to deal with you, to relieve the resentment in my heart." Ling Mo was completely desperate. It seemed that there was no escape from Shrek Academy. He was preparing to face the new storm. Not to mention that old Ghost Flanders, just Dai Mubai, with his current soul power, had no strength to fight back. He could only rely on Tang San and Xiao Wu. As soon as Ling Mo found a way to escape, he would leave this cursed place immediately. For now, he would follow this little girl. There was no escaping Shrek Academy, so he needed to find a chance to recover his soul power first. Once he regained it, he would make a run for it. To hell with school. A smart person like him shouldn't be in school. Coincidentally, several months ago, a mysterious relic appeared in the Douluo forest. He could find a time to obtain the third soul ring and then investigate the whereabouts of the mysterious relic. Speaking of which, this little girl was really something. Her figure was amazing. He really wanted to take her home. Following behind, Ling Mo had already begun to plan his next moves. Originally, he intended to stay at Shrek Academy for a while, but now that things had developed to this point, staying any longer would probably lead to abuse. Coincidentally, several months ago when he left Nodding City, he had discovered traces of a mysterious relic outside the Douluo forest. That mysterious relic was located in the northern region of the Douluo forest, close to the core area. through the sensing ability of his heavy pupils. Ling Mo could clearly feel the aura emitted by that mysterious relic. The heavy pupils had a very powerful ability to explore mysterious ancient tombs within dozens of miles, especially those with huge soul power fluctuations. These ancient tombs usually contained valuable treasures, and if he could excavate them, he would definitely strike it rich. Chapter 25. Shrek Academy. Ling Mo has been in the tomb raiding industry for 6 years and has accumulated a lot of experience. From the aura of the mysterious ancient tomb, Ling Mo could deduce that there is definitely something inside. Moreover, Ling Mo has also discovered that at the other end of the tomb, there's a familiar aura that seems to be related to the coffin that brought him to this world. Shrek Academy, located in a village outside Soto City. Ling Mo followed Zhu Zhuqing closely and soon saw the small village. Shrek Academy? This is too shabby. Although Ling Mo already knew about the situation of Shrek Academy, he was still shocked by the dilapidated state of the academy in front of him. Is this still an academy? Compared to Nodding Academy, it is on a completely different level. Stop talking nonsense. You better be quiet. If you dare to say another word, be careful, I might kill you to keep you quiet. As he saw several figures appearing ahead, it seemed these people were also here to register for Shrek Academy. With so many people around, Zhu Zhuqing, for safety's sake, directly intimidated Ling Mo, making him so scared that he didn't dare to say a word. Another piece of cloth was used to cover his mouth, and now he really couldn't speak at all. A long line formed in front of Shrek Academy, and the two quietly stood at the back. Ling Mo really didn't know what this girl was trying to do. Just taking him to report like this? Isn't she a bit too bold? A few figures ahead caught Ling Mo's attention. He was very familiar with the two figures in the middle of the team. It was Tang San and Xiao Wu. As soon as he saw these two, Ling Mo felt as if he had found a lifeline. Just as he was about to speak, he was startled back by a glance from Zhu Zhuqing. Hey, that girl. Could it be the little witch Ning Rongrong? While observing, Ling Mo suddenly realized that the well-behaved girl in the skirt at the very front was the same one who had teased him in Soto City yesterday. Now, Ling Mo felt even more desperate. What a mess. Why did he have to provoke this one? This was definitely a fierce little witch, and he would be in for it soon. He had to quickly recover his soul power, and it was just right to take advantage of the cue to recover as much as possible. To ensure his safety, Ling Mo slowly adjusted his breathing while Zhu Zhuqing wasn't paying attention. He could have recovered several times overnight, but unfortunately, he had been worn out by Zhu Zhuqing. This girl was really difficult to deal with. As soon as she found out Ling Mo was recovering his soul power, she would beat him up, forcing Ling Mo to fight back, and as a result, he couldn't recover anything all night. What are you doing? Just as Ling Mo entered a meditative state, he was discovered by Zhu Zhuqing, who coldly said. Ignoring her, Ling Mo was sure she wouldn't dare do anything because there were so many people around. If there was any commotion, Tang San would definitely notice him. Stop it. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to understand Ling Mo's intentions and directly ordered him stop. But she didn't expect that Ling Mo, in order to attract Tang San's attention, didn't care at all, since they were at the back of the line. Zhu Zhuqing purposely blocked in front of Ling Mo to cover him. And so, Ling Mo took the opportunity to collapse directly against Zhu Zhuqing's proud chest. Ah! A scream instantly turned the heads of countless people in front. They saw a girl with her back to them, not knowing what she was doing, and they completely missed Ling Mo's figure. Strange. Xiao San, why do I feel like Xiao Mo is right behind us? Xiao Wu looked around, seemingly seeing a familiar figure but not being sure. The distance was a bit far, and they were blocked by the queue. It shouldn't be. If it were Xiao Mo, he would definitely have come to find us first. Tang San hesitated for a moment, not quite believing that Ling Mo was among those two people behind him. He didn't know that because of this thought, Ling Mo was on the verge of tears, nearly facing a tragic fate. Behind them, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced, feeling a wave of tingling from her chest, her breathing becoming tight. As she noticed more and more people looking this way, to cover Ling Mo's figure, she steeled her heart and directly hugged him, leaving a back view for everyone. Hey, today's students are getting more outrageous, not the least bit shy in public, shameful. Exactly. At the very least, they should change to another place. How inappropriate. Indecent remarks came from behind, and Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red to her neck. She was originally a very shy girl, and Ling Mo's sudden action completely flustered her, losing her composure. You better behave. Do you believe I can kill you right now? The situation had already exceeded Zhu Zhuqing's control, and a cold voice once again came out, this time carrying a murderous intent. Ling Mo felt it, and although a bit reluctant, he smacked his lips and stood up, revealing a serious smile. The taste is pretty good, just a bit sour. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing wished she could slap him. How cheeky. It's just too much. I felt a bit frustrated. Why do you keep holding on to me? Are you infatuated with my good looks? If that's the case, just say it. Seeing how good-looking you are, I might reluctantly accept you. If one plan doesn't work, Ling Mo wouldn't give up on the chance to escape. Stop being so vain. Don't think that just because you're handsome, I won't hit you, Zhu Zhuqing said angrily. Ling Mo expressed helplessness. Sigh women. Then you should let go of me, right? The assessment is about to start. You can't keep tying me up like this, can you? Don't worry, I keep my word, I definitely won't run away. Besides, if you don't let go of me, you'll have to find an excuse to explain to others later. And if you don't let go, I'll just keep causing trouble. Won't that be more of a hassle? Don't you think? Ling Mo said, with hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing thought for a moment. Indeed, it would be difficult to explain why she was tying him up for a while, and he had been causing trouble, looking for every opportunity to take advantage. It was really infuriating. She tentatively asked, do you keep your word? Of course I do. I'm a big man. How could I go back on my word to a girl, especially one as beautiful as you? Stop being cheeky. All right, I'll let you go now, but you'd better not pull any tricks, or we might all be in trouble. Even though Zhu Zhuqing was reluctant, she chose to untie Ling Mo. She was really afraid that if she let him go, he would slip away in an instant. It was not easy to catch him. This might be the first time in her life she had caught him, and there might not be a next time. After being untied, Ling Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this girl was very kind. If it were that little demoness instead, he would probably end up as the first eunuch of Douluo. Ling Mo usually acts with restraint. Through this period of time, getting to know her, he has gradually figured out Zhu Zhuqing's temperament and personality. She's the kind of girl who appears very cold on the outside, but is actually gentle and kind-hearted on the inside. Once you break into her heart, you'll never be able to escape her grasp for the rest of your life. That is how it should be. Don't worry, I won't run away. By the way, I also need to participate in the assessment for Shrek Academy. Who knows? We might become classmates soon. Ling Mo has no intention of causing any more trouble. Without any restraints, he is not worried about the dangers that may come next. From the plot perspective, Flander only returns at night. The only danger comes from Dai Mubai, but Tang San happens to be there, so he can't do anything to him. As for Ning Rongrong, that girl has no fighting ability. Ling Mo could easily defeat her with one hand. As for Zhu Zhuqing, it seems she has already been sufficiently dealt with by Ling Mo, so she shouldn't have too much of a reaction for now. Ling Mo's only concern now is that old ghost Flander. If he comes back, he will definitely whip Ling Mo. Chapter 26. Disgusting to death, the actions of the two behind the scenes have indeed gone unnoticed by many, but unexpectedly, they fell into Dai Mubai's eyes. At this moment, Dai Mubai's eyes contained killing intent, and a surge of anger erupted from within, filled with rage. If it weren't for the number of people present, he probably would have already taken action. He couldn't tolerate such betrayal. Ling Mo also noticed the killing intent in his eyes and sneered, "Girl, do you see that person in front? Is there something wrong with them? Looking at us with that kind of gaze." Ling Mo intentionally said this to see Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. Such an interesting thing deserves some response. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing looked over and coldly said, "Shut up. I don't want to hear anything about this person." One can imagine how disappointed she must be to say such words. That day at the Rose Hotel, her heart must have died. But why did she still come to Shrek Academy? Perhaps she herself didn't know, but deep down, she wanted to give him a chance for redemption. However, this opportunity might not be something Dai Mubai wanted to cherish. Instead, his murderous intent surged as he coldly watched them. Hee, this is getting more and more interesting. It seems you two have a story. Huh? You really don't like him? How about I kill him for you? Ling Mo has a deeply cunning side. Don't be fooled by her usual cheerful demeanor. Once she starts to deal with someone, it will definitely leave you in despair. My business is none of your concern. When it comes to anything related to Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly changes her personality, becoming increasingly cold, purely cold. A cold, domineering beauty is highly admirable. Even Ling Mo is moved. Oh, gradually feeling bored, Ling Mo lost her patience. The queue ahead quickly finished the assessment. Unsurprisingly, only a few people could enter the second round, while the rest were eliminated. Shrek Academy has a strict assessment system, and after eliminating most of the candidates, only Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing remained. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already entered earlier, and now in front of Ling Mo was just a table, an old man behind the table, and Dai Mubai, who had just returned after sending someone back. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. The old man said nonchalantly, looking quite tired. Under such a high-intensity elimination system, there were not many who truly caught his eye. Casually tossing 20 gold soul coins over, Ling Mo said, "Here, this is for both of us." This was deliberately said for Dai Mubai to hear, emphasizing that they were together. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, while Ling Mo smiled at Dai Mubai and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai became extremely angry and said nothing, while the old man was taken aback and asked, "Do you know each other?" "Of course. Yesterday in Suatawa City, I even had a fight with this brother here. This guy is really something, managing to date 2 twin sisters at the same time. I envy him to death. Ling Mo just wants to disgust him to death. Make him go crazy. What's there to go crazy about? Just this Dai Mubai. Ling Mo truly looks down on him. If it weren't for Tang San, he wouldn't even have the chance to become a god." "Oh, you guys even fought? Who won?" As soon as this was said, the old man became interested. He naturally knew Dai Mubai's background. He was even more curious about Ling Mo's combat power and talent. "You ask him." Ling Mo shrugged, indicating he didn't want to answer this question. This question piqued not only the old man's curiosity, but also Zhu Zhuqing's. She had always understood Ling Mo's strength, only knowing he was a great soul master, stronger than herself. What was even more curious was that she still couldn't figure out what Ling Mo's martial soul was. This enigmatic man, filled with secrets, suddenly intruded into her world. The old man glanced tentatively at Dai Mubai, who helplessly said, "He won." "What? You lost?" The old man was shocked. Dai Mubai was a rank 37 battle soul sovereign, and his martial soul was the strongest offensive beast martial soul, the white tiger. How could he lose? In disbelief, he glanced at Ling Mo, not believing that such a 12-year-old boy could defeat Dai Mubai. They all asked, "Kid, what is your martial soul?" As soon as this was said, not only was Dai Mubai curious, but Zhu Zhuqing also cast a curious glance. "My martial soul? It's this ball of light." As he spoke, 2 yellow soul rings appeared around Ling Mo, and a beam of 5-colored light burst forth, illuminating the entire area. Light? There actually exists such a martial soul in the world? What a strange occurrence. Strange events happen every year, but this year is particularly abundant. The old man said in astonishment, his expression filled with disbelief, just like when he first saw Su Yuntao. "Light? Why could he use my martial soul and soul skills?" Zhu Zhuqing observed closely from behind, always puzzled by this question. Shrek Academy is known for only accepting monsters, right? I wonder if someone like me counts as a monster? Ling Mo smiled and was not worried at all about whether he could enter. He hadn't planned to. If it weren't for being forcibly brought here by Zhu Zhuqing, he would probably have already gone to dig graves in the Stardow Forest by now. All right. Our academy is specifically for collecting little monsters like you." The old man smiled broadly, not expecting so many little monsters this year. It seemed he had an excuse to ask Flander for a raise. During the time spent in line, Ling Mo recovered quite a bit of soul power, so he didn't need to worry about Dai Mubai suddenly exploding in anger while constantly provoking him. If he dared to make a move, Ling Mo would definitely let him know what it meant to face the harshness of society. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing also passed the assessment, and Dai Mubai led the 2 of them towards the second round. However, the atmosphere on the way was a bit off. Zhu Zhuqing, who was at the back, remained silent, while Dai Mubai was filled with anger but had no place to vent it. After walking for a short distance, Dai Mubai brought them to an open space. Surrounded by wooden houses, this open area was about 500 square meters and was right in the center of Shrek Academy. From a distance, they could see Tang San and Xiao Wu in front, talking to a lewd-looking uncle about something. "Hey, Xiao San." Ling Mo no longer cared about so much and called out from a distance. When Tang San and Xiao Wu heard that familiar voice, they turned around and, upon seeing Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ling Mo behind them, revealed happy smiles. "Xiao Mo, why are you so late?" Tang San walked over and said. But upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, he suddenly understood. It really was Ling Mo who had just been behind them. He had doubted it earlier, but now he believed it. Goodness, just leaving for one day, and he didn't know where he found such an amazing beauty. No wonder he was known as the biggest flirt in Notting City. Charming girls everywhere without responsibility. Xiao Mo. Xiao Wu was even more excited, leaping over without regard for her image. Ling Mo was just about to catch her when, unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing inexplicably blocked in front. Fortunately, Xiao Wu performed a mid-air turn and landed safely, angrily saying, "What are you doing? Don't block me." Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. She wasn't good at communication and didn't know what to say. Her instinctive reaction was to block, but after doing so, she didn't know what excuse to offer. All right, Xiao Wu, stop making a fuss, Tang San said helplessly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai's face turned pale with inexplicable anger. Originally, Ling Mo should have been in his position. Chapter 27. The Ultimate Schemer. Hey, you bearded uncle, give me a few grilled sausages to fill my stomach. Ling Mo suddenly felt a hunger pang as he spotted Oscar behind him. After a night of activities without eating anything, Ling Mo was already starving, and he didn't know where Zhu Zhuqing got so much energy, which made Ling Mo feel a lot of pressure. When Ling Mo took the initiative to approach Oscar, Dai Mubai revealed a smug smile, thinking about how he would expose where Oscar's sausages came from and make Ling Mo embarrassed. Ever since this guy showed up, all the attention had been on him, which made Dai Mubai feel quite embarrassed. Do you want to eat the sausages I made? Are you sure? Oscar said uncertainly, quite excited. After all these years, Ling Mo was the first person to actively ask to eat his sausages. Of course, just give me 2 to fill my stomach. After saying that, Ling Mo didn't wait for Oscar to respond and directly reached out to grab them. He took 2 sausages and bit into one, discovering that it was actually quite delicious, containing a hint of soul power that melted in his mouth, rapidly restoring Ling Mo's soul power. With the recovery ability of the sausages, Ling Mo's depleted soul power quickly restored to nearly full, and his state gradually improved. So he no longer had to worry about any dangers. As long as Flanders wasn't around, Ling Mo didn't need to worry about anything. After all, that guy was a complete schemer who had just been tricked by him. He must have wanted to get some good stuff back. The taste is not bad. This is your martial soul, right? No wonder it's the Monster Academy. Even such a peculiar martial soul exists. Ling Mo said casually, directly revealing the secret of Oscar sausage. Surprising even Dai Mubai. He originally wanted to expose it himself, but didn't expect Ling Mo to guess it right away. I didn't expect you to find out. Oscar awkwardly smiled, intending to ask Ling Mo about her feelings. Martial soul? Xiao Mo, do you think this sausage is this uncle's martial soul? Tang San was a diligent student who liked to dig deeper into strange questions. Hey, classmate, please. I'm only 14. Don't keep calling me uncle, okay? I've been putting up with it for a long time. Since just now, you've been calling me uncle? Oscar said with a bitter face. So many younger students came today, and he wanted to maintain a good image, but Ling Mo and Tang San kept calling him uncle, making him doubt whether he was really a youthful young man. This isn't just filler. It's because I really can't think of any better plot, so I'm forcing it to update. Sneaky laugh. What? You're only 14. Heaven. How is that possible? Xiao Wu exclaimed with wide eyes in disbelief, looking at Oscar's full beard, which made him seem nothing like a 14-year-old boy. Oscar affirmed, that's right. My name is Oscar. I'm 14 this year, a freshman at Shrek Academy. You can't just call me uncle because my hair is a bit thick. What nonsense are you talking? Hey girl, do you want to have a sausage? Ling Mo didn't care about these things at all. She casually threw a sausage to Zhu Zhuqing, as she had consumed quite a bit that night and needed to replenish. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated whether to take it or not. But Xiao Wu rushed over first, angrily saying, Xiao Mo, you're getting more and more excessive. Sister, Xiao Wu hasn't eaten yet. How can you give it to another girl? Are you trying to find a third party? Why are you looking for me, you little brat? Is it my fault that your brother didn't give you food? Brother, look at her. She's getting more and more out of line. With Master not here, no one can control her, Xiao Wu said with grievance, while Tang San looked on with a headache, not knowing how to deal with these two. Ultraman, Oscar, give me 10 more. I'll let her eat to her heart's content. Ling Mo waved his hand, tossing a gold soul coin directly to Oscar, took 10 from the shelf, and threw them to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu wasn't polite and happily accepted them, even sharing half with Tang San. What a good girl, even with food. She didn't forget her dead brother. Poor Ling Mo. Any good thing couldn't escape this girl's eyes, and she squeezed him hard, a typical behavior of a rich bully. After Xiao Wu munched on a sausage, Ling Mo suddenly shifted his gaze, revealing a mischievous smile. Tang San noticed this smile and hesitated, deciding not to eat the sausage. He knew Ling Mo the best. Whenever he showed this expression, it meant something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Ling Mo looked at Oscar with amusement and said, little Oscar, could you please show everyone how you got that sausage? A chill ran down Tang San's spine as he understood what was about to happen. Unlike Xiao Wu, the little girl had no idea how malicious human hearts could be. Is it really necessary to do this? Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Oscar widened his eyes, seemingly aware of Ling Mo's intentions, and cautiously asked, will I get beaten up if I do this? But it sounded pretty exciting. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Ling Mo is not someone who reasons with others. with a sudden appearance of a shovel in hand. He rested on a shoulder and warns that if he doesn't perform, that shovel might just end up hitting you in the face. This intimidating presence scared Oscar so much that he immediately started performing, as all the curious gazes were fixed on him, eager to see what trick Ling Mo had up his sleeve. Under pressure, Oscar decided to go all out, putting forth his right hand and, in a somewhat lewd tone, exclaimed, "I've got a big sausage." Suddenly, a yellow glow concentrated in his palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from under Oscar's feet, followed by a sausage appearing in his hand. The soft sound made someone next to him retch. Xiao was already on the verge of breaking down. Tang San's face darkened. He had never seen someone so pitiful towards a teammate. Ling Mo's actions were typical of someone deliberately setting up their friends. "Damn it, I'll fight you." After a wave of nausea, Xiao instantly became furious and kicked straight at Oscar without even bothering to find Ling Mo. "Hey, don't blame me. He's the one who set you up, not me." Oscar was in despair, wondering why he was always the one getting hurt. "Oh," with a heart-wrenching scream. A terrible cry echoed across the campus as Xiao Wu knocked Oscar out cold with her 8-section staff. "Haha, this is hilarious." Ling Mo laughed so hard he collapsed to the ground. Sometimes messing with Xiao Wu was just too fun, because this girl had almost no guard up. She was ridiculously pure, especially towards those she trusted. She never considered the possibility of being set up. If it were Tang San, he would always indulge her. But Ling Mo was different. Making fun of others was his only source of enjoyment, and no matter how close they were his teammates, he wouldn't miss any opportunity. Watching Oscar suffer a brutal beating, Dai Mubai felt a chill in his heart, thinking it was a good thing he hadn't provoked Ling Mo earlier. Otherwise, with his scheming nature, he would have probably ended up being the target himself. Zhu Zhuqing was relieved that Xiao Wu had taken the sausage away earlier. Otherwise, it would have likely become a 2-on-1 situation. Chapter 28. Little Witch Xiao Mo, I 1T let this go. After finishing Oscar with a few punches and kicks, Xiao Wu stormed towards Ling Mo in anger. "You little brat, do you talk to your brother like this?" Ling Mo casually threw back a line, which instantly infuriated Xiao Wu. Where in the world is there a brother who sets up his sister like this? Is there? Until Ling Mo showed up, there hadn't been one. "I don't care. If you don't compensate me today, I 1T let this go." The little girl was too angry to be consoled with just a few words. It seemed that Ling Mo would have to bleed a little more. He felt a pang in his heart at the thought. Fine, here, take this. Consider it my bad luck." Saying this, Ling Mo casually tossed a small bell to Xiao Wu, a very light bell. "What is this? Where did it come from?" Xiao Wu looked at the bell, which was quite pretty and very much to her liking, but she didn't know what its purpose was. "This is a soul guide. Last time I went to dig that." Wait, he almost let it slip. Seeing so many people around, if he revealed that it was something dug up from a tomb, he would probably be cut to pieces. Never mind how it came about. Just know that this thing is a powerful soul guide, just like that 24-bridge moonlit night of Shao San's. He almost let it slip again. Ling Mo was glad he caught himself in time. He didn't want to explain anything further. Those who understood would naturally get it, and those who didn't need an explanation. Such a beautiful bell. In light of this bell, "I'll forgive you," Xiao Wu said happily, clearly very satisfied with Ling Mo's gift. At this moment, Tang San couldn't hold back any longer. "Cough, Xiao Mo, after so many years of friendship, aren't you going to prepare something for me?" Tang San knew Ling Mo well. This guy was addicted to tomb raiding and had treasures in hand. Tang San had been eyeing the strange metals in his possession, as those materials would definitely enhance the power of his hidden weapons. "What the heck? Are you robbing me?" Ling Mo's face darkened, clearly unhappy. All right. I just happen to have something that's perfect for you." Saying this, Ling Mo casually tossed a strange stone over. After Tang San caught it and fiddled with it for a while, he suddenly discovered that the stone contained a strange power. This power was not soul power. It was a kind of special spiritual power, very pure, which not only enhanced the stone's solidity, but also gave it a certain level of attack capability. What a strange stone. It's just right for making the Zhuge divine crossbow. It might have even more impact, Tang San thought to himself, expressing his gratitude to Ling Mo, and said, then I'll reluctantly accept it." "Reluctantly accept? Aren't you just eyeing the things in my hand?" Ling Mo retorted. Ling Mo stated that having such a partner is definitely his misfortune. Ling Mo made a move and immediately revealed 2 treasures, leaving a few people next to him in shock. How wealthy is this guy? Although they didn't know what the stone in Tang San's hand was for. From Tang San's reaction, it was definitely a treasure. Not to mention the soul guide in Xiao Wu's hand. as a method to craft such soul guides with storage capabilities had long been lost. Most of the soul guides on the continent are monopolized by powerful families, with very few in the hands of commoners. This kid has an unknown background and is generous with his spending. He seems to be quite a character. Dai Mubai, who had been silent, was paying close attention to Ling Mo, the guy who was trying to take his wife. Through a series of details, he realized that Ling Mo definitely had an impressive background. Not only was his talent extraordinary, but his combat power was also astonishing, and his spending was lavish, clearly indicating he was from a noble family. It seems he is indeed a formidable opponent, and Dai Mubai no longer looked down on him. All right, have you all finished talking? Let's go. I'll take you directly to the 4th round. Returning to the main topic, although Dai Mubai was not pleased with Ling Mo, he still acted according to the rules and fulfilled his duties. Directly to the 4th round? Why? Tang San and the others were taken aback, not understanding what Dai Mubai meant. Did he open a back door for them because they looked handsome? Let me explain. One of the assessment criteria for our Shrek Academy is that anyone under 13 years old with a soul power exceeding level 25 can pass directly through the 2nd and 3rd rounds and enter the final round. Your soul powers should all be above level 25, right? Dai Mubai had fought with Tang San and Ling Mo, so he naturally knew their soul power levels, which is why he specifically mentioned it. So that's how it is. After the explanation, Dai Mubai went to inform the teacher in charge of the 2nd round assessment, but did not expect to provoke dissatisfaction among the crowd. Why? Why can they go directly to the 4th round? Yeah, we've all been waiting in line here for a long time. Why can they go directly to the 4th round? Seeing that the crowd's emotions were unstable, the teacher could no longer sit still. If your soul power also exceeds level 25, then you can go directly to take the 4th round exam. But if your soul power does not exceed level 25, then you must pass each round one by one. Level 25? How is that possible? Achieving level 25 at 12 years old is simply impossible. This statement immediately caused more dissatisfaction among the crowd. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Since you don't believe it, let me show you. Dai Mubai, who had been holding back his anger, couldn't take it anymore when someone dared to challenge him. He directly tossed a white testing crystal to Tang San. The color of the testing crystal varies according to the level. This white crystal is used for testing soul powers below level 30. If the soul power exceeds level 30, the crystal would explode. Tang San grabbed the testing crystal, revealing a slight smile, and suddenly exerted his power, pouring his soul power into the crystal ball. In an instant, a strong light burst forth from the crystal ball. My goodness, is this close to level 30? The intense light filled the entire area of the crystal ball, leaving everyone in shock. After Tang San finished testing, he tossed it to Xiao Wu beside him, and without exception, after she injected her soul power, she also emitted the same brilliant light as Tang San. Another stunning blow, shocking countless people. Another genius close to level 30? But it wasn't over yet. At that moment, a girl stepped out from the crowd and softly said, "Teacher, I think I can also go directly to the 4th round." Just as Xiao Wu was about to hand the crystal ball to Ling Mo, Ning Rongrong stepped out, casting a meaningful glance at Ling Mo before taking the crystal ball away. Wow, did she recognize him? Ling Mo felt a chill in his heart. Why does it always feel like there's a killing intent behind her gaze? This little, which is not easy to deal with. Don't be fooled by her sweet and cute appearance. When she truly gets angry, you'll know what true malice is. Ling Mo was scared and directly hid behind Zhu Zhuqing. A series of actions that left Zhu Zhuqing very puzzled. Could it be that this guy has something to do with the girl in front of him? Thinking of this, her demeanor became even colder, and she was very angry. How many girls has this guy been flirting with behind the scenes? Zhu Zhuqing was speechless. Why did everyone look at Ling Mo with such terrifying expressions? After injecting her soul power, Ning Rongrong also radiated a strong light, slightly weaker than Xiao Wu and Tang San. The scene erupted into a commotion. Having so many geniuses appear in one day had already dealt a blow to their proud hearts. But unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing coldly stepped forward, snatching the crystal ball from Ning Rongrong's hands and instantly injecting her soul power. Once again, a burst of light erupted, shocking countless people. My goodness, is Shrek Academy really that amazing? It actually has so many 12-year-olds who can reach level 25 at the same time. Amidst the astonishment, all eyes were on Ling Mo, because among this group, he was the only one who hadn't T-tested yet. You rogue, don't you plan to show off your charming demeanor? Ning Rongrong said meaningfully. He as expected, you can't hide fire with paper. Wherever I go, I shine brightly. Even if I hide so deep, You can still notice my incredibly handsome face in the dark corners. Chapter 29. The Immutable King of Light, shameless. Just wait. I'll settle the score with you later. Ning Rongrong cursed coldly, wishing she could press this damned rogue to the ground and rub him. To maintain her image, she forcibly held back her anger. It was really hard on her. Ling Mo doesn't know what she's plotting, but judging by her sinister expression, it can't be that simple. This little fairy, we are not acquainted. What do you mean by that? Is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? You know, soon enough, hee. Ning Rongrong revealed a hint of a gentle smile, leaving everyone confused, while Zhu Zhuqing looked at them with a serious expression. Taking the crystal ball from Ning Rongrong's hand, Ling Mo held it in her palm, which was already sweaty. This girl definitely has issues. Ling Mo is well aware of how terrifying this little witch can be. When she gets fierce, you can't even imagine it. Damn it, I should find an opportunity to sneak away early. Silently making a decision, Ling Mo gripped the crystal ball and suddenly exerted force, injecting her soul power into the testing crystal. Suddenly, a strong light enveloped the entire crystal ball, and this light was even more intense than Tang San and Xiao Wu's. As the soul power surged with a bang, it suddenly exploded. Exploded? What's going on? Has his soul power already surpassed level 30? Everyone cast puzzled glances, and Tang San asked, Xiao Mo, have you broken through level 30? The atmosphere at the scene completely erupted. A level 30 soul master who is only 12 years old. What a monstrous talent. That's right. I have broken through, but I haven't obtained the third soul ring yet. Ling Mo said indifferently, but in his heart he was always thinking about when to find an opportunity to slip away. Level 30? No wonder he is so strong. But why can he use my hell cat martial soul? Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who was quietly observing Ling Mo, was deep in thought, unable to understand why Ling Mo could use his martial soul and its soul skills. Also curious was Dai Mubai, who had also been defeated by his own martial soul. He was extremely curious about Ling Mo's martial soul. Back in the first round, Ling Mo had mentioned that his martial soul was the five-colored light, but no one knew its specific effects. Could it be that his martial soul can mimic the opponent's martial soul and its soul skills? It's very possible, otherwise there's no way to explain why he could use the White Tiger martial soul and the Hellcat martial soul. Wow, this year has indeed brought quite a few little monsters, and now there's even a level 30 little monster. Good. It seems there might be a chance for a raise this year. The Ling Mo soul power test ended, shocking everyone present. Based on the intensity of his soul power, he was a terrifying presence at level 30 or even closer to 31. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the testing crystal to shatter. With such talent alone, Ling Mo could have been directly admitted. The teacher in charge of the second round displayed a satisfied smile, repeatedly saying good 3 times, overjoyed. Xiao Bai, take these few and go directly to the 4th round. Tell Zhao Wuji, he knows what to do. After the test concluded, the group of 5 directly entered the 4th round, while the remaining individuals had no complaints left. It is what it is. No amount of words would change that. If you were truly that impressive, why were you so far behind your peers at the same age? If Tang San wasn't enough to intimidate these people, then Ling Mo's soul power was certainly enough to silence them. Follow me. With that, Dai Mubai said with a grim expression, directly leading Ling Mo and the others towards the 4th round. Ling Mo's performance left him shocked, but also worried, as the stronger Ling Mo became. The smaller his chances seemed. He had been closely watching Zhu Zhuqing's expression and noticed that she was observing Ling Mo's every move. Deep down, Dai Mubai harbored a hint of resentment, as if something he cherished had been taken from him. Proud by nature, he couldn't tolerate such a situation. Yet he realized that he couldn't change anything in front of Ling Mo. He couldn't even beat him. The last time, he had been thoroughly defeated. In terms of talent, Ling Mo was on a completely different level. Moreover, in terms of appearance, Ling Mo was just as good as him, standing the same height, with black and deep long hair cascading naturally, and his handsome face always carrying a hint of mischief. What was even more attractive was his pair of twin pupils, adding a touch of mystery to his charm. This suddenly arrived guy had undoubtedly stolen all his thunder, and everyone's attention was focused solely on him. Dai Mubai gradually felt a deep sense of failure, a feeling he had never experienced before. Throughout the journey, Ling Mo remained silent, and the atmosphere was quite off. Zhu Zhuqing had been following closely beside him, seemingly rejecting the approach of someone. Xiao Wu tried multiple times to talk to Ling Mo, but was inadvertently stopped by her. The most speechless was Ning Rongrong, the little witch, who kept glaring at Ling Mo, leaving him a bit speechless. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing was strong enough, although he didn't know what she was thinking. She had already blocked 3 waves of sneak attacks for Ling Mo, damn it. If he had known, he wouldn't have come to So.No City, which made it impossible for him to slip away now. On the road, Ling Mo cursed inwardly. If he hadn't come to So.No City, he wouldn't have gotten into so much trouble. The current situation wasn't even the worst. What he feared most was that old ghost Flinder, who held grudges. If he found out that he was in his academy, wouldn't that be like throwing oneself into the net? A typical self-inflicted trap. If Zhu Zhuqing hadn't caught him, Ling Mo would probably have been the Star-Do force by now. He didn't understand what was going on in that girl's mind. Why was she so insistent on sticking to him? It was just a few kisses. At worst, he could just let her kiss him back, right? But that didn't seem to work. Even if he was willing, she might not be. She just wanted to cling to him 24 hours a day. After walking nearly 100 meters and passing through a densely populated village, the group reached a more open area. In front was a small house with a table in front, beside which lay a big man who seemed to be sleeping. No wonder, as the assessment criteria for the first 3 challenges had not allowed anyone to reach the 4th level since morning. So he had been sitting there all morning without anyone coming. Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai, walked over and directly woke Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji woke from his dreams, and upon seeing the 5 people in front of him, he smiled. Oh, I didn't expect so many little monsters this year. 5 people actually reached the 4th level. Seeing these 5 people, Zhao Wuji was delighted. He had thought this year would be another bust, but was surprised by the arrival of 5. Teacher Zhao. Not only have they reached the 4th level, but they also skipped the 2nd and 3rd level assessments. Dai Mubai explained, and Zhao Wuji's smile grew even wider. Well, 5 of them have reached level 25? That's right. Not only that, but one of them has already reached level 30. Dai Mubai continued, and he suddenly had a good idea. Oh, who is it? Even you were defeated? Zhao Wuji immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. How could Dai Mubai, one of his proud students whom he knew so well, be defeated by someone? It's the one on the far left, named Ling Mo, a level 30 battle spirit master, who hasn't even obtained his 3rd spirit ring yet. Interesting, since that's the case, old Zhao will have to have some fun with you all. Upon hearing that one of the group had reached level 30, Zhao Wuji was pleased, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. Dai Mubai successfully stirred Zhao Wuji's competitive spirit, showing a smile. If Zhao Wuji took action, Ling Mo would surely suffer a great loss, right? After holding in his anger all day, Dai Mubai had had enough. Chapter 30. Zhao Wuji's challenge not good. This guy is not easy to deal with. Ling Mo recognized from Zhao Wuji's gaze that he had set his sights on him. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhao Wuji is about to arrive at the first dungeon of Shrek. Almost every Douluo has to face a dungeon, and Ling Mo is no exception. His soul power has mostly recovered. Oscar's recovery sausage is quite good, barely able to restore half of his state. However, this guy's defense is astonishing, and he possesses immense strength. If they were to confront each other, he would probably not have the upper hand, unless he uses the star crossbow. But even if he uses the star crossbow, while it can break through his defenses, it still won't guarantee victory. How could a soul sage be so easily defeated? Ling Mo was desperately searching for a countermeasure in his heart, knowing that a tough battle was about to come. Some might say, isn't it simple to win? Just let Xiao Wu get hurt, right? Actually, that's not feasible. In the original story, Tang San beat Zhao Wuji, but that was under the premise that Zhao Wuji didn't use his real strength. Moreover, Tang San took advantage of the hidden weapon that wasn't widely known in Douluo to catch Zhao Wuji off guard. But if Zhao Wuji truly fought, Tang San wouldn't even have the ability to resist, and that's a fact. I am Zhao Wuji. Now, I will give you a stick of incense worth of time to get to know each other and discuss. After a stick of incense, the test will begin, and I will personally test you. The content of the test is for the 5 of you to work together to withstand my attacks for a stick of incense worth of time. As long as one person can hold on until the end, you will pass. As expected, the next sentence from Zhao Wuji left everyone stunned. The few looked at each other, and their gazes fell on Ling Mo, who was the strongest among them. Reluctantly, Ling Mo stepped forward and said, "Stop just staring. Let's discuss how to fight." The few of them gathered around, continuing to wait for Ling Mo to speak, unconsciously treating him as the core. I'll say a few words first. The person in front of you is the famous immovable king Zhao Wuji of the Soul Master World, the 7-ring soul sage. There's no need for me to explain his strength to you. In a short time, it was clearly impossible to discuss a perfect strategy. How about this? You introduce yourselves and familiarize each other with your characteristics. so you can cooperate better afterward. After speaking, Ling Mo looked at the others and continued. I'll go first. I am Ling Mo, a 30-level battle soul master, and my martial soul is the 5-color light. Ling Mo finished speaking, and then Tang San said, Tang San, level 29 control system battle soul master, martial soul blue silvergrass. Xiao Wu, level 29 attack system battle soul master, beast martial soul rabbit. Zhu Zhuqing coldly said, Zhu Zhuqing, martial soul nethercat, agile attack system battle soul master, level 27. Ning Rongrong, 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Rongrong, level 26 support system soul master, 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. As soon as Ning Rongrong's martial soul was mentioned, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, except for Ling Mo. So, you come from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? Tang San asked curiously, not expecting to encounter a descendant of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect in this small Shrek academy. Don't look at me. My martial soul is nothing special. Are you curious about this rogue's martial soul? Ning Rongrong smiled shyly and then glared fiercely at Ling Mo. Tang San and Xiao Wu naturally knew about Ling Mo's martial soul, but Zhu Zhuqing was not clear about it, so she was very curious. 5-color light martial soul? Is it based on light as the main body of the martial soul? That's really rare. Even Dai Mubai was quite puzzled. He had never heard of such a martial soul. Although he was very dissatisfied with Ling Mo, he still maintained a strong curiosity about his martial soul. You haven't seen many things, Ling Mo said unkindly. Although this guy didn't show any hostility for the time being, Ling Mo wouldn't think he had any friendly intentions towards him. Can you tell us what your martial soul does? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. As soon as Tang San and Xiao Wu heard this, they immediately showed a hint of a smile. They didn't know the abnormality of Ling Mo's martial soul. If they really knew, they would probably be shocked. What does my martial soul do? How should I put it? It has many functions, like various support effects, such as strength enhancement, speed enhancement, defense enhancement, and a particularly critical one is the healing ability. In other words, as long as you have 1 breath left, I can heal you back to full health. How about that? Impressive, right? Isn't it much more powerful than your little tower? Ling Mo smiled and said, there's nothing to hide about this. What difference does it make to tell them? What kind of perverse martial soul is this? Possessing various ability enhancements and even having healing powers? As expected, just as Ling Mo finished speaking, a wave of astonishment erupted from the side. Ning Rongrong scoffed, with your so-called light martial soul, you dare to compare with my 7 treasure glazed tile? She naturally didn't believe it because deep down, there was a voice constantly telling her that the 7 treasure glazed tile was the strongest support type martial soul in the world. Believe it or not, slowly you'll find out. Little girl, don't be so narrow-minded. You should know that there are many things in this world that you are unaware of. There are always stronger people and greater heavens beyond. A too narrow-minded perspective and limited vision won't take you very far. Ling Mo casually said that only Tang San and Xiao Wu could truly understand the terrifying amplification of his 5-color divine light. Over the past 6 years, with the help of the master, Ling Mo had completely mastered the control of the 5-colored light and enhanced its auxiliary effects. Under the original 30% amplification, it had increased by another 30%, surpassing the amplification effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Unlike Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, which only provided a one-sided enhancement, increasing 1 soul ring at a time. Ling Mo's 5-colored light has species attribute enhancements from the very beginning. They include strength, defense, speed, and a healing function that comes with it, as well as enhancement effects, etc. Moreover, the increments of these enhancements will grow with the absorption of soul rings. This means that Ling Mo's current enhancement is 30% on top of 30%. After he acquires a soul ring, it will increase by another 30% from the original 30%, 1 ring after another. This perverse support effect is something the 7 treasure glazed tile sect does not possess. This is also why the master said that Ling Mo's martial soul is very likely to become the number 1 support type martial soul in the continent. In fact, there is one more point. Ling Mo's 5-color divine light, in essence, does not belong to a support type martial soul because this support effect is merely an addition. More enhancement effects will only increase the strengthening of Ling Mo's physical body. So this martial soul can be said to be an all-around martial soul. You're talking nonsense. Ning Rongrong's shocking statement left everyone stunned, and Tang San and the others were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that the usually well-behaved little girl could say such crude words. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Ling Mo was too lazy to explain. He didn't want to prove anything to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, whether he lived or died. What he said was the truth, but the only ones who could truly believe it were Tang San and Xiao Wu. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke up, "But last time you clearly used my spirit cat martial soul, and you could even use my soul skills. Why is that?" Yes. This question not only puzzled Zhu Zhuqing, but also intrigued Dai Mubai. Chapter 31. Battle with Zhao Wujia. Why? It's simple, because I am a thief. I can steal your heart. Ling Mo smiled sinisterly, while Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. This guy was never serious. It was impossible to expect him to answer your questions earnestly. Dai Mubai's face was pale, clearly infuriated. He initially thought he could resolve the confusion, but unexpectedly, this guy not only refused to speak but also teased Zhu Zhuqing in front of him. What's worse, he couldn't do anything to Ling Mo, and Zhu Zhuqing didn't seem to mind the teasing, as if she had already accepted it. Dai Mubai felt extremely uncomfortable, wishing he could battle Ling Mo 300 rounds. To cut a long story short, let me first arrange the tactics. To analyze the surface situation, the one standing before us is named Zhao Wuji, a prominent figure in the Soul Master world, known as the Immovable King. His characteristic is his indestructible defense. Just imagine, a soul sage at the 7th ring, relying solely on his defense, is not something we can contend with. What? He's the Immovable King? I hadn't noticed earlier, but now Ning Rongrong realized that the person in front of them is the infamous Immovable King in the Soul Master world. Is he very powerful? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Seeing Ning Rongrong's reaction, it seemed this guy was indeed quite impressive. Whether he's powerful or not is another matter. From our current analysis, with our strength, it's very difficult to defeat this Immovable King. Therefore, what we need to do is hold on for a stick of incense. Just for the duration of a stick of incense, as long as one person is still standing, it counts as passing. Ling Mo was too lazy to explain so much. Zhao Wujia's reputation could shock them in almost every Douluo book, and they never got tired of it. Xiao Mo, to say directly, how do we fight? Tang San asked. It's simple. I will directly restrain him. With my gravity field, I should be able to hold him for a few minutes. Using my gravity field, combined with Xiao San's blue-silver grass binding, we should be able to control him for quite a while. Furthermore, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing will harass from the side, not allowing him any space to attack. With pressure from all three sides, we just need to hold out for a stick of incense. Time was pressing, and the only method Ling Mo could think of was this one. However, he was unsure if a 30-level gravity field could suppress this soul saint. Of course, mainly Ling Mo didn't want to expose too much. He believed in keeping something in reserve for future use. He almost didn't consider using a top-tier hidden weapon like the star crossbow, because it was currently his most powerful killing tool. All right, let us do it your way, the others said in unison, confirming Ling Mo's tactical arrangement. Teacher Zhao, we are ready. Come on, let us see the great Immovable King. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Mo instantly activated his gravity eye. A halo of 5 colors swirling around him, and 2 yellow soul rings burst forth in an instant. In just a moment, his aura completely changed, surrounded by a sacred light, as if a celestial being had descended. What a powerful aura. This kid is indeed not simple. Zhao Wujia's gaze remained fixed on Ling Mo, as he felt that this kid was the most troublesome among the group. At the moment Ling Mo unleashed his martial spirit, the gravity eye reversed rapidly, and the 5-color divine light had completely strengthened his body. Under the pressure of the gravity eye, a giant bear shadow appeared behind Ling Mo, which was Zhao Wujia's great strength King Kong bear. What? How can this kid? Zhao Wujia was incredibly shocked. Ling Mo's martial spirit turned out to be his great strength King Kong bear, and from the aura, it was even more terrifying than his own martial spirit. This was a completely evolved version of the great strength King Kong bear, and just the suppression from the martial spirit made him feel a sense of fear. This was pressure from the martial spirit, not Ling Mo's imposing aura that intimidated him. Teacher Zhao, come on. With that, Ling Mo's gravity field instantly struck, coordinating with Zhao Wujia's 3rd soul skill, enhancing the gravity, and it pressed down like Mount Tai toward Zhao Wujia. This level of gravity, this kid can even use my soul skill? Zhao Wujia instantly sensed a tremendous gravity pressing towards him, making it hard for him to straighten his waist. Light blade go. Under the strong pressure of the gravity field, Ling Mo's 5-colored light instantly activated. A total of 5 beams of light surged towards Tang San and the others. What a terrifying amplification. It turns out he wasn't lying. At this moment, Ning Rongrong finally understood that what Ling Mo had said earlier was not false. The amplification brought by his martial spirit was indeed this strong. It was twice as intense as the amplification from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. It seemed that the two could stack. A thought flashed through her mind, and Ning Rongrong spun around. 7 treasures turn out to be glazed. In an instant, a colorful light surrounded her, and a translucent little tower appeared in her hand. Then, 2 soul rings slowly activated, circling around her, like a fairy descending from the heavens, sacred and inviolable. There's actually a 7-treasure glazed tile, sect member here. It seems at this time that old Ghost Flinder will be laughing in his dreams. Zhao Wujia immediately noticed her, and under Ling Mo's strong pressure, she unleashed her martial spirit. In that instant, the gravity field suppression was lifted. However, unexpectedly, as soon as Ning Rongrong activated her martial spirit, 2 beams of light surged directly into Ling Mo and the others' bodies. As expected of the first auxiliary-type martial spirit, this amplification is really impressive. Feeling the changes within his body, Ling Mo chuckled. He didn't expect these 2 strong amplification effects to stack. After the 2 were combined, Ling Mo's power was once again enhanced. Indirectly, the effect of the gravity field was instantly magnified, and Zhao Wujia, not paying attention, suddenly fell to the ground with a clatter. Damn! At this moment, Zhao Wujia was extremely shocked. He didn't expect this group of little monsters to have such good cooperation. Even more fun was yet to come. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to get up, Tang San's blue-silver grass activated in an instant. Bind! In an instant, countless vines wrapped Zhao Wujia into a bundle, like a zongzi. Xiao Wu, meteor hammer! Tang San shouted, signaling Xiao Wu to charge out instantly, kicking Zhao Wujia hard. Under such a terrifying amplification, Zhao Wujia felt intense pain from the kick. Just as he was about to get up again, Xiao Wu did a spin, stepping on Tang San's blue-silver grass, and suddenly tossed herself out again. Another sharp attack, but this time it wasn't so lucky. Haven't you eaten? Is this all the strength you have? Zhao Wujia felt a bit embarrassed after being attacked several times. He instantly unleashed his second soul skill. A powerful force burst forth. Xiao was pulled back by Tang San just in time, thankfully avoiding danger. No strength? Teacher Zhao, then you should try this. At this moment, Zhao Wujia suddenly noticed a figure appearing behind him without him realizing it. The speed was incredibly fast, reaching behind him in an instant. What? Before he could be shocked, with a gasp, Zhao Wujia felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Ling Mo gathered all his strength in an instant, condensing it in his hand. And with a powerful punch, he sent Zhao Wujia flying. At that moment, Zhao was in midair and had no ability to resist. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu took advantage of the situation, and Ling Mo wouldn't give up this hard-earned advantage, directly calling for Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu to attack again. In an instant, the gravitational field was strengthened once more, coupled with Tang San's blue-silver grass binding. Zhao Wujia found himself unable to fight back at all. Phantom Strike. 8-Dan Throw. The 2 girls charged forward, unleashing a fierce beating on the airborne Zhao Wujia, causing him to scream in pain. Don't get caught up in battle. Quickly retreat. After finishing a set of attacks, Ling Mo hurriedly called them back. After all, Zhao Wujia was a soul sage, although he was initially at a disadvantage. It was because he had been holding back. Now that he saw how well Ling Mo's group was cooperating, he had already put away his contempt. As expected, just after Ling Mo finished speaking, a sudden burst of intense power erupted in the air. There was no time to explain. Tang San's blue-silver grass quickly pulled back the nearest Xiao Wu, but Zhu Zhuqing could not be pulled back. In midair, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale. She could feel the terrifying power, but had no way to evade. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her, rapidly enlarging in an instant. Immovable king body. With a loud shout, a massive bear phantom emerged behind Ling Mo, instantly providing overwhelming pressure and perfectly blocking the attack aimed at Zhu Zhuqing. Kid, you can even use my martial soul's true form? You really surprised me. Chapter 32. Passing the test, Teacher Zhao. You have no idea how much more there is. The immovable king body erupted, unleashing an extremely overbearing force. Ling Mo chose not to clash directly with Zhao Wujia at first, as there was no chance of winning. As expected, just as Ling Mo was using the immovable king body, Zhao Wujia, empowered by his martial soul, suddenly launched a punch. The terrifying force exploded, and Ling Mo was sent flying as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. Go! As he was flung out, Ling Mo didn't forget to pull Zhu Zhuqing back. When they returned to the ground, he saw that the incense on the left still had half left. Kid, do you have any more tricks? If not, it's my turn now. Zhao Wujia, battered and bruised, slowly descended, emanating a strong and overbearing aura. He was about to make his move. Faced with the pressure of a seven-ring soul sage, even Ling Mo found it difficult to resist. Can he hold on? Ling Mo whispered softly, asking Zhu Zhuqing beside her. She was pulled back from Zhao Wujia's attack range by Ling Mo's embrace. Her face was slightly red, clearly a bit shy, but she felt very touched inside, because at this critical moment, only Ling Mo chose to stand up and protect her. Can't. Zhu Zhuqing replied with great certainty. She was very strong-willed by nature and would not easily submit. Don't move here. After speaking, Ling Mo exchanged glances with Tang San, just in time to see what they both wanted to see. That's right, after so many years of cooperation, they had formed a good tacit understanding, almost knowing each other's intentions with just a glance. Little San, go. As soon as the words fell, two figures rushed out from the side, surrounding Zhao Wujia on the left and right in an instant, launching an attack simultaneously. Blue-silver bind. In an instant, Tang San's blue-silver grass attacked again, binding Zhao Wujia once more. Again, with this routine, isn't there anything new? Facing the attacks from both Ling Mo and Tang San, Zhao Wujia remained calm and looked at the two with great curiosity. Judging from their cooperation, they had reached a state of spiritual connection, working together seamlessly. Zhao Wujia was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what these two kids could do. Teacher Zhao, you want something new? Then I'll give you something new. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Mo had already appeared behind Zhao Wujia, revealing a hint of an evil smile. Not good. What does this kid want to do? Zhao Wujia instantly sensed something was off, but little did he know, Ling Mo had already wrapped around him. Opening the twin spirits, Ling Mo activated it again, using Xiao Wu's martial spirit. In an instant, he executed a series of waist throws, flipping Zhao Wujia over completely, using the technique of soft strength to neutralize force. He used softness to overcome hardness, completely dissipating Zhao Wujia's tremendous power. With the Xianyu hand, he grabbed Zhao Wujia's head and slammed him hard into the ground. But that wasn't the end. What awaited Zhao Wujia was not Ling Mo's retreat, but the following 8, leaving Zhao Wujia without the power to fight back. What a strange kid. He can use so many martial spirits and soul skills at the same time. And the power is even more terrifying than that little girl just now. Zhao Wujia grew more alarmed as he fought. This kid was truly monstrous. What is it that he cannot do? White Tiger's fierce light wave. Zhao Wujia was sent flying, and Ling Mo once again switched martial spirits, directly incorporating Dai Mubai's martial spirit. A burst of 5-colored light instantly shot towards Zhao Wujia, who was still in the air after the 8, without a target to borrow strength from. Boom! After a loud explosion, dust filled the battlefield. Ling Mo and Tang San both retreated, ready to launch a second wave of attacks. But unexpectedly, a figure suddenly charged out from the dust. Kid, you've angered me. This battle ends here. In an instant, a punch came from the dust, hitting Ling Mo's abdomen hard, sending him flying. Xiao Montak. Tang San watched closely. In that split second, Ling Mo closest to him was punched away. Like a cannonball, Ling Mo crashed to the ground, everything happening too suddenly for anyone to react. Kid, after taking my punch, you now have no fighting power. You are destined to lose, Zhao Wujia said, his old face filled with humiliation from the series of attacks. At this moment, if he didn't reveal some true skills, he really wouldn't be able to handle this group of little monsters in the future. Is that so? Cough, cough. Just when Zhao Wujia thought Ling Mo couldn't get up, he stood up again. Suddenly, a burst of 5-colored light erupted, and everyone in the area felt the baptism of holy light. What a strange light. It even has healing abilities. Zhao Wujia was taken aback, not expecting Ling Mo to have this trick up his sleeve, truly surprising him. What else does this guy have that he can't do? Kid, do you think this is over? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wujia charged again, not planning to give Ling Mo a chance to heal. However, Ling Mo was waiting for this opportunity. The moment Zhao Wujia approached, the ghost shadow misdirection activated. The twin spirits transformed again, and his gaze was none other than Tang San. Due to the dust flying around, many people couldn't see the situation inside. Even Zhao Wujia didn't notice. Under the 5-colored light, Ling Mo's left hand suddenly produced a small hammer. That's right, this was Tang San's Haotian hammer. This was not the first time Ling Mo had used the Haotian hammer. Using it now was no longer as unfamiliar as the first time. Try this. With a loud shout, it was like the thunder rolling from the nine heavens, a terrifying suppressive force descending from above, and a hammer directly smashed towards Zhao Wujia. Oomph. A small hammer, what power can it have? Zhao Wujia vaguely saw the blurred figure of the small hammer, and, although he couldn't see it clearly, he didn't believe such a small hammer could cause any damage. But soon he realized that this thought was wrong. With the Haotian hammer in hand, reinforced several times by Ling Mo's five-colored light, it had long exceeded its original limits, not only bestowing the power of gold elements for impact and suppression, but also adding a hint of lightning paralysis effect. Boom! The hammer smashed hard into Zhao Wujia's face. He didn't care, thinking he could withstand it and take down Ling Mo in return. What? Little did he know, with this one strike he was sent flying, unable to even execute his follow-up moves. After the hammer strike, Ling Mo cleverly withdrew the Haotian hammer. This object was indeed powerful, but also very dangerous. Teacher Zhao, a stick of incense has passed. Can we pass now? Ling Mo remained indifferent, and the five-color divine light once again radiated. Under the baptism of the holy light, the injuries he had just sustained instantly healed. However, unfortunately, his soul power was once again exhausted, but thankfully no one was injured this time. Xiaomo, are you okay? Tang San rushed over anxiously. Ling Mo was his best friend, and just a moment ago, he had almost gone to fight Zhao Wuji. Do I look like someone who has a problem? But that punch really hurt. Ling Mo wasn't hurt much, but Zhao Wuji's punch almost sent him away. If it weren't for Ling Mo taking that punch from the furious soul saint, if it were Zhu Zhuqing or Xiao Wu who took such a punch, they probably wouldn't have half their lives left. Ling Mo's body had been enhanced by five-colored light, so this punch did not cause him any damage in terms of hardness. Oof. Consider yourselves lucky. Zhao Wuji felt a bit humiliated and almost wanted to rush over and rub Ling Mo's face into the ground. He hadn't lost. When truly angry, he only needed 3 seconds to deal with these little monsters. However, it was always inappropriate to bully the weak, so he did not use his true strength. Ling Mo's hammer hit him hard, turning him into a comical sight with a bruised face. Kid, heal my wounds. Hurry up. With his face hurting badly, Zhao Wujia no longer cared about his image and directly asked Ling Mo to heal him, or else he wouldn't hold back. The five-colored light instantly rushed towards him, and under the baptism of holy light, the wounds on his face quickly returned to their original state. Chapter 33. The Mystery of Five-Colored Light. Hee. Teacher Zhao, I concede. With the battle over, Ling Mo successfully completed his task, as this is a necessary lesson for every Douluo world traveler. Ling Mo lived up to expectations and finally succeeded. Your martial soul is indeed strange. What you used just now was my martial soul and soul skills. The originally bruised Zhao Wujia quickly returned to his normal state under Ling Mo's treatment. However, if nothing unexpected happens, he would still get beaten up again tonight. Not for any particular reason. Even if Zhao Wujia didn't hurt Tang San, he would still receive a beating, because Tang Hao had something to instruct him. And, speaking of Tang Hao, he was quite a peculiar person. Clearly needing something from someone, he insisted on beating you up first before asking. This unreasonable behavior is truly hard to accept. That's right. I just used your martial souls and soul skills, as well as those of Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and others. Ling Mo said, at this point, I can't hide it anymore. There is nothing to conceal. Even if they know, they can't stop me from stealing. What? You can really use our martial souls? At this moment, everyone looked at him in shock. This news was truly astonishing. Except for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Almost everyone was unsettled. That's right. My martial soul, in addition to a series of amplification effects, has an even more important point. It can steal the martial souls and soul skills of everyone who appears in my line of sight. No matter how powerful your martial soul or soul skill is, as long as it appears in my line of sight, I can steal it. Moreover, my five-colored light has another function. After stealing martial souls and soul skills, they will be strengthened. Therefore, essentially speaking, the martial soul I apply will be stronger in both power and intensity than your original one. Ling Mo explained, and in an instant, everyone's doubts were resolved. They finally understood the methods Ling Mo had used earlier. So that's how it is. No wonder you could defeat me using my martial soul. At this moment, Dai Mubai's confusion was finally cleared, and he no longer had the courage to challenge Ling Mo. What else could be compared? His innate talent was no worse than yours. And what's even more outrageous is that what you have, he can use. What he has, you don't. Competing against such a freak, what do you expect? There actually exists such a martial soul in the world. Truly a little monster, very impressive. It seems that this time, Shrek Academy has genuinely welcomed a monster. From the terrifying and abnormal abilities you are currently displaying, you can already be in an invincible position at the same level. If this trend continues, there will definitely be a place for you in the future continent. A five-colored light, martial soul? It seems another top-tier martial soul is about to resonate throughout the continent and establish itself in the world. Zhao Wujia's feelings at this moment could not be described in words. He was completely shocked by Ling Mo's martial soul. In fact, Ling Mo had not yet told him something even more astonishing, which was his dual pupils. According to the master's theory, among Ling Mo's two martial souls, the dual pupils were the core, and the stealing ability also came from the dual pupils. Currently, the dual pupils, due to Ling Mo's still weak strength, have many divine abilities that have not yet unraveled their restrictions. As Ling Mo gradually grows stronger, this heaven-defying martial soul will make the entire continent tremble. The dual pupils are indeed the path of an emperor, without a doubt. Child, can you tell me what the upper limit of your martial soul stealing is? Zhao Wujia suddenly thought a question. Just now, Ling Mo had stolen his martial soul and soul skills, and with only 30 levels of soul power, he was able to manifest his martial soul. This abnormal ability is truly astonishing. He was even more curious about what the upper limit of Ling Mo's martial soul stealing was, meaning, could he steal a title Duo level martial soul? Upper limit? There isn't a specific upper limit for now, but for a title Duo level, I have basically confirmed that I can't steal it. As for soul.No, I haven't tried yet. Ling Mo suddenly remembered that 6 years ago, he almost died from backlash at Tang San's place, and he felt a sense of fear just thinking about it. Too much. I can't listen to this anymore. This kid is just a pervert. Suddenly, someone rushed out from the side, and it was Oscar, who came over with a bruised face, looking very dissatisfied. Why? Why is it that he is so impressive while I have nothing? Just a sausage. Oscar? Just in time, give me a few sausages. Just right. Ling Mo's soul power was exhausted, and his mental state was very poor. Although the five-color divine light has healing effects, it does not restore soul power. Oscar casually tossed over 2 sausages, and Ling Mo caught them, eating while saying, "Anyway, I won't say the specifics to avoid hitting you too hard. You just need to know that I'm really impressive. Bah, shameless rogue. No wonder you steal and play tricks everywhere. It turns out you have this built-in ability in your martial soul." Ning Rongrong couldn't help but mock. "What did you say? How dare you call me flat-chested? I'll fight you." Not holding back. Once this topic came up, Ning Rongrong couldn't control her emotions. She almost wanted to rush over and kill him, but thinking of the many people around, she held back. Just wait. We will settle this score sooner or later." Indignant, but knowing she couldn't beat Ling Mo, Ning Rongrong chose to endure to avoid being taken advantage of in front of so many people. This guy, the angrier you get, the more excited he becomes. If you hit him, he takes advantage of you. The most outrageous thing is that you can't even beat him. TCH, little girl, your family's billions will eventually belong to me one day. Ling Mo disdainfully said, suddenly feeling a chill behind him, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him. Indeed, it was Zhu Zhuqing. She suddenly felt a sense of crisis. This was a miscalculation. This girl has a strong possessiveness. It seems he can't tease little girls in front of her anymore, or else something will happen. Just thinking about the harrowing ordeal from last night made Ling Mo feel a pang of pain. Clearly, he already had a psychological shadow. Zhu Zhuqing was different from Ning Rongrong. She rarely spoke and kept everything to herself, but when she exploded, you would know you were in trouble. Last night's Ling Mo was a good lesson. Zhao Wujia saw that this group was getting rowdy and thought that the elderly had a bit of trouble fitting into this circle, even though he still had many questions to ask. But thinking that Ling Mo had already entered Shrek Academy, he felt relieved that he would have plenty of time to study his martial soul. He simply said, "All right, little monsters, congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment. From today onwards, you are members of Shrek Academy. Mubai, I'll leave this to you. Arrange the dormitories for the younger students and explain the school rules and motto." After saying that, Zhao Wujia dragged his heavy body away, not realizing that outside the academy, a pair of eyes was already fixed on him. Poor old Zhao, getting beaten up in Douluo every day, first by the young and then by the old. After that, he gets beaten up by the Titan Great Ape, truly the most pitiful person in Douluo. Chapter 34. The screams in the middle of the night after Zhao Wujia left. Ling Mo and the others were arranged into dormitories by Dai Mubai. However, when arranging dormitories for Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai hesitated, because there weren't many dormitories in Shrek Academy, and there weren't many people. Basically, it was 2 people per room. Tang San and Oscar shared a dormitory. Dai Mubai and the yet-to-appear Ma Hongjun shared a dormitory, leaving Ling Mo alone. On the girls' side, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shared a dormitory, leaving Zhu Zhuqing by herself. Clearly, there was no dormitory left for Ling Mo, who knew that this Dai Mubai was so ruthless, spending money to build a room for himself, and wouldn't give Ling Mo a chance to succeed. In fact, if he shared a dormitory with Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Mo would have been fine with that. He just didn't expect Dai Mubai to be so resolute, spending a whole day to create a small house. In terms of specifications, it was even more luxurious than where they lived. This guy really spent some money. Because of this, Ling Mo increasingly disliked this guy. Damn it. Daring to ruin his good fortune. If it weren't for this, by the time Ling Mo graduated, he would probably have a child. Cough cough, just kidding. However, Ling Mo's dormitory was built right next to the boys' dormitory, very close to the small woods behind. Therefore, in the middle of the night, a series of screams suddenly came from the woods, scaring Ling Mo so much that he couldn't sleep. My goodness, these screams were louder than thunder. After peeking out the dormitory window for a while, Ling Mo got up to take a look, but halfway there, he turned back. Yet he hesitated before returning to the dormitory. Wait a minute, if I remember correctly, Flinder should be in the small woods at this time, right? Suddenly realizing this, just thinking about how to deal with Flinder tomorrow made Ling Mo's head ache terribly. At this moment, if he could use Tang Hao's deterrent power to calm the scene, would he feel better? Thinking of this, Ling Mo revealed an evil smile, gradually becoming bold. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps was instantly activated, and Ling Mo passed through the small woods, under the moonlight of the night, with the amazing vision provided by his twin pupils. Ling Mo clearly saw 3 people in the woods. Under that big tree, Zhao Wujia was slumped on the ground, battered and bruised, while Flinder stood quietly in place, not daring to move. And the figure in the darkness, Ling Mo recognized at a glance, was the long-lost Tang Hao. Oh, how lively! I thought a thief had entered the academy. Ling Mo suddenly barged in, startling Flinder and Zhao Wujia. They knew that standing before them was the famous Hao Yindaluo, and at that moment, they didn't dare to breathe. With a student suddenly intruding, how could they not be anxious? After all, Shrek Academy was their life's work, and they couldn't afford to let a student be in danger. They would fight to the death if it meant protecting Tang Hao. What are you doing here? Go back. Flinder immediately recognized Ling Mo and shouted coldly, wanting to scold him back. Zhao Wujia struggled to stand up. You little brat, what do you want at this hour? They were unaware of Ling Mo's relationship with Tang Hao, and thus were very worried. If Tang Hao were to vent his anger on Ling Mo, could they protect this child? Your Excellency, this child is still young and has suddenly intruded. Please forgive us. I will send him back right away. At this moment, Flinder was already drenched in sweat. The Hao Yindaluo had been missing for a long time and had suddenly appeared, which was already a huge secret. Now that someone had discovered him, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't resort to killing to silence them. What is going on here? Everyone is so jumpy. Ling Mo was also surprised by the reactions of Flinder and Zhao Wujia. He didn't expect these two to care about him so much. This truly overwhelmed him a bit. After being in this world for so long, aside from the village chief Ultraman, only the master had treated him this well. Ling Mo was very touched by Flinder and Zhao Wujia's reactions. He naturally understood the intricacies behind it, but it was unnecessary. Long time no see, Uncle Tang. Ling Mo walked over carefree with a grin, and Tang Hao was taken aback for a moment before saying irritably, You little brat. It's been years since we last met, and you still haven't changed a bit. Tang Hao's words left Flinder and Zhao Wujin stunned in place. What? They know each other? Originally, Flinder and Zhao Wujin speculated that Tang Hao came for Tang San since they both share the surname Tang. Now it seemed that Ling Mo also knew Tang Hao, which really startled them. However, they soon felt relieved. Since they knew each other, Ling Mo wouldn't be in any danger. The conversation between the two was more about the concern of an elder for a junior. I didn't get the chance to thank you last time. Ling Mo smiled. Last time? So you already realized it was me who took action? Tang Hao suddenly recognized a point. He had acted very discreetly last time, but he didn't expect Ling Mo had already recognized him. Did you forget, uncle? My twin pupils are also a martial soul. Well, that's true. You have your secrets. Just like I do, Tang Hao said coldly. He had been paying attention to Ling Mo for these years. He found that this kid only cared about digging graves. Last time, he almost dug up the grave of the Haotian sect, and fortunately, Tang Hao acted in time to scare him away. My secrets? I don't have any secrets. In front of you, how could I dare to have any secrets? Ling Mo pretended to be ignorant, making one think he was a well-behaved young man. "Kid, what are you doing here?" Tang Hao's face darkened, not believing a word Ling Mo said. This kid didn't speak a single truth. Tang Hao didn't want to waste time here and asked directly. He had observed Ling Mo for 6 years and had already acknowledged his existence in his heart. Just based on Ling Mo's care for Tang San over the past 6 years, he could never harm Ling Mo. He was a negligent father, while Ling Mo played the role of qualified brother, taking good care of Tang San, which Tang Hao had noticed. Regardless of Ling Mo's mindset, Tang Hao had already internally acknowledged him. "Uncle, why did you suddenly visit Shrek Academy today? Is there something you need to do? These two are my academy's teachers. If they have offended you, I hope you could be magnanimous." Ling Mo came here with a purpose, hoping that the days to come would be a bit easier. With a title Douluo's deterrence, even if Flanders wanted to settle the score with him, he wouldn't dare. "It's not that he has offended him, but I have a few things to ask of your two teachers," Tang Hao said coldly, seemingly not feeling guilty about his recent actions. Only he could do such a thing in the world, clearly needing something from someone, yet still insisting on beating them until they submitted before asking for help. This uncle truly deserves to be called the strongest man on the continent. Even making requests sounds so fresh and unique. Ling Mo also felt embarrassed, poor Zhao Wuji, beaten to the point where he was unrecognizable. After Ling Mo's remark, Tang Hao felt a bit uncomfortable as well. Although he had just imparted a lot of experience to Zhao Wuji, it was not enough to heal the wounds in his heart. "What do you want to say?" Tang Hao's face darkened, thinking that this kid had betrayed him and was trying to trick him. Knowing Ling Mo's personality, Tang Hao realized that when he said such sarcastic remarks, he was about to extract something. "Uncle, in the soul.No forest there's a lake of life, and by the lake, there's a colorful emperor flower. That thing is a top-notch treasure. How about you get it for me, and I'll help you cure Teacher Zhao?" Ling Mo's eyes turned, and he suddenly remembered a treasure, which was the flower by the lake of life in the soul.No forest. He had seen it but lacked the ability to obtain it, so he wanted to ask Tang Hao for help. "You brat, you're quite the businessman, but do you think this little task of yours is worth the risk for me?" Tang Hao said coldly. He wasn't afraid of those two creatures in the soul.No forest. Seems like that's the case." Chapter 35, Calculating Flanders. "Sigh, forget it. I'll go myself another day." Faced with Tang Hao's questioning, Ling Mo directly gave up. Those two creatures in the Lake of Life were, after all, 10,000-year soul beasts. If it were a one-on-one fight, Tang Hao might not be afraid, but facing two at once was highly risky. If he asked Tang Hao to take the risk, Ling Mo felt it was unreliable. If something happened, he wouldn't take responsibility. Moreover, Tang Hao had no reason to help Ling Mo take such a risk. "You want to go yourself? Do you know how dangerous that Lake of Life is? You're just a kid. Wouldn't you be seeking your own death by going there?" Tang Hao really couldn't understand what that colorful emperor flower meant to Ling Mo, that it was worth risking his life to collect it. What can be done? Danger is danger, sigh. Let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, I must get that colorful emperor flower. Ling Mo had already calculated the value of this flower in his heart, and was preparing to find an opportunity to have Xiao Wu help him retrieve it when he visited the soul.No forest in a couple of days. Some might ask, what use is this colorful emperor flower? For others, it is of no use at all, but for Ling Mo, its significance is immense. The colorful emperor flower is a celestial grade flower, as its name suggests, belonging to the imperial level. This is a top-tier celestial medicine that contains 5 miraculous powers with enormous energy. Once consumed in combination with Ling Mo's 5-color divine light, it will undergo tremendous changes. This judgment was derived from the Tang sect's Xiantian general principles, through various reactions of medicinal substances and the characteristics of martial souls, determining that this celestial medicine is the most suitable for his martial soul. Once consumed, the martial soul may undergo a significant transformation and be further enhanced. It might even unlock some taboos of the dual pupils. Ling Mo has assessed that this celestial medicine only affects him. If consumed by others, it would be fatal. Its medicinal effect is astonishing, and if the martial soul is not compatible, it cannot contain that terrifying medicinal power and cannot absorb it. This is also why Ling Mo is not in a hurry to take it away. In the hands of others, it would undoubtedly be a poison, but in his hands, it is a celestial medicine. Ling Mo had no confidence in getting it back, so she could only focus on 2 people. The first was Tang Hao, but he didn't seem too willing, so she had to turn her attention to the second person, Xiao Wu. The soul.No forest was her home, and Ming and Air Ming were her brothers. It would be incredibly easy for her to enter the Lake of Life. However, what Ling Mo needed to do now was to figure out how to persuade Xiao Wu to go back and get the multicolored emperor flower. Directly exposing her identity was obviously unreliable, If she found out that her identity had been revealed, she probably wouldn't come out of the forest again. What does this flower do for you? Tang Hao said in a deep voice. Ling Mo remained silent, not intending to reveal the intricacies to him, because he knew that Tang Hao would not easily take risks. He had more important matters to attend to, until those matters were resolved. Tang Hao would not take any risks. This was also the reason why Ling Mo did not plan to tell him. It was useless, purely for the sake of appearance. After thinking it over, Ling Mo decided not to let Tang Hao intervene, as this was a heavy favor, and Ling Mo was afraid he wouldn't be able to repay it later. Upon hearing Ling Mo's response, Tang Hao felt that this kid was hiding something, but he wouldn't say it. After observing for these past few years, he had likely figured out Ling Mo's ways. This flower must have a significant effect on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned it. This kid was always motivated by profit. If it were just for a pretty flower, Ling Mo wouldn't be so persistent. It seemed that this flower was very important to him, and it looked like he needed to find an opportunity to visit the Stardo Forest. After all, this kid had taken care of Tang San for 6 years. It could be considered repaying a favor. Tang Hao hesitated internally, but did not express it. After giving a few instructions to Flanders and the others, he left directly. No one knew what he was going to do. Ling Mo was also curious about what he would do during the 6 years he was gone. If he was going to seek revenge against the Spirit Hall, there hadn't been much movement on the continent. It was hard to understand what this old drunkard was really busy with. Ahem, kid. Hurry up and treat me, damn it. I can barely hold it in. Just as Tang Hao left, Zhao Wuji's miserable voice echoed. No wonder he was known as the most pitiful person in Douluo. He was constantly getting beaten up, the younger ones first and then the older ones. He had been famous at the beginning, but later he couldn't even get a supporting role. And what about the unmoved king? It was truly tragic, not even a bird. Ling Mo instantly unleashed the 5-color divine light, a beam of brilliance blossoming in the woods, a gentle power illuminating Zhao Wujing in an instant. Soon, all of Zhao Wujing's injuries healed completely, leaving no scars, and in less than a minute, he returned to his original appearance. Healing ability? Kid, your martial soul is quite impressive. Flender watched in shock from the side, having been searching for Ling Mo earlier. But he didn't expect this kid to have already arrived at Shrek Academy. What attracted him the most was Ling Mo's martial soul. It was precisely because of this martial soul that Flender tirelessly sought Ling Mo to recruit him into Shrek Academy. Hee, this must be the famous Dean Flender, right? I've heard many rumors about you from the Golden Iron Triangle Sky corner back in the day. Upon hearing Flender speak, Ling Mo revealed a sly smile. Due to Tang Hao's intimidation, Flender initially wanted to give Ling Mo a beating, but upon seeing Zhao Wujing's battered appearance, he immediately dismissed the idea. You've heard my story? Flender asked in confusion, not expecting this kid to come prepared, having first tricked himself and then come to his academy. So he knows me and isn't worried about me coming after him? I've heard about it. Before coming here, I did some research. The founder of Shrek Academy is named Flender. He was also a member of the Golden Iron Triangle, level 78, with a cat-eagle martial soul. Naturally cunning and treacherous, vengeful, and quite petty. The earlier remarks were fine, but as soon as the last few sentences came out, Flender's expression instantly darkened. Is this idiot slandering me? Who spread this nonsense? Flender was furious, and seeing Ling Mo's smug face only fueled his anger. You little brat, who told you that? When have I ever been treacherous, vengeful, or petty? If you don't clarify today, I won't let this go. This was a matter of reputation, and Flender couldn't hold back. If it weren't for the fear of Tang Hao suddenly returning, he might have already made a move, intending to silence Ling Mo first. I don't know. It's all what others said. I'm just stating a fact. If it weren't for you, why would you keep chasing me? Ling Mo sneered slyly, and Flandra immediately understood that the kid was just playing with him. Good guy, intentionally undermining his own reputation for self-preservation. According to his reasoning, the innocent will clear themselves. If you aren't innocent, then you can't hold him accountable. But if you're truly as he said, then there's no point in arguing with him. Good kid, you're quite something. We'll settle our scores slowly. Flandra felt guilty from Ling Mo's words, knowing he was intentionally messing with his mentality, yet he couldn't act against him. If he made a move, it would just confirm everything, and he might even get beaten up by Tang Hao, which would be counterproductive. Now, Flandra finally understood what it meant to be schemed against. Usually, he was the one calculating against others. When did it become someone else's turn to scheme against him? And it was still a kid. Chapter 36. Frustration at Shrek Academy during the night. It was silent and still. Birds fluttered in the mountains. And suddenly a flash of light darted towards the dormitory building. Back in the dormitory, Ling Mo adjusted his state and quickly fell into sleep. This day, Ling Mo had exhausted his soul power several times and felt very tired, needing to replenish himself properly. Tang Hao had already left, and it was unclear what he was doing. It seemed that this time, he might not return for a while. Although he hadn't appeared in the past 6 years, Ling Mo could feel that he had been keeping an eye on Tang San, but this time that feeling was gone. As the sky began to brighten, a new day was about to start. Under the morning dew, a figure quietly climbed onto the rooftop, meditating in the first rays of sunlight. It was Tang San. For the past few years, he had done this almost every day, getting up to train before dawn. This unwavering determination was something even Ling Mo greatly admired. Xiao San, good morning. Ling Mo passed by the dormitory building and immediately spotted Tang San on the roof, lazily greeting him. Morning. Tang San finished his training and jumped down from the roof. His purple extreme magic eyes were stuck at the second level and couldn't progress. His only hope was to break through after obtaining the third spirit ring. Almost every level of breakthrough was directly linked to the spirit rings, which was the law of Douluo. Let's go. Time to eat. I'm starving. I didn't eat anything yesterday, just had a bit of Oscar sausage. I'm so hungry my stomach is touching my back. You go ahead. I need to find Xiao Wu. Sure enough, this guy couldn't forget Xiao Wu no matter where he went. Ling Mo rolled his eyes and said, all right, the girls' dormitory is on the other side of the academy. You can go by yourself. Ling Mo had already figured out the location of the girls' dormitory yesterday. He had almost familiarized himself with all the areas of the academy. Mainly, it was due to his occupational habit. After leaving the small forest in the middle of the night, he wandered around Shrek Academy, wanted to see if there were any tombs and if there were any good things inside. He had only casually glanced into the girls' dormitory and definitely had no other intentions. Tang San was stunned for a moment upon hearing Ling Mo's words, wondering how he knew where the girls' dormitory was. However, for someone familiar with Ling Mo, it seemed quite normal. Every time this guy arrived at a strange terrain, the first thing he did was to familiarize himself with the layout. He claimed it was to make it easier to escape in case of an emergency. You go ahead. I'll find Xiao Wu first, Tang San said helplessly, as he probably understood what Ling Mo had been up to last night. He was definitely out there searching for graves with his so-called super artifact shovel. See you. Ling Mo waved and headed straight for the cafeteria, feeling like he couldn't wait any longer due to his hunger. He turned left and right, bypassing the teaching building, and arrived directly at the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, he noticed there were already people inside. It was 2 girls, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. What puzzled Ling Mo was that Zhu Zhuqing was up quite normally, but why was this little witch up so early too? Given her lazy nature, she should still be deep in her dreams at this hour, but surprisingly, she was awake. These 2 girls, how can they look even prettier after just one day? As he glanced at the 2, ensuring that there was no one else around, Ling Mo suddenly revealed a sly smile, becoming increasingly bold. However, it seemed these 2 were still unfamiliar with each other, as they were sitting several tables apart. Ling Mo believed he couldn't provoke that little witch, so he ran straight towards Zhu Zhuqing. Hey girl, good morning. He gave her a quick peck. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was still dazed for a moment, Ling Mo shamelessly kissed her again, then quickly moved away with a smirk on his face. Damn, this guy still can't behave even at the academy. Zhu Zhuqing's good mood in the early morning was now uncontrollably suppressed. Rogue looking for fight. As soon as she finished speaking, her martial soul directly manifested, and her first soul skill, Ghostly Piercing, was instantly activated. However, when she reached Ling Mo's position, his figure suddenly appeared behind her, and he hugged her tightly, pulling her into his arms. Can't hit me, can't hit me. Are you mad? The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Feeling the soft body in his arms and the faint fragrance, Ling Mo almost lost control and quickly let go, retreating to a safe distance. So mesmerizing. If it weren't for the fear of the spirit cat family hunting me down, I would have just taken you back to Rice Fragrance Village. Thankful for his calmness, Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting figure was like a deadly poison, and just a hug was addictive. What girl wouldn't attract a man's attention, especially a stunning beauty with a devilish figure? Ling Mo was no exception. However, he still didn't have the strength to ignore the Star Luo Empire, so he could only take advantage of the situation a little. But in the Heaven Do Empire, he didn't have to worry about the Star Luo Empire coming after him. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, and the more she looked at Ling Mo, the angrier she became. But the angrier she got, the more useless it was. After spending some time together, she roughly figured out Ling Mo's personality. This guy, the more you resist him, the happier he gets. If you don't resist, he won't do anything too outrageous. After calming down, Zhu Zhuqing shot him a cold glance, not intending to settle the score with him, and directly left Ling Mo aside. Zhu Zhuqing returned to the table to eat, not planning to continue confronting Ling Mo, which left him quite frustrated. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing understood that she could never be Ling Mo's opponent. No matter how hard she tried, she could never defeat him. The only chance was when he was exhausted and in a bad state, just like the last time, but such opportunities were rare. And Zhu Zhuqing was starting to regret bringing this guy to Shrek Academy. She thought she should have just taken him to a deserted place, locked him up, and punished him severely. Your reaction is off. Don't you want to fight me? Aren't you angry? Ling Mo was trying to take advantage of the situation. But Zhu Zhuqing's lack of resistance made it feel pointless and boring. Get lost. The incessant chatter was annoying, and Zhu Zhuqing shot Ling Mo an icy glance, choosing to continue ignoring him. Seeing him in a panic only made her smile with satisfaction. Sure enough, the more you ignore this guy, the more uncomfortable he becomes. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have grasped Ling Mo's weakness, continuing to ignore him while watching his bewildered expression, wanting to laugh but not daring to. This is driving me crazy. No matter how many methods he tried, Zhu Zhuqing still wouldn't pay him any mind, leaving Ling Mo in a fit of rage. No matter how he moved, she wouldn't acknowledge him, which only seemed to confirm his actions, making Ling Mo feel extremely bored. As the saying goes, the more you can't have something, the more precious it becomes. The easier it is to obtain, the less you cherish it. After trying various methods and still being ignored, Ling Mo's gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong on the other side. Hee, this girl has a fiery temper. She should be fun to tease, right? Chapter 37. If you dare. Come at me. Just as Ling Mo was about to tease Ning Rongrong, she seemed to understand his intentions and, like Zhu Zhuqing, completely ignored him. This left Ling Mo feeling utterly defeated. How could this be? A fight to the death, classmates. When facing a rogue, we should stand up and say no. How can we compromise? It's no wonder that although Ling Mo took a little advantage, he always acted with restraint, keeping it within an acceptable range for both of them. More importantly, since resisting was ineffective, it was better to let him have his fun. After all, there was no real loss. Damn it, you guys are tough. Ling Mo was originally charging towards Ning Rongrong with great momentum, but to her surprise, Ning Rongrong shot her a glance and then continued to ignore her, causing Ling Mo to feel instantly deflated. Feeling aggrieved, she grabbed a bit of breakfast and returned to Zhu Zhuqing's table. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing saw Ling Mo's defeat, the laughter she had been suppressing for a long time immediately burst out. What a joke. One day, I will definitely deal with you. Ling Mo felt a surge of anger. These two dared to mess with him, making him look like a fool. If you have the guts, then come at me. If you really had the courage, you wouldn't still be hesitating now. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have figured out Ling Mo's personality. He definitely wouldn't dare. He had many chances before, but he always just took a small advantage and slipped away, never thinking of using force. The provocative tone filled Ling Mo with rage. If it weren't for considering her family's power, he would really want to deal with her. What? You're asking how Dai Mubai sees it? Ling Mo didn't care about his opinion at all. He didn't see Dai Mubai as a rival at all. Just wait. That day will come. Ling Mo tried to suppress the emotions inside, thinking that day wouldn't be too far away. I'm looking forward to it. Zhu Zhuqing continued to provoke him, her tempting voice and charming figure making Ling Mo feel intoxicated. He couldn't understand why Dai Mubai, who had such a beautiful wife at home, would still run out to flirt. Now, it seemed he had been intercepted by Ling Mo. In every way, Ling Mo was far superior to Dai Mubai. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had completely lost hope in Dai Mubai, which was another opportunity for Ling Mo. From the way Zhu Zhuqing treated Ling Mo compared to how she treated Dai Mubai, outsiders would never think there was any connection between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. She had already acknowledged Ling Mo in her heart. All she needed was time. Oh my, what is this? It's so bad. Facing Zhu Zhuqing's provocation, Ling Mo chose to ignore it because he couldn't overreact just yet. Changing the subject, Ling Mo expressed his disappointment in the food at Shrek Academy, which was beyond disappointing. He could only pray that Master would arrive soon. Only then would Flander, that stingy old man, improve the meals. At least there was something to eat. Shut up. Seeing Ling Mo deliberately change the subject, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to understand what he was wary of and was not in the mood to continue the conversation. She also understood what this meant. Deep down, Ling Mo had already settled in her heart, but she still dared not accept that kind of punishment. The only thing she could do was to grow up, to grow to a point where she could face danger and take control of her own destiny. Just as the two were chatting enthusiastically, a group of people walked in from outside the cafeteria. It was Tang San and his friends. Besides Tang San and Xiao Wu, there was also Dai Mubai and a chubby guy with a chicken feather on his head. If Ling Mo remembered correctly, this was the last member of the Shrek's 7 monsters who had not appeared until now, Ma Hongjun, right? Wow, so many beauties. As soon as he entered, Ma Hongjun spotted the 2 beauties sitting in the cafeteria, his eyes widening, with flames of desire burning within him, eager to do something. This guy had just broken up with his girlfriend and hadn't even had a chance to have a rebound. Xiao Mo, you didn't call me for lunch. Xiao Wu rushed over to Ling Mo and sat down beside him. Tang San went to help her get breakfast, while Xiao Wu shot an angry glare at Ling Mo, seemingly blaming him for not calling her. Didn't Xiao San go to call you? What's wrong? Does your dormitory need a light bulb? Ling Mo said irritably. What are you talking about? Xiao Wu looked confused and didn't understand what he meant at all. I don't care. You have no idea just now over there. We were almost bullied. Xiao Wu pretended to be pitiful. Bullied? By whom? Ling Mo was taken aback and recalled the plot in his mind. It seemed related to Ma Hongjun. That's not right. That little fatty doesn't have the ability to bully you. Ling Mo thought it was strange. With Ma Hongjun's level of strength, he couldn't even defeat Tang San. So how could he bully them? How do you know this matter is related to that little fatty? Xiao Wu asked curiously. She hadn't even mentioned what happened, and Ling Mo had already given a rough idea. Is there anything in this world that I don't know? Are you kidding? You should take a look at who I am, your brother Mo. I know everything about the heavens and the earth. There's nothing in this world that can hide from me. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Ling Mo had seen various versions of Douluo Continent, and he could truly be said to know everything. Moreover, over the past 6 years, Ling Mo had explored the origins of the heavy eye and discovered that this supreme eye was, in fact, the legendary supreme eye that could reverse yin and yang. Perhaps Ling Mo couldn't unravel the taboo yet, but he had a general understanding of the heavy eye's function. According to legend, the eye that could see through the past and future and the lives of past and present was this heavy eye. Ling Mo doesn't know if her dual pupils will awaken in the future, nor does she know if Douluo is truly her only home. Everything will only be revealed after the secret of the copper coffin is uncovered. The copper coffin is Ling Mo's greatest secret. It is the coffin that brought her to this world. In the endless darkness, Ling Mo witnessed the astonishing scene of 9 dragons pulling a copper coffin. At that time, Ling Mo's copper coffin brushed past the others, and she could clearly hear the noise coming from that coffin, indicating that there were indeed people inside, and not just one. Stop bragging. You can't even shut your mouth while eating, Zhu Zhuqing said discontentedly. She didn't like Ling Mo chatting so happily with Xiao Wu, so she deliberately interrupted. This was very unlike her character. Perhaps her inner unease prevented her from watching quietly. How embarrassing. This girl is really trying to make things difficult for him. The cafeteria became quite lively with so many people coming in. However, despite the liveliness, the atmosphere felt a bit off. Over there, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were sitting at one table, while Ling Mo, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Tang San were at another table, and Ning Rongrong was sitting alone. Originally, Dai Mubai, the oldest at Shrek Academy, wanted to liven up the atmosphere and help everyone get to know each other. But seeing that everyone was chatting so happily, he couldn't join in at all, which left him feeling utterly helpless. Moreover, he had been paying attention to this side and noticed that Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing were laughing and talking, which made him even more frustrated, to the point where he couldn't even eat. Ling Mo originally wanted to vent her anger for Xiao Wu, but thinking about it, the girl didn't suffer at all. She was just trying to mess with someone and deliberately used herself as a pawn. So it ended there. What a joke. If the sky falls, let Tang San take the hit. Ling Mo wasn't that foolish. With Tang San by her side, how could she possibly lose? It was obvious she was feeling guilty. Chapter 38, Suppression Ding Ding. A series of ringing sounds broke the eerie atmosphere in the cafeteria. Dai Mubai quickly stood up and said, "That's the bell calling us from the dean." After eating and drinking to her fill, Ling Mo stood up with a dejected look and said helplessly, "Let's go. Let's meet the 4-eyed guy." To be honest, he really didn't want to go to school. There were so many tombs on this continent waiting for him to explore. How could he waste his youth in such a small academy? By a twist of fate, Ling Mo was still dragged to Shrek Academy and had to continue staying there. 4-eyed guy? What is that? Xiao Wu got up and followed, asking in confusion. A group of people marched toward the playground, and Ling Mo explained as they walked. The Four-Eye Guy. That's the Dean of Shrek Academy, a soul sage at level 78, with a martial soul four-eyed cat eagle. Very powerful. Soul sage? That's good. Upon hearing that the other party was a soul sage, Xiao Wu showed signs of unease, catching Tang San's attention. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? I'm fine, Xiao Wu said with a giggle, but her inner anxiety was obvious. Ling Mo didn't bother to point it out. If he did, Xiao Wu would probably head back to the forest soon. When they arrived at the playground, Oscar was already there, looking energetic and even shaved his beard. His peach blossom eyes sparkled, and his handsome face stunned everyone. This looks even better than Dai Mubai. Wow, you kid, you're almost better looking than me. With this appearance, you're much better than some people. Ling Mo couldn't help but admire. When it comes to Oscar's looks, there's no denying it. However, having never liked Dai Mubai, he certainly didn't forget to belittle him a bit. What do you mean? Is that a veiled insult? Dai Mubai immediately became displeased upon hearing this. This guy was clearly trying to oppose him and never missed a chance to mock him. I mean nothing. If you insist on taking it personally, there's nothing I can do about it. What's wrong? Want to fight? Ling Mo had never been afraid of a fight, and in a verbal argument, Dai Mubai was no match for him. What could he use to contend with Ling Mo? My patience has limits. If you push me too far, then we're done for. Dai Mubai was filled with rage, having his spotlight stolen repeatedly and being mocked time and again. Even though he knew he couldn't beat Ling Mo, he didn't want to endure it any longer. You think too highly of yourself. If I wanted to kill you, it would only take an instant, don't doubt it. As he spoke, Ling Mo instantly drew the star crossbow, and, at the same time, 3 arrows shot out from the crossbow. The intense sound of breaking air echoed around Dai Mubai's ears. At that moment, he truly felt death was so close to him. The arrows from the star crossbow brushed past Dai Mubai's ear and instantly struck a few large trees behind him, causing them to disintegrate into powder in an instant. Not only that, after destroying the first tree, the arrow's power remained undiminished as they continued towards the second and third trees. Such terrifying destructive power even shocked Tang San. He immediately recognized that it was the Zhuge crossbow of the Tang sect, but in terms of power, it was far stronger than the Zhuge crossbow. What overwhelming power! Tang San exclaimed, utterly astonished. He hadn't expected Ling Mo to modify the Zhuge crossbow to such an extreme, just from this overwhelming destructive effect. Even a level 50 soul master would be instantly killed if caught off guard. Dai Mubai was internally shaken, unable to speak. He hadn't anticipated that Ling Mo had such a trump card, and it was precisely because of this that he completely lost the confidence to resist Ling Mo. So terrifying. Just a moment ago, if Ling Mo wanted to kill him, it truly would have only taken an instant, and he wouldn't have even had a chance to react. Xiao Montak. Tang San didn't understand the grudge between Ling Mo and Dai Mubai. He thought Dai Mubai was a pretty good person, just unsure why Ling Mo was so at odds with him. To avoid escalating the situation, Tang San promptly intervened to stop Ling Mo. Don't try to provoke me. Don't think I don't know your background. If you anger me, even the people behind you won't be able to protect you. Ling Mo coldly replied that he certainly wouldn't kill Dai Mubai. He just wanted him to understand that it wasn't that he couldn't kill him, but that he didn't want to. Although Dai Mubai was very annoying in the beginning, he truly proved to be a qualified older brother in the later stages. Ling Mo gradually suppressed him, not for any other reason, but to make him quickly realize himself. Every person here is not inferior to him in talent, so he should put away that proud head. The turmoil was brief, but it made everyone understand Ling Mo's terror. This guy, who usually seems to be all smiles, actually has a heavy, killing intent. The Dean is here. Oscar noticed something was off in the atmosphere and shouted loudly. From a distance, a figure was approaching, and it was Flander. Since Ling Mo had raided his little shop, Xiao Wu and Tang San had not met him and naturally did not recognize him. However, as soon as he approached, his gaze fell on Tang San's belt, and he immediately recognized its origin, deliberately looking at Tang San a few more times. After scanning the crowd, he cast a satisfied glance at Ling Mo and nodded. He knew what had just happened because this had been discussed with Ling Mo last night. It was necessary to temper Dai Mubai's sharpness. Therefore, he did not stop it or mention it. Dai Mubai had been proud for years, and indeed needed to be properly suppressed. In front of opponents stronger than himself, such so-called pride was of no use. According to Flanders' view, pride can exist, but the premise is that you are stronger than your opponent. Dai Mubai had continuously suffered losses at Ling Mo's hands and still did not understand to restrain himself. If this continued, he wouldn't get far when facing others. Shrek Academy only accepts top-notch geniuses, yet every one of these talented youths is incredibly proud, just like Ning Rongrong. A typical example. Flander wanted to temper their tempers to prevent them from suffering losses in the future. Very good. This year is quite impressive. We have added 5 more little monsters. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome you all on behalf of the Academy. Later, each of you will pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances, except for you, Ling Mo. You will pay 200. This unexpected news made Ling Mo's already not-so-wealthy purse even worse. Wait, why do I have to pay 200? Although Ling Mo is not short on money now, we can't have different treatments. How dare you ask me? How much did you sell those little trinkets for the other day? Don't you have any sense of the situation? Mentioning this made Flander furious. This little brat dared to mess with him. Okay, 200 it is. As soon as this topic came up, Ling Mo fell silent. The items he had scrounged from Flander had sold for several thousand gold soul coins, so it was not unreasonable for him to ask for back 100 as the cost. Their conversation was quite comical, and everyone cast surprised looks, wondering how Ling Mo knew Flander. Moreover, it seemed they had quite a history. Judging by the tone, it seemed Ling Mo had even tricked Flander. Good heavens, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others were completely shocked. They were very familiar with Flander, knowing that he was the one who usually tricked others, not the one being tricked. Ling Mo was really impressive to be able to pluck a few feathers from this iron rooster. At that moment, they were completely in awe. Truly a remarkable person. Chapter 39. Tang San went astray. All right, everyone else can go rest. Remember, before it gets dark, make sure to be in your best condition. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The teaching at this academy is different from other places. You may even face danger. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stay. Since you are support-type soul masters, there are special arrangements for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Rongrong immediately raised a question, saying, Dean, isn't this guy also a support-type soul master? Her gaze was directed at Ling Mo. Indeed, when battling Zhao Wujia, the characteristics of Ling Mo's martial soul also exhibited traits of support-type soul master. Moreover, fundamentally speaking, the 5-color divine light is indeed a support-type martial soul. It's just that Ling Mo's method of using it does not follow the path of a traditional support-type soul master. Ning Rongrong's doubt was soon answered. Do you think he's a purely support-type soul master? Flander said seriously. Those who understand Ling Mo know that his martial soul has never been a completely non-combat capable one. Even Dai Mubai couldn't gain any advantage against him. Could he be the kind of support-type soul master with no combat capability? Ling Mo's positioning has never been clear. It entirely depends on who his opponent is or who is by his side. If the enemy is strong, he becomes strong. If the enemy is weak, he becomes weak. Essentially, as long as there is a powerful soul master nearby, Ling Mo's potential can be infinitely amplified. Moreover, with the enhancement of the 5-color divine light, even in purely physical confrontations, Ling Mo can remain undefeated. Flander's response went unchallenged by Ning Rongrong because Ling Mo's performance was undoubtedly the strongest among this group of people. Next, Flander's arrangements for the two were very direct. He called on them to run 20 laps around the academy and then dismissed them. All right, go back to sleep, he said tiredly, and Ling Mo directly headed towards the dormitory. After a night of searching for graves on the mountain, Ling Mo was already exhausted. However, he suddenly noticed that Tang San and Xiao Wu had followed him, while Zhu Zhuqing returned to the dormitory on her own. What are you two following me for? Ling Mo asked in confusion, wondering what these two were up to. With no one else around, Tang San directly asked Xiao Mo, how did your Zhuge divine crossbow unleash such strong power just now? Tang San had a lingering doubt in his heart. The star crossbow Ling Mo had used earlier seemed like an upgraded version of the Zhuge divine crossbow, with a power far more terrifying than the original. Naturally, Tang San, who had a high enthusiasm for hidden weapons, would not miss the opportunity to find out why. Xiao Wu knew that both of them could use that hidden weapon, and although she didn't understand many aspects, Tang San didn't avoid her and asked directly, are you talking about this? Ling Mo casually took out the star crossbow and tossed it to Tang San for him to study. This thing isn't particularly special. It just took a bit more effort in terms of materials. Of course, the most crucial element was that black stone infused with the power of the stars. Ling Mo had nothing to hide from Tang San. After all, these hidden weapon techniques were all stolen from him. Sharing experiences might lead to the improvement of even stronger hidden weapons, considering that they were the only two in this world who could use hidden weapons. This power felt empty, like the vastness of the Milky Way, yet it possessed an inexhaustible source of strength. Mo, what materials did you use? How could you transform the Zhuge Divine Crossbow like this? Its power has completely surpassed that of the original Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang San asked in confusion. He had always had unique insights into the research of hidden weapons and immediately recognized the material properties of the star crossbow. Materials? The other materials aren't anything special. It's just that one black stone that's quite unique. That stone contains a large amount of star power, and I used it to modify the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, which turned it into what it is now. After absorbing the properties of the star meteorite, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow underwent a qualitative change, naturally becoming stronger than the original. Moreover, I discovered a problem. It seems that these strange stones, buried underground for many years, have some special properties to varying degrees. If we can absorb all these properties and impose them on hidden weapons, perhaps their power will be even stronger than before. Ling Mo explained that in terms of research on Tang Min's hidden weapons, she had experience equivalent to Tang San's. Over the years, having robbed numerous tombs, Ling Mo discovered that many large tombs were constructed with some strange materials. When these materials were excavated and forged into hidden weapons, they were even stronger than those made from common iron. Although Tang San had specialized blacksmithing techniques, no matter how much you tempered it, you couldn't give this common iron such strange powers. So that's how it is. No wonder the stone you gave me last time also had some strange properties, not only enhancing the hidden weapons themselves, but also significantly increasing their power. It seems I need to find an opportunity to dig a grave too. Wait. Hearing Tang San's serious tone, Ling Mo suddenly froze. Oh no, this guy's gone off track. You are the child of destiny. How can you do something so morally reprehensible? From Tang San's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Great. Brother, when you go digging, can you take me with you? Little Wu really seemed to thrive on chaos. Ever since Ling Mo took her to a grave once, the little girl had become addicted, thinking it was an exhilarating experience. Ling Mo vowed not to take her to the grave, and she sulked for a long time. However, when she saw that her favorite Tang San also wanted to go to the grave, she immediately perked up. Tang San would never refuse her. He always fulfilled her requests. I need to plan carefully and try my luck. Tang San seemed to have made up his mind, because after witnessing the power of Ling Mo's starry crossbow, he can no longer sit still. He has always pursued perfection in hidden weapons, and if his power was inferior to what Ling Mo had created, he would have no advantage at all. Don't rush to make a decision. Do you really think going to the tomb is that easy? It's all based on accumulated experience. And without special techniques, you won't be able to explore the treasures behind the tomb. You might end up empty-handed after all that effort. Ling Mo couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water. It wasn't that Ling Mo doubted him, but rather that he lacked the ability to explore tombs. Why? Typically, when Ling Mo went into a tomb, he would use his heavy pupils to sense the surroundings, usually as long as there were treasures inside that could detect them. This was also why Ling Mo rarely failed. Tang San was different. Although he had a pair of purple extreme magic pupils, he still couldn't explore without special techniques. Special techniques? Since Tang San had made up his mind, he would definitely focus on learning tomb raiding experiences from Ling Mo, such as how to use to sense the aura of treasures. There was no need for Ling Mo to hide this information because Tang San was indeed his best friend. I've studied it. Although the is cultivated later, it shouldn't be a problem for simple treasure exploration. Ling Mo said, "How about this? Come with me first. I'll teach you how to use to track treasures." After speaking, Ling Mo directly took them into a small dormitory and began to impart some tomb raiding skills to Tang San. In fact, there was a bit of malicious fun in this. If Tang Hao found out that he was leading Tang San astray, would he be so angry that he would smash him with a hammer? Just thinking about the last time when Tang Hao scared him away from the Hao Ian sect ruins made Ling Mo furious. He planned to deliberately lead Tang San over one day, letting him dig his own ancestral grave. At that time, he wanted to see if Tang Hao would be so angry that he would even hit his own son. Chapter 40. The little demoness erupts. Oh my god. Is this too cruel? Am I losing my conscience? Even Ling Mo felt that what he was doing was too much. Actually wanting Tang San to dig his own family's ancestral grave without him knowing. But it sounded exciting. He doesn't know if Tang Hao would end up hitting himself too. Who cares? At worst, he could take the opportunity to slip away and run to a place where Tang Hao couldn't find him, right? After all, last time he pretended to be a ghost to scare him. Now, it was his turn to set his son up. Ling Mo found it increasingly exciting and imparted a lot of tomb raiding experience to Tang San, while also teaching him a set of inherited talents from the twin pupils that came with the purple extreme magic eye. This talent was simply an exploration function. It was inherent to the twin pupils and perfectly matched the capacity of the purple extreme magic eye. After understanding all this, Tang San borrowed a shovel from Ling Mo and went out with Xiao Wu. However, Ling Mo had almost turned over all the graves, large and small, within a radius of dozens of miles, and there was basically nothing left. Before leaving, Ling Mo specifically warned him to dig out good things besides some big families. The best tombs were those unmanaged ruins or ancient graves. Usually, there were some good items inside, and the harvest depended on personal luck. After Tang San left, Ling Mo lay down on the bed and began to sleep soundly. He had closed his eyes all night and was already extremely tired. As night fell, Flinder was standing on the playground. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already returned, and it seemed they indeed came back empty-handed, looking very disappointed as Ling Mo had said. Flinder looked at the group of students with satisfaction, but his gaze changed when it landed on Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Oscar, have you completed 20 laps? Flinder's gaze was sharp, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Oscar coughed, nodded, and said, Dean, I've finished. I was asking about you all, not you. Flinder's expression became very stern, and his tone was quite serious. Oscar turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was also looking at him. Her beautiful big eyes filled with an innocent expression. Perhaps in her view, this was none of her business. Flinder's you all did not include her. Gritting his teeth, Oscar nodded and said, yes, we all finished. Very good, very loyal. Upon hearing Oscar's answer, Flinder immediately revealed a sinister smile, which, combined with his shoehorn-like face, looked quite terrifying. Since you were so loyal, then you can run another 20 laps. Saying this, Flinder directly sealed Oscar's soul power. Oscar felt very dejected inside, helplessly accepting the reality, and ran out with his head down. The sudden punishment left everyone very confused. Why did Flinder punish Oscar? Aren't you all curious why I want him to run another 20 laps? Everyone remained silent, waiting for his follow-up. Because he lied, even if it was a lie told for the spirit of friendship. But it is still a lie, children. Lying is a very bad thing, and I hope you all do not learn to lie. After saying this, Flinder's gaze directly fell on Ning Rongrong, and he said sternly, why didn't you complete the course I arranged? The distance was too far, and I was hungry, so I couldn't keep going. Ning Rongrong answered very directly, as if stating a very simple matter. Perhaps in her view, whatever course it was, she could do it as she pleased. Perhaps in the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, no one had ever dared to ask her to complete any course, which led to her indifferent attitude towards so-called courses. So, you ran alone to Soto City, had a big meal, and just returned after wandering around Soto City's commercial street, right? Flinder continued, speaking in a very stern tone. But the keen-eyed Ling Mo noticed a letter behind his back, and his hands were trembling. From his expression, it seemed this was a matter that was both tense and exciting. Ling Mo seems to have guessed something. It seems that he has obtained a golden ticket for immunity. No wonder he dares to talk to the eldest daughter of the Ning family like that. Seeing his proud demeanor, Ling Mo is trying hard not to laugh. His expression is quite strange. Flanders seems to realize that Ling Mo has noticed something off about him, and gives him a look to signal not to expose it. This kid is so clever, there's nothing in the world that can be hidden from him. For the first time, Flanders feels powerless in front of someone. This is interesting. Ling Mo chuckles to himself, and Flanders secretly glares at him a few times. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who is next to him, notices something unusual and quietly asks, what are you laughing at? Nothing, just someone being too shameless. Ling Mo chuckled softly, leaving Zhu Zhuqing confused, who lost their face. She couldn't figure it out. The argument between the two grew louder and louder, and in the end, Ning Rongrong revealed her true nature and shouted at Flanders. Flanders, who do you think you are? Just a little soul saint. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, and Xiao Wu showed an expression of disbelief. In her eyes, Ning Rongrong should be a well-behaved girl. How could she say such things? You're not wrong. In front of your Seven Treasure glazed tile school, I am indeed an inconspicuous little soul saint. But here, you have nothing to be proud of. Since you look down on our Shrek Academy so much, then please leave. After saying this, Ning Rongrong immediately spoke disdainfully. You want to drive me away? It's not that easy. I came here and never thought of leaving early. Flanders, let me tell you, don't meddle in my affairs. If you anger me, the consequences are not something you can bear. TSK. No wonder you are the little demoness. Such a temper. It's really something. Even Ling Mo had to admire her. This girl was truly too domineering. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing, it was like heaven and earth apart. The next events were simple. Ning Rongrong directly had a big fight with Flander here and left in tears. This time, Flander had no intention of being gentle with her and mocked her harshly. With her talent, she could be said to be the worst among this group. Moreover, she didn't have the diligence and competitive spirit. If she didn't improve soon, she would be no different from an ordinary person. The only difference might be her noble identity as the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ling Mo knew exactly what Flander wanted to do. This old fox liked to test people's patience. Last night, he secretly discussed with Ling Mo to first grind Dai Mubai. By the time it was night, he had directly pushed Ning Rongrong to the brink of collapse. Ling Mo didn't know if he would grind himself next, but it seemed like there wasn't anything wrong with himself, except for being a bit cheap. Ahem. Watching Ning Rongrong being unable to accept reality after being confronted by Flander. She cried and ran out. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought Flander was being ruthless, too harsh. Dean, Dai Mubai said in confusion. Just a moment ago, Flander asked him to pack Ning Rongrong's luggage and send her home. What is this? Go call Oscar back. The punishment is waived. Go comfort that girl, Flander said irritably. Dai Mubai was even more confused. Just now he was urging her to leave, and now he was comforting her? What are you looking at? Hurry up and go. Yes, I'm going now. Unable to hold back his complaints in his heart. Dai Mubai still followed Flander's orders and went to call Oscar back. Chapter 41. The Great Soul Arena? Let's go to the Great Soul Arena. With Flander's command, a group of people set off towards Soto City. Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City, and it only took a little over 10 minutes to arrive. As soon as they entered Soto City, Xiao Wu became energetic. She eagerly looked around, sneaking up to take a few more glances at some interesting things. Several times she almost got lost, but luckily Ling Mo and Tang San were nearby. As soon as they noticed she was about to wander off, they pulled her back. Tang San was gentler, while Ling Mo was more direct, grabbing her back with one hand, afraid that if they weren't careful, she would vanish. This girl was really worrying. He didn't know how Tang San managed to endure it, bringing her from Nodding City to here. Did he suffer a lot during this time? In contrast to Xiao Wu's excitement, Zhu Zhuqing remained very calm, still with her cold expression, as if everything outside had nothing to do with her. This made her seem more grounded. However, it lacked a bit of a youthful spirit, perhaps related to her background and experiences. What Ling Mo found interesting was Ma Hongjuan's lewd eyes. It felt like they weren't enough. Although he wasn't as interested in everything as Xiao Wu, his eyes were darting around, focusing on the most distinctive parts of the women on the street. He was quite picky, ignoring those with poor figures or looks. He specifically fixated on those with stunning figures, practically wishing his eyes could pierce right through to their chests. So embarrassing. TSK. Have you never seen a woman, or what? Ling Mo couldn't stand it any longer. This guy was too full of wicked fire. Just watching him was enough to provoke a reaction. He was strutting around like he was carrying a big hammer, and people were casting strange glances at him. What the hell? Why are you hitting me? You get to enjoy yourself, and I can't even have a sip of soup? Ma Hongjun expressed his grievance, constantly signaling to Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Am I as filthy as you think? Besides women, don't you have any other aspirations? Don't you have any dreams at all? Dreams? My dream is to date 10 girls this year. One a day. Damn, that's a unique dream, but I like it. They hadn't planned to chat, but once they did, they discovered they were kindred spirits. According to Ling Mo, since they couldn't change it, they might as well try to join in. The two of them exchanged lewd remarks at the back, while those in front could hear them, their faces dark with displeasure. I really don't want to be out with these two. Everyone else is talking about how to train hard and lofty goals. They're discussing which girl is the prettiest and has the best figure. The worst part is they even started talking about their sordid experiences. Fatty, look over there. Look over there. Damn, she's stunning. A voluptuous woman was walking towards them, her curvy figure making everyone feel energized. Her hips swayed as she walked, exuding an alluring vibe. She was clearly a seasoned veteran. The two of them couldn't stop chatting about women, and Flander, who was walking ahead, couldn't take it anymore. He thought to himself, what kind of sin have I committed to have taken in these two? As the two became more excited in their conversation, Ling Mo several times almost wanted to take a shovel and knock one of them out to find a secluded place to handle it. Shameless. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted their conversation. It was Zhu Zhuqing. She seemed quite dissatisfied with Ling Mo's disregard. Among the girls on the street, none could compare to her. Indeed, she was unmatched, but someone's gaze had never lingered on her. Ahem. Fatty, Let's find a place to study this slowly another day. Noticing everyone's strange looks, Ling Mo immediately stopped wallowing in the filth with Ma Hongjun. After walking for a long time, Flander finally stopped, and a building in front caught Ling Mo's attention. From their angle, they could only see that the building stood nearly 100 meters tall, immense and deep in the night. There were faint glimmers of light coming from it. Prominently displayed on it were the words Great Soul Arena. Great Soul Arena. This first lesson is here. It truly is the Monster Academy. Ling Mo sighed to himself, knowing full well the mysteries of the Great Soul Arena and understanding Flander's thoughts. Over the past 6 years, he had traveled back and forth across the Douluo Continent and had seen many such Great Soul Arenas, but he had never participated in any soul battles. In his view, rather than wasting too much soul power on battles, it was better to take the opportunity to dig a few more graves. How much money can you make from soul battles? It's faster to dig graves. After Flander told them the history of the Great Soul Arena and some of the rules of soul battles, he let everyone sign up on their own. As they entered the Great Soul Arena, a huge stone tablet came into view, covered with densely packed names. Flander told them that these names were of those who had died in soul battles. Let's go. We need to register. Saying this, Ling Mo was the first to walk towards the registration desk and began signing up directly. Registration required filling out some information, such as name, age, and martial soul, which Ling Mo filled out casually. However, in the name field, he did not intend to use his real name, as the Great Soul Arena allowed the use of aliases. Ling Mo suddenly had a quirky idea and directly filled in a grave digger's code. Famous quotes. What's your mother's surname? And where's your ancestral grave? Not bad. Not bad. Want to fight me? I'll dig your grave. After happily handing over the registration form, Ling Mo revealed a mischievous smile. Her inner sense of humor was getting stronger. The staff member in charge of registration at the Soul Fighting Arena was a very pretty young lady. Ling Mo took the opportunity to tease her during the registration, making her blush and feel shy. She wanted to scold Ling Mo, but didn't know how. Registration required a payment of 10 gold soul coins, which was already considered a huge sum, further straining Ling Mo's already not-so-wealthy purse. Having gotten used to freeloading, Ling Mo, despite not lacking money now, still retained the good virtue of taking advantage of opportunities whenever possible. There was no doubt that this money was paid by Tang San. How could Ling Mo pay for it herself? Why not take advantage of a good financier? After all, he had swiped a shovel from earlier in the morning. Oh, it seems there is also a 2v2 soul fight. Hey girl, how about we form a shining spirit cat duo? After finishing the individual registration, Ling Mo suddenly remembered there was a 2v2 soul fight. Since she was already there, she decided to go for it. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, but silently nodded, not refusing. Thus, the Shining Spirit Cat duo was officially formed, and the 3-5 duo was also established. Ling Mo originally wanted to team up with Ma Hongjun to create a Shining Earth Chicken duo to stir up some chaos in the soul fighting arena. But thinking about it, if she teamed up with Ma Hongjun, wouldn't that push Zhu Zhuqing towards Dai Mubai? That wouldn't do? Absolutely not. Ling Mo exerted so much effort, only to hand it over so easily. Not to mention how much it hurts for herself. The readers are probably going to send her death threats. Ling Mo didn't know what Zhu Zhuqing was thinking right now, but from the current situation, it seemed like she hadn't refuted any of his requests. It appeared to have formed a kind of tacit approval. This was good news. Chapter 42. So fragrant, let's go. Sign up for the 2v2 soul battle, and let's just have one match today. One-on-one is boring. Ling Mo simply felt that these people were completely idle, spending their days in the soul battle arena looking for a fight. It was utterly pointless, and even grave digging was more thrilling, especially at the moment when one was about to be discovered. That was the most exciting time. Of course, the soul battle wasn't without its benefits. Many applications of martial souls were accumulated from practical combat, which was valuable experience that could be slowly honed. However, most people here came for the meager prize money from winning battles. After all, they had families to support. Just in terms of practical combat experience, Ling Mo had already accumulated rich experience over the years rolling around in tombs. In terms of martial soul applications, Ling Mo had reached a level where he could adapt and change the use of various martial souls at any time, truly unleashing their power in real combat. After signing up for the 2v2 soul battle, the two of them went to the observation platform, where Flander and others were quietly sitting. Flander was comfortably seated in a chair, leisurely watching the soul battle below. The first one-on-one soul battle was Tang San. His opponent was a martial soul giant spirit rhino. a level 29 defense type soul master. Judging solely from the martial souls, this battle had no suspense. There were many mutual restraining factors in battles between soul masters. Moreover, control-type soul masters had a significant advantage in one-on-one situations, and the opponent was a defense-type soul master who couldn't even get close to Tang San. Ling Mo glanced disinterestedly a few times and then lost interest in continuing to watch. Tang San could not possibly lose. Throughout the entire Douluo Continent, Ling Mo had never seen Tang San lose. Of course, if it appeared in fanfiction, Tang San would only lose to a suddenly emerging protagonist like Ling Mo. Have you finished registering? Which round is it? Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing walked up to the observation platform. Flander glanced at them out of the corner of his eye and casually asked, 2 against 2, second match. Ling Mo answered that he did not sign up for one-on-one, only for a 2-on-2. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing also did not sign up. She mainly wanted to see what the so-called soul fighting was like. She wanted to experience one match first and then consider whether to sign up for one-on-one after understanding it. Perhaps it was due to her own reasons. She might not be confident enough. If she suffered losses in one-on-one, her state during the 2-on-2 would surely not be good. Which match is Xiao Wu in? Flinder did not speak, and Ling Mo looked at Xiao Wu, who was nervously watching Tang San below, and asked. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun seemed to have gone somewhere. When they came in, Dai Mubai seemed to have gone towards the level 30 area, while that guy Ma Hongjun probably didn't know where he wanted to flirt with girls again. In the second match, after Xiao San finishes, it will be my turn. Xiao Wu looked worriedly at Tang San below, as if afraid he would get beaten to death. I can't be bothered. Ling Mo felt a bit envious. Why didn't she show this much concern for him? Dean, the 2-on-2 soul fighting platform, is over there. We'll go ahead. Seeing Tang San's opponent defeated, Ling Mo had no intention of staying. Flinder waved his hand to signal, not even looking at them. Among this group, he seemed to be the most at ease with Ling Mo, since he became familiar with Ling Mo's martial soul characteristics. He had made a simple assessment of Ling Mo's strength. It could be said that, based on the amplification effect of his current martial soul, no one below level 40 was a match for him. Moreover, just from the perspective of Ling Mo's incredible stealing ability, he could completely be in an invincible position. The last time Ling Mo escaped from him, Flinder had been studying Ling Mo's limits. He found that this kid was completely unpredictable when it came to his limits. Based on the above conditions, Flinder was the most at ease with Ling Mo, so he did not plan to follow him to watch. On this side, Tang San and Xiao were participating in soul fighting for the first time, so Flinder had to follow to prevent any accidents. That would be a crime. Let's go. After speaking, Ling Mo directly grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand and left. Originally, Zhu Zhuqing struggled a bit, but thinking that if she struggled, Ling Mo might do something worse. The soul fighting arena was crowded, and there were people everywhere. It would be bad if someone saw them. Her little face blushed as she silently allowed Ling Mo's actions. To avoid him being mischievous, she let him hold her small hand. She thought it was Ling Mo habitually holding her hand by accident, but unexpectedly, it was intentional, because he suddenly noticed that a person walking by the entrance over there was Dai Mubai. He was walking towards them. As soon as he saw the two of them tugging at each other, his face darkened. Looking at Ling Mo's smug expression, Dai Mubai regretted it deeply. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone to that Rose Hotel that day. Damn it, this kid is sent by heaven to target me. However, despite the atmosphere, Dai Mubai had already been completely convinced by Ling Mo that strange mechanical device in his hand was not something he could deal with. Not to mention his perverted martial soul, Dai Mubai had never felt that life could be so dark. Ling Mo gave him a meaningful glance, pulled Zhu Zhuqing from the side exit, and headed straight for the 2v2 soul fighting platform. According to Ling Mo's personality, while studying at Shrek, he had only 3 hobbies: eating, sleeping, and messing with Dai Mubai. The 2v2 soul fighting platform was obviously larger than the 1v1 soul fighting platform. Ling Mo brought Zhu Zhuqing directly over, and the first arena battle above had already begun. The Shining Spirit Cat duo formed by Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing is in the second match. We can go on after the previous match is over. There is still time. Let us take a break first and get ourselves in the best condition, so we don't get beaten up later. If someone takes advantage of us, I want to be responsible, Ling Mo said with a smile as he casually sat on the spectator stand. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glare and said with great dissatisfaction, "Who else in the world could do something like this besides you?" Thinking back to the first time she met Ling Mo, with his cheeky expression, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of anger. When meeting someone for the first time, at least one should leave a good impression, right? But this guy did the opposite and acted like a rogue right from the start. After taking advantage, he just ran away. If it weren't for Flinder's help later, Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't have been able to catch him. Thinking of this made Zhu Zhuqing regret deeply, wishing she had hit him a few more times back then. Hey, I just made a mistake that every man in the world would make. You don't need to hold it against me for a lifetime, right? Bah, shameless. Do you think all the men in the world are as shameless as you? Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at him and couldn't help but give him a playful slap on the back. Her expression quite adorable. Ling Mo suddenly fell to the side, and up close, she exuded a faint, refreshing fragrance. Damn, this woman smells too good. I need to keep my distance. I cursed in my heart, blood surging. Sometimes Ling Mo really tries hard to control herself, but this girl-esque figure is just too perfect. Every proportion is flawless, without a single imperfection, especially that faint fragrance, which is like a mesmerizing drug. Ling Mo has seen a lot, hasn't she? She has been wandering around the mainland for a few years and has encountered quite a few beauties. This is the first time Ling Mo has seen someone like her. Although her personality is a bit cold, that's only towards unfamiliar people. I don't know what all the men in the world think. Anyway, I can't help it, Ling Mo said irritably. Seeing so many people around, he originally wanted to take advantage of the situation. He immediately dismissed the thought. Chapter 43. Bold Madman, get ready. It's time for the next match. Suppressing his turbulent emotions, Ling Mo almost couldn't hold back several times. If it weren't for the concern that the Xingluo royal family might come over from that side, he would have directly dragged her to a deserted corner to deal with her. Looking at her expression, she didn't seem to be very resistant. Even if she was, it wouldn't matter. As far as Ling Mo was concerned, he didn't care about reason. If he wanted to deal with her, he would, regardless of her willingness. It seemed he needed to quickly figure out the secret of the copper coffin. Otherwise, many things couldn't be explained, and without clarity in his heart, he wouldn't be able to do anything solid. Just thinking about the copper coffin that appeared on the back mountain of Daoxiang village 12 years ago made Ling Mo anxious. After the copper coffin brought him here, it disappeared. Over the years, Ling Mo had dug up many graves and some mysterious ancient sites, continuously tracking the whereabouts of the copper coffin. Recently, he vaguely sensed the presence of that copper coffin in the Stardo forest. It was the mysterious ancient site mentioned last time. To be honest, Ling Mo had many doubts in his heart. For example, who was the person inside the copper coffin that brushed past him back then? And how did those 9 dragon corpses pull a coffin across the void? Only by solving these secrets could Ling Mo unleash his chaos. For instance, causing trouble for the 2 empires, the Spirit Hall, and the 7 major sects, etc. In the later stages, Tang San would establish the Tang sect, and Ling Mo also had a similar idea. If Tang San could establish the Tang sect with its unique skills, why couldn't Ling Mo? Back to the main topic. Seeing that the soul fight below had ended, Ling Mo directly took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and headed for the preparation area. Here is the information about your opponents. A staff member handed over a datasheet. Ling Mo glanced at it briefly and then handed it to Zhu Zhuqing for her to study slowly. Take a look. It's good to have some preparation for this soul fight. After all, Ling Mo didn't care much, no matter how they fought below level 30. He would just be bullying them. The main purpose was to train Zhu Zhuqing well, to help her make good progress and quickly accumulate combat experience. To level 29. Both are assault-type soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing stared at the data sheet in her hand, momentarily stunned. Then her gaze turned to Ling Mo. The 2 had the same martial soul. Both were beast martial souls, fire lizard. From their data, these 2 should be twin brothers, with almost the same soul power. In terms of coordination, they should be much better than others. Moreover, the fire lizard also possessed fire abilities, making them quite tricky opponents. Looking at their recent battle record, 5 wins out of 5 matches, they had a winning streak for 5 days. In terms of strength, they should not be lacking. Ling Mo explained that he had glanced at the information above and had roughly guessed the details of their opponent this time. This was the experience accumulated over a few years of learning from the master. So how should we fight? Zhu Zhuqing asked cautiously, feeling that Ling Mo was somewhat unreliable. It's no wonder, as he always seemed indifferent and had never been dependable. How to fight? Just fight casually, he replied. Just then, the host on the soul fighting arena began to speak. Next, we have the second match of the 2-on-2 soul fighting. Please welcome our Fiery Brothers team, who have maintained a 5-win streak. Their opponents were a pair of newcomers who had just registered today. Who would win this soul fighting match? Let's wait and see. Now, please welcome the Shining Spirit Cat. As the host's voice faded, the The pair of twin brothers walked onto the stage. Each was robust and muscular, clearly strength-type fighters. Let's go. Saying this, Ling Mo was the first to step onto the stage, without any flashy entrance, just walking straight onto the arena. As his gaze met the opponents, he noticed a look of disdain emanating from them, seemingly mocking Ling Mo's age. Hey kid, you haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to participate in soul fighting? Don't wet your pants from fear later, ha! The mocking voice came through, and it was understandable. Ling Mo was only 12 years old. Despite being about the same height as them, he still had a hint of childishness on his face, making it easy to discern his true age. Ling Mo's appearance drew a burst of laughter, while Zhu Zhuqing's entrance attracted many wolfish gazes. Oh, what a little beauty! Some people unconsciously swallowed hard, revealing aggressive looks as they scanned Zhu Zhuqing up and down. Damn it, kid. Why don't you let the girl next to you come to me, or don't blame me for being rude? Teasing remarks were heard, and Zhu Zhuqing's face turned icy cold. It was then that she truly realized that Ling Mo had not lied. He had indeed made a mistake that all men in the world would make. However, as soon as Zhu Zhuqing saw the other person's ugly face, she felt a wave of disgust. Compared to Ling Mo's handsome appearance, she was willing to accept a little. The battle spirit began. The host had announced the start of the battle spirit at some point, but the two continued their verbal attacks without relent. Ling Mo could no longer endure it. Bold and reckless, daring to show off their skills in front of me. With a cold shout, a hint of madness appeared on Ling Mo's face, showing no signs of being affected by the other party's words. Great might heavenly dragon, great Luo spell, Prajna Buddhas, world-honored Xidagarba, Prajna Bahamahon. Amidst Zhu Zhuqing's astonished expression, Ling Mo shouted a series of incomprehensible incantations while wielding an iron shovel and charged forward. The two people opposite were even more bewildered. They thought, has this kid gone mad? What is he shouting about? Before they could snap out of their daze, it was already too late when they truly realized the danger was coming. In an instant, an invisible gravity suddenly intensified, causing the two to kneel involuntarily. What is going on? A hint of fear appeared in their eyes as they realized that Ling Mo hadn't even used his martial soul. Yet he was able to impose gravity suppression on them in an instant. The iron shovel came crashing down, hitting their ugly faces hard, slamming them onto the floor and altering their facial features. You little monsters, still not revealing your true form. Saying this, the iron shovel was about to strike again, and only then did the two realize that the battle had begun. Kid, you've angered us. In an instant, a burst of flames shot up into the sky, and the two joined forces to launch an attack that sent Ling Mo flying. In midair, using the momentum, Ling Mo quickly repositioned and put away the iron shovel. Although this shovel was a decent weapon, its quality couldn't compare to a martial soul. While it was quite handy, Ling Mo didn't want to destroy it. After all, he would need it for grave digging in the future. Is that all? With just those few moves, you dare to show off in front of me? Just watch me not take you down. Determined to toy with them for a bit longer, Ling Mo naturally wouldn't resolve the battle so quickly. They were so good at taunting, weren't they? Soon, they would know what it meant to be beaten by society. Shine, Spirit Cat, mobilize. With a command from Ling Mo, Zhu Zhuqing was directly thrown out. The hellish spike combined with Ling Mo's 5-color divine light amplification instantly reached its maximum speed, completely exceeding the level 30 limit. A swift figure rushed in, and the two brothers showed surprised expressions. Zulfust. Before they could react, Zhu Zhuqing's hellish spike had already pierced through, leaving 2 wounds on their chests. Fortunately, their defense was very strong, and under the amplification of the soul skills, they completely mitigated Zhu Zhuqing's attack. Come back. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to use the hellish 100 claws, Ling Mo's figure flashed and appeared beside her, pulling her back. A burst of fire was already charging toward them, and at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing understood. If she had fought back just now, she would definitely have been injured by that burst of flames. Facing the suddenly attacking flames, Ling Mo struck out with a palm, and a similarly intense fire burst forth, colliding head-on with the opponent. Chapter 44. The useless goods. The collision between the two fireballs ignited the excitement of all the spectators present. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers, the battle in the arena grew more intense. The two were increasingly alarmed, shocked by Ling Mo's various tactics. Big brother, this guy's a bit strange. His data clearly states that his martial soul is 5-colored light, yet he can use our martial souls and soul skills. That's right. Who exactly is this guy? His methods are truly bizarre. Even when we teamed up, we couldn't gain the slightest advantage over him. His martial soul is just too peculiar. In terms of power, it's even stronger than the soul skills we unleashed. The two were completely bewildered, thoroughly stunned by Ling Mo's flashy tactics. Since the beginning of the fight, aside from the initial attack with the shovel, Ling Mo had primarily focused on defense. It seemed he didn't intend to defeat them quickly, but rather wanted to use them for practice. Ling Mo returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side, looking directly at the two people opposite them, and said with a smile, "These two little rascals are quite tenacious. Just right, you can practice your skills on them. Go ahead, I'll watch from the back. Nothing will happen." Indeed, Ling Mo intended to use these two to help Zhu Zhuqing practice. As soon as Ling Mo finished speaking, a beam of 5-color divine light suddenly descended, instantly infusing into Zhu Zhuqing's body. She felt her blood boiling within her limbs and bones, a powerful force flowing vigorously inside her. The instant amplification of the 5-color divine light forcibly pushed Zhu Zhuqing's soul power close to the 30-level limit, and her speed increased dramatically. As she carefully sensed the changes within her body, a rare smile appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's face. This overwhelming feeling of power was unique. Although this wasn't the first time she had received Ling Mo's martial soul assistance, she was still pleasantly surprised. With this incredible support effect alone, Ling Mo's martial soul was definitely more powerful than Ning Rongrong's prideful 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The moment the 5-color divine light entered her body, Zhu Zhuqing shot out instantly, her speed astonishingly fast. The two men only saw a figure flash by them, and when they tried to find her again, she had already vanished without a trace. What incredible speed! The two were utterly shocked. They had already found Ling Mo quite troublesome, but they hadn't expected this girl to be so strong as well. Flames surrounded them, forming a decent defensive shield. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was simply too fast. They couldn't capture her figure at all. Fight and retreat. Don't give them a chance to fight back. Ling Mo remained still, constantly watching Zhu Zhuqing, ready to intervene at any moment if there was danger. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing had quietly circled behind them, launching her ghostly claw in an instant. With a loud crash, their defenses shattered instantly as a swift figure darted between them. What? Both were shocked. How did this girl's power suddenly become so strong? Not only had her speed increased several times, but her strength had also become terrifying. Fear appeared on their faces as they exchanged glances, unknowingly sharing a faint smile, as if they had reached some kind of understanding. Not good. What are these two rascals planning? Ling Mo noticed immediately, but at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was already attacking, and it was too late to organize a defense. Now, he could only observe her reaction, taking this opportunity to train her combat skills and adaptability. As expected, when Zhu Zhuqing's figure appeared again, the two revealed sinister smiles. Little girl, so eager to throw yourself at us, then we want to hold back. With a furious shout, the two sprang into action. Just as Zhu Zhuqing charged again, they simultaneously unleashed their second soul skill, Flame Impact. The previous passive seemed to have set the stage for this attack. Flames shot up into the sky, and a massive fireball rushed towards Zhu Zhuqing. Faced with such a situation, Zhu Zhuqing showed signs of panic, realizing this was a trap. However, she would not compromise. Noticing Ling Mo behind her, smiling confidently at her, she thought he must have a plan to save her before anything happened. Otherwise, why was he so confident? With this mental reassurance, Zhu Zhuqing became even more fearless and let loose. In reality, she had no idea that Ling Mo couldn't actually stop this situation. The reason he smiled was to prevent her from realizing his limitations. Ha! This doggo man is so vain and enjoys putting others in danger. According to Ling Mo, you can say I'm a nuisance, but you can't say I'm not handsome. In fact, Ling Mo's psychological tactics were quite effective. Just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing had been panicking, but now she was brimming with confidence. Utilizing her incredible speed, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly dodged, launching her ghostly thrust directly. This time, she didn't leave them any leeway. After calmly evading the initial strong attack, she charged through the flames with the support of her first soul ring and kicked both of them fiercely. With a loud bang, they fell to the ground, sent flying over 10 meters, crashing down off the fighting platform. The battle was over. The two suffered a crushing defeat, and until the moment they lost. They had no idea why they lost. They bore numerous bloody wounds, all the price for their earlier rudeness. Indeed, it seems you're quite strong. After the battle, Ling Mo approached with a suppressed smile. If things had gone wrong, his image would have been completely ruined. He had said he would support her, But didn't T expect he wouldn't T be able to stop the situation? Wasn't T that a blatant slap in the face? Not really. It was mainly because the distance was too far, and by the time Ling Mo realized it was a trap, Zhu Zhuqing had already fallen into it. If he had rashly intervened, it might have made her panic even more. So Ling Mo decided to take a gamble and let her handle it herself. Look, that worked out quite well. Not only did she turn the tables, but Ling Mo's image in Zhu Zhuqing's mind also grew significantly. Double happiness. Of course. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit smug, completely unaware that in that situation, Ling Mo was actually setting her up. If she knew, she would probably want to punch Ling Mo in the face, saying, "You said you couldn't do it, but you acted like you could do anything." Making her think he had already seen through everything, putting on a fade of a master. What a joke. Haha, let us go, let us go. The more he thought about it, the funnier it became. Ling Mo wanted to tell her, but fearing getting beaten, he decided to keep quiet. In the second match of the 2-on-2 soul fight, the Shining Spirit Cat duo faced the Flame Brothers duo, with the Shining Spirit Cat duo winning. As the host announced the results, the audience erupted in warm applause and cheers. If those cheers initially belonged to the Flame Brothers, now they were solely for Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing. The two were indifferent to the applause and directly left the fighting platform, heading towards the area where Flender was. This was the first battle for the Shining Spirit Cat duo, and it ended in a complete victory. Through this battle, their synergy and cooperation were strengthened. Of course, more importantly, it was a training opportunity for Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Mo didn't need such training. Chapter 45, Ling Mo's Secret. After a night of soul fights, it was nearly over. Returning to the spectator platform, he reported the battle results to Flender and quietly waited for Tang San and Xiao Wu's trio to finish their battle. During this time, Ling Mo went out several times. His actions puzzled many, especially Zhu Zhuqing, who wondered why Ling Mo was running back and forth so sneakily, not knowing what he was up to. "All right, Mubai, bring the team back. Ma Hongjun, come with me." In front of the soul fight arena, Flender left alone with Ma Hongjun. The day's battles had concluded, but he didn't return to the academy with the team. Instead, he took Ma Hongjun in another direction. This behavior was quite puzzling. Tang San curiously asked, "Where are the Dean and Fatty going? Where else could they go? If I'm not mistaken, it seems that this guy has too much fiery energy and needs to release it." Ling Mo rolled her eyes in response, but her gaze remained fixed on the direction of the west. Suspicious, Zhu Zhuqing, who was next to her, kept an eye on her, wanted to see what she was really up to. Tang San immediately understood after Ling Mo explained. However, some people still didn't get it, like Xiao Wu. Release fire? What does that mean? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang San felt even more embarrassed and quickly covered her mouth, whispering an explanation in her ear. After hearing Tang San's explanation, Xiao Wu's face turned as red as an apple, and she exclaimed, "Phew, gross." Haha, whether it's gross or not, I don't know, but it seems like the fat guy would really like it. Ling Mo smiled and said, "Who wouldn't like such a beautiful thing? It's understandable for men." Even Dai Mubai showed a hint of a smile, but in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, it looked quite unpleasant. Boring. Before he could tease her, Zhu Zhuqing coldly tossed out a sentence and left alone. "Little friend, do you have a lot of questions?" Dai Mubai hadn't even opened his mouth when Zhu Zhuqing's figure had already walked far away, leaving him looking confused. What is this? Why can Ling Mo tease freely while he can't? Does he not even have the right to speak? Once again, feeling dejected, Dai Mubai's expression darkened, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. Just then, a drunkard staggered over and bumped into him. This was a perfect opportunity. Dai Mubai, with a belly full of anger, couldn't take on Ling Mo, and he couldn't afford to offend Tang San and Xiao Wu either. Suddenly, a punching bag appeared, and it was like a blessing. In an angry huff, Dai Mubai slapped the drunkard away. "Damn, dead drunkard, are you looking for death?" Dai Mubai cursed angrily, feeling that these days, everyone dared to ride on his head and do as they pleased. Xiao Wu and Tang San were clearly puzzled by Dai Mubai's sudden outburst, while Ling Mo seemed indifferent. "Forget it. Let him go a bit crazy. He's had enough of being stifled these days. Xiao San, you two go back first. I have something to take care of." Seeing the time was about right, Ling Mo took his leave, pulling out a shovel from his soul guide and heading west. When Tang San and Xiao Wu saw him take out the shovel, they instantly understood what he was going to do and revealed a sneaky smile. "Brother, should we follow him? Is that appropriate?" "What's inappropriate? Hurry up." The two whispered about some conspiracy, while Dai Mubai looked confused. His anger had clouded his mind, and he was completely focused on the drunkard. By the time he reacted, he was the only one left, with Tang San and Xiao Wu's figures long gone. Exiting the city from the west, Ling Mo rushed northwest for several hundred meters and stopped on a small hill. Waving the shovel in his hand, it hung there, and the wind gently swayed it, revealing a hint of cold light. No, this aura doesn't seem like a treasure's aura. It seems related to that coffin. It lingered here for a while, but quickly left, heading towards the soul.No forest. The shovel gently swayed in his hand, and Ling Mo's twin pupils had already opened, with five-color divine light blooming within his body, holy and inviolable. Two soul rings floated unsteadily, seemingly conducting some regular operation. At a certain moment, it pointed directly at the shovel, scattering the light. Suddenly sensing movement behind him, Ling Mo smiled slightly. Sure enough, the sneaky figures behind him were Tang San and Xiao Wu. Ling Mo had already noticed them, but chose not to expose them. This time, he didn't plan to take them along because this matter concerned his own secret, and he couldn't allow a second person to know. Brother, what is Xiao Mo doing over there? Under the bright moonlight, Ling Mo stood alone on the hilltop, his white clothes swaying in the breeze, the light flickering, quite strange. Xiao Wu couldn't help but question, while Tang San remained relatively calm, also taking out a shovel and saying, I don't know, maybe he found a good tomb. But I observed here for a while just now and didn't find any trace of a tomb. Tang San was also puzzled. He used the same probing method as Ling Mo with his purple extreme magic eyes and found nothing strange here. Sneaking behind, the two closely followed, when suddenly a beam of light radiated from Ling Mo, dazzling them so much they couldn't open their eyes. Not good. When Tang San realized something was wrong, Ling Mo's figure was no longer on the hill. He ran. As soon as Xiao Wu saw Ling Mo was gone, she immediately cursed. This guy had long discovered them. What incredible speed. Xiao Mo's strength is becoming harder to comprehend. Tang San exclaimed, then boldly walked out from the forest, standing at the spot where Ling Mo had been. He used the same method to probe, yet still found no sign of a tomb nearby. Brother, are we just going back like this? Xiao Wu wasn't very willing. Tang San also didn't want to return empty-handed. Just then, he suddenly noticed a faint energy fluctuation in the northwest direction, with a slight tremor coming from the shovel. No, there's something. Having already mastered the probing technique, Tang San immediately discovered it. Hundreds of meters underground from here, there was a strange energy fluctuation. After hesitating for a moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu headed straight for that direction, while Ling Mo had already left them thousands of meters behind. Traveling swiftly at night for several thousand meters, Ling Mo chased after the gradually fading aura, pushing his speed to the limit. Yet he still couldn't catch up. Seeing the aura gradually dissipate, Ling Mo gave up the chase. He had sensed this aura way back at the Great Soul Arena, thinking it would linger for a while, but it disappeared so quickly. Logically speaking, how could a coffin move so freely? Ling Mo couldn't understand, just as he couldn't understand how it brought him to this world. That coffin was hidden underground. Its every movement took place hundreds of meters below the surface. Ling Mo has dug countless graves over the years, and besides the pursuit of wealth, there is another purpose. That is to find this coffin. It is in the direction of the starry big forest. It has once again entered the starry big forest. Is it intentionally luring me there? A vague suspicion arose. Ling Mo initially wanted to go to the starry big forest alone, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to wait a few days. Just now, when Flan left, he mentioned that tomorrow morning, Zhao Wuji would lead a team to go to the starry big forest together. Ling Mo had already reached level 30, but he had not yet absorbed the third spirit ring. Flander planned to have Zhao Wujia take them all there tomorrow, which could also be considered a kind of training. Chapter 46. The ancient city of Jingjua. Just as Ling Mo was about to head back, that aura suddenly reappeared, continuously enticing him. Like the women in the red light district of Soto City, persistently luring Ling Mo into a trap. Damn, this is unbearable. With a shovel in hand, Ling Mo immediately turned around and charged after it. He stopped at a hollow in the mountains, digging vigorously, and instantly disappeared from the surface, excavating a tunnel. Bursting into the ground several hundred meters deep, he thought he could catch that coffin, but to his surprise, it had already slipped away. It seemed to mock Ling Mo, causing him to explode with rage. He chased after it with the shovel in hand. He had lost his rationality and was determined to catch it. It was one thing to be teased by a living person, but for a coffin to dare to tease him was absolutely intolerable. Digging into the earth, using the shovel, Ling Mo quickly excavated underground, running for an unknown amount of time. One person and one coffin, chasing each other, day and night. He directly entered the territory of the Star-Do forest. Fortunately, Ling Mo had brought food in a small pot. Otherwise, his stamina would not have been able to support him digging for so long. Along the way, he accidentally dug up many graves. But Ling Mo did not bother to open them, desperately pursuing that coffin. The poor owners of those graves did not listen to the fortune-teller's advice. 100 years later, they really faced such a calamity. No one knew that their graves had been dug up. Here, after digging for an unknown amount of time, Ling Mo suddenly discovered that the path ahead had come to an end. Blocking his way was a stone cave, with very solid stone walls on both sides. With his eyes wide open, Ling Mo sensed that behind this stone cave was the mysterious ruin he had been longing for. It had been luring him here. But for what reason? Ling Mo hesitated, standing at the entrance of the tomb, lost in thought. From this passage downwards, there was endless darkness. And on both sides of the cave, there were two stone statues. They resembled guardian deities of a grandeur, with two beastly stone figures standing guard. Judging by their features, these beasts were quite rare. Never mind, let's go down and take a look. After a moment of hesitation, Ling Mo shouldered the shovel and entered through the great door, exploring down a long stone cavern. As soon as he entered the cave, Ling Mo noticed that the cavern had completely transformed. This could no longer be considered a tomb. It resembled an ancient city that had been sealed for many years. The legendary city of Jinjue. Looking at the various paths ahead, Ling Mo didn't know which one to take. He took a candle from a small pot and lit it. Trying to go left, a sudden gust of cold wind blew out the candle. There was wind. This proved it wasn't a dead end, so he chose this path. With years of tomb raiding experience, Ling Mo was already familiar with some essential knowledge about these tombs. Generally, a path with wind indicated the presence of air inside, meaning it wasn't a dead end. He activated his martial spirit, illuminating an area, and Ling Mo stealthily stepped into the ancient city. Suddenly, from a dark corner of the ancient city, a pitch-black shadow flashed by, but Ling Mo didn't notice it. If he had seen it, he would have realized it was a large black dog. It was hiding inside the ancient city, and as soon as it spotted Ling Mo, it ran down another path. What a strange ancient city. It looked more like the ruins of an old civilization. Ling Mo did not know how many years this ancient city had been buried underground. But judging from the decayed and dust-covered stone walls, it must have been for quite some time. Everywhere were the remnants of ruins, with skeletons scattered all around. Through her double vision, Ling Mo could clearly see the underground world. Standing at the edge of the ruins, in the distance lay a desolate Gobi desert, with exposed white bones on the ground and weapons scattered for miles. It was desolate, filled with a haunting silence everywhere. This place felt more like an independent space, unaffected by the outside world. Had the aura of that coffin disappeared? Ling Mo pursued the coffin down the path, only to find that the breath had already faded away here. How strange. From a distance, in the endless darkness, there seemed to be a very small figure, resembling a chubby round ball. It was a person, but they were very fat and quite short. Ling Mo initially thought he had encountered a fellow traveler and wanted to greet them. Suddenly, a big black dog sprang out from the side, wielding a coffin board, and directly knocked him on the back of the head. Damn! With a desperate sigh, Ling Mo was knocked unconscious, and after knocking him out, the big black dog revealed a mischievous grin. It actually spoke human words, disdainfully saying, "Hee, daring to compete with me for treasures, I'll knock you out." After knocking Ling Mo out, it left without a care, laughing heartily, not finishing him off. If Ling Mo had any consciousness left, he would surely realize that these two unscrupulous characters were actually in cahoots. Unbeknownst to him, after conspiring about something, the big black dog and the short fat man headed into that endless darkness. They seemed to have discovered some treasure, radiating smug smiles as they vanished into the shadows. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Mo woke up from his faint. Damn! Which little thief dared to ambush me? Furious, Ling Mo stood on the desert, his face dark with anger. Truly, one who walks by the river often gets their shoes wet. It was inexplicably a surprise attack. What a disgrace, an utter humiliation. Ling Mo had always been the one to ambush others. When did it become his turn to be ambushed? Wait, if Ling Mo remembered correctly, the one who knocked him out seemed to be a big black dog. It shouldn't have done anything so outrageous, right? Looking ahead again, the figure of the fat man was long gone, and the big black dog also seemed to have disappeared. Ling Modin suddenly understood that he had been played by someone. They were in cahoots. Ling Mo's expression was extremely unpleasant. He was determined to find these two unscrupulous guys for revenge. It was quite strange here, as there were still people inside. It seemed they were also here to seek treasure and had encountered fellow treasure hunters. Although he didn't know the strength of the other party, judging from a skill they used to ambush Ling Mo earlier, they should be quite strong. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he was at a loss, and the angrier he became. Ling Mo could no longer hold back. He directly stepped over the gobi and walked deeper into the darkness. The aura of those two had disappeared into the depths of the darkness. It seemed they must have discovered something, otherwise they wouldn't have left so suddenly. This ancient city of Jingjue was very peculiar. Slowly sensing from within the ancient city, Ling Mo unexpectedly felt an aura that did not belong to this world. It was a very strange aura. It seemed that in the darkness enveloping the sky, there was a figure covered in red fur watching this place. Oh, there's so many strange metals. As he walked through the ancient city, Ling Mo discovered that there were indeed too many strange metals here. The structure of this ancient city was made entirely of strange metals. If these metals were used to craft hidden weapons, their power would definitely surpass that of meteorites. Because this power was very peculiar, very evil, with a chilling feeling, an ominous premonition followed. I should dig up a few pieces to study. Since he had discovered treasure, how could Ling Mo ignore it? Just right. These materials could all be collected. Once he had enough materials, Ling Mo could directly forge the strongest hidden weapons of the Tang sect, such as the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, and so on. Although he was not strong enough now, it was just a matter of time. First, he would gather these materials. Chapter 47. Digging for Treasure Dam. I'm rich. This ancient city had too many treasures. The strange metals were everywhere on the ground, and Ling Mo couldn't pick them all up. The space in his small pot was completely stuffed, and Ling Mo regretted it immensely. If he had known, he wouldn't have given that bell to Xiao Wu. Otherwise, he could have stored a few more stones. Reluctantly gazing at the strange metals scattered all over the ground. Regardless of their quality, Ling Mo collected them all. At this moment, he suddenly noticed, on the stone walls of the ancient city, beneath a layer of dust hidden by the wind and sand, several strange blue stone bricks appeared. Such strange stones seemed to contain some kind of peculiar power. Ling Mo was puzzled and tried to probe the power of the blue stone bricks, but unexpectedly, at the moment of contact, it felt as if his mind had been emptied, and he instantly experienced a feeling of faintness. Fortunately, Ling Mo stopped in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. These stones definitely held a great secret. They might even conceal some kind of magical law power. He made a decision in his heart. Ling Mo attempted to dig out the blue stone bricks. This was not a place for research. The air was filled with dangerous vibes. It was better to dig them out first and study them later. Damn, why are these stones so hard? He swung the iron shovel with all his might, using every bit of strength he had, but Ling Mo still couldn't pry that blue stone slab. It was simply too hard, completely embedded in the soil, and no matter how hard Ling Mo tried, it didn't budge at all. It was as if it were bound by some kind of force, making it impossible to dig out. Perhaps Ling Mo's current strength was not enough. Otherwise, he should have been able to forcefully shake it. At that moment, the handsome guy who drank beast milk appeared again, casting a disappointed glance at him, sighing, "No future." After saying that, he effortlessly broke 2 blue stone bricks with his bare hands, resembling a mischievous kid digging stones in the void divine realm back in the day. Damn, what kind of stone is this so hard? Ling Mo was completely desperate. He tried various methods, but could not shake the blue stone bricks beneath his feet. After several attempts, he gave up in disappointment. There were many strange metals here, but this blue stone brick was the most special. Ling Mo originally wanted to dig up a few pieces to take back for research, but found it was impossible to dig them out. Why do I feel like someone is mocking me? Looking around, he found that there was no one nearby, and a chill ran down his spine. He always felt like there was a mischievous kid nearby, constantly mocking him. What the hell? This feeling has been with him since he arrived in this world. Ever since awakening his heterochromatic eyes, this feeling had persisted, with that pretty boy drinking beast milk appearing many times in his dreams. Feeling uneasy, Ling Mo thought the ancient city was truly strange. He tried once more to dig out the blue stone bricks, but after several failures, he gave up. However, there were plenty of strange metals along the way, and without a doubt, these metals ended up in Ling Mo's small jar. These weapons looked to be of good quality, but unfortunately, in Douluo Continent, weapons were rarely used as most people relied on their martial spirits. They probably wouldn't sell. Looking at the treasures scattered on the ground, Ling Mo couldn't help but feel regret and didn't take any. He believed that these weapons couldn't be sold in Douluo Continent. Plus, the small jar was already full of strange metals, leaving no space to take these things. If he knew the strength of these weapons, he would probably regret it immensely. These were top-notch treasures left over from ancient battlefields, and having existed for so long, they must have some extraordinary effects. Unfortunately, Ling Mo couldn't appreciate this, so he left them behind. Walking on the ruins of the ancient city, Ling Mo discovered that most of the stone walls were made of strange metals, which were very precious. From various perspectives, it resembled a lost imperial city. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of years ago, it had once been glorious, but now it had fallen, buried underground out of sight. The two unscrupulous fellows had already vanished, and Ling Mo originally wanted to find them to take revenge. However, this ancient city was too vast, and after wandering around, he couldn't sense their presence at all. No, there's something ahead. Just as he was about to leave the ruins, Ling Mo suddenly detected a faint energy aura coming from a drum tower ahead. The tense atmosphere instantly thickened, and Ling Mo was on high alert, being very cautious. This place was dangerous. If those two had murderous intentions, he would probably already be done for. To avoid such a situation again, Ling Mo dared not let his guard down. With his heterochromatic eyes wide open, he explored the faint aura ahead and suddenly realized that this aura was the same as one he had sensed a few months ago. That's right. A few months ago, Ling Mo had intended to steal the colorful emperor flower by the life lake in the soul.No forest, but failed. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed this aura, and based on his years of experience, he judged that there must be treasures beneath the life lake. However, fearing being discovered by the two giant beasts living in the lake, he didn't dare to enter the burial site recklessly. He never expected that this time, he had accidentally stumbled into this place. Could those two also have been attracted by this aura? No, they seemed more interested in some divine herbs with life auras. Earlier, on the Gobi Desert, there were many strange, immortal herbs, which Ling Mo noticed before he passed out. But when he woke up, those herbs had already been dug up. It seemed that those two were responsible. Why did they only dig for immortal herbs? This puzzled Ling Mo. Logically, this ancient city was filled with treasures, yet they only focused on the herbs. If they only wanted immortal herbs, there were plenty of wild ones in the soul.No forest. Why come to such a strange, underground depth? Unable to understand, and with those two now nowhere in sight, he couldn't even ask them. Such a strange aura. Feeling a sense of danger approaching, the closer Ling Mo got to the drum tower, the stronger the sense of crisis became. He had been observing this aura for months, and today, he had to figure out its origins. Suddenly, just as Ling Mo approached, a corpse burst out from the depths of the darkness, clad in armor and wielding a heavy sword. It swung fiercely at Ling Mo, and with tremendous force, it knocked him several meters away with a single strike. What the hell is that? Is it a zombie? In an instant, Ling Mo was completely stunned. He saw a figure in the darkness becoming increasingly clear. It was a corpse in armor. Its body had decayed to the point of only leaving a skull, yet its aura was still formidable, and its power was incredibly strong. Just that casual swing of the sword had sent Ling Mo flying several dozen meters away. Is a dead person this strong? Ling Mo was quite puzzled. After years of tomb raiding, he had seen all sorts of strange things, but he had never encountered a corpse that had been dead for who knows how many years, still possessing such strong power. It seemed he had no intent to kill. He only reacted passively because Ling Mo approached the drum tower, not because he was actively attacking. After understanding this background, Ling Mo decided not to approach the drum tower and instead study the characteristics of this corpse. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Mo activated his heterochromatic eyes, intending to steal information from it, the guy seemed to sense the aura of the heterochromatic eyes and suddenly charged at him. Damn, this really scared Ling Mo half to death. This guy had left the drum tower and was rushing towards him. It seemed he had some special sensitivity to the heterochromatic eyes. When Ling Mo didn't use them, he didn't attack, but as soon as Ling Mo did, he completely went into a frenzy. Chapter 48, Ghost Elder. Damn, this thing is toxic. Ling Mo surprisingly couldn't steal his abilities, and upon initial estimation, his strength was at least at the level of a titled Douluo among the people Ling Mo had seen. Even Tang Hao might not be able to gain the upper hand against this guy. What kind of place is this? Even a random puppet has such strong power. Fortunately, this guy didn't strike with lethal intent, and his attacks were relatively simple, completely mindless. He only knew to swing a giant sword at Ling Mo. No matter how fast Ling Mo was, he could always catch up. Ouch, that hurts. Just as Ling Mo managed to hide under a stone building and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, that corpse appeared behind him again, unexpectedly slapping him on the head. A sharp pain hit him, and Ling Mo was already in despair. Was this guy purely intent on messing with him? A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. If the first attack was triggered because Ling Mo approached the drum tower, then his subsequent actions were clearly aimed at tormenting Ling Mo. Time to escape. His head throbbed, and a wave of dizziness hit him. Ling Mo completely broke down. The ghost shadow displacement was instantly activated, tried to escape from this corpse's grasp, but he didn't expect that just a few meters away. That merciless giant sword came crashing down again. Ling Mo was instantly knocked to the ground, unable to even resist. Ling Mo couldn't help but wonder if this guy was still alive. Suddenly having a mischievous thought, he wondered if he wanted to mess with him. It's hard to imagine that even a skeleton could have such leisure. This ghostly thing was too terrifying. Just from its aura, it made it difficult for me to breathe. If it attacked with full force, I probably wouldn't survive even one round. There was no way to escape. So Ling Mo gradually gave up resisting and carefully observed this puppet. Ling Mo discovered that he seemed to be coming for his dual pupils. Could it be that these dual pupils held some secret? Or rather, was there some connection between his dual pupils and him? Ling Mo really couldn't understand. Logically speaking, as a modern youth who had traveled from the 21st century, he didn't come from a glamorous background. So how could he be related to these things? Could it be related to his past life? As soon as this thought emerged, Ling Mo quickly dismissed it. It was too ethereal. He couldn't touch such things for now. Stop. Don't hit me. Feeling sore all over, Ling Mo directly gave up resisting and shouted. To his surprise, as soon as he shouted, the other party actually stopped. Moreover, Ling Mo noticed that the skull-like head had seemed to reveal a strange smile. However, his body was completely corroded, leaving only a skull. So Ling Mo couldn't be sure if he was really smiling. He always felt that this guy was secretly laughing at him. Damn it, I really got played. Although Ling Mo didn't want to believe it, he had to accept that this guy was indeed toying with him. The 9-foot-tall skeleton, clad in armor, looked somewhat like a general from ancient times, majestic and unyielding, exuding an overwhelming aura. Judging from the pressure, this guy was even more terrifying than the intimidation Tang Hao had given to Ling Mo. What was so special about the drum tower he was guarding that even in death, such a powerful being had to protect it? Under the pressure from the other party, Ling Mo struggled to stand up from the ground and tentatively reached out his hand, only to have the giant sword come crashing down again. Damn, here it comes again? What the hell? Another chaotic scene ensued. At another location in the ancient city, the big black dog that had knocked Ling Mo unconscious earlier and a short, chubby man heard the commotion and revealed a sinister smile. Huh, that fool must have stumbled into the drum tower, the big black dog mocked, laughing joyfully. The chubby man also showed a lewd smile, glanced over there, and then said, "Let us go, why bother with all that? We've almost finished searching here. It's time to head to the next tomb." They then entered a coffin and left the ancient city of Jingjue through the endless abyss of darkness. It was as if they had never been here. This world could not accommodate them. They left in a coffin, which was the very coffin Ling Mo had been desperately searching for. On the other side of the ancient city, chaos erupted. Ling Mo was being relentlessly chased by the ghostly figure. Although the other party had no murderous intent, the feeling of the giant sword hitting his face was no ordinary discomfort. Damn it, stop hitting me. In his anger, Ling Mo cursed. But what he received was an even stronger blow. He was like a little ghost, continually being followed and lightly struck from behind. It made Ling Mo's head ache to the point of splitting. His mental state was collapsing. Ghostly Elder, I know I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Ling Mo was beaten to the point of mental breakdown and surrendered without resistance. He had no capability to fight back at all. To his surprise, once he admitted defeat, the other party really stopped. They really stopped? With the previous example in mind, Ling Mo decided to hold back and test his limits first. This ghost elder, did I owe you money or something, that you're chasing after me so relentlessly? Before he could finish his sentence, the ghost elder raised a large sword in his hand again. Before it came down, Ling Mo hurriedly admitted his mistake. No, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Damn, is it this exhausting to communicate with a ghost? Unintentionally, Ling Mo activated his heavy pupil again. But this time it didn't provoke the ghost elder's furious attacks like last time. Instead, he stood straight and pointed his giant sword at the drum tower ahead, indicating for Ling Mo to go that way. He didn't say a word and was completely like a corpse. But Ling Mo couldn't understand why he could still walk independently. Could this be related to the secrets inside the drum tower? Are you telling me to enter that drum tower? Ling Mo tentatively asked. This round of torment almost sent him away. He no longer dared to curse Ghost Lord. This guy had a twisted sense of humor. If you insult him, you're done for. The next thing that follows is definitely a beating. Poor Ling Mo. His handsome face was beaten into a pig's head, a great humiliation. In this day and age, there have been many graves dug, but this was the first time encountering such a tricky thing. Fortunately, the other party had no intent to kill. Otherwise, Ling Mo would have been finished. Ling Mo's doubts were confirmed. Ghost Grandpa did not speak, but directly lifted Ling Mo and walked towards the drum tower. During this time, Ling Mo noticed that the walls of the drum tower were made up of many bluestone bricks, which, like the few bluestone bricks from earlier, contained huge energy fluctuations. Such a familiar aura. Upon arriving at the entrance of the drum tower, the aura that rushed towards Ling Mo made him feel refreshed, suddenly feeling a bit familiar. It was exactly the aura he had been thinking about, the same one he had sensed months ago in the starry forest. Before the main door of the drum tower, there was a barrier that Ling Mo couldn't enter, but after opening his double pupils, it surprisingly opened. Once inside the drum tower, Ghost Grandpa set Ling Mo down, stood beside the door, restored his original appearance, and remained motionless. To Ling Mo's astonishment, he tried to test him multiple times, and he did not move at all. However, as soon as Ling Mo thought about leaving, he would immediately block him. What exactly is inside? Why does he want me to see it? Now that they had arrived at the drum tower, Ling Mo was still very hesitant. Everything felt strange. Beneath the endless darkness, a hollow and ghostly wailing sound echoed, which was very eerie. In the darkness, there seemed to be a faint glimmer of light, hidden deep in the abyss. Looking around, Ling Mo knew he couldn't run away today, so he boldly rushed into the drum tower. In an instant, he saw countless corpses floating in the darkness. Chapter 49. The bloodstained mark. As soon as he entered the drum tower, the internal space underwent a huge change. In an instant, a beam of light entered Ling Mo's eyes, and he felt a sharp pain in his body as countless images surged into his mind. In those images, many various people floated. Beneath the darkness, a young man crossing the void while holding a tree appeared, exuding a unique aura, like a child of the heavens. All beings worshipped him, calling him the Son of Heaven. Aside from that figure, Ling Mo also saw a very unique person. From his appearance and various characteristics, he surprisingly resembled Ling Mo to some extent. Isn't this the mischievous kid who often appears in my dreams? Although the other party had grown up, Ling Mo still recognized that person as the mischievous kid who frequently appeared in his dreams. He would often pass by in his dreams while drinking beast milk. Ling Mo recognized him because of a mark on his forehead, a mark that Ling Mo also had. This mark had always existed since the awakening of his dual pupils. The Sin blood mark. Among the 3,000 states, 7 stone statues stood out, and the solitary figure fighting outside the Imperial Pass inexplicably pained Ling Mo's heart. Damn, why does my head hurt so much? The pain was unbearable, and Ling Mo was on the verge of collapse, fainting several times. Scenes flashed through his mind. The Sin blood mark, the heaven-mending pavilion, the void divine realm. The last beam of light seemed to symbolize the signal of an era coming to an end. Returning to consciousness, gazing towards the end of the void, Ling Mo saw in the endless darkness 9 dragon skeletons pulling a coffin past him. This scene would be unforgettable for Ling Mo in this lifetime, because this scene was exactly what he encountered when he arrived in the Douluo world at the boundary of the void. 9 dragons pulling a coffin, the destruction of all beings, the suffering of all life. Why is this happening? The heartfelt question made Ling Mo's head pound. He truly couldn't understand how these matters were related to him and why they had such a profound impact on him. In the midst of intense pain, Ling Mo fainted, floating in the void. If he had noticed, he would have seen that the person and dog who had long since left had reappeared at the end of the void, diligently digging for something. From their methods and movements, they seemed to be digging a grave. Moreover, it was the grave of an extraordinary figure. These two had traversed the heavens, digging through various imperial tombs, yet it was unclear what they were truly searching for. In the illusory world, a figure approached in a copper coffin, a mournful voice evoking sorrow. Looking into the distance, the end of the void was endless darkness. A stone tablet floated from the vast, boundless void, inscribed with a phrase, "Who in the world is worthy of the white robe?" In a daze, he saw a blue lotus crossing half a degree of the void, fiercely thrusting into the depths of the darkness. Everything seemed too ethereal and exaggerated. When Ling Mo awoke once more, all previous discomfort had vanished, and upon reflection, his had undergone a slight change. The previously lifeless now concealed a hint of spirit. As he exerted its power, it instantly shattered a large rock before him into countless fragments. Such a change was beyond Ling Mo's imagination. After this transformation, this seemed to have awakened a formidable divine ability. Besides the original stealing function, it surprisingly possessed other offensive capabilities. Even more astonishing was that a scripture derived from the entered Ling Mo's mind. It seemed to be a technique inherited from the legacy, called the Three Lives Scripture. Three Lives Scripture? Disrupting yin and yang, severing past, present, and future. Can one hope for the future? In ancient times, supreme users were all of imperial stature, and there was renowned as the defiant eye that could see through past, present, and future. Ling Mo initially thought that the ability to steal martial souls was the most abnormal thing, but he didn't expect the hidden ability of it to be even more bizarre. Fortunately, he hadn't applied a soul ring to the otherwise. Who knows what problems would have arisen. What a powerful force. Just one strike drained all my soul power. The power unleashed from that single glance surpassed Ling Mo's full-force divine ability. Even combined with the star crossbow, it was incomparable. The impact of such a powerful attack meant that Ling Mo's soul power was instantly depleted. The active attack skill, although was simply too formidable. With Ling Mo's current capabilities, he couldn't control it at all. Just as Ling Mo entered this place, a beam of light entered his eyes, causing so many images to materialize. After that, the light vanished. In contrast, the mark on Ling Mo's forehead became increasingly pronounced, although it had always existed. It was previously invisible unless one paid close attention. Now, this mark was fully revealed, and the indirect change was that Ling Mo's underwent a series of transformations. The Three Lives Scripture? Such a profound thing, hundreds of times deeper than the Xiantian skill of the Little Three. Is this meant for cultivation? Ling Mo's eyes fell upon the scriptures of the three ages, but he did not realize that his current state of mind was incapable of grasping the mysteries within. However, since it was a cultivation method accompanied by the dual pupils, Ling Mo should be able to practice it, though now is not the right time. What exactly is the Sin Blood Mark? Ling Mo just heard a voice in her dream, mentioning this particular mark. The man who resembled Ling Mo somewhat also had such a mark. And who exactly is the man who is holding up a tree? Why do others call him the Son of Heaven? Forget it. It's not worth pondering over things I can't understand. It probably has nothing to do with me anyway. Muttering to herself, Ling Mo abandoned her tangled thoughts. The world is vast, but nothing is more important than my own matters. Since I'm here, I might as well see what treasures are inside. With that thought in mind, and determined not to leave empty-handed, Ling Mo began to set aside the strange images in her mind and started searching for valuable items within the drum tower. Inside the drum tower, it wasn't as dilapidated as the outside. On the contrary, it was magnificent, like a brand new building. Ling Mo wandered from the first floor to the third floor, searching every nook and cranny, and indeed found quite a lot of good things. Besides those strange metals, there were more bizarre treasures that Ling Mo was sure did not exist in the Douluo Continent. Everyone in Douluo has a martial soul, and treasures are rarely used unless they are divine artifacts. Of course, these treasures were not at that level, and since Ling Mo's soul guide was already full, he could only selectively discard some of them. This exploration of the ancient city of Jingjue was a huge success for Ling Mo. He had gained 100 times more than in the previous 6 years. Just these strange metals were enough for Ling Mo to forge Tang sect's top-level hidden weapons like the Buddha's Anger Tang Lotus. Although Ling Mo's current strength was still insufficient, this was only temporary. With his talent, it wouldn't take long. Ling Mo would grow into one of the top figures in this world. Looking at the dazzling array of treasures, Ling Mo couldn't bear to part with them. If he gave them all up, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep at night. It hurt. If only he hadn't given that bell to Xiao Wu. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. With so many treasures, if he had to throw them all away, Ling Mo would probably be heartbroken. No, he had to think of a way to bring these things back. When he returned, he would also establish a power. Since Xiao Sin wanted to build the Tang sect, he would build a ghost gate, specifically for digging graves. These top treasures absolutely couldn't be lost. Chapter 50. The Small Tower. What is this? Just as he was thinking about how to bring these things back, Ling Mo suddenly discovered another item at the altar on the first floor. It was a small tower. Only half of it remained, a very lightweight small tower. The upper part was completely missing, leaving just a small section at the bottom. Its shape looked a bit strange, although it only had 3 layers left. The powerful aura emanating from the small tower was very familiar to Ling Mo. This thing was exactly the aura he sensed when he was outside earlier. Suddenly, Ling Mo realized a problem. Previously, while he was outside, he had sensed the aura of this small tower multiple times. However, after entering, this aura had actually weakened. So much so that he had almost forgotten about it after being inside for so long. It was no wonder that with so many treasures in front of him, Ling Mo's attention had indeed been diverted, making it normal for him not to notice it. As he approached the small tower and felt the overwhelming aura it emitted, he felt refreshed. Just having this small tower by his side, even if not in use, would greatly aid his cultivation. However, with such a massive aura, could it really have only this little ability? That was obviously impossible. Ling Mo stepped in to observe slowly. When he reached out to grab it, he suddenly felt an immense gravitational force pressing down on him, preventing him from lifting the small tower even a bit. Faintly, a repulsive force came from within the small tower, seemingly resisting Ling Mo. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pick it up. What a strange thing. Such a tiny object was so heavy. It must be an extraordinary treasure. Without a doubt, according to traditional logic, such an illogical item must be a treasure. Upon careful examination, Ling Mo realized that this item was indeed extraordinary. The terrifying power alone was something others could not withstand. If this thing were to serve me. In the future, when I encounter someone I can't defeat, I could just throw it at them. It could definitely crush them, right? Ling Mo speculated that there might really be such a possibility. This small tower could be considered a divine artifact. Slowly studying it, Ling Mo tried various methods to take the small tower, even using the blood recognition method and urination recognition method he had used in his previous life. Unfortunately, none of it worked, and instead, it triggered a huge reaction. When he urinated, a powerful force erupted from the small tower, nearly killing Ling Mo. He was violently knocked back and slammed against the wall, landing in a heap on the ground. Fortunately, he was fine. Otherwise, those beautiful girls who were alone would never have any visitors again. Damn, he almost capsized in the gutter. This sudden impact really left Ling Mo dazed. He got back up and once again approached the small tower to observe it. Ling Mo was also enraged. If he didn't subdue this thing today, he wouldn't leave. Saying this, he directly activated his, using it to observe the changes in the small tower. Suddenly, he discovered a scripture transmitting from his mind, which recorded the method of refining objects. There really is a way. Ling Mo immediately noticed the scripture and couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect the dual pupils to have such abilities. It was simply the omnipotent supreme eye. Whatever he thought of would come to reality. In an instant, Ling Mo began to refine the small tower according to the records in the scripture. It took nearly half a day before he barely got the small tower to accept him. As his consciousness entered the interior of the tower, he was astonished by the world before him. Wow, I'm really going to make it. The interior of the small tower was an expansive space, thousands of times larger than that little pot. There were 3 levels in total, but apart from the first level, the second and third levels were not accessible, blocked by a forbidden barrier. Ling Mo attempted to crack it, but that taboo was too powerful to break, leaving him no choice but to give up. However, the treasures on the first level were already enough for Ling Mo to indulge in. Apart from those powerful magical artifacts, there was also a medicinal garden filled with many elixirs that Ling Mo did not recognize. From the aura emitted by these elixirs, Ling Mo could deduce that they were even more terrifying than those outside. Just one elixir contained an endless amount of power. Unfortunately, even if Ling Mo wanted to consume them, he couldn't, because the power contained in these elixirs was too strong. Forcibly consuming them would result in instant death. Of course, not being able to consume them now doesn't mean he won't be able to in the future. Damn, this is a jackpot. Ling Mo's eyes sparkled with golden light, revealing a look akin to that of a wealthy landlord. This small tower was practically a treasure trove, and he had no idea which fool had left it behind, allowing Ling Mo to pick up such a bargain. After preliminary refining, Ling Mo had already gained the tower's recognition, becoming its new master. This vast space would now be exclusively his. Goodness, in an instant, Ling Mo had become the richest person in the world. Just the items inside could make him the world's wealthiest individual if sold. Having lived a life of poverty, Ling Mo could hardly resist the temptation of wealth. With a wave of his hand, he placed the contents of the small pot into the tower. After storing the tower, Ling Mo collected all the treasures on the ground, leaving not a single one behind. The entire drum tower was thoroughly looted by Ling Mo. They say tomb raiding leads to wealth, and it seems to be true. There were many other items in this ancient city, but none compared to the treasures in the drum tower. It seemed all the valuable treasures were hidden inside, though there were some peculiar items outside that Ling Mo chose not to dig up. He didn't want future visitors to find the ancient city of Jingjue empty and weep. After taking the small tower, Ling Mo studied it multiple times and discovered that it was different from ordinary soul guiding devices. It did not possess soul power, but instead had a unique force. Interestingly, it could also contain living beings, even allowing people to enter. Inside, it formed its own world, more like a forgotten realm. Not only did he not find a coffin, but he also stumbled upon a pile of treasures. With these treasures, he was one step closer to dominating the world. Ling Mo's excitement was simply uncontainable. After a series of events, he suddenly realized that Tang San was truly unfortunate. Originally the protagonist of the Douluo world, his protagonist halo had been inexplicably snatched away by these suddenly appearing individuals. Anyone could easily defeat Tang San. Ling Mo initially thought it was unrealistic, but now he believed it. Damn, with such cheating, Tang San really had it tough. After packing everything and ensuring nothing was left behind, Ling Mo left the drum tower. Although he didn't know what those people in the dream represented, he didn't want to care. It had nothing to do with him anyway. As for the sin blood mark on his head, that wasn't a problem. Having one more mark actually made him look cooler, as long as his handsome face remained intact. Ling Mo wouldn't mind. The change in his heterochromia temporarily posed no harm to him. In fact, it even gave him an additional active attack skill. As for whether he would awaken more powerful divine abilities later on, Ling Mo was uncertain for now. Having been stuck at level 30 for half a month, it was time to go out and obtain his third soul ring. If Ling Mo wasn't mistaken, Zhao Wujia should now be taking Tang San and the others to the Stardo Forest, right? Based on the timeline, if nothing unexpected happened, they should currently be above Ling Mo. Ling Mo has been thinking about the 5-color emperor flower by the Lake of Life, so this time, she plans to take it directly. Chapter 73. The breaking point of Qianrenxue. What do you want? Qianrenxue is about to collapse. How sharp is this guy's gaze? No one can tell she is a woman, except for Ling Mo. It's really too strange. I don't want anything. I just want to verify if my guess is correct. Are you feeling guilty? If everyone were male, what would be the problem? Ling Mo smiled sinisterly, feeling more and more excited as he thought about it. After all, this was an angel. Growing up, Ling Mo had never seen what an angel looked like. Why should that be? If you don't give it, it proves you are guilty. You are actually a woman in disguise, infiltrating the palace. What do you want to do? Qianrenxue's face turned slightly red, as if she had made a certain decision. She was tightly wrapped in layers of clothing, so it should be difficult to test anything, right? After a moment of speculation, to shut Ling Mo's mouth, she made a decision. Come on. Saying this, she closed her eyes, still holding onto a glimmer of hope, praying that Ling Mo wouldn't go too far. The scheme succeeded. Seeing Qianrenxue close her eyes, Ling Mo revealed a sinister smile, gradually becoming more crazed. The world says that Qianrenxue is the most beautiful woman in Douluo, but Ling Mo really didn't believe it. Today, he must unveil her true face and see her real appearance. In an instant, a strong light appeared, enveloping the area. Qianrenxue, with her eyes closed, did not notice anything unusual. What do you want to do? At that moment, Qianrenxue finally realized what Ling Mo was up to. The veil hiding the truth was torn away, and Ling Mo's right hand brushed under Qianrenxue, then grabbed hard. Qianrenxue's standing body began to sway, feeling weak and slightly unstable. Immediately after, Ling Mo's laughter echoed. Ha! You are a woman. The scheme succeeded, and Ling Mo unveiled Qianrenxue's veil, revealing an incredibly beautiful face. In that instant, Ling Mo was captivated. She was simply too beautiful. She didn't have Zhu Zhuqing's innocence, nor Ning Rongrong's purity. She seemed like a fairy from the sky, beautiful from afar, but not to be profaned. Ling Mo's heart bloomed with joy. Originally, he just wanted to extort Qianrenxue, but unexpectedly, she was willing to pay a price to hide her identity. Unfortunately, Ling Mo didn't play by the rules. If it were just a superficial encounter, he really wouldn't have noticed anything. But she miscalculated. She encountered someone like Ling Mo, who didn't follow the script. It said that as long as the villain is good-looking, their values will follow their appearance. Ling Mo didn't believe it at first, but now he did. Qianrenxue was simply too beautiful. especially after the veil hiding her identity was removed. Her stunning beauty was truly unparalleled. Do you really think you can have your way with me so easily? After regaining her composure, Qian Ruxue said coldly. At that moment, a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. She was determined to have a life-and-death struggle with Ling Mo. A precious daughter like her just like that. Moreover, her biggest secret had been exposed. How could she let Ling Mo off so easily? She couldn't say she had him under her thumb, but the feeling was indeed quite good. Ling Mo smiled and showed no fear of her making a move. The commotion just now seemed to have attracted quite a few people. It seems that the plan to excavate the royal tomb today might have to be cancelled. As soon as Ling Mo spoke, Qian Ruxue's face turned red, and her earlier involuntary reaction had already exposed her true feelings. However, being treated so frivolously by a stranger was absolutely intolerable. Her martial soul instantly manifested, and 6 pairs of wings began to grow from her back. Angel martial soul. What a coincidence, I have it too. As soon as the words fell, 6 pairs of wings also sprouted from Ling Mo's back, colorful and looking even more magnificent. Who exactly are you? Upon seeing that Ling Mo also possessed the 6-winged angel martial soul, Qian Ruxue panicked, unable to grasp Ling Mo's origins. Who am I? I am your man. Ling Mo smiled and spread his 6 wings, directly ascending into the sky. The nearby guards were approaching, and he didn't intend to continue entangling with Qian Ruxue. If you want to be my man, let's see if you're worthy. Qian Ruxue also noticed the guards closing in, and the only thing to do now was to leave this place. As long as she could shut Ling Mo's mouth, her identity wouldn't be exposed. Worthy? Then come and try it. After speaking, Ling Mo was the first to leave the royal tomb and flew towards the outside of Heaven Do City. Those who trespass the royal tomb will be killed without mercy. Capture him. At the moment they dashed out of the exit of the royal tomb, several Soul King level powerhouses charged out simultaneously. However, they couldn't stop Ling Mo from escaping. The 6-winged angel martial soul was originally a divine level martial soul, not at all weaker than the Haoyan Hammer's martial soul. Coupled with the enhancement effect of the 5-color divine light, the speed increase was even more monstrous. In a flash, Ling Mo broke through the encirclement. However, these startled guards were gradually chasing after him, surrounding him from all directions. Behind him, Qian Ruxue had also come to kill, but she was similarly facing Ling Mo's predicament, being attacked by the guards. The two broke through from one direction. They directly fled towards the west of Heaven Do City. Several powerhouses that had started a rush over were already on the way. If they didn't escape before they arrived, today might really end badly. After saying that, Ling Mo instantly accelerated and left Heaven Do City. He rushed out from the west of the city. As for Qian Ruxue, there was no doubt that she was directly sold out by Ling Mo, pulled back into the encirclement of the pursuers. That's right, he really ran away. Chapter 51. 3,000 armors leaving the drum tower. Ling Mo was surprised by the scene that appeared before him as he stepped out the door. What the hell? What's going on? Originally, there was only Ghost Lord in front of the drum tower, but when Ling Mo walked out again, the area in front of the drum tower was filled with a dense crowd of people. These people were all dead, mere shells, wearing a set of armor. Seeing their orderly formation and impressive momentum, Ling Mo was truly astonished. These guys seem to be quite strong. What do they want? Do they want to rob me of my treasure? Ling Mo began to hesitate, wondering whether to go outside. The ghostly elder by the door remained unmoved, still standing straight there. At that moment, the 3,000 corpses suddenly knelt down in unison as they saw Ling Mo, the sound of armor clashing resonating, invigorating. What was happening? Ling Mo was completely baffled. Why do they kneel down? Could it be that I was an emperor in my past life? Are these things my soldiers? Am I digging my own grave? Damn, is it really this absurd? The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. These 3,000 soldiers seemed to respect Ling Mo greatly, obeying his every command. This left Ling Mo completely confused. Wait a minute, this is another world. If they were related to Ling Mo, they should be on Earth. The more he thought, the less it made sense, but judging by their appearance, they probably wouldn't harm him. Therefore, Ling Mo, startled and surprised, stepped out. Suddenly, with a loud clang, the heavy armor of the ghost kneeling down echoed. Oh my God, this can't be happening. Remembering the torment he just endured from the ghost, Ling Mo was instantly terrified. What kind of situation is this? Are they going to make the pig happy before slaughtering it? Would that make the meat taste better? Ling Mo reached out to help, but he could not shake the body of the ghost elder. His strength was too immense, and even with all of Ling Mo's might, He could not break through the armor. Among the 3,000 armored soldiers, it seemed that the ghost elder was at the helm, all of them watching Ling Mo intently. Goodness, 3,000 armored soldiers, most of whom were at the Soul Sage to soul.No level, with a large number below Soul Sage. With such a luxurious lineup, if they were all at my disposal, what would I have to fear from the Spirit Hall and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Just thinking back to the earlier incident in Soto City, where he teased Ning Rongrong, made Ling Mo feel a bit apprehensive. He had acted carelessly and had not guessed the other party's identity before making his move. It's important to know that this girl was under protection before she arrived at Shrek Academy. The people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must have already started hunting for him, right? Originally, after leaving Shrek Academy, Ling Mo had been hesitating about whether to return, but now it seemed he didn't need to worry about that anymore. With such a display of power, did Ling Mo still need to fear them? It seemed unnecessary. Just the Ghost Elder alone should be able to handle those 2 from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Damn, with 3,000 armored soldiers at my command, if each of them were given a peacock feather and something like the Buddha's Wrath Lotus, wouldn't that be killing the gods if they blocked the way and killing the Buddhas if they obstructed him? Ling Mo was finding it increasingly difficult to stay calm. This time, the Jingjue ancient city had completely turned the tables. Among this group of armored soldiers, the strongest was Ghost Master. His strength was unclear, but Ling Mo could sense that the intimidation he exerted was even more tyrannical than Tang Hao's. Moreover, among the 3,000 armored soldiers, there were also several titled Duo-level fighters. With this foundation, it seemed that Ling Mo no longer had to worry about any threats from other forces. The Ghost Gate could be established, and these 3,000 armored soldiers would be Ling Mo's first batch of subordinates. Are you willing to follow me? Ling Mo said, first, let's confirm if they are really willing. Suddenly, a loud and synchronized sound of metal clashing echoed through the venue. They seemed unable to speak, but their actions were constantly conveying to Ling Mo what they meant. All right, since that's the case, from today onwards, the Ghost Gate is officially established. You are all the first batch of disciples of the Ghost Gate. Ling Mo weakly added, although I don't have much to teach you. Take a walk in front of the Ghost Gate. Even the King of Hell fears me 3 parts. Although Ling Mo was unsure whether the King of Hell actually existed, it didn't affect his pretentiousness at all. King of Hell, can I ask for a personal favor? The King of Hell replied, it's too hard for me. These 3,000 soldiers, each one is very strong. Ling Mo had carefully observed that the 7 leaders were all at the title Douluo level. As for the strongest, the Ghost Lord, Ling Mo couldn't discern what his limits were. That great sword of his was no ordinary item. The combined treasures in the entire ancient city of Jingjue were not as powerful as his great sword. With such top-tier combat power, he must have already reached the title Douluo level, if not stronger. Ling Mo had previously collected many strange metals, and various immortal medicines and poisons had appeared inside the small tower. The hidden weapons crafted from these materials by the Tang sect would definitely be quite extraordinary. At that time, equipping each of them with a peacock feather or a Buddha's Fury Lotus, combined with their own strength. Wouldn't that mean taking down a titled Douluo with a single strike? It's really hard to imagine. With these armaments, Ling Mo could already disregard any threat from other forces. After storing these armaments, Ling Mo put them all into the small tower. For now, he hadn't found a base of his own, so he could only keep them in the small tower. As for the Ghost Lord, with his noble status, he could bring him along. Not only would it intimidate others, but he could also protect Ling Mo at any time. It's a win-win situation. The aura of the copper coffin had already disappeared. At the end of the darkness lies an infinite power. With my current strength, it is clearly impossible to force my way in. Exploring the endless sky, Ling Mo looked at an ancient starry road above the ancient city. Ling Mo did not know where this road led. He wanted to experience it personally, but the powerful pressure above the starry sky made it impossible for him to move forward. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up. What he did not know was that the large black dog that had ambushed him earlier, along with that fat man, had left through this road in a copper coffin. The other end of the starry ancient road seemed to connect to another world. Let's go. After confirming that the ancient city of Jingjue no longer held any exploratory value, Ling Mo left with Ghost Grandpa. Upon returning to the cave, he suddenly found that the tunnel he had dug earlier had been buried. He had no idea which fool thought to bury him in the ancient city. Helpless, Ling Mo had to dig a new pit. After digging for half a day, he finally opened a passage and returned to the surface. Stardo Great Forest? Looking at the soul beasts that were frantically fleeing in front of him, Ling Mo immediately concluded that this was indeed the Star-Do Great Forest. The panicked soul beasts seemed to be scared by some giant creature. Titan Great Ape? Ling Mo suddenly discovered that on the other side of the mountain, a gigantic ape was walking through the valley. With each step it took, the ground would tremble. It emerged from the lake of life, moving hurriedly as if it were on its way to meet someone. Could it be that it sensed Xiao Wu's presence? Have Xiao San and the others already arrived at the Star-Do Forest? Ling Mo quickly deduced the upcoming plot. Looking at the situation, poor Zhao Wujia is going to be beaten again, truly deserving to be called the most pitiful person in Douluo. No matter how many times he gets beaten, it's always by Tang San and his family. Sigh, so pitiful. Chapter 52. A step late. The presence of Ghost Grandpa always brought some inconvenience. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ling Mo decided to keep him in the small tower. He activated his martial soul instantly to reach his best state and quickly followed the pace of the Titan Great Ape. However, he didn't expect the Titan Great Ape to be incredibly fast, and its massive size allowed it to leap several kilometers in a single bound. Gradually, Ling Mo lost track of it. However, he could still sense its aura. As night fell, the forest was in a state of panic because a giant beast was rampaging through it, scaring away countless soul beasts. Why did the legendary king of the forest appear alone at the forest's edge today? All the soul beasts were frightened and dared not approach. Damn, this thing runs too fast. At night, Ling Mo had no idea where he was anymore and was completely lost. The aura of the Titan Great Ape had disappeared, and it seemed he had lost it. He initially wanted to call Ghost Grandpa to stop it, but if he did that, it would be difficult for Ling Mo to find the location of Tang San and the others. These big pits should have been left by it. Following these dirt pits, he should be able to find its location. Saying that, Ling Mo once again tried to catch up. Unfortunately, his speed simply couldn't match that of the Titan Great Ape, so he could only pray that nothing unexpected would happen. At this moment, dozens of miles away from Ling Mo, the Shrek group was gathered around a campfire, led by Zhao Wujia. All the Shrek's 7 monsters were present, except for Ling Mo. The ones most concerned about Ling Mo's sudden disappearance were undoubtedly Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai was wishing that this kid would never come back. Previously, when Ling Mo suddenly vanished, Flander had specifically gone out to look for him, but it was as if he had disappeared into thin air. Flander searched around Soto City for 3 days but found nothing. Teacher Zhao, I'll keep watch tonight. You all go rest. Okay, I'll return it later. After Zhao Wujia finished speaking, he directly walked into the tent. Now that Oscar's third spirit ring was settled, they just needed Tang San's spirit ring and they could return. The crowd dispersed, each going to rest, but Tang San felt an inexplicable unease in his heart. Xiao Wu beside him seemed to sense something and showed a panicked expression. Xiao Wu, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Tang San, being attentive, directly asked. Xiao Wu's eyes were dodging something, and she hesitantly said, It's nothing, just missing Xiao Mo a bit. Is she missing Ling Mo? Impossible. It was clearly a deliberate change of topic, intentionally bringing up Ling Mo to divert Tang San's suspicion. As soon as Ling Mo was mentioned, Tang San also wore a melancholy expression and said, I wonder where Xiao Mo has gone, but he should be fine. Tang San expressed his worries, recalling that day when Ling Mo had slipped away from them without a trace. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Tang San had been thinking about it the whole time. As the two murmured to each other, Tang San suddenly sensed a strange movement and immediately stood up. Not good. Everyone wake up. With a loud shout, everyone instantly became alert and rushed out of their tents. Xiao San, what happened? Zhao Wujia was the first to rush out, followed closely by the fastest Zhu Zhuqing, and then Dai Mubai and others also dashed out. There is something big approaching. Everyone felt the ground beginning to shake violently, and from the frequency of the tremors, it seemed that a massive creature was rushing toward them. What exactly is it? How could something cause such intense shaking of the ground? Zhao Wujia, realizing the situation was dire, immediately activated his martial soul and stood in front of everyone, saying, Everyone, retreat behind me, don't leave my side. With his eyes locked on, Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eyes and saw a gigantic silhouette emerging from the darkness. Roar! A deafening roar echoed, nearly deafening everyone. The overwhelming force surged toward them, making it hard to stand. Zhao Wujia instantly activated his martial soul true body, standing in front to block all the force. Through the haze, he saw the colossal figure clearly. Titan Great Ape? After confirming the identity of the opponent, Zhao Wujia felt his heart drop. No, at that moment, he felt completely chilled. How could this guy appear at the forest's edge? Zhao Wujia couldn't make sense of it. Its appearance shocked everyone's hearts. It's over. The moment Zhao Wujia saw the Titan Great Ape, he was already in despair, but when he saw the students behind him, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Mubai, take them and leave first. After saying that, his martial soul, true body activated instantly, meeting the foot that the Titan Great Ape stomped down. The weight of the mountain pressed down, and Zhao Wujia felt as though the sky was collapsing, his whole body in unbearable pain, his blood boiling. Originally, under this stomp, Zhao Wujia would undoubtedly die. But for some reason, the Titan Great Ape suddenly retracted its foot and stared at everyone. Through the towering trees of the forest, everyone saw a giant ape overlooking them, terrifying from its high vantage point. Respectful king of the forest, we did not know this was your territory. If we have offended you, we will leave now. Zhao Wujia tried to lead everyone away. That last stomp nearly cost him his life. Facing a 10,000-year soul beast, let alone him, even a title Douluo might not gain the upper hand. The Titan Great Ape ignored Zhao Wujia's words and directly locked its gaze on Xiao Wu. Tang San, with keen eyes, noticed this and discreetly pulled Xiao Wu behind him, shielding her. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others were completely stunned, with no reaction at all. They didn't even respond when Zhao Wujia told them to leave. The moment the Titan Great Ape saw Xiao Wu, it suddenly flew into a rage and punched down, instantly sending Zhao Wujia flying. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Zhao Wujia was undoubtedly beaten again. No surprises, it was once again Tang San and his family. Zhao Wujia, I'm having such a hard time. After punching Zhao Wujia away, everyone finally reacted. Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai was about to go help him when Zhao Wujia suddenly shouted angrily, Don't worry about me. Take them and leave first. Before he could finish speaking, the Titan Great Ape approached directly, its massive body making a huge noise with every step. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were on the edge, while Tang San continually shielded Xiao Wu. Observant as he was, he noticed the Titan Great Ape was heading straight for him and Xiao Wu. Not good. Xiao Wu, run. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow appeared in Tang San's hand, and without hesitation, he shot 3 arrows toward the Titan Great Ape to buy time for their retreat. He was the only one at the scene who wasn't panicking, even though he fought back with all his might. In front of the Titan Great Ape's terrifying defense, it was like tickling. He couldn't break through it all. The Titan Great Ape was enraged by Tang San's actions and roared again, swinging another punch. Just as Tang San was about to be smashed to death by the punch, Xiao Wu suddenly shouted from behind, Don't. Unexpectedly, this cry of don't just saved Tang San's life. The Titan Great Ape really came to a stop. However, after stopping, it took the opportunity to grab Xiao Wu and flew away from here. Amidst a hysterical scream and despair, Tang San watched as Xiao Wu was taken away by the Titan Great Ape, completely breaking down. In just a few days, he had lost 2 of his best friends. Ling Mo was missing, and now Xiao Wu was taken by the Titan Great Ape. Tang San's heart was utterly shattered, and in his despair, an overwhelming anger erupted. Xiao San, come back. By the time everyone reacted, Tang San's figure had already disappeared from the spot. He actually dared to chase after the Titan Great Ape. Everyone thought he was crazy. That was the true king of the forest. His actions earned the admiration of everyone, leaving them feeling ashamed and rooted to the spot. Teacher Zhao, what should we do now? Dai Mubai asked, completely unsure of what to do next. What else can we do? Damn it, if we're going to die. Let's die together, Oscar said. After that, Oscar suddenly shouted a string of soft spells. I have a mushroom sausage. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shared the mushroom sausage. But before they could eat it, a shadow suddenly flashed through the forest. Everyone thought a soul beast was approaching and immediately became alert, focusing on the darkness. Too late. Just as the words fell, Ling Mo walked out from the forest, looking at the chaos on the ground, feeling a sense of loss. Chapter 53. The Faceless Demon Spider. Who is there? After experiencing a fierce battle, the Shrek group was on high alert, and Zhao Wuji felt particularly guilty. 2 students had disappeared right under his nose, and he couldn't explain it to Flandro when he went back. What if something happened to the rest of them? Old Zhao would definitely blame himself to death. Teacher Zhao, it's me. Ling Mo walked out of the forest looking quite disheveled, having chased after something desperately. He was tangled up in many thorny branches and didn't have time to deal with them, so he appeared very messy. When the others saw Ling Mo, they were all shocked. They didn't expect him to suddenly appear here after disappearing for 3 days. Zhao Wuji was overjoyed, thinking that something had happened to the kid, and that Flander was still looking for him. To his surprise, not only was he fine, but he had also shown up in the Stardo Forest. How did you end up here? With excessive joy, Zhao Wuji then expressed his confusion. How could Ling Mo be here? Oh, this. Explaining it is quite complicated. So let's not get into that for now. Ling Mo didn't know how to explain it. Should he tell them that he went to dig a grave? Maybe the grave he just dug belonged to someone among them, an ancestor from hundreds of thousands of years ago. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Ling Mo again, she was very surprised and came directly to his side, even preparing to take out a rope to tie him up to prevent him from running away again. However, there were too many people around, and she was too shy to take any extreme actions. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of him and the disappearance of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Ling Mo understood what had just happened. Thinking about the possibility of Tang San encountering the face-devouring spider after chasing it out, the spider itself wasn't much of a problem. Tang San could handle it. The main issue was the Dragon King and the Snake Lady behind it, which was a hassle. If they were unhappy, they could just kill Tang San, and that would be the end of it. Without time to explain much, Ling Mo directly said, "Teacher Zhao. Xiao San going after the Titan giant ape alone might run into trouble. I'll go after him first, we'll talk later." After saying that, before Zhao Wuji's response, Ling Mo disappeared again in front of everyone. He came and went in a hurry, leaving everyone stunned and unsure what to do. They thought to themselves, who raised these two brothers? They have the same temperament. Just one Tang San was already enough of a headache, and now there's another Ling Mo. Zhao Wujia felt like his head was about to explode. They were challenging the Forest King, two 30-level kids daring to take on the Forest King? Wasn't that courting death? Damn it. One after another, is no one letting me, old Zhao, have a break? Looking at the empty space in front of him, Ling Mo's figure had already vanished. His speed was simply too fast. Even Zhao Wujia couldn't see clearly. This kid disappeared for 3 days and got stronger, even with 1,000 questions. Now wasn't the time to consider them. Oscar, Zhao Wujia commanded, and despite taking the mushroom sausage from Oscar's hands, after eating it, a pair of small wings instantly grew from his back. Follow me. With that, everyone rushed in the direction Ling Mo had disappeared. At this moment, dozens of miles away, Ling Mo was chasing after the traces left by the Titan giant ape. In the distance, a powerful airflow could be felt, suggesting that a battle was taking place. Not good at Xiao San. Ling Mo instantly sensed Tang San's presence and realized that he must be in trouble. Without hesitation, Ling Mo quickly followed. In the forest, Tang San was engaged in a fierce battle with a humanoid demon spider. The spider lunged at him, its sharp spider spear striking down fiercely. Meanwhile, Tang San had his left hand hidden behind his back, seemingly deliberately exposing a flaw to lure the humanoid demon spider in, while his left hand held the Haotian hammer. Ready for action. Such a reckless strategy was truly dangerous. Any mistake would mean certain death for Tang San. There was no room for error. Xiao San, get out of the way. Just as Tang San was about to be hit by the spider's blade, Ling Mo activated his martial spirit, his speed increasing instantly as he rushed in front of the humanoid demon spider. The star crossbow was unleashed, and 3 arrows exploded forth, piercing directly through the spider's heavy armor. Xiao Mo, Tang San was shocked, not expecting Ling Mo to save him once again at such a critical moment. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ling Mo opened his mouth with insults, and Tang San's fighting style was simply too reckless. One mistake would undoubtedly lead to death. Although Ling Mo knew he wouldn't make a mistake, he felt his heart racing when he saw that scene. He thought to himself, only he would dare to do such a thing. Tang San did not refute Ling Mo's condemnation. On the contrary, he felt guilty. If it weren't for Xiao Wu being captured by the Titan Great Ape, he wouldn't have resorted to such a life-threatening fighting style. Ling Mo's disappearance, coupled with Xiao Wu's incident, had already shattered Tang San's fragile heart. Now that Ling Mo had returned, Tang San finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiao Wu's fate remained unknown, and his eyes were red from crying. I'm sorry, it's my fault. If I had been stronger, Xiao Wu wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Tang San said with self-reproach, feeling helpless for the first time in his life, as a weakling. I already know about Xiao Wu's situation. You don't need to blame yourself. This isn't your fault, Ling Mo said, wanting to reveal Xiao Wu's secret upon seeing Tang San's guilty expression. However, after some thought, she decided it was better not to tell Tang San in advance for Xiao Wu's sake. Someone like Tang San, once he invests real feelings, would definitely risk his life to protect them. It was evident from here. This is also why Ling Mo chose to stand with him. Many people say that crossing over to Douluo must involve joining the spirit hall, and that being with Tang San is a submissive act. Here, Ling Mo wants to set the record straight. Tell me, what do you think is more important? Having a brother you can entrust your life to, or a sect filled with deceit and schemes? Don't think that once you enter the spirit hall, everyone will treat you as a friend. There are always those with ulterior motives, and believing otherwise is too naive. The ambitions of the spirit hall will not change because of a mere soul master like you. Inside, it's all about profit, with no real feelings involved. All right, this faceless demon spider is already injured. Here, take this and finish it off. Saying this, Ling Mo directly threw a star crossbow to Tang San. This item was no longer important to Ling Mo, as he could create countless of them at any time with the bizarre metals in the small tower. Okay, Tang San solemnly accepted the star crossbow from Ling Mo's hands. This was not their first collaboration, and they had a good understanding of each other. After exchanging a glance, they both moved at the same time, attacking the faceless demon spider from two different directions. The heavily injured faceless demon spider knew something was wrong and intended to escape. But Ling Mo had already anticipated its thoughts and blocked its path. They both exerted force simultaneously, and the blue-silver grass quickly wrapped around the faceless demon spider, controlling its movements. Meanwhile, Tang San pulled the trigger, and the star crossbow unleashed its power, instantly killing the faceless demon spider. The battle was over. The faceless demon spider was completely dead, and this soul ring was destined for Tang San. Little Sango, Ling Mo knew that there was another problem ahead. He had sensed a powerful aura approaching, and it wasn't Zhao Wuji's. With him here today, no one could take this soul ring away, not even a titled Douluo. Chapter 54. The Overlord Dragon and Serpent as the soul ring of the faceless demon spider slowly condensed on its corpse. 3 uninvited guests swiftly appeared in the forest. They were not the most threatening soul beasts, but seeing these 3 people made Tang San's heart sink. Xiao Mo, the newcomers don't seem friendly. What should we do? Locking his gaze, Tang San recognized 2 of the 3. They were the Snake Lady and Mangaran, who had previously tried to steal the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent from them. The elderly man standing in front, whom Tang San had never seen before, exuded a powerful aura, indicating that his strength should be greater than that of the Snake Lady. With Zhao Wuji not present, it would be difficult for the 2 of them to gain an advantage if a dispute broke out. What should they do? What else could they do? Just focus on absorbing this soul ring. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, he wouldn't be able to take this soul ring away. Ling Mo stepped forward with an imposing demeanor, of course knowing who had arrived. It was none other than the famous couple in the Spirit Master world, the legendary dragon and snake. In the past, Ling Mo might have been intimidated by them, but now, why should he be afraid? You're here again? You little brat. You've repeatedly stolen my spirit rings. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think about leaving. Mangaran, feeling utterly devastated, pointed at Tang San while looking at the already deceased soul devouring spider. Mangaran was indeed a beautiful woman, had it been in the past. Ling Mo might have pursued her, but in the current situation, it was rather inappropriate. Earlier, it seemed the 2 had some conflict, as Tang San frowned deeply, while Ling Mo stepped forward and said, "Explanation? Miss, you must be still asleep. Do we really need to give you an explanation?" Upon hearing this, both sides were shocked, and Tang San revealed an expression of arrogance. What's wrong with Xiao Mo? This isn't like his character. Tang San was confused. He thought he understood Ling Mo well, but why would he say such things knowing the other party was powerful? What a big tone. Kid, do you want to die? Upon hearing Ling Mo's audacious words, Meng Shu was instantly enraged, a killing intent erupting. His piercing gaze locked onto Ling Mo, a strong pressure instantly descending. However, this pressure might have worked against Tang San, but Ling Mo's 5-color divine light was not to be underestimated. Huh, you 2 must be the famous legendary dragon and snake in the Spirit Master world, right? Your aura is indeed powerful, but do you really think you can scare me just by your reputation? Ling Mo smiled and chatted casually, but despite his calm demeanor, his palms were sweating. The small tower was already operational, ready to unleash the Ghost Lord at any moment. Standing in front of him was a soul Douluo. It was quite bold of Ling Mo to confront a powerful soul Douluo. It was really thrilling. Despite the sweat on his palms and back, Ling Mo refused to back down. After all, he had already made a big claim. Retreating now would be a slap in the face. Do you know us? As expected, when Ling Mo spoke, Long Gongmeng Shu showed a hint of surprise. Seeing Ling Mo's calm expression, he wondered if this kid had some significant background. Knowing his reputation, he still refused to back down. Of course I recognize you. Your esteemed name is well known. But unfortunately, even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he could not take this soul ring. I ask you to show some respect, senior. Ling Mo still maintained a smile, while Tang San behind her was completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, where did Ling Mo get the confidence to challenge a soul.No level powerhouse? Looking at the 8 shining soul rings on the opponent, Tang San felt his heart sink to his feet. At this moment, a movement came from behind, and everyone looked over to see Zhu Zhuqing arriving with the others. Xiao San, Xiao Mo, are you okay? Rushing over, Zhu Zhuqing hadn't even had time to assess the situation before heading straight for Ling Mo and Tang San. When he saw Long Gong, he almost couldn't catch his breath and nearly choked. This world is too small, isn't it? Just when you think you can avoid something, it comes knocking. Why am I so unlucky? Apart from Zhu Zhuqing, the others also arrived at the scene one after another. But given the tense atmosphere between the two sides, no one dared to say a word. Zhu Zhuqing, I've met Senior Long Gong. Without time for pleasantries, Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Long Gong Meng Shu, braced himself and said politely, You are Zhu Zhuqing? I haven't settled accounts with you for stealing my granddaughter's soul ring, and here you are, delivering yourself to my door. Good. It seems these 2 kids are also your students? It looks like you are sincerely provoking me. Well then, since that's the case, let's settle both new and old accounts together. Long Gong was seething with anger, and poor Zhu Zhuqing couldn't have come at a worse time. With a face full of terror, Zhu Zhuqing stammered as Long Gong, in a fit of rage, swung his dragon-headed staff, instantly knocking Zhu Zhuqing back dozens of steps. The battle was about to erupt. Zhu Zhuqing knew he was no match for the opponent, but thinking of the kids behind him, he still braced himself. Senior Long Gong, is there some misunderstanding here? Zhu Zhuqing, knowing he couldn't win, still tried to salvage the situation. Unexpectedly, Long Gong didn't listen at all, his aura increasing, utterly furious. Once again, the dragon-headed staff struck, and terrifying power erupted instantly. Even if Zhu Zhuqing fully unleashed his martial soul true form, he might not be able to withstand it. Not to mention he had already been injured earlier and hadn't recovered yet. Teacher Zhao, it's dangerous. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Long Gong was truly unreasonable, and rushed to help. However, how could they withstand this blow? Just then, a sword suddenly descended from the sky, and with a single strike, it forced Long Gong back. What? Everyone was astonished, as a giant sword shone in the air amidst the swirling dust. What happened? In the midst of the confusion, they saw that beside Ling Mo stood a body clad in armor. A ghost. The appearance of the ghost scared the girls present into a stupor. Zhu Zhuqing showed fear, while Ning Rongrong hid in fright. Meng Aran was the same. The ghost's appearance was indeed quite frightening. What's going on? Long Gong Meng Shu looked at the body beside Ling Mo with a bewildered expression. Others might not see it, but he could certainly tell that it was this body that had blocked his attack earlier. As the dust settled, the giant sword returned to the ghost's hand, and its imposing figure stood tall, intimidating all around. Xiao Mo, who is this senior? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized, judging by the power of that strike just now, this body was even more terrifying than Meng Shu. When did even a body become so powerful? Truly, in this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. Zhu Zhuqing had never seen such a peculiar occurrence in his life, nor had Long Gong heard of it. Everyone was puzzled. This is my bodyguard. It's well known that I'm a student, so it's only reasonable to have a bodyguard, right? Ling Mo chuckled lightly and did not want to tell them about the origin of Ghost Grandpa. Bodyguard? Ling Mo did not realize how much impact his words had on others. What kind of strength did he possess that allowed him to have a title-level bodyguard at his side at all times? Even among those present, including Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, none had such a configuration. Long Gong Meng Shu was completely bewildered. He had thought he could vent for his granddaughter, but unexpectedly, a ghostly elder appeared and turned the situation around in an instant. No wonder this kid had spoken so confidently earlier. Meng Shu suddenly understood why Ling Mo dared to speak to him like that. It turned out he really had backing. Senior Long Gong, I told you, this soul ring, even if the King of Heaven himself came today, you still can't take it away. Ling Mo said again, not to mention, this feeling is really, this grave is worth digging. Chapter 55, Bad Thoughts Arise. Ghost Grandpa is at his side, and Ling Mo is completely unreasonable, no matter how big your reasoning is. This soul ring cannot be taken away by anyone. Meng Shu's face is very dark, his gaze locked on Ghost Grandpa, wanting to ask him for an explanation. completely ignoring Ling Mo. Is this senior really so unreasonable? Everyone's eyes turned to Ghost Grandpa, wanting to hear his explanation. However, Ghost Grandpa remained silent, instead revealing a giant sword and forcefully embedding it into the ground. Everyone was puzzled. He neither expressed his stance nor made any movements. All actions seemed to be decided by Ling Mo. What is this kid's background? Meng Shu was very shocked, secretly communicating with Snake Granny. Old man, I think we should just give this soul ring to them. This senior has a bit of a strange temper and is very powerful. Even if the two of us work together, we might not be able to defeat him. Snake Granny hesitated, as the pressure brought by Ghost Grandpa was too overwhelming, leaving both of them unsure. It seems that we can only do this. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Shu prepared to give up. Who would have thought that Meng Yi would stand up and directly shout, "You little brat, do you dare to fight me? If you win, this soul ring is yours." Upon hearing this, Meng Shu's face lit up with joy, and he immediately said, "I think that's fine. Senior, since this is a matter for the younger generation, let them resolve it themselves, shall we?" He asked tentatively, not sure if Ghost Grandpa would agree. If he didn't, Meng Shu would have to give up as well. Meng Yi's gaze was directly fixed on Ling Mo. Was she trying to compete with him? As soon as this was said, the Shrek crowd burst into laughter. Goodness, with so many people present, she chose the strongest one. Talk about bad luck. How about it? Do you dare? Meng Yi glared fiercely at Ling Mo. Having always been pampered, she couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. All right, I accept your challenge. Upon hearing Meng Yi's request, Ling Mo immediately laughed. He thought, didn't this girl just walk right into the gun's muzzle? TSK. Speaking of which, Meng Yi is quite pretty. I like her. Behind him, Ma Hongjun pondered. While Oscar couldn't help but retort, Bah, you're disgusting. That's not liking her. You're clearly just lusting after her body. Dai Mubai. Cough, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and giggled, while Zhu Zhuqing had a cold expression, saying, boring. At this moment, the one most pleased was undoubtedly Zhao Wujia. As long as Meng Shu didn't intervene, it was the best outcome for him. Zhao Wujia was unsure if Ghost Grandpa would be willing to help them, though on the surface, he seemed to obey Ling Mo. He couldn't rule out the possibility of some hidden secret. It's best to resolve matters with a one-on-one duel. Zhao Wujia gradually felt reassured. Senior Longgong, I think this is good. My student is also at level 30 and hasn't absorbed his third soul ring. As a battle-type soul master with equal soul power to Ling Mo, it would be perfect for them to spar. Zhao Wujia looked pleased and hurriedly said, at this moment, he couldn't turn to Tang San, as he had already exhausted his soul power in previous battles, and having Ling Mo fight was the best choice. All right, since that's the case, let's see the real moves. Meng Shu's gaze remained fixed on Ghost Grandpa. He didn't regard Zhao Wujia as a threat. He was staring at Ghost Grandpa, fearing that he might change his mind. If he suddenly intervened, Meng Shu had already made plans. The two stepped out of the group, and Ling Mo gradually revealed a wicked smile, becoming increasingly unrestrained. Goodness, I originally didn't want to do anything to you, but you had to come to me. Then I won't be polite. Come on. As soon as the words fell, Ling Mo's martial soul instantly manifested, and a beam of light erupted, forming a barrier of light between the two. If it were an ordinary barrier, perhaps they could still see clearly, but this was a barrier formed by 5 kinds of light. Suddenly, everyone lost their sight. What's going on? What does Xiao Mo want to do? Is he deliberately blocking our view? He can't be planning to do something bad to that girl, right? Don't. Let go of that girl. Let me in. In an instant, the vision in the arena disappeared, and no one could see what was happening inside. Meng Shu originally wanted to intervene, but gradually felt relieved when he saw that Ghost Grandpa had not entered. He didn't believe that Ling Mo could do anything excessive to his granddaughter. At most, it would be a tie. Tang San, who knew Ling Mo best, was shaking his head with a bitter smile. This guy really refuses to give up on taking advantage, even in front of someone else's grandfather. Taking advantage of someone else's granddaughter. It's simply too much. Tang San didn't need to think to know what was happening inside. He was far too familiar with this trick of Ling Mo's. Back when they were at Nodding Academy, he was curious about the purpose of Ling Mo's research on this move. At that time, Ling Mo had told him it was specifically studied to do bad things without being discovered. With a series of intense fighting sounds and Meng Yi's struggles echoing, everyone was confused, completely unaware of what was happening inside. Except for Tang San, no one else knew what was going on. They thought the fight inside was incredibly fierce. What kind of background does this kid have? This light, even I can't see what's going on inside. It's truly too strange, Meng Shu and Snake Granny said. both pondering why Ling Mo suddenly blocked everyone's view. Old man, should we admit defeat? Ian might be at a disadvantage, Snake Granny said worriedly. Might be at a disadvantage? Nonsense. Be more confident and remove the might. Before he finished speaking, the battle inside had already ended, and, as the light curtain dissipated, Ling Mo walked out with a calm expression. Meanwhile, Meng Yi reappeared in front of everyone, her face flushed and looking disheveled. Finished? So soon? Everyone didn't react in time. The battle was already over. Ling Mo performed effortlessly, showing no signs of being affected at all, while Meng Yiran's cute little face was flushed and her clothes were disheveled. The onlookers were left puzzled, wondering what these two had been up to inside. Senior Long, you have lost. Please leave, or I want TB, so easy to talk to next. Ling Mo smiled and completely ignored Meng Shu's grim old face. When his inner scheming nature kicked in, it didn't matter if it was just a soul.No. Even a title.No wouldn't get any respect from him. Are you okay? Seeing his granddaughter return, Meng Shu asked anxiously. Meng Yiran, feeling ashamed, said, Grandpa, let's go. I lost. Huh? How could you lose? Meng Shu couldn't understand why she lost. What was this kid's martial soul? In a situation where their soul power was equal, it all came down to the quality of the martial soul and combat skills. Could it be that his martial soul was even stronger than his? You little brat. Just wait. I will definitely avenge today's humiliation. Meng Yiran glared at Ling Mo in anger, not mentioning what happened in the light curtain. Everyone else was confused, except for Tang San. Always at your service. Ling Mo grinned wickedly. It would be best if such good things happened more often. Chapter 56. The Ghost Gate. The outcome was already clear. Although Meng Shu didn't know what Ling Mo had done, judging from Meng Yiran's reaction, she seemed to have no objections. Meng Shu was unwilling, but the pressure from the Ghost Elder was simply too strong, so he had no complaints. However, in his heart, he held a very heavy impression of Ling Mo and became increasingly curious about his background. What kind of power was worthy of protection from a peerless powerhouse at the title.No level? With these thoughts in mind, Meng Shu asked, Young friend, you truly have exceptional talent and unmatched ability. Zhao Wujia, you really have taught a good student. Meng Shu's words were laden with meaning. Was he testing something? Zhao Wujia wanted to take credit for this honor, but Ling Mo's strength had nothing to do with him. You're too kind, senior. This child is indeed an extraordinary genius. But he's not one old Zhao taught. Zhao Wujia spoke honestly, and upon hearing this, Meng Shu became even more certain of his thoughts. He looked towards the Ghost Elder, who remained silent, more like a puppet. Oh, may I ask where the young friend is from? If there's an opportunity, I would like to visit. Meng Shu turned his gaze towards Ling Mo, who merely smiled faintly, having already guessed what he was trying to do. Testing me? Why not tell you? He contemplated internally. Ling Mo smiled and said, I was born in the Ghost Gate, with a Luoyang shovel in hand. I can call the Four Seas my home. On the road to the Yellow Springs, a roar makes even the King of Hell fear me 3 parts. Senior Long Gong, if you're interested, you may come my Ghost Gate and serve as a guest official. It is not without its opportunities. Ling Mo casually mentioned it, and his words indeed had a tremendous impact on everyone. Ghost Gate. This term appeared in everyone's minds for the first time, wondering when another sect, aside from the 7 major sects, had emerged on the continent. With the presence of Ghost Lord beside Ling Mo, this Ghost Gate could easily join the ranks of the 7 major sections. However, no one had ever heard of this sect. Ling Mo's background became even more mysterious in everyone's minds. He truly has a significant background. Ghost Gate, Dai Mubai, who was behind, had been paying close attention to Ling Mo. He thought he could overshadow Ling Mo with his identity, but unexpectedly, Ling Mo, like him, came from a major sect. Moreover, it was a major sect that had never appeared on the continent before. Such a major sect could hide for so many years on the continent, which shows its terrifying nature. In fact, little did they know that the Ghost Gate had only been established the day before. Ghost Gate? When did Xiao Mo join this sect? Why don't I know? Tang San was quite puzzled, but did not directly ask Ling Mo. There were so many people here, and being too rash might cause trouble. I'm honored that you think so highly of me, but as for joining Ghost Gate, I think I'll pass. I'm already over 70 and no longer seek anything, Meng Shu said, subtly hiding his inner doubts, smiling as he politely declined Ling Mo's invitation. Although he had never heard of the existence of Ghost Gate, after witnessing Ghost Lord's capabilities today, he believed that this sect would soon be known across the continent. Perhaps it could suddenly rank among the 7 major sects, becoming the 8th major sect. Since the outcome is decided, we willingly admit defeat. this soul ring is yours." After saying that, Meng Shu called to Shi Po and Meng Yiran. "Let us go." The three of them left, but as they were leaving, Meng Yiran shot a fierce glare at Ling Mo unexpectedly. She was blocked by Zhu Zhuqing ahead, who returned the icy gaze. With the crisis averted, no one felt happy because Ghost Lord's presence instilled fear in everyone, making them hesitant to speak casually. At this moment, Tang San could no longer hold back and urged, "Xiao Mo, can we ask the senior to help save Xiao Wu?" At this point, Tang San could no longer contain himself. He had wanted to save for a long time, but just now, Meng Shu was here, and he feared that if Ghost Lord left, Meng Shu might suddenly take action, so he kept quiet. The appearance of Ghost Lord made everyone feel as if they saw hope, as he was the only one who could save Xiao Wu now. Yes, Xiao Wu was taken away by the Titan Great Ape, and her life and death were uncertain. Tang San's words reminded everyone, and at that moment, they realized that Xiao Wu had not returned. Xiao Mo, look, Zhao Wujia also felt embarrassed because of his inability to protect these children. He felt very guilty. "No problem. Xiao San, you first absorb this soul ring, and I will chase after the Titan Great Ape with Ghost Lord." Saying this, Ling Mo was about to leave with Ghost Lord, and the two figures disappeared in an instant, moving at incredible speed. Everyone didn't even react before they had already gone far away. The Stardo Forest is one of the forests with the most soul beasts gathered. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Ling Mo's journey this time is not to find Xiao Wu, but to go to the Lake of Life and find an opportunity to retrieve the colorful Emperor Flower. Originally, he wanted to ask Tang Hao for help, but seeing that he didn't seem to have that intention, he thought of asking Xiao Wu for help instead. However, considering Xiao Wu's identity, if she knew that he was aware of her background, she might not come out again. Therefore, Ling Mo decided to take it by force this time. As for Xiao Wu, please, the Stardo Forest is her home. No matter what happens, she won't be in danger. If he continues forward from here, it's about a few dozen miles to the Lake of Life. He doesn't know if the Titan Giant Ape has returned. Once he appears at the Lake of Life, he is very likely to be discovered by the Sky Blue Bull Python. If he encounters one, it's manageable, but if the two work together, he wonders if Ghost Master can hold up. Along the way, Ling Mo has been pondering a question. Although he is extremely confident in Ghost Master's strength, it is still difficult to gain the upper hand against two 100,000-year soul beasts working together. With his twin pupils wide open, Ling Mo greatly expanded his field of vision, and he saw many powerful soul beasts hidden among the wind and grass. During this time, many 10,000-year soul beasts appeared. These creatures are not something Ling Mo can provoke at his current level. However, fortunately, Ghost Master is here. Just his aura is enough to scare them away. Otherwise, Ling Mo wouldn't even qualify to take a single step in the inner circle. The last time, he accidentally dug in and ended up here. It was that time that Ling Mo almost directly dug into the ancient city of the Undying. If it weren't for the bronze coffin attracting him away, he would have already stolen the ancient city of the Undying. The aura of the bronze coffin has long since disappeared. Its appearance seems to have a pattern, appearing once every month. Ling Mo didn't know what special meaning this pattern had, but each time it appeared, it meant that many graves on the continent would suffer. "Ghost Grandpa, you have to protect me well this time." Ling Mo was afraid that Ghost Grandpa would mess up at a critical moment and repeatedly reminded him several times. Meanwhile, a hint of a sinister smile appeared on Ghost Grandpa's skeletal face, making Ling Mo feel uneasy. This guy must have been a scheming ghost in his past life. He particularly enjoyed playing tricks on people. Previously, in the ancient city of Jingjue, he had made Ling Mo suffer terribly. But fortunately, there were still 7 titled level leaders in Ling Mo's small tower. So if Ghost Grandpa turned out to be unreliable, he had a backup plan. Once the location of the Ghost Gate was determined, Ling Mo would release the 3,000 soldiers. Life Lake after crossing the eerie and muddy ground. Ling Mo finally saw the vast and boundless Life Lake, where pure life energy was radiating everywhere, refreshing the mind and spirit. Chapter 57. Exploring Life Lake again. Right in front was the Life Lake. Hopefully, this time will bring some good luck. This was Ling Mo's second time entering the Life Lake, and the large mountain lake was as vast as the sea. Ling Mo's journey this time is not for anything else, but for a colorful emperor flower by the banks of the Life Lake. It is a top-grade elixir crystallized from the spirit energy of the heavens and the power of life. It contains 5 magical powers. Ling Mo has been thinking about this colorful emperor flower for a long time, and this time, no matter what, he must take it away. Roar! Just as he approached the life lake, a giant beast suddenly burst out from the side. It is a 10,000-year-old tail-aggregating lizard, which possesses powerful toxins. A single drop of its saliva can instantly kill a person. Damn it! He originally wanted to enter the life lake quietly, but unexpectedly ran into trouble right away. It seems that this time, he can only force his way in. The appearance of the tail-aggregating lizard has disrupted Ling Mo's initial plan. Its roar will definitely alert the azure bull python in the life lake. Moreover, within a radius of several dozen miles, countless soul beasts are hidden. Once these soul beasts are attracted, it will be a huge problem. Although with Ghost Grandpa around, Ling Mo doesn't need to worry about these soul beasts attacking. His original plan was not to force his way in. The appearance of the tail-aggregating lizard has indeed posed a big problem for Ling Mo Ghost Grandpa. Take care of it. At this moment, let's not talk about mercy. We must deal with it before the other soul beasts react, and then escape the scene. This is the best way. As soon as he finished speaking, Ghost Grandpa slowly raised his giant sword. The tail-aggregating lizard, not understanding the situation, spat out a mouthful of saliva, and the deadly poison instantly turned the flowers, grass, and trees within dozens of meters into ashes. Ling Mo hid behind Ghost Grandpa, as the giant sword had already swung down. In a flash of blades, the tail-collecting lizard was instantly split in two under Ghost Grandpa's sword. What a domineering sword energy! Ling Mo was taken aback, gasping in shock. The strength of this ghost lord was truly formidable. Just the power of this sword was hard to match in the world. Moreover, he did not fight like other soul masters, relying on soul rings and soul skills. He lacked the characteristics of martial souls and soul skills. With just a massive sword in hand, he was enough to stand proud among the heroes. The giant sword drank blood, staining a large area red. Ling Mo had no time to think and quickly retreated to the left. Naturally, the Ghost Lord followed. The two incredibly fast figures swiftly darted through, spreading around the edge of life. The previous sword strike alarmed many nearby soul beasts, but by the time they reacted, Ling Mo had already vanished without a trace. This is bad. Suddenly, a strong light surged, accompanied by a terrifying force, instantly pressing down on Ling Mo. A colossal beast blocked his path, revealing a huge head above the lake. It stared at Ling Mo. The powerful water wave attack was intercepted by the Ghost Lord's sword. Ling Mo's face turned pale, still in shock. Just moments ago, that attack had come straight for him. If it weren't for the Ghost Lord's help, he would have died at the hands of the opponent in an instant. The impact of the powerful force dealt some damage to his body. Second soul skill, healing. Seeing the situation stabilize, Ling Mo directly used his second soul skill, healing, and in an instant, a holy light shone, quickly repairing the injuries within Ling Mo's body. The dark surface of the lake revealed the enormous bull head, which was terrifying. It had indeed set its sights on Ling Mo. Just moments ago, the moment the tail lizard died, it had discovered Ling Mo's presence. No wonder it was a 100,000-year soul beast. It truly had some means. Ling Mo sighed. It's a good thing he brought Ghost Grandpa this time. If it were just himself, he probably would have died from that last strike. Human, this is not a place for you. Leave here. A voice filled with sorrow came from the lake. It was the voice of the sky, blue bull python. This sentence was directed at Ling Mo. Goodness. Just now, it had clearly attacked with lethal intent, but after realizing Ghost Grandpa's strength, it turned around and advised Ling Mo to leave. The reason was simple. It didn't want to fight Ghost Grandpa. In their initial confrontation, the pressure Ghost Grandpa exerted was simply too overwhelming. Engaging in a reckless battle could very well lead to both sides suffering heavy losses. As expected of a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years, it was indeed clever. Fine, if you want me to leave, just let me get what belongs to me, and I will leave. There was no choice. Ling Mo directly made a condition. He didn't want to have a direct conflict with the sky blue bull python. After all, it was Xiao Wu's family. Belongs to you? Is it that colorful emperor flower by the northern shore? The voice of the sky blue bull python came again. It actually knew about that flower. Hearing this, Ling Mo was shocked. How did it know he wanted that flower? This sky blue bull python was indeed terrifying. Ling Mo couldn't figure out how it guessed his intentions. Yes, it is that colorful emperor flower. So that is why you two took the risk to explore the lake of life. It was for this flower. The sky blue bull python threw out another sentence, and Ling Mo's heart trembled upon hearing it. It turned out it had discovered him last time. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Ling Mo thought he had hidden well enough, but he didn't expect this creature to be so powerful. Yes, I just want the colorful emperor flower. As long as I get it, I promise I won't come back. How about that? Since he had been discovered, Ling Mo had nothing to hide. Let's make a deal. If that doesn't work, then it's time to fight. This time, no matter what, he had to take the colorful emperor flower. The sky blue bull python was truly terrifying. It seemed like he couldn't hide any secrets from it at all. Kid, I admire your courage, but you cannot take the colorful emperor flower. The sky blue bull python said, its tone very calm. Just from Ling Mo's 2 reckless entries into the lake of life. It had a great admiration for Ling Mo's bravery. But unfortunately, the colorful emperor flower was something he could not take. Why? Ling Mo's heart sank. He really didn't want to be enemies with the sky blue bull python, but if it insisted on stopping him, he could only be rude. There is no why, because that flower was taken by someone a few days ago. What? Upon hearing this, Ling Mo was immediately shocked. This time, he had come with the mindset that he would definitely take it, but he didn't expect someone to have gotten there first. Who on earth? Who took this elixir? And what could they possibly want with it? Could it be that the person who took this elixir was also a soul master with a 5-element martial soul? Who? Who stole my colorful emperor flower? Ling Mo's killing intent surged instantly. How dare he snatch food from the tiger's mouth? A few days ago, a man in black came from the forest and directly took away the colorful emperor flower by the lake. The opponent was very strong. Moreover, his purpose was singular, only for a colorful emperor flower, so I didn't stop him and let him leave. The Azure Bull Python explained that when fighting against a top-tier powerhouse, it is inevitable that both sides will suffer. If they're targeted by others with ulterior motives, it could lead to disaster. Many times, it has chosen not to show its head, hiding at the bottom of the lake, unless absolutely necessary. The man in black? Could be Tang Hao. Ling Mo really couldn't understand why Tang Hao, who had clearly rejected him earlier, suddenly barged into the lake of life and took away the colorful emperor flower. But if it wasn't Tang Hao, Ling Mo couldn't think of anyone else who would take the colorful emperor flower. If you don't believe it, you can go see for yourself, said the Azure Bull Python before sinking to the bottom of the lake, ignoring Ling Mo. Chapter 58. Water Spirit Beast. Could it really have been Tang Hao who took it? On the northern bank of the Lake of Life, Ling Mo stood on the ground where the colorful emperor flower once grew, looking at the now empty lakeside, feeling quite puzzled. Last time, in the small forest of Shrek Academy, he noticed Tang Hao seemed off. Did he really want to help him? For what reason? Ling Mo couldn't make sense of it. His best hope now was that this flower was indeed taken by Tang Hao, otherwise he would suffer a huge loss. Ling Mo, who always emphasized the principle of never losing, felt for the first time that this was a total loss. Damn it! Don't let me find out who stole my colorful emperor flower, or I'll crush your head and then dig up your ancestors' graves. Feeling resentful, Ling Mo's heart ached. Although he didn't quite believe it was Tang Hao who took it, now that the colorful emperor flower was gone, his last hope rested with Tang Hao. The colorful emperor flower was truly gone. Ling Mo walked along the lakeside of the Lake of Life, covering all the areas big and small, dismissing his sliver of hope. He confirmed that he hadn't gone to the wrong place. This was indeed where the colorful emperor flower used to grow. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a ripple appear on the calm lakeside. Something's moving. Activating his heavy eye, he saw a strange soul beast lurking in the lake. Judging by its outline, it was a water spirit beast about 2,000 years old. Such a strange creature. It even exhibited features of a dragon. Is this a reaction to some mutation? The water spirit beast lay in wait in the lake, watching Ling Mo as if he were its soon-to-be prey. Is it targeting me? Great. I've got a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent, and you've come to my door. Don't blame me for being rude. Right now, Ling Mo needed a 3rd spirit ring, and according to the elemental theory, his next spirit ring should be one of the water, fire, or earth elements. This water spirit beast perfectly matched the water element characteristics for his 3rd spirit ring. A 2,000-year-old beast exceeded the limit that his master could accept for a 3rd spirit ring, but since Tang San could absorb the man-faced demon spider, Ling Mo naturally had no issues. Although Tang San practiced Xianmen techniques, Ling Mo's 5-color divine light had a powerful amplification effect on his physical body. It was much more terrifying than the Xian Tiangong. Ling Mo had no problem absorbing this spirit ring. With the heavy eye activated, a gentle force surged into Ling Mo's body. His body was covered with peculiar scales, resembling armor. The sturdy armor enveloped him, and Ling Mo had already stolen all of the water spirit beast characteristics. After being enhanced by the 5-color divine light, those characteristics were further amplified. Having successfully stolen the characteristics, Ling Mo instantly plunged into the lake. Before the water spirit beast could launch its attack, Ling Mo had already unleashed a series of violent maneuvers. If the water spirit beast could talk, it would surely be shouting, "What the hell?" After stealing the water spirit beast characteristics, Ling Mo, like it, could freely swim in the lake without needing to hold his breath. Moreover, he was still very fast in the water. Gripping a long spear, he thrust it fiercely toward the water spirit beast. This spear, scavenged from the ancient city of the extreme, contained immense power. Its might was greater than that of typical soul-guided weapons. Although it couldn't compare to the giant sword in the hands of Ghost, it was still an extraordinary treasure. The spear danced like a dragon, stirring the lake water into a frenzy. Faced with Ling Mo's numerous violent attacks, the water spirit beast could only evade. Roar! The surface of the water trembled as the water spirit beast let out an enraged roar, and a wave of water ripples surged forward, powerful enough to churn the lake into a whirlpool. A mere small trick, and you dare to show off in front of me. Great might, heavenly dragon! The spear, like a dragon soaring to the heavens, swung in Ling Mo's hand. He caught the incoming water ball and instantly spun it, using the gentle force of the water spirit beast to execute a technique of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. The water ball began to rotate, and countless lake waters surged toward it, causing the water ball to grow larger and larger. Ling Mo shouted, releasing the water ball. Immediately after, a finely crafted mechanism appeared in Ling Mo's hand. Sand Concealing Shadow, a powerful hidden weapon transformed by strange metals. Its lethality was vastly different from before. In an instant, the hidden weapon was unleashed. The sharp arrow pierced through the body of the water spirit beast, while the massive water ball came crashing down. Boom! The surface of the water shook violently, exploding instantly. A water spirit beast was directly pulled out of the lake by Ling Mo's hand. The battle erupted quickly and ended just as swiftly. Humph! I haven't even exerted myself, and you went down. At this moment, Ling Mo suddenly recalled a line from the Monkey King, and he felt particularly inspired to compose a poem. The long body of the water spirit beast was covered in heavy armor, yet under the powerful penetrating force of the sand concealing shadow, it had no ability to resist. If this creature could talk, it would definitely be exclaiming a series of what the hells. The water spirit beast was dead, and the battle had attracted the attention of many soul beasts, since this was still within the realm of the Lake of Life. Although the Azure Bull Python wouldn't attack Ling Mo, it didn't mean that other soul beasts wouldn't. Quickly finish it. Thinking this, Ling Mo decided to absorb this spirit ring on the spot. With Ghost protecting him nearby, unless that silly Titan giant ape returned, Ling Mo should be safe. A purple spirit ring slowly rose into the air, and Ling Mo sat cross-legged by the lake to absorb this spirit ring, without any surprises. With the enhancement effect of the 5-color divine light, Ling Mo successfully subdued the energy's tumult and absorbed this spirit ring. This was just a 1,000-year soul beast, and it didn't cause the soul tremors that a 10,000-year soul beast would. In the original story, Tang San only experienced that with a 10,000-year spirit ring. With Ghost protecting him, Ling Mo took nearly half an hour to absorb this spirit ring. However, he wasn't as lucky as Tang San, who encountered an external spirit bone. But the amplification brought by the water spirit beast was not any less terrifying than what Tang San gained from the man-faced demon spider. Third spirit skill, Dynamic Lightwave? What the hell, this is quite sudden. After absorbing the third spirit ring, Ling Mo carefully sensed the amplification effect brought by the third spirit ring and suddenly discovered that his 5-color divine light martial soul had gained a new spirit skill, Dynamic Lightwave. Unlike the previous 2 special spirit skills, this was an attack spirit skill. Under specific conditions, it could unleash a powerful light attack. Carrying the characteristics of the water spirit beast, it could strike against the enemy's weak points with great force. Ling Mo was somewhat surprised to discover the first attack skill of his 5-color divine light martial soul. He had originally thought it was merely a purely supportive martial soul. He never expected it to also possess offensive capabilities. The sudden burst of light could catch the opponent off guard. Why? Just let me ask you one question. How fast is light? Just a question of speed already shows how powerful this spirit skill is. Moreover, light is an energy body, and combined with the characteristics of water, it can penetrate everywhere, especially targeting the opponent's weaknesses. This kind of perversion is a soul skill. Ling Mo couldn't think of any impressive words to describe it. This time, although he didn't obtain the 5-colored emperor flower, he didn't return empty-handed. Well, It's time to go back. Right now, the Titan giant ape hasn't returned, so Ling Mo isn't facing any trouble for the time being. It's better to leave early. That silly Titan giant ape isn't as easy to talk to as the sky blue bull python. Chapter 59. Green and lush, leaving the lake of life. Ling Mo hurried back. Suddenly, he saw a silly giant beast pass by the hillside. One foot stomped on the ground, causing the earth to shake. Damn! Luckily, he moved quickly. If he had been a few minutes slower, he would have been blocked by this guy and hammered it home. The Titan giant ape has a terrible temper. If it weren't for the restraint of the sky blue bull python, the entire forest wouldn't have known peace. If it discovered him in its territory, no one could stop this silly beast. When its temper flares up, it could knock your head askew. The Titan giant ape was heading back. Does that mean Xiao Wu has already returned? Just right, following the traces it left behind. He should run into Xiao Wu on the way back. After some contemplation, Ling Mo followed the traces left by the Titan giant ape and headed back. Along the way, he encountered many powerful soul beasts. Unfortunately, in front of the ghost old man, these soul beasts were not to be feared. As Ling Mo expected, after walking a few thousand meters, it didn't take long before he saw a pink figure leisurely wandering through the forest. It looked so relaxed, as if it were strolling through a garden. Xiao Wu. Ling Mo hurriedly brought Ghost Grandpa into the small tower, rushing from distance. When Xiao Wu heard that familiar voice, her heart skipped a beat, and she turned around in surprise. Brother. Unable to control her excitement, Xiao Wu joyfully opened her arms and leaped forward. Wow, this isn't good, right? Ling Mo said, pretending to refuse, but involuntarily opened his arms. Xiao Wu didn't care, excitedly throwing herself at him, hanging onto Ling Mo. This completely made Ling Mo ecstatic. Not to mention, this girl actually has a good figure, fair-skinned and beautiful, very tender. It feels great to touch. You just wonder if Tang San would dye his hair green if he found out. Tang San, I want to dye this thing green. It would look more imposing. He outwardly refused, but felt pleased inside. After indulging in a moment, Ling Mo pretended to care and said, Xiao Wu, are you okay? Tang San said you were captured by the Titan giant ape. I chased all the way here. Where's the Titan giant ape? It didn't hurt you, did it? Goodness. He clearly wasn't here to find her, yet he had to take advantage of the situation. Xiao Wu was deeply touched. In such a dangerous moment, he came to find her without regard for his own life. She was almost moved to tears. Her reaction completely fell into Ling Mo's eyes, making him nearly unable to contain his laughter. Little girls are so easy to deceive. Although she had been around for 100,000 years, she still retained the innocence of a young girl, completely unaware of the complexities of human nature. If the sky blue bull python knew he dared to take advantage of his sister like this, it would probably fight Ling Mo to the death. I'm fine, Xiao Wu said, feeling touched. By the way, where's the Titan giant ape? Ling Mo knowingly asked, and as soon as Xiao Wu heard this, her expression changed immediately, her eyes darting around as if she were thinking of some excuse to bluff her way out. Fidgeting, Xiao Wu casually made up an excuse, saying, I don't know. I fainted after it took me away. When I woke up, it was gone. However, while I was unconscious, it seemed like I heard a strange cow roar. The Titan giant ape must have left after hearing that roar, right? Ling Mo almost laughed to death after hearing the explanation. Such a crude excuse. Where's the cow's roar? He just came from the lake of life, and the sky blue cow python didn't roar at all. Wait a minute. Why didn't I hear it? I was nearby the whole time. Ling Mo felt a hint of malicious fun in her heart and decided to have some fun with this girl. No. Then maybe I misheard? Xiao Wu felt guilty. As soon as she saw Ling Mo's sinister smile, she immediately understood something. Good little Mo. You actually dared to set me up, she said while throwing a series of punches, but the punches were weak and lacked any real power. All right. Time to go back. That little third, must be going crazy by now. She originally wanted to mess with her a bit more, but to avoid raising any suspicion, Ling Mo decided to help her conceal the truth. Bro, you've disappeared for so many days. Why did you suddenly appear in the soul.No forest? On the way back, Xiao Wu kept asking Ling Mo where she had been all these days and why she appeared in the soul.No forest again. What else could I do? A few days ago, I discovered a big tomb, and while I was digging, I accidentally ended up in the soul.No forest. There are still many secrets in the ancient city of the dead. Ling Mo didn't want to reveal its existence. The passage I came through has already been buried, so no one will discover this ancient city, unless the other party is also a tomb raider like me. Well, if there's such a good thing, you didn't call me. I won't pay attention to you. Ling Mo really went to dig graves. That day, she deliberately shook off the two of them, and Xiao Wu immediately pretended to be angry. On that day, she and Tang San also discovered an ancient tomb in the northwest of Soto City, where they unearthed quite a few good things. Anyway, according to Tang San, those stones were treasures, but she couldn't tell what treasures they were. You little girl, all day long, you just think about the little things in my hands. Why don't you think about Xiao San? The two of them were playfully scolding each other as they retraced their steps, quickly returning to where Tang San and the others were. The night was somewhat enchanting, and Tang San was still absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Ling Mo returned with Xiao Wu in a grand manner. Everyone was overjoyed and rushed over. Xiao Wu, are you okay? They asked with concern, and most of their questions were about how Xiao Wu escaped from the Titan giant ape. Xiao Wu was initially hesitant about how to explain, but Ling Mo had already provided the explanation. So that's how it is. Xiao Mo, what about that senior? At this moment, Zhao Wuji noticed that Ghost Master had already disappeared. He was quite puzzled. He left, Ling Mo explained. Left? Upon hearing that Ghost Master had already departed, everyone let out a sigh of relief. After all, having such an invincible powerhouse around was quite oppressive, and many things could not be casually said. Brother Mo, this time we owe it all to you. Not only did you drive away the unparalleled dragon snake, but you also brought Xiao Wu back. Ma Hongjun and Oscar immediately flattered him. They hadn't expected that there was such a great figure hidden within the academy. Although they already knew that Dai Mubai was also extraordinary, he didn't have a title to a level powerhouse protecting him like Ling Mo did. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Ling Mo smiled and said, is he low-key? The pride in his eyes is almost like you want to slap it on your face. By the way, Brother Mo, is that ghost gate of yours strong? Oscar asked, as they had just heard that Ling Mo came from the ghost gate, and they were very curious. What kind of sect is the ghost gate? Why have they never heard of it? It's not about whether it's strong or not. It's really the kind that is very rare. This is quite complicated to explain. Let's talk about it another day. Everyone, Chapter 60. You don't understand Ling Mo at all. After the casual chat ended, Xiao Wu finally noticed. At this moment, Tang San was completely surrounded by a mass of red mist. Seeing Tang San in the light red mist, Xiao Wu's heart tightened. She hurriedly rushed over in quick steps. Don't disturb him. He's absorbing the third spirit ring. Zhao Wujie quickly blocked Xiao Wu. Oh my god, this human-faced demon spider's cultivation exceeds 2,000 years. The master said that the limit for a soul master's third spirit ring is over 1,760 years. What about Xiao San? Xiao Wu said anxiously. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. How do you know this human-faced demon spider is 2,000 years old? Zhao Wujie asked. This human-faced demon spider indeed exceeds 2,000 years. Look at its spider legs. They're clearly over 3 meters long, which is the best characteristic. Ling Mo stepped forward to explain, and after listening, Zhao Wujie was stunned for a while and said with embarrassment, I actually didn't know this. Since you know, why did you still let him absorb this soul ring? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing walked over. Being attentive, she remembered that when Ling Mo left, he had instructed Tang San to absorb this soul ring. Since he knew, why did he still tell Tang San to absorb it? Looking back at Zhu Zhuqing, after not seeing her for a few days, she had truly become more beautiful, and Ling Mo was very fond of her. Unfortunately, there were too many people around. Otherwise, he really wanted to do something. What I'm doing naturally has my own plans. The so-called theory is only for ordinary people. I ask you all present, who among you is an ordinary person? Ling Mo chuckled lightly, her gaze fixed firmly on Zhu Zhuqing. With that look, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Her face slightly flushed. It seems to make sense. Ma Hongjun and Oscar agreed, and even Dai Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. Look, my third spirit ring is also over 2,000 years. Didn't I absorb it just fine? As he spoke, Ling Mo instantly activated her martial soul, and 3 spirit rings burst forth. They were 2 yellow and 1 purple, the most perfect spirit ring combination. God, when did you absorb the third spirit ring? Everyone cast surprised looks, as Ling Mo had only been gone for a few hours and had already absorbed her third spirit ring. Moreover, it was a spirit ring over 2,000 years old. What does this even mean? It's completely abnormal, okay? I just absorbed it. I caught a water spirit beast while I was looking for Xiao Wu, and it was just right for me, so I absorbed it. Ling Mo said seriously, but with great ease. Everyone, it's really infuriating. They worked so hard and struggled in the forest for so long just to find a suitable spirit ring. They almost got robbed twice. But when they hear him talk, it feels like spirit rings are everywhere, just waiting to be picked up at random. Xiao Mo, What is your third spirit skill? Zhao Wujie asked eagerly, overjoyed. At this point, among this group of students, 3 have already reached level 30. Besides Dai Mubai, only Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu have not reached level 30 yet. What old Zhao doesn't know is that Xiao Wu has also reached level 30. Third spirit skill, dynamic light wave. Everyone, just hearing the name, it doesn't sound like a proper spirit skill. Zhu Zhuqing. As expected, he's not serious. Even the spirit skill isn't serious. Ling Mo's face darkened upon hearing this. Teacher Zhao, actually I've reached level 32. At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice rang out, diverting everyone's attention away from Ling Mo. Great, an opportunity has come. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Ling Mo seized the chance to make a move. Whispering in Zhu Zhuqing's ear, "You little girl, daring to sabotage me. Is it because you haven't been favored for too long that you're feeling restless?" Fortunately, everyone's focus was on Xiao Wu, and they didn't notice their actions. Heart racing, Zhu Zhuqing was completely flustered. Could this guy really do something inappropriate? She sternly warned Ling Mo, "Don't go too far. There are other people here. Just wait until we get back to the academy. You'll see how I deal with you." Ling Mo naturally knew that this occasion was not appropriate, thinking to himself that this girl had completely fallen for him. She no longer had any rejection towards him. This was a sign of victory in war. Zhu Zhuqing's heart had already been opened by Ling Mo. Such ambiguous words made Zhu Zhuqing's heart race. In fact, Ling Mo had long settled in her heart. The others did not notice what was happening over here. "Xiao Wu, what did you just say? You've also broken through to level 30? The attention of the group was still on Xiao Wu, who explained it very clearly. Zhao Wujie was overjoyed, not expecting that this trip to the Stardow Forest would solve the third soul ring issue for 4 students at once. With Ling Mo's precedent, everyone was not too worried about Tang San anymore. Instead, they breathed a sigh of relief. After learning about Xiao Wu's situation, everyone felt happy for her. After going through so much, the feelings among the Shrek group were no longer filled with suspicion as they once were. Of course, this did not apply to Ling Mo and Dai Mubai. After all, the grudge over a wife was something that could not be overlooked. Zhao Wujie and Dai Mubai stayed alone on one side, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar chatted casually. Under the night, quiet and still, accompanied by the sounds of argument. "Sai, Xiaowao, let me ask you a question. If I give you 90 gold soul coins, and then you go borrow 10 from Ling Mo, how many do you have left?" "How many do you have left?" "None," Oscar replied without hesitation, while Ma Hongjun asked in confusion, "How can there be none? Do you not know how to count?" "No, it's you who doesn't understand, Ling Mo," Oscar said seriously. "Huh?" This left Ma Hongjun speechless, as it seemed to make sense. "Are you kidding? That guy only allows himself to take advantage of others. When would it be his turn to be taken advantage of? Borrow money from him? He'd probably rob you of your entire wealth." "Goodness, it seems you understand arithmetic better than I do." Ma Hongjun completely surrendered. It seemed that there was no problem with Oscar's reasoning. Since Ling Mo appeared, they truly understood what it meant to be unreasonable. In a dark corner, Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing sat close together. At this moment, she couldn't care about much. That damn guy. Zhu Zhuqing silently cursed Ling Mo. Really didn't he know how to choose the right occasion? But thinking about it, it was quite thrilling. Chapter 61, 8 Spider Spears. Has it succeeded? Zhao Wujie, who had been by Tang San's side, working hard without complaint, suddenly felt a surge of joy, seeing that Tang San had already passed the most difficult moment. The subsequent soul ring absorption should not have any problems, right? His shout attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly, with the sound of tearing fabric, Tang San's clothes on his back were ripped apart. Standing behind him, Ling Mo clearly saw 4 fist-sized bulges protruding from either side of Tang San's spine. External soul bone. As expected, some things really cannot be changed. Ling Mo whispered softly, and the Zhu Zhuqing in her arms finally regained some strength, standing up in confusion and asking, "What is an external soul bone?" Looking at Tang San again, 8 protrusions suddenly burst open, and deep purple objects drilled out from those 8 protrusions, growing at an astonishing speed. When the 8 protrusions burst and the deep purple objects grew out, Tang San seemed to relax, his expression much more at ease, but the spasms in his body continued. An external soul bone is a very powerful type of soul bone, Ling Mo casually said, drawing a roll of the eyes from Zhu Zhuqing, clearly not understanding, yet pretending to know. Little 3, the crowd leaned in with worry, but only Ling Mo remained indifferent. This isn't a bad thing, so what's there to be nervous about? Isn't this the leg of a face-devouring spider? Everyone was shocked. The blade that grew out from behind Tang San, over 3 meters long, was indeed the leg of a face-devouring spider, right? Teacher Zhao, what on earth is going on? The crowd turned their gaze to Zhao Wujia, hoping he could explain. But even old Zhao had never seen this before and wore a confused expression. Wasn't this putting him in a difficult position? Zhao Wujia had seen many soul masters absorbing soul rings, but this situation was the first he had ever encountered. And for a moment, he lost his ability to judge. Little 3 can't possibly turn into a big spider, right? Impossible. How could little 3 turn into a spider? This must be some kind of mutation caused by the soul ring he absorbed. Xiao was still trying to reassure herself, but her internal worries were already showing on her face. Perhaps even she didn't believe this explanation. Are you sure you don't want to say a few words? Zhu Zhuqing and Ling Mo were behind him, seeing his relaxed expression, and from what he had said earlier, it seemed like he knew what this thing Tang San was had been called, and what the situation was. Xiao was almost crying, and he was still so calm. What should I say? I love you, for eternity? Ling Mo laughed. Go away, not serious at all. Saying this, Ling Mo stepped forward and said, Everyone, don't worry. It's just a small scene, stay calm. The crowd. What do you want to say? Hurry up, stay calm. How can we stay calm? Zhao Wujia said irritably. Everyone was anxious, and this guy comes up telling them to stay calm. Just a small scene. Just with this thing of Tang San's. It was also the first time old Zhao had seen in his life, let alone others. They might never see it even once in their lifetime. Alas, it seems I can't be low-key anymore. That's right, I'm laying it all out. I'm the best theoretical master. If I'm not mistaken, this thing of little 3s should belong to an external soul bone. As soon as Ling Mo spoke, everyone was shocked, more so confused. External spirit bones? Is there such a thing inside spirit bones? What are external spirit bones? Even Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask. This was the first time they had heard this term. What are external spirit bones? Explaining this is quite troublesome. Just think of it as a very impressive type of spirit bone. Without going into too much detail, this thing is extremely precious and hard to come by. After hearing Ling Mo's explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't clarify just how special external spirit bones are, the fact that he could recognize this point already proved his theoretical knowledge is quite impressive. This guy not only has exceptional talent, but also solid theoretical knowledge. I am completely convinced. At this moment, Dai Mubai was fully persuaded, and even Zhao Wujin couldn't see what Ling Mo knew. This time of persuasion made Dai Mubai lose all confidence in competing with Ling Mo. Would Xiao San be in any danger? This was what Xiao Wu was most concerned about. No, not only will there be no danger, but this external spirit bone will bring him tremendous benefits. Xiao San was truly lucky this time. The sky gradually brightened from darkness. The 12 hours of waiting had left everyone exhausted. With a groan, Tang San finally awakened. Brother. Xiao Wu couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over. As soon as Tang San opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Wu and was overjoyed. But he realized that he was floating in midair and, looking down, it seemed something was holding him up from behind. Next came a heartfelt exchange of greetings and touching words. Ling Mo exclaimed, I'm familiar with this scene. I've seen it countless times in novels. After figuring out the whole situation, Tang San finally felt relieved. He cast a grateful glance at Ling Mo, no words needed, because they were the best of friends. All right, Xiao San, I think that even though your physique is good, it's better to put on some clothes first. There are other girls here. Ling Mo smiled and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San felt something was off and suddenly realized he wasn't wearing any clothes. Damn it, who took my clothes off? No one took your clothes off. It was clearly you who did it. Oscar replied leisurely from his side. Fortunately, there were still a few pieces of clothing in the 24 Bridge moonlit night, and Tang San quickly took them out and put them on. Sigh, little San, I have to say, you really struck it lucky. This 8 spider lances is extremely toxic and has great lethality. With it, your combat power has greatly increased. Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh, while the curious Ma Hongjun reached out to touch it, only to be interrupted by Ling Mo. You fat idiot. Are you out of your mind? This thing is extremely poisonous and can kill you in an instant. Aren't you afraid of dying? Go ahead and touch it if you dare. Ling Mo's cold shout scared Ma Hongjun so much that he was still in shock. If Ling Mo hadn't stopped him just now, he would have really touched it. According to what Ling Mo said, it could instantly take his life. Wouldn't that mean he was done for? Xiao Mo, you said this is an external spirit bone? What is an external spirit bone? Tang San was also confused, as the master had never taught him about this kind of knowledge. Ling Mo was too lazy to explain. Anyway, after returning, the master would explain it to him. You should try to take it back first. Since it's a soul bone, you should be able to sense it. As for what an external soul bone is, someone will answer that for you when we get back. After saying this, Tang San silently nodded. They were still in the Stardo forest, and this was ultimately not a place for conversation. Delving into his inner self, Tang San soon sensed the presence of the 8 spider lances and slowly brought it back. My foolish brother, this bone will soon belong to me. Ling Mo chuckled to himself. He didn't obtain any extraordinary soul bones, but that doesn't stop him from stealing. There's no helping it. That's just how unreasonable he is. This trip to the Stardo forest can be considered a great harvest. The second effect of his dual pupils has been unlocked, and he now possesses the ability to attack. It's just that Ling Mo hasn't discovered any powerful attacking methods yet. If he wants to uncover strong attacking techniques, he can only delve into the 3 live scriptures. After all, this is a heritage scripture. If he can truly uncover some heavenly treasure techniques, Ling Mo will definitely take off and dominate the continent. Chapter 62. I lowered all right. Let's go back. Zhao Wujia waved his hand, and the group set off back home. On the way, they passed through a small town, and Ling Mo waved his hand, inviting everyone to play in the town for 2 days. To be honest, he really isn't short on money right now. Otherwise, why would they say that tomb raiding brings in money quickly? During these 2 days, Ling Mo made multiple attempts to win over Zhu Zhuqing, but he was consistently rejected. She has her own issues, and until she resolves them, she still doesn't dare to take bold actions. Ling Mo naturally knows about her relationship with Dai Mubai. He was initially a bit afraid, but now he doesn't need to fear anything. Although he didn't succeed, he still made a significant gain. By accident, he managed to steal her heart, making her completely fall for him. Of course, Ling Mo is definitely going to take responsibility, although it started as an unintentional act. He gradually realized that he also likes this girl. As for Dai Mubai, he has already given up. After all, he was the one who wronged Zhu Zhuqing first, and he respects her choice. It's just a pity. He might have to face the game of power struggles alone in the future. Finally back, the feeling of home is truly wonderful. As soon as they returned to the academy, Oscar excitedly shouted out. Zhao Wujia shot him a glare. Keep it down. Can't you see it's already dark? All right, you all go back to your dorms to rest. I'll go meet the dean and report on this trip. After saying this, Zhao Wujia left alone, and the rest of the group dispersed. Ling Mo was also preparing to return to the dormitory to sleep when Ning Rongrong suddenly called out. Ling Mo, can we talk? This caught the attention of a few people. Tang San smiled without speaking and left with Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai had already departed, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing behind. What do you want with him? Zhu Zhuqing thought cautiously. After all, given Ling Mo's flirtatious nature, his outstanding talent, and handsome appearance, he was indeed very appealing to girls. Therefore, she had to be careful. She didn't want to experience betrayal like Dai Mubai's again. Ning Rongrong's beauty was not inferior to hers. Apart from her figure, they were almost identical in every other aspect. The 2 different styles of beauties could very likely pique Ling Mo's interest. She was now keeping a close watch on Ling Mo, ready to intervene if he had any improper thoughts. I want to talk business with him, Zhuqing. Don't worry, I won't compete with you for a man. Ning Rongrong said with a rare smile, making Zhu Zhuqing blush. When did she ever compete with others for a man? Oh, after receiving the answer, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before finally leaving. Ling Mo found it amusing and felt a wave of relief in her heart. After traveling through the Douluo Continent for so long, it was the first time someone liked her so much, and she couldn't let that person down. Ling Mo, although he used to enjoy doing some sneaky things, has now found someone he likes and should behave himself a bit more. He then looked at Ning Rongrong and said, Little demon girl, what do you want? Ugh, can you stop calling me little demon girl all the time? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, looking quite adorable. All right, little demon girl, he continued. I didn't call you that. Little demon girl, he teased again. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. It seemed that his previous impression of her had become deeply ingrained in Ling Mo, and Ning Rongrong didn't want to change anything. She then asked, Did you make that crossbow you used last time yourself? So that's what this is about. Ling Mo suddenly understood. According to the original story, she was supposed to seek out Tang San, but unfortunately, Tang San didn't have the chance to showcase his Tang sect hidden weapons. So Ning Rongrong was unaware of his capabilities. After figuring this out, Ling Mo had a new idea. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School should be considered the 2nd largest financial group in the Douluo Continent. If I do business with you, I should be able to make a profit. Establishing the Ghost Gate also requires a significant amount of funding. It seems I'll take this business deal for Xiao San and compensate him later. After weighing it in his mind, Ling Mo decided to do business with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. not for any other reason. Just one goal, to build a more luxurious power. He needed a huge amount of funding. Moreover, he might encounter the Star Luo Empire in the future. After all, having taken their daughter-in-law, Ling Mo had to fight for Zhu Zhuqing. That's right, it was me, and I can clearly tell you that besides the star crossbow from last time, I have other, even more powerful hidden weapons. Ling Mo didn't hide it. There are indeed many hidden weapons more powerful than the star crossbow. Moreover, even the top hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, can be made by Ling Mo. There's no way around it. Mainly, Tang San is just too impressive. Really? Then could you sell me some? Sure, but they're quite expensive. Ling Mo smiled and said, he won't talk to you about emotional value. It's foolish not to accept money. Huh, how much is it? Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, recalling the last time Ling Mo asked for an outrageous price for a broken hairpin. Such a precious item should be quite expensive, right? Well, just this one hidden weapon. As he spoke, Ling Mo took out his star crossbow. On the way back, Tang San had already returned the star crossbow to Ling Mo. The reason was that he had dug up quite a few treasures last time, and this time he could definitely create a hidden weapon even more powerful than the star crossbow. Just this star crossbow, sell it for 100,000 gold soul coins. Ling Mo thought for a moment and directly raised the price to the sky-high amount of 100,000. After all, her 7 treasures glazed tile school wasn't short on money. After stating the price, Ling Mo carefully observed Ning Rongrong's reaction. If she hesitated at all, Ling Mo would immediately change the price. After all, it's money that shouldn't be missed, and the price is negotiable. 100,000 gold soul coins for one? Deal. Ning Rongrong's next words caught Ling Mo off guard. She actually agreed? Damn, I underpriced it. Ling Mo was regretting his decision, and he was worried that Ning Rongrong wouldn't accept the price, so he was considering lowering it. Unexpectedly, she accepted it without hesitation. Damn, is the 7 treasure glazed tile school that rich? No wonder so many transmigrators choose to join the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It turns out they are after money. There's no way around it. The price has already been set, and at this point, Ling Mo couldn't backtrack. Fine, you can take this, bring it back to your father for research, and feel free to contact me anytime to place an order. Currently, all my materials can fully satisfy the needs of all the direct descendants of your sect. Moreover, besides the starry crossbow, I also have other hidden weapons like this one. The sand-shooting shadow, which is also a powerful weapon. You can take that back as well. To be honest, Ling Mo could produce thousands of these starry crossbows at any time. The strange metals and various treasures in the small tower were piled up like mountains, and Ling Mo was not lacking in materials at all. Great, thank you. Ling Mo Ning Rongrong, overjoyed, happily ran back with the 2 hidden weapons she received from Ling Mo. Ling Mo pouted, feeling quite regretful. If she had known her family was so wealthy, she would have just spent 200,000 in one go. It was painful. After all, that was a lot of money. Just such a large sum could allow Ling Mo to squander for several lifetimes. However, since this girl had come to me for business, her 2 old men probably wouldn't come looking for me to settle accounts, right? Just thinking about the last time when I acted without clarifying Ning Rongrong's identity made Ling Mo feel scared. But now he wasn't afraid anymore, because he already had the ability to compete with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Who awakens first from the great dream? I know myself in this life. Sleep. Back in the dormitory, Ling Mo collapsed onto the bed, too lazy to think about too much. Chapter 63. Positive energy, a beam of light in the morning woke the sleeping Ling Mo. After days of running around, he was physically and mentally exhausted. Thanks to a night of sleep, he finally recovered quite a bit. As soon as he stepped out of the dormitory, he looked up and saw Tang San on the roof of the dormitory. Ling Mo didn't want to disturb him and headed directly to the cafeteria. Dumb, I'm starving. Next time I go into the tomb, I must bring more food. The amount I brought last time was almost not enough. Ling Mo hurriedly walked into the dormitory, and, as expected, Zhu Zhuqing was already sitting inside. She should be the most active and hardworking one in Shrek Academy, apart from Tang San. Good morning. Ling Montak greeted, casually grabbing something before walking over. To be honest, the food at Shrek is really terrible. There's nothing tasty. However, this situation should change soon. If nothing unexpected happens, the master should be in the academy by now. Good morning, Zhu Zhuqing replied while eating, her delicate hair draping over her shoulders, her beautiful eyes sparkling, seemingly carrying a hint of smile. You seem a bit strange today. Ling Mo stared at her, And surprisingly, she did not shy away. The usually shy her actually took the initiative to make eye contact with Ling Mo. What's going on? Zhu Zhuqing blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion. It's just so pretty. Ling Mo thought for a moment and organized a series of cheesy pickup lines in his mind. Zhu Zhuqing was left in a daze. Can you speak properly? Oh, right. There's something on your face. What is it? Something that looks good. Oomph. I can't be bothered to talk to you. The two enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Although Zhu Zhuqing verbally rejected him, she actually enjoyed Ling Mo's cheesy lines deep down. This rare moment of tenderness made Ling Mo even more infatuated. His heart was about to get intoxicated. To be honest, Ling Mo really couldn't understand. Clearly, there was a stunning beauty at home. So why did Dai Mubai still go out to play? Now it was good. Completely intercepted by Ling Mo. He couldn't be taken away. Immersed in their banter, more and more people gradually entered the cafeteria. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the cafeteria, immediately catching Ling Mo's attention. Girl, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. I'll come find you later. Saying this, Ling Mo was preparing to sneak away, and his reaction made Zhu Zhuqing very curious. She wondered what bad thing he was going to do this time, but unexpectedly, the person at the cafeteria entrance called out to him. Shout, Mo, where are you going? Why do you want to run as soon as you see me? Indeed, the person was the master, the one Ling Mo least wanted to see. Why didn't he want to see him? Because he was too talkative. Ling Mo had developed calluses in his ears after listening to him for 6 years. Master. Long time no see. Having been discovered, Ling Mo simply stopped trying to escape. After all, he would have to face it sooner or later. You child. Still the same as always. Never a day of seriousness. The master was also quite a headache for Ling Mo, especially after knowing the things he had done. He was even more speechless. However, it was fortunate that he was not his direct disciple, so there was no damage to his reputation. He could only pray that Ling Mo wouldn't set his sights on the ancestral grave of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, or it would be a sin. They say a dog can't change its habit of eating. Oops, that was a slip of the tongue. Master, please. I'm leaving now. To avoid being lectured, Ling Mo directly slipped away. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. The master didn't say much about it. After all, Ling Mo was not Tang San and had his own ideas. He didn't listen to everything the master said. Back in the dormitory, Ling Mo began to calm down and focus on studying the 3 live scripture. Ever since the second awakening of his twin pupils, Ling Mo hadn't had time to study the scripture. Just right, he could take the time to research the 3 live scripture now. From the perspective of Taoism, Ling Mo had come into contact with the Xiantiangong. He could still understand certain Taoist techniques, but when it came to deeper mysteries, he couldn't quite grasp them. The 3 live scripture, it could be divided into 3 parts for cultivation, but why were the first 2 volumes blank and gray? Only the last volume remained. The 3 live scripture was a very profound scripture, and Ling Mo discovered something very strange from it. That was this scripture should have 3 volumes. But Ling Mo could only see the last volume, while the other 2 volumes were unclear and appeared blank. Ling Mo had tried multiple times to unravel these 2 concealed parts, but without a doubt, he had failed each time. With no solution in sight, Ling Mo turned his attention to attempting to unlock these secrets using it. The supreme treasure technique, when cultivated to an extreme, can ignore any defense in the world. Now, with a second awakening, it had already begun to show its sharpness. If he continued to cultivate it, it would surely become a formidable weapon in the future. After a morning of relentless effort, Ling Mo finally caught a glimpse of the mysteries behind the 3 world scriptures. It can be said that this set of scriptures is the inherited treasure technique of users, with all the extraordinary methods revolving around the. Ling Mo didn't know whether this was inherent to the dual pupils or if someone had ulterior motives and deliberately threw it to him. He had seen too many bizarre things. These matters were not to be considered for now. The beast milk handsome guy who often appeared in his dreams. Who exactly was he? Ling Mo always felt that he had intricate ties with him, just as Ling Mo was about to further investigate. The dormitory door suddenly made a sound. In confusion, Ling Mo got up from the bed, opened the door, and found it was actually Zhu Zhuqing. Ah, girl, have you thought it through and decided to throw yourself at me? Come on, the bed is already warm. Ling Mo couldn't help but laugh when she saw this. It was her first time visiting the dormitory to find herself, and she felt incredibly happy. What nice thought. I'm just here to call you. We have a gathering at the playground soon. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a dark face. Why does this guy always think about that? Gathering? We can talk about that later, she said, directly pulling Zhu Zhuqing inside. Are you kidding? We're already at the door. Do you think you can run away? Who cares about gatherings? Ling Mo didn't care about those things. What are you doing? I warn you, don't go too far, or I won't talk to you anymore, Zhu Zhuqing said, glancing at Ling Mo's wicked smile and recalling their previous encounter in the starry forest. Come on, baby, let's have a kiss first. They say once you enter a den of thieves, it's hard to escape, and Zhu Zhuqing was truly experiencing this. She quietly felt the other person's unique fragrance and gradually fell into it. No sob. Her mouth was blocked, and she couldn't say a word. She was starting to regret why she came to call this guy. Seeing her suddenly stiffen, Ling Mo promptly withdrew, not taking further action. Baby, I promise you, before we get married, I won't do anything too excessive to you. Ling Mo's voice echoed in her ears, and Zhu Zhuqing was so moved that she almost wanted to offer herself immediately. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing finally understood that one should never believe what comes out of a man's mouth. The light of righteousness shines upon the earth. Chapter 64. No positive energy left. I like to drive fast. No, the frequency is too high. I can't handle it. Then drive slower. Wait, do you have a license? Aren't we taking the test right now? It's my first time. It's natural to be a bit inexperienced. I promise there won't be such a violent collision next time. Ding ding. The bell for the academy assembly rang, and all of Shrek's group was present, except for Flander and the master, with the rest of the teachers in attendance. Zhuqing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The 8 members of Shrek Academy lined up, and Ning Rongrong asked Zhu Zhuqing, who looked pale and moved awkwardly. Zhu Zhuqing felt too embarrassed to answer. How could she tell her what she had just done with Ling Mo in his dormitory? Her face slightly flushed. Try to maintain a normal standing posture, Zhu Zhuqing said. I'm fine. Really fine? Ning Rongrong looked incredulous. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a bit annoyed with her. Could she not ask? She really didn't know how to respond. Xiaoma, where did you go just now? You look so refreshed and full of energy. Did something good happen? On the left, Tang San also looked at Ling Mo with surprise, feeling that he was a bit strange. With a beaming smile and a proud look, he resembled Ma Hongjuan's expression when he returned from Soul.No City after a night out. Fulfilled and satisfied. Why are kids asking so many questions? Just listen to the class properly. How could Ling Mo possibly respond? She felt incredibly happy inside. This breakthrough completely shattered Zhu Zhuqing's inner defenses. From this moment on, she truly belonged to herself. Her eyes only had room for herself. Although good things should be shared, Ling Mo was selfish. She didn't want to share with these readers. All right, now that everyone is here, I have a few things to announce. Flinder walked in front of the 8 students, his serious gaze sweeping over them. First, let me introduce the teachers of the academy to the 4 new students. As he spoke, Flinder introduced the teachers of the academy to Ling Mo and the others one by one. The others listened attentively, but Ling Mo kept zoning out. There wasn't much to recognize anyway. She was already familiar with these people. Next came the master's theme. He got straight to the point. The arrival of the master might mark the official rise of the Shrek 7 monsters, but it seemed unrelated to Ling Mo. Because back in Notting City, Ling Mo had already told the master that he wanted to walk his own path, so he wouldn't interfere with his thoughts. Moreover, before coming to Shrek, the master had assured him that he would never interfere with his freedom, which was why Ling Mo agreed to come. Therefore, Ling Mo could choose not to participate in the master's upcoming training. Soon, the master's lengthy discourse was about to begin. After saying a lot, he finally assigned student numbers. All right, without further ado, now, I will assign your numbers. I have reviewed your information, and the arrangement of student numbers will be based on your ages. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Do you have any questions? Master, did you forget someone? Oscar raised a question. Everyone's gaze turned to Ling Mo. Why are you looking at me? Just practice your own stuff. No need to worry about me. Ling Mo took a glance and thought, what is this? He naturally knew what kind of devilish training the master was going to implement next. What do they want to drag him down to? Ling Mo, number 8. The master smiled subtly when he saw everyone looking at Ling Mo and said directly, it's over. There's no escaping now. Originally, Ling Mo didn't want to attend this meeting, but because he was too impulsive, it led to Zhu Zhuqing being unable to move, so he could only support her over. Now this is great. The master went back on his word, wanted to trick him into participating as well. If everyone knew about the upcoming devilish training, and if Ling Mo could remain outside, it would probably provoke everyone's anger. After all, even Tang San found that level of training somewhat challenging, let alone them. Number 8. Haha, Xiao Mo. Let me hear you call me 4th brother. As soon as he heard that Ling Mo was number 8, Ma Hongjuan's tail nearly shot up to the sky. You fatso, looking for a beating, are you? Ling Mo raised his fist, and Ma Hongjun shrank his neck in fear. This guy is a maniac, and his combat power is astonishing. When he gets into a fight, he doesn't hold back at all, and even Dai Mubai doesn't dare to provoke him. Looking at his own chubby frame, he really couldn't bear to call him fourth brother. All right, you can disperse now. Gather here tomorrow morning. Also, I don't want to see anyone absent for breakfast. Otherwise, you will face special training. A day of rest is certainly a good thing, but the master's arrival also made the students a bit curious and anxious. After saying that, the master left with satisfaction. After all, he still hadn't given up on studying Ling Mo's martial soul. Upon hearing that they could rest for a day, Zhu Zhuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. In her current state, even walking was a challenge. Thinking of this, she shot a resentful glare at Ling Mo, filled with murderous intent. It startled Ling Mo. All right, everyone can disperse. Is there anyone going into the city? It's hard to get a day off, so I want to stroll around Soto City. Ma Hongjun suggested, but not many people agreed. What are you going to do in the city? Are you going to set something on fire again? Ling Mo said sinisterly. To be honest, he was quite curious about what the brothels in this world were like. He didn't know what the brothels in this world looked like, and he really wanted to see. Really, he wasn't looking to experience it. He just genuinely wanted to see. So people might say, I understand. No need to explain. We are all men. We can understand. Everyone knows about Ma Hongjuan's little affair. It's nothing new. What's wrong? Has Mo had an epiphany? How about we take a walk in the city? It's on me, Ma Hongjun said generously. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold killing intent came from behind him, directed right at him. Curious, he turned around and found it was Zhu Zhuqing, and he immediately shivered in fear. Forget it. I'll just enjoy it myself. This is too scary. Startled, Ma Hongjun ran away in a panic. Everyone disperse. What are you looking at? If you want to go, then go. If not, hurry back to rest. I'm telling you, don't say I didn't warn you. The master's devilish training is not something ordinary people can endure. If you want to know the exact experience, just ask Tang San. Tomorrow morning, you'll be in for it. Instead of wasting time wandering around the city, it's better to go back and rest to be in the best condition. Otherwise, you'll suffer tomorrow. After watching Ma Hongjun leave, seeing that these people hadn't dispersed, Ling Mo directly drove them away. After hearing Ling Mo's words, everyone felt he was not joking and left one after another to go back to their rooms to cultivate. Only Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing remained at the spot. Zhuqing, let me help you back. Once he saw everyone had left, Ling Mo immediately revealed an evil smile. To cover up what he had just done without showing any flaws, he had to disperse everyone. Oomph, don't touch me. I will never trust you again. Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. Don't. I promise. It will definitely not be like that again. Heh, if I hadn't stopped you just now, wouldn't you have wanted to go to the city with the fat guy? How could that be? I, Ling Mo, am pure and clean. How could I go to such a place? Besides, I have such a beautiful wife at home. I would never go to such a filthy place. Under Ling Mo's flattery, Zhu Zhuqing was finally satisfied and smiled with relief. I hope so. If I find out you did something to betray me, see if I cut you up? Damn, that's too scary. Chapter 65. Soulbone before dawn broke. Ling Mo was already up. He headed straight to the cafeteria. Yo, good morning, master. As soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, Ling Mo saw the master preparing breakfast inside, which was very rich. Ling Mo should be the first to arrive here. And the second one is Tang San. Little Mo, good morning. Seeing Tang San's dark circles under his eyes, Ling Mo couldn't help but curiously ask, Little San, what did you do last night? Why do you have such heavy dark circles? Tang San was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Since the master was present, he couldn't explain to Ling Mo that he had actually gone to dig up a grave. Poor Tang San, full of righteousness. He never expected to be led astray by Ling Mo and step into the profession of tomb raiding. You two will always be the most diligent. The master looked at his two students and revealed a comforting smile. That's inevitable. Otherwise, how could we say that the early bird gets the worm? Master, what delicious food are you preparing? Seeing Tang San's strange expression, Ling Mo quickly guessed where he had been last night, so he didn't ask further. Digging graves. What's so strange about that? Walking to the dining table and looking at the array of food, Ling Mo displayed a fatherly smile. Now, this is what I call breakfast. The previous one could only be considered pig food. Saying this, Ling Mo unceremoniously took a large pile of food and started eating. Tang San also sat down in succession. While Master was still busy over there, Noticing that the master wasn't paying attention here, Tang San suddenly took out a strange object and said, "Little Mo, do you know what this is?" In his hand was a peculiar bone, containing a strong soul power. Soul bone? You dug up a soul bone? Ling Mo was momentarily stunned upon seeing it. This kid has such good luck? Damn, he really has taught his apprentice well, starving the master. Ling Mo has been digging for so many years and hasn't found any impressive soul bones. Yet this kid has only just started for a few days and has already found one. Let me take a look. As he spoke, he took the soul bone from Tang San's hands and discovered that it was a power-type soul bone belonging to the left arm. Its age should be around 10,000 years. In terms of rank, it might not compare to a 100,000-year soul beast, but this kind of power-type soul bone is still very rare. This soul bone isn't suitable for you. Just sell it. It's quite valuable. Thinking about how Tang San would later obtain several 100,000-year soul bones from his family, Ling Mo felt quite frustrated. This soul bone really isn't suitable for him. It's not that power-type soul bones aren't suitable for him, but rather that the age is too low. The two silly soul bones in the Stardew Forest are waiting for him to collect them. Absorbing this kind of trash bone at this time would ruin his future. Is this a soul bone? No wonder it contains such strong soul power. Tang San thought thoughtfully. This was the first time he had seen a real soul bone. What are you two whispering about? The master suddenly walked over, and when he glanced at the soul bone in Tang San's hands, his eyes suddenly brightened. "Xiao San, where did you get this bone?" The master's expression turned shocked, looking around. Thankfully, no one saw the bone in Tang San's hands. You should know that soul bones are incredibly precious treasures in the Soul Master world. In the Soul Master world, incidents of killing and snatching treasures are all too common. If people found out that Tang San had a soul bone, it might lead to a disaster. "Teacher, I picked it up last night." Picked it up? Tang San's excuse was something he didn't even believe himself, and the master certainly wouldn't believe it either. "Is this something you can just pick up?" The master looked at Tang San thoughtfully and then glanced at Ling Mo. He thought to himself, sure enough, one who is close to vermilion gets stained red, and one who is close to ink gets stained black. Xiao San has also been corrupted by this guy. He has learned to lie. The master did not pursue the specific origin of Tang San's soul bone. Everyone has their own secrets, and the master is no exception. "Wait a minute, master. What does that look in your eyes mean? You don't think I took Xiao San to dig it up, do you?" Ling Mo was immediately displeased. Looking at the master's expression, it particularly resembled that of a parent wearing colored glasses. It felt like blaming others for not educating their own child well. "Teacher, this has nothing to do with Xiao Mo. I dug it up myself." Tang San didn't hide it either, since the master was not an outsider. "You don't need to explain it to me. You have your own choices." The master's face darkened, thinking that he had guessed correctly. He could only pray that Tang San wouldn't focus on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Otherwise, the master would probably regret it. It would be truly unfilial for a student he taught to disturb their own ancestral grave. "Let me see the soul bone," Ling Mo said, handing the soul bone in his hand to the master. After the master studied it for a while, he said, "Xiao San, you did nothing wrong. It is right not to absorb a good soul bone immediately. This soul bone, theoretically speaking, is very suitable for you. You can absorb it." After the master finished this sentence, Tang San was instantly confused. Just a moment ago, Ling Mo said it was not suitable, and now the master said it was suitable. Who should he listen to? Indeed, theoretically, this power-type soul bone was very suitable for Tang San, because besides blue silvergrass, he also had a top-tier martial soul, the Haotian hammer. The master's theory was not wrong, but unfortunately, he was not a transmigrator and did not know that Tang San could possess even more powerful soul bones later on. This was the divergence between the two. "Master, I cannot agree with that. This soul bone is not suitable for Xiao San." For the sake of Tang San's future, Ling Mo decided to stand firm against the master. "Oh, do you have any basis for that?" The master also showed a surprised look. He was curious to hear what high insights Ling Mo had. "I have no basis. Just relying on my eyes, I can see that in the future, Xiao San will have even more powerful soul bones, rather than this one in front of us." After saying that, Ling Mo decided not to continue. As for how to choose, Tang San probably already had a decision. The reincarnation eye is said to be the supreme eye that can glimpse past lives and future events, so Ling Mo's words were not excessive. More importantly, Ling Mo was a transmigrator and naturally knew everything that would happen later. Theoretically, if there were no major changes, both the Ming and the second Ming would belong to Tang San. Why should he worry about soul bones? Ling Mo's words surprised the master greatly. Over the years, He had always wanted to know what other unique abilities Ling Mo's twin pupils possessed besides the ability to steal martial souls. However, Ling Mo's ability to keep secrets was too powerful. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry them open. Now, hearing him say that his eyes also had the ability to pierce through the future, the moment this thought crossed his mind, the master was utterly shocked. He thought to himself that this kid was truly abnormal. Two martial souls, either one of which was a top-tier, defying heaven martial soul, and the more mysterious twin pupils had yet to reveal their true nature. Xiao San, how to choose you decide. I reserve my opinion. The master also wanted to see what kind of future Ling Mo was talking about. Tang San had already made a decision and chose not to absorb this soul bone, because he knew Ling Mo's suggestions had never been wrong. This was the result of 6 years of interaction. The master was indeed the best in theory, but when it came to the future, he did not have Ling Mo's ability to seize opportunities. Originally, the master wanted to say something, but at that moment, another figure walked in at the door. It was Zhu Zhuqing, who, as expected, was the earliest to rise besides Ling Mo and Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing's appearance interrupted the discussion among the few people, and Tang San put away the soul bone. Then, behind Zhu Zhuqing, 2 figures followed, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Chapter 66. 1 against 7 after breakfast, a group of people gathered in the playground, led by the master. Originally, Ling Mo wanted to slip away. However, the master said he needed his help shortly, so he stayed. Very good, today is the first day, and no one is late. On the side of the playground, the master looked at the 8 students with satisfaction and said, Ling Mo, step forward. As soon as the words fell, Ling Mo walked out with a puzzled expression, thinking what kind of trick the master was up to now. Now, you 7 all together. Use any method you like to defeat him. Huh? I've never seen such a tricky situation. Master, do you want to get me killed? As soon as the master's words fell, Ling Mo immediately panicked. Didn't he just confront him once? Did it really need to be this extreme? 1 against 7? Are you kidding? It's important to know that these guys have been dissatisfied with him for a long time. Dai Mubai revealed a mischievous grin, gradually becoming rampant. Ma Hongjun and Oscar showed a hint of wicked smiles. Even Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at him with ill intentions. Ling Mo was suddenly panicked. If they all rushed over at once, a beating would definitely be unavoidable. Girl, even if they do it, can you really bring yourself to do it? Ling Mo looked at Zhu Zhuqing and found that she was eager to try, apparently quite upset by Ling Mo these past few days. This is the master's arrangement. I'm just following orders, Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile. Hee Xiao Mo. Just accept your fate. Tang San maliciously stepped forward. That's right. Just accept your fate. A group of people laughed wickedly, clearly confident they had Ling Mo cornered. Master, you just said we could use any method we like? Dai Mubai asked uncertainly, as he had wanted to beat Ling Mo for a long time. Hearing this, the master replied, yes, use any method you like. The master's face was beaming with a smile. He seemed eager to see Ling Mo's true strength, so he planned to test it with these 7 students. Martial soul possession. White Tiger's fierce light wave. Before the master's words finished, Dai Mubai couldn't wait and rushed forward, fearing the master would change his mind. Little did he know, did he really think he could handle Ling Mo? Even Tang San didn't have that confidence. He thought he could vent his frustrations, but unexpectedly, he was played by the master and became a scapegoat. So eager? Seeing Dai Mubai rush in impatiently, Ling Mo couldn't help but laugh. Did he really think he was that easy to deal with? 1 against 7 was not difficult. Throwing out Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who had no combat power, there were only 5 left. Among these 5, only 3 had reached level 30. Since the last time Ling Mo absorbed the Water Spirit Beast's spirit ring, he had already reached level 34. He had been stuck at that level for a long time, and his soul power was overflowing, directly breaking through to level 34. In terms of soul power, he was not weaker than Dai Mubai. With the enhancement of the 5-color divine light, Ling Mo didn't need to worry about being ganged up on. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai's White Tiger's fierce light wave came crashing in. But what greeted him was not his familiar White Tiger's fierce light wave, but a beam of 5-color divine light. Dynamic light wave, explode for me. Ling Mo laughed wildly, and the light within him gradually burst forth. The 3rd spirit skill erupted wildly, like a laser cannon, bombarding everywhere. The terrifying power erupted in an instant, sending Dai Mubai flying away, leaving him dumbfounded. What is this? A laser cannon? Dozens of beams shot out, attacking from countless angles without any blind spots. Before the Shrek 7 Devils could react, Ling Mo had already launched the attack. What a powerful light. Who the hell said light has no lethality? I won't let it go. In an instant explosion, the seven were in disarray, and before they could counterattack, they had already fallen into a passive situation. The seven treasures turned out to have Lioli and one said strength. They struggled to resist Ling Mo's bombardment, and they were already on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a light and agile voice rang out, followed by the blooming of seven-colored light. Ning Rongrong activated the auxiliary effect of the seven treasures Lioli Pagoda. Good opportunity. Entangle. Tang San seized the moment well. Under the extreme amplification, he immediately launched a counterattack. The blue-silver grass instantly wrapped around them, but unexpectedly, Ling Mo had already activated Ghost Shadow Mistral. No matter how fast his blue-silver grass was, it couldn't catch Ling Mo's figure. Ling Mo has had many encounters with Tang San over the years and is extremely familiar with his martial soul. So how could he possibly let him catch it? Phoenix Fire Line. Ling Mo was dodging the blue-silver grass encirclement from Tang San, but unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun had already attacked from behind. A line of Phoenix Fire came burning directly towards him. Damn it, that fat guy. How dare he ambush me? Ling Mo faced 1 against 7, which was inevitably a bit strenuous. As Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire line was already approaching, Zhu Zhuqing activated her martial soul and launched a shadow spike. In an instant, her speed surged, and amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Ling Mo dodged the impact of the Phoenix Fire line. Fatty, be careful, Dai Mubai shouted, while Ma Hongjun felt a chill under his feet, having completely lost sight of Ling Mo. Fatty, I'm right here. Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind, making Ma Hongjun feel as if he had a thorn in his back. Fatty, dodge. At that moment, Fatty seemed to see hope as Xiao Wu charged towards him. That angle was directly aimed at him. As long as he dodged in time, he would definitely hit the Ling Mo behind. Everything seemed to be going according to plan. But unexpectedly, he was suddenly entangled by a vine and couldn't move. Damn it, Xiao San, what are you doing? Ma Hongjun immediately panicked, thinking that the vine was from Tang San. Tang San replied, why are you cursing me? It wasn't me. Poor Fatty was directly sent flying by Xiao Wu's attack. A bow and then an 8-part throw left him completely dazed. This was a combo technique. Once unleashed, it couldn't be stopped. Poor Tang San had to take the blame and was resented by Ma Hongjun. Not good. Everyone thought Ling Mo's target was Ma Hongjun, but the sharp-eyed Tang San noticed that Ling Mo had already set her sights on the last one, Ning Rongrong. By the time he reacted, Ling Mo had already made her move. Little witch, you're out first. Her speed was incredibly fast. In almost an instant, Ling Mo reached Ning Rongrong's side and directly eliminated her. No matter when a battle occurred, support-type soul masters were always the primary targets to be eliminated. Ling Mo is not foolish. Just leave her alone. Ma Hongjun is merely a distraction. Now it's your turn. Ning Rongrong was directly eliminated by Ling Mo first. And next up is Oscar. With 2 weak support characters, Ling Mo easily takes them out without any effort. Suddenly, just as Ling Mo was about to strike, Zhu Zhuqing dashed in from the side, heading straight for him. Ling Mo was startled and had intended to throw Oscar out as well, but Zhu Zhuqing interrupted him, forcing him to give up. Without Ning Rongrong's support, their strength has dropped by 1/3. Ma Hongjun has also been severely beaten by Xiao Wu, leaving them in a 1 against 5 situation. Try this. Suddenly, Tang San launched a hidden weapon, heading straight for Ling Mo. Playing with hidden weapons. Bring it on. Xian Yu hand activated, and Ling Mo demonstrated to everyone what it means to catch a blade with empty hands. No, it should be catching steel needles with empty hands. Chapter 67. Peacock? This guy is really difficult to deal with. There's simply no breakthrough point. Ling Mo's series of performances completely shocked everyone. His martial soul is simply too abnormal, as it can infinitely replicate all of their martial souls. As a result, no matter how you attack, he has a corresponding method to counter it. And in terms of power, he can completely suppress your attacks. The most outrageous part is that there are no restrictions on him stealing martial souls. He can switch the target of his theft at will. In terms of situational judgment, they have no way to deal with Ling Mo at all. Let's all attack together. Don't give him a chance. After thinking through these issues, Tang San shouted loudly. Rather than letting him take them out one by one, it's better to rush at him together. 2 fists can't compete with 4 hands, and he won't be able to handle it all. Come on, taste this. With a loud shout, Dai Mubai initiated the attack first, while Zhu Zhuqing launched a surprise attack from the side. After mistakenly injuring Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu quickly joined the battlefield as well. Tang San, as the main core, aimed to restrict Ling Mo's movements, launching a dimensional strike from 3 directions. Watching them gradually coordinate, the master revealed a look of relief. However, the next scene left him completely dumbfounded. Altogether, gravity enhanced. With a wave of Ling Mo's hand, a burst of 5-color divine light erupted, creating a vortex of light energy that defined the playground as its boundary. What the heck? Everyone was stunned. Ling Mo's next move completely amazed them all. The gravity field can be used like this? Even the master was dumbfounded. Ling Mo's methods were truly outrageous. Didn't he expect this, right? This is just the beginning. Get ready to feel the baptism of the storm. The moment the gravity field was activated, Ling Mo's third soul skill was unleashed. The gravity field combined with dynamic light waves instantly formed a strange spatial domain, with bodies feeling like Mount Tai pressing down. Everyone was unable to stand upright under the sudden force of gravity. And besides the gravitational pressure, Ling Mo had another trick up his sleeve. That was his third soul skill, dynamic light waves by Ubu. Countless 5-color divine lights surged forth, beginning to wash over Tang San and his group, completely unable to resist. Standing became a challenge under the intense gravity, let alone countering this wave of light energy. By Ubu, come at me. Ling Mo seemed to wield a laser cannon, unleashing hundreds of divine lights as if they were free, each with tremendous attack power, targeting their weaknesses. Oscar. In despair, Tang San shouted, and everyone suddenly realized that they had a support-type soul master who had been forgotten all along. Awakened, Oscar shouted incantations as if he were risking his life. I have a big sausage. I have a mushroom sausage. Under Ling Mo's astonished gaze, Tang San and his group slowly ascended into the air. The small wings on their backs were particularly dazzling. You can actually break free from my gravitational restraints? Interesting, but do you think once you're in the sky, I won't be able to deal with you? Watching the group ascend slowly, Ling Mo clapped his hands against the ground, and instantly countless vines shot up into the sky. Blue-silver entangle. As Ling Mo activated blue-silver entanglement, Oscar, who had not yet managed to rise, was directly pulled over. With a push, Ling Mo eliminated him from the match. Following that, the blue-silver grass rose up and entangled Zhu Zhuqing's calf. Without exception, Ling Mo pulled her over as well. The light curtain blossomed, and everyone began to lose sight, falling into Ling Mo's light curtain prison. Girl, you should be out too. Inside the light curtain, Zhu Zhuqing struggled to break free from the blue-silver grass's restraint, but to her surprise, she could not escape at all. With astonished eyes, she was pushed out by Ling Mo, ending the battle. Next, only Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu were left. Among these 3, 2 were strong attack-type soul Duos, and 1 was a control-type soul.No. Their strength was the strongest among the group. Not good. This light curtain completely obscures our vision. We've lost our target. In the air, Tang San thought that by ascending, he could limit Ling Mo. However, he did not expect that Ling Mo's light curtain would completely dispel that notion. Within the light curtain, 5 meters away, he couldn't see the target at all. Even if Tang San exerted all his strength with the purple extreme magic eye, he could only vaguely see Ling Mo's figure, but could not discern his next move. Xiao San, what should we do? Xiao Wu said anxiously, having accidentally injured a teammate earlier and feeling very conflicted. Right now, they could only gamble on whether Ling Mo's light curtain would last longer or their flight time. Tang San also had no countermeasures, only praying that Ling Mo's light curtain would dissipate quickly. But this light curtain was not so easily dispersed. It was not a soul skill, but Ling Mo's martial soul itself. Stop struggling. Inside the light curtain, Ling Mo was unaffected, as his dual pupils could pierce through any fog. Even light could not obscure his vision. Countless vines slowly entangled, and Tang San and the others sensed something was wrong, flying rapidly in the air. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break free from Ling Mo's light curtain restraints. Suddenly, a beam of 5-colored divine light shot out from the light curtain. In an instant, Dai Mubai was blasted away. Be careful. Before Tang San could react, Xiao was also entangled by the blue-silver grass and was flung away. Next, only Tang San remained inside and outside the entire light curtain. The real duel between the two was about to unfold. I see you. The moment Xiao Wu was thrown out, Tang San followed the source of the blue-silver grass and finally found Ling Mo's figure. He saw 8 terrifying spikes suddenly grow from Ling Mo's back. Finally going to use the 8 spider lances? Then bring it on. The moment the 8 spider lances activated, Tang San's speed skyrocketed, instantly charging towards Ling Mo. Ling Mo could see everything clearly. When his twin pupils opened, he noticed that 8 spider spears were also growing from his back. At that moment, Tang San was completely stunned, thinking, what the hell, is this even reasonable? Soul bones can be stolen too? Damn it! Tang San was so angry that he cursed loudly, finding it utterly shameless. They wouldn't even spare the soul bones, stealing them without even notifying the owner. However, the 8 spider spears growing from Ling Mo's back were clearly different from Tang San's. They actually had 5 colors, and when spread out, they resembled a peacock displaying its feathers. The momentum surged rapidly, and in an instant, Ling Mo and Tang San collided head-on. The clash of the 8 spider spears unleashed a powerful shockwave. Tang San was knocked flying by this force. What an incredible power! Why was it that the moment I collided with him, all my strength was swallowed by some strange ability? Tang San was confused. It seemed that Ling Mo, who had obtained the 8 spider spears, had become even more abnormal. He could actually devour his soul power, instantly nullifying all his attacks. Not only was Tang San bewildered, but Ling Mo was also taken aback. The 8 spider spears behind him were not the same as the ones on Tang San's back. They looked more like a pair of wings. With 5 colors, when spread out, they resembled a peacock displaying its feathers. At the moment he stole Tang San's 8 spider spears, Ling Mo was astonished to discover that his 5-color divine light had undergone a mutation. Amidst the endless radiance, a faint peacock phantom appeared. What on earth was going on? Ling Mo was completely stunned. The soul bone behind him had fully integrated into his body, resembling a pair of wings that had grown from his back, granting him the ability to fly. In the void, Ling Mo's dual pupils seemed to see the peacock beneath the light screen. It was merely a phantom, not truly taking shape. It still existed within Ling Mo's body in the form of light. However, Ling Mo had a premonition that once his martial soul underwent another mutation, this peacock might really become his martial soul. Chapter 68. Mimetic form? Peacock? What does it mean? Ling Mo was completely stunned. The pair of spider spears behind him, like wings, had already taken root and fully merged into his body. This was his first attempt at stealing a soul bone, and he never expected such a mutation to occur. The colorful peacock wings spread out, and a powerful airflow swept past in an instant. In the photosynthetic form, Ling Mo's speed reached its peak. Enhanced by the 5-color divine light, he was sacred and inviolable. Not to mention Ling Mo was stunned. Tang San was even more bewildered. Not only had his 8 spider spears been stolen, but Ling Mo's evolved version was clearly much more monstrous than his. Moreover, in that brief moment, he could clearly feel a magical power coming from the pair of peacock wings behind Ling Mo. It had swallowed all of his attacking power without leaving a trace. This was simply impossible to fight. Originally, Ling Mo, without the peacock wings, was already very difficult to deal with. Now that he had an additional pair of wings, he was completely powerless in battle. What had happened? Where did this powerful pressure come from? In an instant, everyone, both inside and outside the light curtain, felt a strong sense of oppression. It seemed to stem from the suppression of martial souls. What kind of martial soul could produce such intense pressure? There was a sense of sacred soul suppression, incredibly domineering. Vaguely, everyone felt a wave of colorful holy light emanating from within the light curtain. Like a peacock soaring through the sky, it swept past everyone's eyes, transforming into a beam of light and flying into the sky, gradually disappearing. As the light curtain dissipated, the scene inside appeared before everyone. They saw that Ling Mo had a pair of colorful wings behind him, while Tang San had their familiar 8 spider spears. The two similar yet different external soul bones exhibited a shocking disparity in soul power. What was this? A peacock? Ma Hongjun clearly sensed the sense of familiarity coming from Ling Mo's martial soul. It seemed that there was a bloodline connection between the phoenix and the peacock. However, Ma Hongjun's phoenix was not a true phoenix itself. It was merely a martial soul form. Tracing back to ancient times, perhaps the two indeed had a connection. Master, what is happening? Everyone was shocked and looked towards the master. However, the master was also unable to explain this phenomenon. He could only shake his head. The fitted form seemed to have subtle effects. In the arena, the wings behind Ling Mo suddenly turned, detaching from his back and transforming into a blade in his hand. Under the baptism of holy light, it was as if he was clad in heavy armor. At that moment, an infinite power surged within him, greatly enhancing both his strength and defense. Originally, Ling Mo thought that among his two martial souls, only the was the strongest. But he didn't expect that his five-color divine light was also terrifying. Normally, the premise of twin martial souls is that both must reach a level of mutual balance. Therefore, the two martial souls must be equivalent. Take Tang San as a reference. His two martial souls are one Haotian hammer and one blue silvergrass. Essentially, blue silvergrass is very weak and ordinary. In reality, his blue silvergrass is not an ordinary grass, but a blue silver emperor. This is also why his blue silvergrass can coexist with the Haotian hammer. Since Ling Mo's main body martial soul has the supreme, it is inevitable that his other martial soul, the five-color divine light, is definitely not an ordinary light. This time, it was an unexpected awakening that granted the five-color divine light the ability to take on a fitted form. Apart from the wings, that pair of wings could transform into anything in any form to assist Ling Mo in battle. Holding the fitted form blade in his hand, Ling Mo felt the terrifying power within it, and his excitement grew. The five-color divine light completely enveloped him, as if he was clad in heavy armor. At that moment, Ling Mo truly felt what real power was. Why was he infatuated with the magic armor? Because it made him understand what it meant to have a father. Feeling the surging power within him, Ling Mo's gaze fixed on Tang San, the light blade in hand, and he said, "Little San, are we still fighting?" The five-colored light blade in his hand was incredibly sharp. The surging power continuously pressed down on Tang San, who was now trembling. Using the power of the 8 spider spears, he could barely withstand Ling Mo's pressure. But he could clearly feel the power of the light blade in Ling Mo's hand. Let's see. Tang San was not one to easily admit defeat. The 8 spider spears instantly activated, and his speed surged forward. In an instant, he charged at Ling Mo. Suddenly, the hidden weapons in his hands did not stop. The improved version of the Zhuge crossbow was launched directly at Ling Mo. Bang. A series of loud sounds rang out, but no matter how many hidden weapons Tang San fired, they were blocked by the light curtain armor in front of Ling Mo, unable to even penetrate it. What? Even the Zhuge crossbow can't break through? Tang San was completely shocked. That was the evolved version of the Zhuge crossbow, yet it couldn't break Ling Mo's defense. Then let's try this. With a shout, Tang San simultaneously shot out 3 dragon whisker needles, and in an instant, the 3 needles came piercing in fiercely. However, to his surprise, the light blade in Ling Mo's hand suddenly transformed, becoming a group of sharp wings that wrapped around the needles, and in an instant, the 3 dragon whisker needles were knocked down. After that, the wings transformed back into the light blade, and Ling Mo instantly moved forward, swinging down at the 8 spider spears. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and Tang San was directly knocked away by Ling Mo's strike. He wondered if he would be in trouble with Tang Hao tonight because of this move. Brother, seeing Tang San being knocked away, Xiao Wu excitedly jumped out and ran over to help him. "Xiao Mo, why did you hit so hard?" Xiao Wu reproached Ling Mo with a hint of grievance, saying, "We're brothers who grew up in the same bed. Why hit so hard?" Ling Mo actually didn't want to, mainly because he wanted to see the strength of the light blade. He didn't expect that Tang San could easily block this strike without any effort. The light blade dissipated, transforming into a pair of wings, which then slowly merged into his body. Ling Mo's soul power was almost exhausted, and using the peacock's colorful wings consumed just as much as the heavy pupils attack. With this discovery, Ling Mo could no longer remain calm. Originally, he thought his martial souls consisted of one attack type and one support type. However, he didn't expect that both of his martial souls could be used for attack. Who could stay calm in such a situation? No wonder Tang San got beaten up every day in Douluo. Who could withstand this? Everyone was openly using their abilities, yet no one seemed to care. The 5-color divine light burst forth, and everyone felt their injuries rapidly heal. Under the baptism of the holy light, slowly, everyone felt that their soul power had increased to some extent after this battle. What kind of phenomenon is this? Everyone was confused. It seemed that this feeling came from Ling Mo's 5-color divine light, a very profound feeling. After experiencing the baptism of the holy light, Tang San's injuries also healed, and he slowly stood up after putting away the 8 spider lances. "Xiao Mo, I won't fight you anymore. You're not even human," Tang San couldn't help but say. It was simply too outrageous to bear. "Ha, you're not human, you big spider. You're not human, you big peacock." At that moment, Beast Milk Handsome appeared again, looking disappointedly at Ling Mo, and said, "The heavy pupil was originally the path of an emperor. Why borrow the bones of others? Sigh, no future." Chapter 69. Ancient Refining Technique. The battle was over, without exception. The cooperation of the Shrek's 7 monsters was simply too poor. They were swept out of the game by Ling Mo. The Master's face turned dark. He originally wanted to use the 7 monsters to fix Ling Mo, but he didn't expect such a result. Their cooperation could not even be considered cooperation. It was completely random fighting. Injured were injured, and isolated were isolated. They didn't even have the most basic common sense. The support soul master was actually the first to be eliminated. Master, it's up to you next. After the battle ended, Ling Mo directly activated the resurrection of all things, healing everyone's injuries. However, everyone felt ashamed and didn't dare to look the master in the eye. I am very disappointed in your performance. I heard Flinder praise you all to the skies, each one a genius. But I didn't expect 7 to fight 1 and still lose. The master said with a dark face, and Tang San and the others felt extremely ashamed. Now, all of you, gather at the village entrance. Run 20 laps from the academy gate to Soto City, and no one can eat until it's done. The punishment had begun, and everyone shot a resentful glance at Ling Mo before silently starting to gather at the village entrance. Ling Mo expressed helplessness. After all, the strong are always so lonely, and no one can understand the feeling of being at the top and feeling cold. Master, I'll talk to you later. I have something to attend to. Ling Mo had no mood to participate in the master's devil training. In his view, his body did not need to rely on exercise for improvement. Why? The reason is simple. The strength of Ling Mo's body depends on the enhancement level of the 5-color divine light. In other words, the higher the soul power you cultivate, the stronger the boost you receive. External training cannot significantly increase one's strength at all. Ling Mo's foundation has already been firmly established, so there's no need to waste effort on such matters. Rather than wasting time with them, it would be more interesting to dig a few more graves. Sweating profusely, Ling Mo returned to his dormitory, having almost exhausted his soul power. He spent the entire afternoon recovering his soul power and researching the trends of martial soul mutations. Judging from the photosynthetic form, this mutation seems to have been triggered by the 8 spider spears, indirectly activating the hidden elements within the 5-color divine light, namely the peacock phantom. What confuses Ling Mo the most is that his bone is different from Tang San's. His 8 spider spears cannot be detached. However, Ling Mo's peacock color wings can separate from his back in the form of light, simulating items in any form. For example, the light blade he conjured earlier was entirely a weapon imagined by Ling Mo. The peacock color wings completely transformed it through light, turning it into a powerful weapon in Ling Mo's hands. Moreover, the mimetic changes of the peacock color wings indirectly activated the 5-color divine light in his body, forming a photosynthetic armor that is extremely hard. Even Tang San's improved version of the Zhuge divine crossbow cannot penetrate it, demonstrating how abnormal its defensive capabilities are. Since the last time his double pupils awakened again, this is the first time Ling Mo has felt such a significant change in his body. This is a good thing. Judging from all current factors, this mutation will elevate Ling Mo's strength to a higher limit. This time, Ling Mo also gained a new perspective on the 5-color divine light. Additionally, besides being able to transform into any shape, the peacock color wings can actually be used in conjunction with the 5-color divine light. Once used, as long as the opponent's soul power is comparable, any attack effect can be devoured by the 5-color divine light. Just like what Tang San experienced earlier, the 5-color divine light wiped out all his powers. Ling Mo has yet to uncover the limits of this abnormal body. All mysteries require time to accumulate and explore slowly. The 3 Lives Sutra seems to have loosened. The perception from the double pupils has become increasingly intense. In the dormitory, Ling Mo was slowly recovering when he suddenly noticed that the double pupils triggered another mutation. This mutation came from the 3 Lives Sutra. The 2 blurred scrolls were unclear, but Ling Mo clearly saw a strange scripture hidden on the last page of the 3rd scroll. An ancient refining technique? At this moment, Ling Mo could no longer remain calm. This set of refining techniques was too exquisite, completely different from the mechanism connection techniques of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. This method refines all materials using powerful force, then slowly injects soul power to open up the interior, forming a cohesive refining technique. Exploring the source of the refining technique, Ling Mo combined it with the Tang sect's hidden weapon crafting methods. Gradually, he discovered that the two could be combined. With this set of scriptures, his limitations were no longer just confined to crafting hidden weapons. Damn, this is going to be big. After discovering this phenomenon, Ling Mo slowly developed the idea. If he could combine the two crafting methods, could he forge a true killing weapon? Something that takes your life 3,000 times over. With this thought, Ling Mo immediately set out to implement it. He lacked materials, but currently, he was short one refining furnace. A furnace made of ordinary iron would not withstand such a violent eruption of power, so that was out of the question. But where could he find a more powerful furnace? The time to go to Heaven-Do City was getting tighter, according to Ling Mo's calculations. They would set off for Heaven-Do City in 3 months. At that time, they would definitely confront the first major boss of Douluo, the Spirit Hall. Just in time, Ling Mo also wanted to see how powerful the legendary Spirit Hall really was. Therefore, becoming stronger became the thing Ling Mo wanted to do the most. He couldn't rely on Ghost Elder every time. Only by growing through difficulties and hardships could he go further. Once the refining technique was validated, Ling Mo planned to invest heavily to create even more powerful hidden weapons, equipping them all with 3,000 armors. Only by pushing the Ghost Gate to its peak could he have the capital to confront the top forces in this world. Upon careful study, Ling Mo discovered that hidden weapons crafted using this refining technique would be several times more powerful than the original. If he could use this secret method to forge the Tang sect's top hidden weapons, like the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, what kind of experience would that be? One shot, one title Douluo? One can only imagine. Ling Mo currently lacked materials, just a furnace. With this thought in mind, as dusk approached and night was about to fall, Ling Mo carried a shovel out of the dormitory. The day's training had concluded, and the Shrek's 7 monsters returned dejectedly. Under the setting sun, the 7 figures lingered at the academy gate and spotted Ling Mo heading out. "Lingo, where are you going?" Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who did not know Ling Mo well, asked curiously. "Me? I'm just going out for a walk, wandering around." Originally thinking they had returned early, Ling Mo was embarrassed to run into them right at the village entrance. Should he tell them he was going to dig someone's ancestral grave? Wandering around? Why are you carrying a shovel? Are you going to hit someone? Ma Hongjun said, looking at the shovel Ling Mo was carrying with fear, worried that it might hit his handsome face. "Stop with the nonsense. Instead of worrying about me, you might as well go back and rest early. Tomorrow, there's even more brutal training waiting for you." After saying that, Ling Mo greeted Zhu Zhuqing and left without looking back. Want to stop him from getting rich? Don't even think about it. Gods block the god, Buddhas block the Buddha. Today, no one can stop me from digging their ancestral grave. Chapter 70, soul.No. Leaving Shrek Academy, Ling Mo headed east. Along the way, he continuously searched for traces of graves. During this time, Ling Mo discovered many interesting graves, but unfortunately, he did not find what he wanted, so he did not linger. A beam of light flickered through the woods at night. As the stars shone, branches and vines leapt, startling countless birds. With a cold gleam of the sword, Ling Mo stood in the mountain gorge, seeing a figure in the darkness. "You've been following me for a long time." The cold tone echoed, yet the shadow remained unmoved. The two faced off in the gorge, the air beginning to solidify. Title Douluo? In an instant, 9 soul rings appeared before Ling Mo's eyes, precisely the soul rings of a shadow in the darkness. He hadn't expected the opponent to be a title Douluo. "You noticed me from the very beginning?" The shadow approached, and Ling Mo saw him holding a sword. A very beautiful sword. Piecing together a series of images, Ling Mo roughly guessed the opponent's identity. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Sword Douluo? Ling Mo guessed the identity of the other party. And Sword Douluo, Chan Xian was also shocked for a moment, not expecting this kid's gaze to be so sharp. "Indeed, when I left Shrek Academy, I had already noticed your presence, but I wasn't sure about your identity, so I didn't expose it." Initially, Ling Mo thought it was Tang Hao, but unexpectedly it wasn't. It was this old guy Chen Xian. It seems that he came to settle the score with Ling Mo over the last Ning Rongrong incident. After all, taking advantage of someone's granddaughter. It would be strange if they stayed silent. Ling Mo is not afraid to admit it. So what if he does? "Kid, I've been observing you for a long time. As for the last time you teased Rongrong, I can let it go as long as you are willing to join my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and I will give you a way out." Although Chen Xian is very satisfied with Ling Mo's performance, there is one condition for him to let it go. That is to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ling Mo's talent is the most extraordinary among all the people he has seen. A genius like him would be the most sought-after figure in any sect. Undoubtedly, he is the best choice for an heir. "Hee, are you suggesting that I'm marrying into your family? That's something I can't consider." Ling Mo suddenly laughed. Joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and marrying Ning Rongrong? That's acceptable, right? Holding one on each side, how nice. Plus, I can inherit billions in assets. As long as Rongrong agrees, I have no objections. However, the premise is that you must give up your little girlfriend. With your eyesight, it shouldn't be hard to see where your little girlfriend comes from, right? Daring to provoke the star Luo Empire. I really don't know how bold you are. Chen Xian couldn't help but smile more as he spoke. Ling Mo was simply audacious, and he had never seen anyone with such courage. Was he foolish, or did he have the strength to challenge the star Luo Empire? Sorry, I won't give up anyone. Although I don't have much ability, I won't easily give up my woman. Are you kidding? How could Ling Mo bear to give up Zhu Zhuqing? Not to mention the star Luo Empire. Even if someone from the divine realm came, Ling Mo wouldn't back down. If you can't even protect your own woman, what kind of man are you? Are you saying you refuse to join my 7-treasure glazed tile school? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Upon hearing this, Chen Xian instantly erupted with a fierce killing intent, and the chilling aura instantly condensed, making Ling Mo's breathing much more difficult. Title Douluo, how could he resist that? I really don't know what confidence you have to dare to ignore my authority, Chen Xian said coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Ling Mo's response. He had already been willing to offer him a way out, but he didn't take it. Could it be that Rongrong from his family is that bad? Chen Xian was truly satisfied with Ling Mo's talent and liked him very much. Perhaps in the future, he could really lead the 7-treasure glazed tile school to its peak. But the fact that he refused to give up Zhu Zhuqing and chose to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school was a mistake in his choices. As the second sect of the top 3 sects, in terms of strength, how could it be lacking? Senior, if you want to use violent means to make me compromise, I think you are miscalculating. I don't have any other hobbies. I just particularly enjoy challenges. The 7-treasure glazed tile school is indeed powerful, but I'm not necessarily afraid of it. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept in, and the cold, killing intent instantly invaded, pressing toward Chen Xian. In the darkness, Chen Xian discovered a shadow appearing in front of Ling Mo. That terrifying pressure even made him feel a hint of fear. What a domineering sword intent! With a gasp, Chen Xian was shocked. He believed his own accomplishments in the sword path had reached an extraordinary level. Unexpectedly, this person before him, with just a hint of sword intent, made him feel fear. Who on earth is this person? As the dust settled in the darkness, a person in armor stood beside Ling Mo. What background does this kid have? At this moment, Chen Xian was completely stunned. Ling Mo casually summoned a real top-tier powerhouse. He had never felt such fear before. A limit Douluo? No, perhaps even stronger. On the continent, he had seen almost all titled Douluos, but he had never seen the one in front of him. What kind of unknown place has this old monster come from to have such terrifying deterrence? What shocked him even more was that this person treated Ling Mo with utmost respect, like a subordinate, obeying his every word. Chen Xian was increasingly curious about Ling Mo's background, even fearful. What kind of power could warrant a limit-level powerhouse to protect him closely? The Spirit Hall? Perhaps they couldn't even achieve that? May I ask this senior's name? Feeling afraid, if at the beginning, Chen Xian still had a bit of pride, then at the moment the ghost elder appeared, that pride vanished completely. In the world of soul masters, strength comes first. It is the most basic thing to maintain respect in the face of someone stronger than oneself. Senior Chen Xian, this is my ghost sect's grand elder, Ghost Elder. As for strength, I don't need to introduce it to you. Returning to the main topic, I am the current sect master of the ghost sect and do not need to join any sect. If your 7-treasure glazed tile school is willing to consider a marriage alliance, I do not refuse. But to ask me to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school unconditionally, we can only meet on the battlefield. Ling Mo had no time to waste on chatter with him. He didn't reject Ning Rongrong, and even like her a bit. But if he were to marry into her family and abandon Zhu Zhuqing, sorry, he couldn't do that. Ghost Gotha, the current sect leader. What is this kid's background? When did another ghost gate emerge? Chen Xian was completely shocked and couldn't believe the scene before him. Just based on this ghost lord alone, the ghost gate that Ling Mo mentioned could easily rank among the 7 major sections. Why had he never heard of such a colossal force? Originally, Ling Mo's talent had already greatly impacted Chen Xian, and now with the emergence of Ghost Gate, he couldn't remain calm. No wonder he had such confidence. It turned out he wasn't afraid of the star Luo Empire at all. This kid was too dangerous. He could only befriend him, not make an enemy. Chen Xian's heart was filled with shock, and after some deliberation, he chose to keep the peace. The situation on the continent was unstable, and the ambitious Spirit Hall would eventually reveal their true nature. If he could ally with such a sect, it might not be a bad way to ensure self-preservation. But it would be unfair to Rongrong. This matter could only be decided by the sect leader. This kid was also someone who valued loyalty. If Rongrong was willing, it might not be a bad thing. Ghostgate. It seemed he needed to extract some information from this kid to make a choice. After careful consideration, Chen Xian wanted to continue probing into the specific strength of the Ghostgate. Chapter 71. Doing business? Ghost Gotha. I've never heard of this sect. Are you sure you have a strength to challenge my 7-treasure glaze tile sect? As soon as Chen Xian said this, Ling Mo guessed his intention. He wanted to probe into the details of my Ghostgate. Why not tell him? Dealing with this old fox, Ling Mo was quite the expert. You have to know, having grown up relying on deceit and trickery, when has Ling Mo ever lost in a game of wits? You think that's not enough? Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of ominous wind arose, and in an instant, the entire ravine was enveloped in a strong killing intent. Suddenly, in Chen Xian's shocked gaze, 3,000 armored soldiers occupied the entire ravine. Each soldier exuded a strong killing intent, and their overall strength was above Soul Saint level. Leading them were 7 title Duo level powerhouses. Chen Xian could clearly feel the momentum emanating from them. What is this kid's background? Chen Xian was completely stunned. If the shock brought by the Ghost Lord wasn't strong enough, then these 3,000 armored soldiers completely shattered his confidence. These 3,000 armored soldiers, placed in any sect, would be a world-destroying presence. They could challenge any powerful sect. 7 title Douluo? What kind of terrifying force was this? In the world, perhaps only the Spirit Hall had such a foundation. Looking at the shocked expression on Chen Xian's face, Ling Mo wanted to say, "Is that enough, kid? Is that enough?" He couldn't express how pleased he was. Just this line of combat power was enough for Ling Mo to completely ignore challenges from any force. The 7-treasure glaze tile sect, when dealing with such a sect, must instill fear in them to gain profit. Otherwise, they would always be the ones being slaughtered. The shock brought by the 3,000 armored soldiers was enough to make Chen Xian lose heart. Sect leader Ling is indeed talented and accomplished. I was too presumptuous. The change in the situation often happens so quickly. Ling Mo's display of 3,000 armored soldiers completely changed Chen Xian's way of addressing Ling Mo Ling Zhongzhu. Not bad. Ling Mo really likes this title, especially coming from the mouth of a title Douluo. You're too kind. Senior Chen Xian, I still stand by what I said. If your sect is willing to arrange a marriage, I am not opposed. However, the possibility of me marrying into the 7-treasure glazed tile school is non-existent. Our grievances have nothing to do with Rongrong, so if we only talk about interests, you do not have the strength to make me submit. Ling Mo was quite rude, but he wasn't wrong. The 7-treasures glazed sect indeed lacked the foundation to make Ling Mo submit. What a presumptuous kid. How could he underestimate our 7-treasures glazed sect? A trace of anger flashed through Chen Xian's heart, but he dared not express it, because Ling Mo truly had the ability to say such things. Originally, he wanted to settle the score with Ling Mo, but after witnessing the terror of the Ghost Gate, he no longer dared to bring it up. Such a force, if it could develop a marriage alliance, would undoubtedly be the best choice. For this reason, Chen Xian did not want to continue entangling himself in past matters with Ling Mo, as this concerned the survival of the 7-treasures glazed sect, and he had to leave this decision to Ning Fengji. As for Rongrong, let's not mention it for now. Thinking back to when Ling Mo said he wouldn't give up on Zhu Zhuqing, Chen Xian began to hesitate. If Ling Mo only wanted to marry Rongrong, he could facilitate it, but Ling Mo clearly already had Zhu Zhuqing. At this time, if Rongrong were to marry over, she would likely suffer losses. Moreover, Rongrong was their precious granddaughter, cherished dearly. How could she be used as a tool for a marriage alliance? Rongrong had her own thoughts. How she chose was her business. We have no right to interfere. Furthermore, these matters had to be discussed with the sect master first. If your sect is willing, I don't reject it. Ling Mo smiled and said, more as a deliberate remark to see their reactions. He then continued. Additionally, previously, Rongrong came to me for business, needing a few concealed weapons. I wonder if your sect has thought about it. Ling Mo changed the subject, as long as he was not held accountable. Everything could be discussed. He temporarily did not want to encounter the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If they could get along well, it might not be a bad thing. Chen Xian came over in a fury, wanting to settle scores with Ling Mo, but unexpectedly was intimidated by Ling Mo for a moment, and all the anger he had before he dared not express. If the Ghost Lord was unhappy and raised his hand to eliminate him, that would be a huge loss. While observing Ling Mo, he also kept an eye on the Ghost Lord beside him, and the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Business? What business? Hearing this, Chen Xian was puzzled. He was unaware of Ning Rongrong's previous visit to Ling Mo. At this time, Ning Rongrong was still at Shrek Academy, so she had not had the chance to return and mention the matter of customizing hidden weapons. Rongrong came to me a couple of days ago, saying she wanted to customize some hidden weapons for the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Saying this, Ling Mo took out a Zhuge Divine crossbow, which he had crafted yesterday. At this moment, there were still many hidden weapons in the small tower, but Ling Mo did not value those. What is this? Chen Xian curiously asked, looking at the mechanical box in Ling Mo's hand, quite puzzled. This is a very domineering mechanism-type hidden weapon. As for its power, you can give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Mo's Zhuge Divine crossbow was fired, pulling the trigger. Several arrows instantly zipped through the air. The power was extremely overwhelming, rushing straight towards Chen Xian. However, the other party was a title Douluo, and such a level of attack had no effect on him. But he could still feel the overwhelming impact of the Zhuge Divine crossbow. At the moment of impact, even he could not react in time. Or rather, he did not notice at all. After all, this kind of hidden weapon was appearing on the continent for the first time, and he was hit by Ling Mo without any awareness. Such overwhelming power. Is this what you call a hidden weapon? Chen Xian exclaimed in shock. A hidden weapon of this level could kill even a soul king without any defense. It was truly astonishing. Is there really such a thing in the world? That's right. This crossbow is called the Zhuge Divine crossbow. It is a very domineering mechanism-type hidden weapon, and I have various types of other hidden weapons as well. Rongrong previously came to me to purchase the hidden weapons in my possession for the direct disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for the price, 100,000 per piece. If the senior is interested, you can take it back and study it. After speaking, Ling Mo casually threw a few hidden weapons to Chen Xian. In his view, these items were simply not worth much, and he could easily create hundreds of them. But to others, these things were priceless treasures. 100,000 gold soul coins each? Isn't that a bit expensive? Chen Xian didn't know what to say. The shock Ling Mo brought him was truly immense. But in his eyes, this item was indeed useless, because his strength was there. Such things could not hurt him at all. 100,000 gold soul coins was indeed a bit expensive. Whether it's expensive or not, you'll know once you ask your sect master. Moreover, if your sect is willing to arrange a marriage, I can offer a discount. Ling Mo sneered and said, "What's wrong with having both sides? A little fairy like Ning Rongrong is also a rare gem in the human world. Marrying her would instantly make me the richest man in the world. Why bother struggling? A fortune teller once told me that I have a bit of a stomach issue and can only eat soft food. But look at me, I'm a rare genius. Moreover, my status is completely on par with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Chen Xian became increasingly angry, feeling that this kid had set him up. He originally wanted to settle scores with Ling Mo, but now it seemed that he hadn't settled the score properly, and instead felt like he was selling his granddaughter. Were they discussing how to sell Ning Rongrong to Ling Mo? Chapter 72. Touch? Phew, that old guy finally left. Fortunately, there's ghost grandpa here. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to handle this guy. After Chen Xian left, Ling Mo sat dejectedly on a rock in the mountain stream, still shaken. He was grateful that he had brought Ghost Grandpa back from the ancient city of the Abyss last time. Otherwise, he would have been in real trouble this time. Damn it, daring to scare me. Just wait until I dig up your ancestors' graves. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Ling Mo picked up a shovel and set off again to search for the grave of Sword Douluo's father. This time, his search area was not just Soto City. He swept through several nearby large cities as well. After nearly half a month, Ling Mo finally entered the territory of Tiando City. On this day, a gray-faced man entered Tiando City, carrying a shovel and looking fierce. Is this the legendary imperial capital, Tiando City? It really is much more prosperous. Ling Mo entered the city and looted a lot of food. Then he began to calculate how to take revenge. However, he temporarily couldn't find the address of the Seven Treasure Glorious sect, so he headed straight for the easiest target, the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire. Since he was already there, he might as well solve the furnace problem. The Heaven Do Empire was a top-tier empire, so it should have plenty of such treasures, right? While thinking about this, Ling Mo circled around the imperial city and stealthily made his way to the back mountain. It was late at night, quiet and still. No one would notice that someone would dare to dig up the imperial tomb at such an hour. The imperial tombs were generally large. Each emperor had their own mausoleum after death. Therefore, the entire area behind was a royal forbidden zone. The geographical area could be roughly compared to 2 Soto cities. It was very vast. Ling Mo sneakily entered and found that there wasn't even a single guard inside. Apart from a defensive line at the entrance, there were basically no personnel inside. One can imagine, who would dare to easily dig up a royal tomb? Are they looking for death? Logically speaking, that's true. No one would dare to pluck a feather from the head of the empire. Unfortunately, this notion was completely shattered after Ling Mo arrived. What a joke. Is there a grave he wouldn't dare to dig? Taking advantage of the night, Ling Mo entered the royal tomb with a shovel and went straight to the central area. He activated his dual pupils to search for treasures over a large area. He discovered that each of these royal tombs had treasures to some extent, but Ling Mo wasn't sure if any of these treasures included a furnace cauldron. Currently, he was just missing such a treasure. He wanted nothing else. Who's there? Just as he was about to start digging, Ling Mo suddenly noticed a figure flash by in the darkness, moving extremely quickly. It seemed to have been following him all along. Earlier, Ling Mo had been too focused on the treasures in the royal tomb to notice. Once the figure in the darkness was discovered by Ling Mo, it boldly stepped out. It was a young man, a very handsome man. Why use the word handsome to describe him? Ling Mo didn't know why, but the first thought that came to her mind when she saw him was just one word. How did you find me? The young man walked over with a smile, seemingly not angry about Ling Mo stealing from the royal tomb. Let's not worry about that for now. Ling Mo did not answer directly, but walked over to observe up close. She noticed that the young man's chest muscles were particularly large, and the more she looked, the more they resembled a woman's. Why are your pectoral muscles so exaggerated? Ling Mo exclaimed in admiration, looked at herself, then at him, and found that his chest muscles were indeed large. Although they were tightly wrapped in clothing, the strong outline was still clearly visible. The young man was taken aback by her words, unsure of how to respond to Ling Mo's question. My goodness, is this guy for real? Ling Mo unceremoniously gestured in front of the young man's chest, the degree of which was almost comparable to Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing Ling Mo being so rude, the young man's expression gradually turned cold. Shameless little thief, how dare you sneak into the royal tomb? What punishment do you deserve? Was he intentionally changing the subject? Ling Mo noticed a slight flicker of avoidance in the young man's eyes, as if he wanted to steer the conversation in another direction. However, Ling Mo was not about to grant him that wish. So big, can I touch it? Ling Mo said with a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, the young man's face actually turned slightly red, as if he had a secret he didn't want Ling Mo to know. What? Not allowed? I see. You must be a girl. Great. Disguising as a man to sneak into the royal tomb. What do you want to do? Seeing the young man's expression change drastically, Ling Mo was overjoyed. From the moment he appeared, Ling Mo had already guessed his identity. After the previous encounter with Ning Rongrong, Ling Mo had developed the habit of using his twin spirits to steal the opponent's martial soul whenever he encountered someone with an unknown identity. The moment the angel martial soul entered his body, the opponent's identity was already clear. If Ling Mo was not mistaken, the only person who appeared in the royal tomb, disguised as a man, was likely Qian Renshua, right? Oh no, now his identity should be the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. How could I be a girl? I'm the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Qinghe. Upon seeing that Ling Mo seemed to have discovered her identity, Qian Renshua's expression changed instantly, and she began to argue fiercely. Her hidden identity in the Heaven Do Empire was extremely secretive. No one was allowed to know. If she were exposed by Ling Mo at this moment, all her years of hard work would be in vain. A man? The crown prince? I don't believe it. Unless you let me touch it. Ling Mo had her firmly in her grasp. How could she possibly let her go so easily? Sneaking into the royal tomb was a death sentence. If she trusted her now, it would only lead to Ling Mo gaining the upper hand, and in the end, it would be herself who suffered. Qian Renshua was furious. Where did this guy come from? His methods were so wild. Since he had already guessed that she was a girl, why did he have to touch her? Wasn't that just taking advantage? I can overlook your trespass into the royal tomb, but please leave here now. Qian Renshua was extremely angry. She had initially wanted to teach Ling Mo a lesson, but was afraid of causing even bigger trouble, so she prepared to expel Ling Mo. Unfortunately, Ling Mo wasn't buying it. No way. I'm not leaving today. If you want to fight, then fight. If you bring those guards outside in here, your identity will be exposed. Ling Mo smiled and said that he would not leave today. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't stop him from digging graves. My identity exposed? What is there to expose? I am the current prince, a matter set in stone. Yet Qian Rinxue still wants to argue. Ling Mo is truly difficult to deal with. I don't believe it, unless you let me touch it. No matter what she says, Ling Mo always replies the same way, which instantly infuriates Qian Rinxue. Originally, she wanted to deal with him properly, but now it turned into him dealing with her. I tell you, don't go too far, Qian Rinxue said coldly. If the current ruler of the Tiando Empire knew that his own son was actually a girl, what would his reaction be? Ling Mo smiled, not directly exposing Qian Rinxue's identity. He wasn't afraid that she would suddenly explode and kill him because she didn't have that ability. Ling Mo may not be able to defeat her, but she wants to kill herself, which is absolutely impossible. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm clearly a man. How could I possibly become a woman? Qian Rinxue still refused to admit it. Don't believe it? Touch me. Qian Rinxue was about to cry, wishing she could slap Ling Mo to death, but was afraid of alarming the guards outside and exposing her identity. Chapter 73. The Broken Qian Rinxue. What do you want? Qian Rinxue was on the verge of collapse. How sharp could this guy's gaze be? No one else could tell she was a woman. Only Ling Mo could see through it. It was simply too strange. I don't want anything. I just want to confirm whether my guess is correct or not. If you weren't feeling guilty, why wouldn't you let me touch you? If everyone else is a man, what's the problem? If you want to touch, I can let you touch too. Ling Mo grinned wickedly, feeling increasingly excited as he thought about it. This was an angel. Having grown up, Ling Mo still didn't know what an angel looked like, let alone touch one. It would be even better if he could take advantage of the situation. Don't tell me about being scummy. We're all men here, and we should appreciate beautiful things. Why not? If you don't give it, it proves you're guilty. You're actually a woman in disguise, sneaking into the palace. What are you trying to do? Qian Rinxue's face turned slightly red, as if she had made a decision. Her clothing was tightly wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. So there shouldn't be any way to find out anything, right? After a moment's speculation, to shut Ling Mo's mouth, she made a decision. Come on. Saying this, she closed her eyes, still harboring a glimmer of hope, praying that Ling Mo wouldn't go too far. The scheme succeeded, and seeing Qian Rinxue close her eyes, Ling Mo revealed a sinister smile, gradually becoming crazed. The world says that Qian Rinxue is the most beautiful woman in Douluo, but Ling Mo really didn't believe it. Today, he must unveil her true face and see the real deal. In an instant, a strong light appeared, enveloping this area. Qian Rinxue, with her eyes closed, didn't notice anything unusual. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. Immediately, Ling Mo's laughter rang out. Haha, you're a woman. The scheme succeeded, and Ling Mo uncovered Qian Rinxue's veil, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face. In that moment, Ling Mo was captivated. She was so beautiful. She didn't have Zhu Zhuqing's innocence or Ning Rongrong's purity, but was like a fairy from the heavens, beautiful from afar, not to be touched. Qian Rinxue's face was flushed, and she never expected Ling Mo to be so bold. Touching everywhere. I'll kill you. Blushing, Qian Rinxue was about to strike. But didn't he expect Ling Mo to have already escaped her attack range, saying, come on. If those guards outside are alerted, your identity will be exposed. We all die together. Ling Mo is not afraid of her getting angry. Although trespassing the imperial tomb is a death sentence, Qian Rinxue's hidden plan will also be exposed. If Shui Yi finds out that his son has been replaced, he will probably fight the spirit hall to the bitter end. Ling Mo was overjoyed. Originally, he just wanted to blackmail Qian Rinxue, but unexpectedly, she was willing to make sacrifices to hide her identity. Unfortunately, Ling Mo didn't play by the rules. If he had only encountered her superficially, he really wouldn't have noticed anything. But she miscalculated. She ran into someone like Ling Mo, who didn't follow the script. It said that as long as the villain is good-looking, their worldview will follow their appearance. Ling Mo didn't believe it first, but now he did. Qian Rinxue was truly stunning, especially after the veil hiding her identity was stripped away. Her breathtaking beauty was nothing short of captivating. Did you really think you could take advantage of me so easily? After regaining her composure, Qian Rinxue said coldly. At that moment, a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, determined to fight Ling Mo to the bitter end. A great daughter of a noble family, just like that. Moreover, her biggest secret had been exposed. How could she possibly let Ling Mo off so easily? It was hard to say who had the upper hand. How wonderful. Ling Mo smiled and showed no fear of her taking action. The commotion just now seemed to have attracted quite a few people. It seems that the plan to excavate the royal tomb today will likely have to be cancelled. As soon as Ling Mo spoke, Qian Rinchue's face turned red, and her earlier exclamation had already betrayed her true reaction. However, being treated so frivolously by a stranger was absolutely intolerable. In an instant, her martial soul was activated, and 6 pairs of wings began to sprout from her back. Angel martial soul. What a coincidence, I have it too. Just as the words left her mouth, 6 pairs of wings also sprouted from Ling Mo's back, colorful and looking even more magnificent. Who exactly are you? Seeing that Ling Mo also possessed the 6-winged angel martial soul, Qian Rinxue became flustered and could not grasp Ling Mo's origins. Who am I? I am your man. Ling Mo smiled, spread his 6 wings, and soared directly into the sky. The nearby guards were already approaching, and he had no intention of continuing to tangle with Qian Rinxue. If you want to be my man, let's see if you're qualified. Qian Rinxue also noticed the nearby guards closing in, and the only thing she needed to do now was to leave this place. As long as she could shut Ling Mo's mouth, her identity would not be exposed. Qualified? Then come try. After saying that, Ling Mo took the lead and left the Imperial Tomb, flying towards the outskirts of Tiando City. Those who trespass the Imperial Tomb will be executed without mercy. Capture him. At the moment he burst out of the exit of the Imperial Tomb, several Soul King-level powerhouses charged out. However, none of them could stop Ling Mo's escape. The 6-winged Angel Martial Soul was inherently a divine-level martial soul, no less powerful than the Haotian Hammer, coupled with the enhancement effect of the 5-color Divine Light. The speed boost was even more outrageous. With a whoosh, Ling Mo broke through the encirclement. However, the alerted guards were chasing after him one after another, surrounding him from all sides. Behind him, Qian Rinxue had also caught up, but she faced the same predicament as Ling Mo, being attacked by the guards. The two broke through from one direction and fled directly towards the west of Tiando City. Several powerhouses rushing from all around were already on their way. If they didn't escape before they arrived, today might really end badly. Rogue, where do you think you're going? The pursuers were still behind, but Qian Rinxue was already eager to settle the score with Ling Mo. However, unexpectedly, before the Holy Light ambush arrived, Ling Mo struck first, suddenly revealing a pair of peacock-colored wings behind him, directly brushing off her attack. With a quick turn, Ling Mo's speed surged to its peak, and even Qian Rinxue couldn't catch a glimpse of his figure. Feeling a chill behind him, Ling Mo tightly embraced her, savoring the fragrance from her body, gradually losing himself in it. First, let me seal the deal. Smiling, Ling Mo directly blocked Qian Rinxue's mouth and fiercely kissed her. Qian Rinxue was taken by surprise and could not stop him. This guy's martial soul was truly bizarre. It could actually devour her attacks. Just as she struggled desperately, Ling Mo suddenly let go. What followed was a sudden kick to her backside, forcefully sending her flying back. Ha ha ha, can't catch me? Are you angry? I'm off by. After saying that, Ling Mo instantly accelerated and left Tiando City, rushing out from the west side of the city. As for Qian Rinxue, there was no doubt she was sold out by Ling Mo, pulled back into the encirclement of the pursuers. Qian Rinxue was on the verge of collapse. To encounter such a scoundrel, not only did he kiss and touch her, but he also kicked her in the backside and ran away. Yes, he really ran away. Not a shred of compassion for her. After all, she was a beauty, right? Not only did he take advantage of her, but he also sold her out. Rogue, I won't let you off. An angry shout came from behind, but Ling Mo's figure had already disappeared at the end of the Imperial City. Chapter 74. Not a loss, catch that guy with the shovel. He's the grave robber who stole from the Imperial Tomb. During the frantic escape, more and more experts joined the pursuit. The Tiando Empire, as one of the continent's most powerful forces, never lacked strong individuals. There were hundreds of pursuers behind him, among whom were even Soul Emperor-level powerhouses. Each of these strong individuals was someone Ling Mo could not defeat. If they caught up to him, he would truly be finished. Luckily, the peacock-colored wings were powerful enough. Even Soul Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't catch up to Ling Mo. Damn it, go to hell. Hearing the shouts behind him, Ling Mo angrily threw the shovel away and darted into a nearby, small village. The one in white is the grave robber. Catch him. Another shout came from behind. Infuriating Ling Mo, seeing a villager sleeping in a house ahead, he barged in without a second thought. He stripped the man of his clothes and put them on. Fleeing from the back, the poor villager was left in shock, completely naked. Mom, I'm not clean anymore. The villager wanted to cry, but had no tears. He curled up in the corner, shivering. Shadows darted through the mountain forest at night, not knowing what they were chasing. Two groups began to converge. Ling Mo's pursuers were numerous, and so were Qian Rinchue's. Since her disguise had been torn off by Ling Mo, these people did not know she was Shuqing, huh? The one with wings is the grave robber. Catch him. Another shout rang out, and Ling Mo cursed loudly. Damn it, is this never-ending? In his anger, Ling Mo couldn't be bothered. If his wings were taken off, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to run. Suddenly, a magnificent building appeared ahead, shining brilliantly. It was far too strange for such a building to emerge in the mountain gorge. In surprise, Ling Mo found that the plaque at the entrance read, Tiando, Royal Academy. Haha, it really is a dead end that turns into a road. This is it. With a loud laugh, Ling Mo rushed inside, not even noticing the gatekeeper. Those pursuers had no idea what he looked like. As long as he mixed into a more crowded area, they wouldn't be able to find him even with 10 eyes. Although it was already night, there were still many people wandering around inside the academy. Ling Mo rushed in directly, originally planning to blend in with the crowd. But he didn't expect them to be too scattered, leaving him with no chance. At that moment, a figure flashed by and collided with him head-on. Damn, why are you chasing me? It was none other than Qian Rinchua, who had fought her way out of the encirclement. She didn't expect to run into Ling Mo previously. Her intention was the same as Ling Mo's, to avoid pursuit and escape into the Heaven Do Academy. They didn't anticipate that their speeds were too fast, and they collided unexpectedly. You rogue, I want to let this go. Qian Rinchu said coldly, immediately striking out with a palm. Ling Mo hurriedly defended himself, using the peacock colorful wings to dissipate his energy. Before he could counterattack, the pursuers behind him had already arrived. Not in the mood to deal with you. I'm leaving. Knowing that things were not looking good, Ling Mo decided not to continue entangling with her. Delaying further would not benefit him. As he spoke, Ling Mo stood up and headed directly towards the teaching building, not forgetting to kick her as he left. Unfortunately, he missed. Trying to run? No way. Seeing Ling Mo escape first, Qian Rinchue suppressed her anger, glanced back at the pursuing soldiers, and directly chased after Ling Mo. The two of them, like street rats, hid into the teaching building. At that moment, the entire Heaven Do Academy was in an uproar. The sudden influx of Imperial soldiers had even alarmed the vice president of the academy. What happened? The three elders of Heaven Do gathered at the entrance of the academy, looking angrily at the hundreds of Imperial soldiers in front of them. The two sides seemed to be in conversation, and more students were stirred awake. Meanwhile, inside the teaching building, Ling Mo was hiding under a small bookshelf, but unexpectedly, Qian Rinchue also took refuge there. The two were hidden beneath the bookshelf. Outside, the soldiers had begun searching the entire academy, leaving no corner unchecked. Stinky rogue, let's see how you run now. Under the bookshelf, in a cramped space, the two were hiding together. Due to the limited space, they inevitably bumped into each other and couldn't move freely. Run? Why should I run? If you have guts, call out. Once you attract those soldiers outside, neither of us will be able to escape. There are 3 soul.No powerhouses stationed outside. If we get discovered, do you think you can escape? Ling Mo is not worried at all. Qian Rinchue cannot do anything to her. Once the two of them start arguing, the one who will definitely die is her. Ling Mo naturally has the ability to protect herself, but she may not. Perhaps she does, perhaps she doesn't. Hee. There's a road to heaven that you won't take. There's no way to hell, and you barged in yourself. If you don't make a move, now it's my turn to act. The searchers outside are still nearby, and Ling Mo doesn't dare to make too much noise, nor does Qian Rinchue. The two of them are curled up in the bookshelf, their bodies in close contact, feeling the waves of fragrance from each other. And Ling Mo gradually reveals her evil fangs. What do you want to do? Qian Rinchue realizes something is wrong and directly clamps her legs around Ling Mo's neck. What are you doing? You ruined my good deed. What do you think I'm going to do? Ling Mo's neck was trapped between Qian Rinchue's legs, unable to move. But her hands were not restricted. Qian Rinchue was furious and wanted to kill Ling Mo. Even at this moment, she still didn't forget to play around. This guy's too wild, right? She couldn't dare to make a sound. If she attracted those people outside, no one would escape. I warn you, don't go too far. Qian Rinchue's face was cold, her cheeks flushed. She repeatedly warned Ling Mo. Under his relentless pressure, she almost lost control as her hands slid across her thighs. Ling Mo's smile became even more maniacal. Is it too much? Clearly, you came to me willingly, so how can you blame me? Ling Mo joked. Qian Rinchue's watery face almost squeezed out tears. She was about to cry. In her life, she had never encountered someone as difficult to deal with as Ling Mo. No matter what method you use to deal with him, he would always come out ahead. In his words, "You might make a small profit, but I will never lose. I warn you, if you dare to take another step forward, we will perish together." The two continued to be at a standstill, and Ling Mo did not take another step forward. He was afraid he would really lose control. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. The search personnel were coming this way. "Be quiet." The two shrank back in the bookshelf. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Moreover, there were many bookshelves here, and the visibility was very weak. As long as they didn't make any noise, those outside wouldn't be able to find them. Chapter 75. Escape. The two remained at a stalemate, and the soldiers searching outside still hadn't discovered them. However, the pursuers said that the two of them had escaped into the Tiando Academy, and the area had been sealed off, making it impossible for them to leave. Therefore, they set up a defense line outside, preparing to catch them in a trap. Inside the bookshelf, Ling Mo began to focus his eyes, noticing that the number of soldiers around had started to decrease, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Under extreme tension, he didn't even realize how ambiguous their current position was. "Could you please back off a bit?" Qian Renshue said, feeling extremely embarrassed. At her age, this was the first time she had found herself in such an awkward situation. Such close contact with a strange man was unacceptable to anyone. Although Ling Mo was very handsome, his rogue demeanor completely overshadowed his attractiveness. Instead of generating goodwill, it made her even angrier the more she looked at him. "No way. If I let go of you and you stab me, where will I go to make my case?" Ling Mo said. "I advise you to give up on that idea. The people outside haven't left yet, and if we make any noise, neither of us will be able to escape." Ling Mo directly vetoed it. The space of the bookshelf was already that big. If he stepped back, it would directly expose his line of sight. Anyway, he wasn't a loss. So why should he step back? Ling Mo's gaze met Qian Renshue's, and he noticed a hint of evasion in her beautiful eyes. She was truly stunning, and there was a unique fragrance about her that made Ling Mo feel intoxicated, awakening feelings he couldn't help but notice. Their eyes locked for a moment, and Ling Mo, unable to control himself, leaned in for a kiss. Qian Renshue wanted to resist, but she couldn't. Any slight movement would certainly expose her. "Hee, it's the first time I've seen a living angel in my life, so this is definitely worth it." Ling Mo was overjoyed, and the more Qian Renshue resisted, the more excited he became. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a continuous fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating Ling Mo. "Is there none here? Is there any over there?" No. It seemed they must have hidden in the dormitory building, so he decided to check that way. Outside, there were a few shouts as soldiers, who had searched the teaching building for a long time without results, began to head toward the dormitory building. The surrounding soldiers slowly started to disperse. Ling Mo immediately understood that something was wrong. As expected, after the soldiers in the teaching building withdrew, Qian Renshue instantly exploded with rage. With a sudden burst of strength, she turned around and raised her palm, wishing she could directly strike Ling Mo dead. However, at the moment she gathered her energy, her body couldn't keep up, and her limbs felt weak. She couldn't bring her hand down. Can't bear to strike? Ling Mo immediately understood the situation. Since she couldn't bring herself to do it, it was time for Ling Mo to take action. "What do you want to do?" Qian Renshue suddenly panicked. She had let her guard down for just a moment, and her soul power wasn't raised in time, leading to her being subdued by Ling Mo. Now, it was her turn to panic. Truly, fortunes change. "What do you want to do?" "You'll understand in a moment." 58,000 words omitted here. Ling Mo. "Actually, I didn't do anything. Don't overthink it. It's almost dawn." After searching all night, the Imperial soldiers still couldn't find the two of them, so they had no choice but to give up. Since the royal tomb had not been robbed and the loss was not significant, these people began to withdraw. Meanwhile, the Heaven-Do Royal Academy had been in turmoil all night, and the emotions of all the students were extremely unstable. When Ling Mo quietly walked out of the library, he noticed that the students were gradually starting their classes. A great opportunity. If I don't leave now, when will I? Seizing the moment, Ling Mo activated the peacock wings and flew directly out of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. After Ling Mo left, Qian Renshue walked out in a disheveled state. This night would definitely be an unforgettable one in her life. Looking at Ling Mo's departing figure, she resentfully said, "Damn rogue, this matter won't just end here. In this lifetime, I will fight you to the end." A hint of shame appeared on Qian Renshue's cold face. Just thinking about what happened last night was unbearable for her. Encountering Ling Mo was undoubtedly the biggest mistake she had ever made. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, unable to contain her shame and fury. As a dignified saint of the spirit hall, she actually fell to such a small tomb raider. It was simply a great humiliation. It wasn't that Qian Rinxue couldn't defeat Ling Mo, but his martial soul was just too strange. No matter how she attacked, he could devour her blows with that five-colored light, making it impossible for her to hit him. Moreover, he had initially used a six-winged angel martial soul, possessing the same soul skills as her. Qian Rinxue had been silent in the library for a long time, truly unable to understand Ling Mo's background. Why was there such a genius appearing on the continent? And she was completely unaware of it. With the Spirit Hall's sophisticated intelligence network, there was no record of Ling Mo, which was truly strange. But it was not surprising. One could only blame the awakener of the gods, Su Yuntao, for being too capable. Right from the start, Ling Mo had been given a useless buff, so it was normal for there to be no records of him. Damn rogue, don't let me run into you again. Otherwise, the grudge of today will be repaid 100-fold another day. Qian Rinxue tried to calm her emotions and struggled to walk out from the bookshelf. Each step was extremely difficult. There was no other way but to directly activate her martial soul. Spreading her wings, she swiftly left the Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, dozens of miles away in Tiando City, Ling Mo looked back from a distance, confirming that Qian Rinxue did not pursue him before stopping to rest in place. Wow, one exciting night. One had to admit, this angel was indeed an angel. The feeling was just different. Ling Mo lay on the ground, struggling to catch his breath. He muttered to himself, "What did you do last night?" Actually, he did nothing at all. Do you believe it? It seems that he can't come to this heavenly dual city anymore. Even if he does, he can't let her find out otherwise. It will be easy to get into trouble. After resting for a while, Ling Mo thought it over and decided to stay far away from Qian Rinxue, as far away as possible. This girl has a strong sense of revenge, and she probably won't let him off for what happened last night for the rest of her life. Of course, Ling Mo wouldn't regret it. There's nothing to regret. Ling Mo wished she would cling to him for her entire life. This way, it meant he would have the opportunity to inherit the assets of the Spirit Hall. It seemed that the grave of that old guy, Sword.No, could not be found, and he definitely couldn't go to the Tiando Imperial Tomb. After last night's events, he had already alerted the snake. Going now would be tantamount to seeking death. It seemed he could only look elsewhere. He had already been to Haotian sect and the Tiando Empire. Where should he go next? Should he go take a look at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? No, that's too far. A round trip would probably take a month, so he wouldn't consider it for now. Standing still, Ling Mo murmured to himself, and after some contemplation, he decided to dig up the ancestral grave of Dugubo, because he had been looking for it recently, and it was best to find it. It was right in the Sunset Forest. Dugubo, Chapter 76. Dugubo taking advantage of the dawn after leaving the Tiando Royal Academy. Ling Mo headed straight for the Sunset Forest. He had fought with Qian Rinxue all night and had nearly been killed by her palm. To be honest, Ling Mo really wanted to do something, mainly because he couldn't beat her, so he accomplished nothing. It's not as easy as you think. Angels are not that easy to deal with, right? However, even though he hadn't accomplished anything, it wasn't a loss. By the way, where's Dugubo's herb garden? Ling Mo directly entered the Sunset Forest, sprinting all the way. Recalling the records of Dugubo's medicinal garden in his memory, he continued deeper into the forest. The Sunset Forest is different from the Starry Forest. The miasma here is extremely thick. It's easy to lose oneself in the depths. Fortunately, over the years, Ling Mo has gained some unique insights into the poison scriptures, and the detoxification pills he made can prevent the miasma from invading. At this moment, in the Sunset Forest, Dugubo was struggling to suppress the pain caused by the deadly poison within his body. This pain had accompanied him for many years. Over the years, he had been searching for a way to resolve the deadly poison inside him. Enduring some pain was not a big deal. What Dugubo truly cared about was his granddaughter. He didn't want her to suffer what he had endured. Suddenly, Dugubo sensed a slight disturbance, as if something had entered from the miasma. Who is it? Who dared to intrude on my territory? Dugubo instantly opened his eyes and unleashed a chilling, killing intent. He had already sensed the intruder who had recklessly entered. The intruder's movement was extremely agile, and after passing through the miasma, they charged directly towards him. On the hill, Ling Mo stopped. In front of him was an inverted conical valley, and he was at the edge of the hilltop. A thick, warm air rose from the valley, which was very humid and carried a hint of sulfur's unique smell. If he wasn't mistaken, this warm air should be emanating from the eye of ice and fire. Below, it should be Dugubo's medicinal garden, right? Ling Mo did not take another step forward because he had already sensed the presence of Dugubo when dealing with this old man. Ling Mo didn't need to be polite. Therefore, he did not hide his aura and swaggered in. As expected, not long after, an old man appeared on the other side of the hill. He looked somewhat thin, but his steps were very steady, and his posture was upright, full of spirit. He emitted a chilling aura, which was a unique attribute of his martial soul. This was a poison king, a guy whose whole body was filled with poison. Ling Mo dared not get close to him. Once contaminated with his green phosphor snake venom, he could die instantly. Who are you? Dare to trespass on my territory? Are you not afraid of death? In the mist, Ling Mo vaguely saw Dugubo's figure slowly approaching. A cold, killing intent enveloped the air as he walked step by step. Afraid of death? You, a dying man, what do I have to fear? Ling Mo remained completely calm and replied with a cold smile. With her dual pupils activated, she could clearly see the ice and fire duality below through the mist, as well as the mountain full of immortal herbs. Goodness, this guy Dugubo really hoarded a pile of treasures, but doesn't know how to use them. What a wealthy fool. What did you say? As soon as Ling Mo's voice fell, Dugubo's expression changed drastically, and a killing intent instantly enveloped him. A powerful pressure surged forth. And under this oppression, those below level 50 had no chance of survival. In an instant, a pair of wings suddenly sprouted from behind Ling Mo, which were the peacock-colored wings. The 5-colored divine light protected his body, forming a solid defense. The force exerted by Dugubo was instantly eroded by the 5-colored divine light. To deal with this kind of invisible attack, the 5-colored divine light could perfectly devour it without any effort. What? The moment this power was swallowed, Dugubo's face changed dramatically. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how Ling Mo had done it. It was truly too bizarre. This kid's martial soul was extremely strange. What exactly was his origin? Dugubo hesitated. Originally, he wanted to give Ling Mo a show of strength, but unexpectedly, Ling Mo had shocked him first. Who exactly are you? Why did you intrude on my territory? Dugubo said coldly. What he had just done was merely a test. If he wanted to kill Ling Mo, he could have succeeded in an instant. How could a title Douluo be something Ling Mo could resist? I am the current sect master of the Ghost Gate, Ling Mo. I heard that there is a treasure land in the Sunset Forest, and I am very pleased to come here to greet its owner. From today on, this place belongs to me, Ling Mo said bluntly, as if discussing something very simple. Crazy kid, what a big talk. Ghost Gotha? I've never heard of such a thing. It's just a third-rate sect, and yet you dare to covet my medicine garden? Upon hearing this, Dugubo's killing intent grew stronger. Ling Mo's tone was simply too arrogant, completely disregarding him. The dignity of a titled Douluo was utterly crushed. He was only at level 35, yet he dared to intrude into his territory and claimed he wanted to occupy it. This was simply insane. Dugubo had already labeled Ling Mo as a fool in his mind. You may not have heard of it before, but you will soon. Facing Dugubo's insults, Ling Mo remained unmoved and slowly turned to him, saying, Dugubo, level 91 titled Douluo, known for his poison. He is said to be the weakest among the titled Douluos in one-on-one battles. He has a granddaughter named Duguyen, 16 or 17 years old, beautiful as a flower, a top student at the Heaven Do Academy, and has formed an imperial battle team with the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Qianheng, enjoying a moment of glory. But unfortunately, that surface brilliance is merely to cover up the pain in the night. Do you know if I'm saying is true or not? As Ling Mo spoke each word, Dugubo's expression completely changed, becoming increasingly shocked. How did he know these things? It seemed he was fully aware of everything about him. Kid, how do I die? Dugubo said coldly, having made up his mind that he absolutely could not let someone who knew him so well leave here alive. He didn't care, as long as it was for Duguyen. From Ling Mo's every word and action, it was clear he wasn't here to reason with him. Rather, he seemed more like a bandit, barging in with a big knife to seize his territory. It was utterly outrageous. How to die? You, a dying man. How can you decide my life or death? Save your breath. You can't kill me. Since I know all your secrets and still dare to come in, you should be able to guess that I'm not afraid of you, right? If you can't even figure this out, then you've wasted your years living. Ling Mo remained indifferent, but his words undoubtedly struck a heavy blow in Dugubo's heart. He was right. Logically speaking, none of his words seemed false. Kid, you keep saying I'm a dying man. What proof do you have? I've lived this long, my body is still strong, and I've never shown any signs of decline. Aren't you just talking nonsense? Dugubo suddenly thought of a question. Why did Ling Mo mention twice that he was a dying man? Could it be that he had seen something? But did he have a way to remove the poison from himself? Is it really nonsense? You know better than anyone. If I guess correctly, the poison has already penetrated your bones. The poison of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor is indeed deadly. But you haven't considered the issue of toxin accumulation. The higher your cultivation level, the more severe the toxins in your body. If you don't receive timely treatment, death is not far away for you, and moreover, your granddaughter will not escape this calamity. Chapter 77. Shock, what a joke. My poison would harm myself? I am 78 this year, and I have only ever poisoned others. I have never been poisoned by anyone else. You little brat think you can scare me just by saying a few words? Dugubo replied coldly, the hint of instability in his eyes gradually revealing itself. Is it really like that? Ling Mo smiled. Having studied poison for 6 years, he had mastered it thoroughly. Moreover, he already knew Dugubo's specific issues. Not to mention his research on poisons, he could see his symptoms at a glance. Then let me ask you, when it's about to rain, do you not feel a tingling sensation on your sides that gradually intensifies? It should occur once at noon and once at midnight, and given your current condition, each episode should last at least an hour. Also, every deep night, around the third watch. Do you not feel a stabbing pain on the top of your head and your heart? Your whole body spasms for at least half an hour. Do I need to describe the unbearable pain in detail? As soon as Ling Mo's voice fell, Dugubo was completely stunned. How'd he know? And how could he know so clearly? Dugubo was deeply shocked, as none of his secrets were known to anyone else, and Ling Mo's appearance had directly exposed his true self. How did you know? Dugubo had been observing Ling Mo and noticed that he had been very composed since entering here, showing no signs of panic at all. This kid really has some skills. Otherwise, how would he have the courage to barge in here? How I know is none of your business. You just need to remember, only I can save you. Ling Mo said that he had already explored the graves within a radius of several dozen miles and found that the ancestral grave of the Dugu family was not here. Therefore, he decided not to dig the grave anymore and instead to steal the elixirs. He had been coveting the elixirs in Dugubo's medicinal garden for a long time. This time, he would definitely clear them all out. Although there were many elixirs in the small tower, their levels were too high for Ling Mo to consume. You say you can save me? Why should I believe you? Dugubo said with a changing expression. He believed that he was no worse than anyone else when it came to using poison. Why should he trust Ling Mo? You don't have to believe it, as long as you don't regret it. The pain you are experiencing can perhaps be barely suppressed by strength, but your granddaughter may not be so lucky. I don't need to explain this to you, right? After all, there's already been a precedent. Ling Mo was shocked by Dugubo's words. What did he hear about these matters? Or could it be that he really could see something? So what are your conditions? Dugubo gradually began to believe Ling Mo's words, as he knew far too much, and Ling Mo's background was already very mysterious. Just the fact that he wasn't afraid of him and dared to venture in here alone made Dugubo admire him. What kind of courage does it take to boldly provoke an authority like a title de law? Conditions? Very simple. I can save you, and I can save your granddaughter. The premise is that you must serve me, join the Ghost Gate, become a guest elder under my Ghost Gate. Moreover, this entire medicinal garden, starting today, belongs to me. Regardless of whether you agree or not, this medicinal garden is mine. As soon as the words fell, Dugubo hadn't had time to refute, when he suddenly felt a killing intent enveloping him. He understood that if he dared to say a word of dissent, the giant sword hanging over his head would come crashing down fiercely. In the thick fog, Dugubo clearly felt an invincible powerhouse standing behind him, watching him. An invisible pressure followed, cold and terrifying. When did he stand there? This was a true powerhouse. Just the aura of intimidation alone left him powerless to resist. Dugubo hadn't even noticed when he had appeared. It was truly bizarre. The Ghost Gate? Just as the name suggests, it comes and goes like a ghost, always in the shadows. To make a move with such top-tier experts shows some skill. You're not here to negotiate with me, are you? Dugubo finally said, as anyone with eyes could see that Ling Mo was here to forcefully take it, not to discuss. That's right. I don't have the habit of negotiating terms. Whether you agree or not, this medicinal garden belongs to me from today. As for the poison on you, that depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll cure you any time. If I'm in a bad mood, well, you'll have to leave it to fate. With that said, Ling Mo didn't intend to continue the nonsense. Yes, it's a showdown. I came to take it, so what? Don't like it? When dealing with someone like Dugubo, Ling Mo never thought of reasoning. In this world, there is no reason to speak of. The weak are prey to the strong, and strength is paramount. When you have enough strength to instill fear in others, the so-called reason will also lean towards you. Ghost Yi, holding a heavy sword, silently appeared behind Dugubo. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, fearing that the sword above his head would suddenly drop. The intimidation from Ghost Yi was overwhelmingly domineering. Not only could Dugubo not withstand it, but even Chen Xian could not. Ling Mo plunged into the valley, and the peacock's colorful wings instantly opened, flying around and entering the bottom of the gorge. As soon as he entered, Ling Mo saw a ground full of exquisite celestial herbs and medicines. His eyes, sparkling with gold, overjoyed. Damn, I originally thought I was rich enough, but I didn't expect there to be someone richer than me. This is really a case of the small witch meeting the big witch. There are simply too many celestial medicines on this mountain. In the Ling Mo Tower, there aren't as many varieties, and there are all kinds of elixirs. Among them, many deadly poisons have appeared. These poisons are treasures. The crafting of those top-tier hidden weapons cannot be separated from these poisons. Dugubo followed behind, his emotions somewhat unstable. The Ghost Lord stared directly at him. No matter what he wanted to do, he couldn't accomplish it. So how is it? Have you considered it? Joining my Ghost Gate might give you a chance to survive. Ling Mo said calmly, not at all worried that Dugubo would disagree. Perhaps he didn't care about his own life, but he certainly cared about his granddaughter's life. Ling Mo held a heavy card in his hand, unafraid of his refusal. Can you really cure my poison? Dugubo asked again. Through Ghost Master's assessment, he had already understood that the Ghost Gate Ling Mo referred to must be a very powerful sect, although he had never heard of it. Just Ghost Master alone was enough to support a huge sect. It seemed that joining wasn't a problem as long as he could be cured of the poison. A mere Phosphor Snake Emperor poison isn't difficult for me, don't worry. If you join my Ghost Gate, I won't ask you to do anything excessive. So you don't need to worry that I will make things hard for you. On the contrary, joining the Ghost Gate will be very beneficial for you. A proper intimidation should also be appropriately alleviated. Simply squeezing pressure can easily backfire. This guy, Dugubo, although he claimed to be the weakest title Douluo in one-on-one combat, was actually quite formidable in team fights. Each generation has its own powerful figures, and Dugubo taught people how to be. One person could destroy a city, but from this record, Dugubo was more useful to Ling Mo than Tang Hao. Chapter 78, Dugubo in a Daze. After Ling Mo proposed the conditions, Dugubo began to consider. If what Ling Mo said is true, he wouldn't be at a loss. On the contrary, it could resolve the deadly poison in him. I can join your sect on the condition that you first resolve the poison in me and my granddaughter. After much consideration, Dugubo finally compromised. Ling Mo gave him the feeling of being a shrewd and scheming old man, adept at manipulating others. From the very beginning, he grasped his lifeline, putting him in a passive position. No problem. Ling Mo casually responded and directly walked towards the direction of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He wanted to see what the legendary treasure basin looked like. As he moved forward, what caught his eye was a very special pool. The area was not large, but it was divided into two sections. In the oval-shaped pool, the colors of the water were actually milky white and bright red. Even more strangely, although they were in the same pool, they were clearly distinct and did not interfere with each other, always maintaining their own sides. Is this the legendary ice and fire yin-yang eye? Indeed, it has its unique features. Dugubo, you are truly fortunate. If it weren't for this ice and fire yin-yang eye, you would have died long ago. If I guess correctly, you must be relying on the power of the ice and fire yin-yang eye to barely suppress the poison in your body, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Dugubo's heart trembled, and his initial doubts about Ling Mo were completely dispelled. Ice and fire yin-yang eye. Are you referring to this pool? Dugubo was taken aback. He did not know what this pool was called. That's right. I'm indeed relying on this pool to barely hold on until now. Following that, Ling Mo's revelations left him in shock. Ling Mo certainly wouldn't tell him that he had learned all of this from books. How do I know? You don't need to understand too much. You just need to know that I can save you. After saying this, Ling Mo's gaze fell on the two immortal herbs beside the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. The 8-pointed ice grass and the fire apricot blossom. In the original work, Tang San used these two immortal herbs, along with the nearby fragrant chaw immortal grass, to enter the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Inside the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, there are two types of deadly poison, cold poison and fire poison. Even Ling Mo would instantly perish if he entered. Now, at level 35, if he could use these three immortal herbs to cultivate for a while in the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, perhaps he would have unexpected gains. Thinking this, Ling Mo acted directly. In the astonished gaze of Dugu Bo, Ling Mo activated the peacock colorful wings and instantly arrived beside the 8-pointed ice grass. What is he going to do? Dugubo knew very well the dangers of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, and someone with Ling Mo's strength could easily perish in an instant. Although Ling Mo had shocked Dugubo a lot, his strength was still just over level 30 as a soul master. How could he possibly get close to the ice and fire yin-yang eyes? Senior, aren't you going to stop him? Ling Mo's actions were simply suicidal. Just when Dugubo found a glimmer of hope, he didn't want Ling Mo to die like this. He turned back to ask the ghost elder behind him, but to his surprise, the ghost elder had not said a single word from the beginning to the end. When Dugubo suddenly turned around to ask, he noticed a strange smile appearing on the skull's head, as if to say, it's just a small scene, no need to panic, stay steady. This reaction truly left Dugubo dumbfounded, making him even more confused about the relationship between the two. Sure enough, neither of them was a decent person, which is why they could mix together. Just as Dugubo looked on in astonishment, Ling Mo swiftly harvested 2 immortal herbs. The moment he grabbed them, one felt like icy frost while the other was fiery hot, as if they had been roasted. Boom! The 5-color divine light instantly activated, quickly devouring the corrosive effects brought by the 2 immortal herbs. With a single gulp, Ling Mo directly consumed them. Then he picked the fragrant Chiluo immortal herb and, after eating it, dove straight into the eye of ice and fire. Damn! Is he trying to throw his life away? Dugubo shouted in shock. It was simply too crazy. He completely lost his composure. If Ling Mo died, he would also be done for. After finally finding a bit of hope, would he just vanish like this? Isn't he going to stop him? While watching Ling Mo being consumed by the eye of ice and fire, Dugubo turned back and gestured to the ghost elder. Aren't you going to stop him? At this moment, Dugubo seemed more like a fool, panicking while everyone else was calm. Damn, what is going on? Why do I feel like I'm the extra one here? The ghost elder remained indifferent, leaving Dugubo speechless. He couldn't understand what these two were doing at all. He could only pray that Ling Mo must not die. If he dies, there would be no one to his poison. Ling Mo entered the eye of ice and fire and stayed there for 3 days. During these 3 days, Dugubo was extremely anxious and didn't dare to leave, just waiting for Ling Mo to come out. Guei stood behind him, and he clearly saw the giant's sword. If he dared to leave, it might just come crashing down on him. He felt wronged. Why did he have to be dragged into this mess when it was Ling Mo who sought death? Who had he offended? If it weren't for the fact that he could still sense Ling Mo's aura, Dugubo would have run away. For a full 3 days, Dugubo was driven crazy with worry. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and the entire eye of ice and fire seemed to explode, splashing water everywhere. In an instant, a beam of 5-color divine light surged from the bottom of the pool, gradually revealing the phantom of a peacock. Meanwhile, Ling Mo slowly rose from the water, surrounded by holy light, spreading his wings, and an invisible pressure came forth. What a powerful pressure! What kind of martial soul is this? Dugubo was abruptly struck by the impact. This was the suppression from a martial soul. Higher-level martial souls exert some form of suppression on lower-level ones, commonly referred to as bloodline suppression. Ling Mo's martial soul brought an intense suppression, like that of a king among beast martial souls, unassailable. A peacock? Which family's descendant is this? And why have I never seen this martial soul before? Dugubo was completely shocked. He couldn't even understand Ling Mo's martial soul. No wonder. After all, even the awakened one of the gods, Su Yun Tao, couldn't comprehend this martial soul. What could Dugubo understand? Delightful. Ha, what a terrible line. Ling Mo let out a hearty laugh, bursting out of the water and slowly standing beside the eye of ice and fire. In these 3 days, Ling Mo's gains have been truly immense, almost unimaginable. It was more profitable than robbing 10 tombs. Taking advantage of the impact of the eye of ice and fire, Ling Mo cultivated at the bottom for 3 days, and his cultivation soared, directly reaching level 40. Moreover, the burst of 5-color divine light within him finally revealed its true form. Indeed, his 5-color divine light was not merely a source of light, but a peacock. However, this was not a physical peacock, but a peacock's illusion manifested in light. After excavating it, Ling Mo was just one opportunity away from transforming into a true peacock form. This opportunity could possibly come from the 5-color emperor flower, or it could arise from other factors. Currently, the whereabouts of the 5-color emperor flower were unknown. so he could only slowly explore other factors and gradually guide out his martial soul. Ling Mo had imagined that once the true form of the peacock was unleashed, there would be no such thing as divine-level martial souls in this world. He would truly be a god. Tracing back to its origins, the peacock, the great Ming Wang, comes from ancient divine beasts. What fear does he have of any martial soul in the world? Chapter 79. Are you angry? His body felt incredibly comfortable, and Ling Mo felt full of strength and energy. He really wanted to rush back and challenge Qianren for another 300 rounds, ensuring she would be left in tatters, crying out for mercy. Speaking of which, the sensation of an angel's touch is truly amazing. Just try it yourself, and you'll know. Awesome. Really freaking awesome. With a smile, Ling Mo returned to the edge of the water pond, and at that moment, Dugubo finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that nothing had happened to Ling Mo. Of course, more than that, he was shocked by Ling Mo's courage and his martial soul. Can you help me with the poison now? Dugubo no longer had the murderous intent from before. Instead, he spoke respectfully. What's the rush? Can't we take things one at a time? Ling Mo gave him a glance, thinking to herself, isn't this old man too impatient? They say haste makes waste. But what's wrong? Are elderly people so irritable too? Forget it. Since you've chosen to enter my ghost gate, let me first help you deal with the deadly poison in your body. Actually, you should be grateful for choosing to join my ghost gate. Otherwise, your ancestors wouldn't be simply smoking green fumes. Ling Mo said with a laugh that he originally came with the intention of digging up the ancestral grave of the Dugu family. But he didn't expect to suddenly veer off course, and ended up taking him instead. What does this mean? Dugubo didn't understand Ling Mo's meaning and was confused. His family's ancestral grave had been neglected for many years, and he wasn't even sure where it was, so how could it suddenly emit green smoke? Do you know why I came here? Ling Mo jokingly said, why? Actually, I came specifically to dig up your ancestral grave. But since you've chosen to join my ghostly realm, let's forget about that. Ling Mo answered without any hesitation, and as soon as the words came out, Dugubo felt a chill run down his spine and broke out in a sweat. My God, who is this godly person that just walked out from some corner? Does he dig up people's ancestral graves at will? Not to mention why he would want to dig up his own ancestral grave. But how does he know I'm here and just came straight over? Phew. Fortunately, ancestors, I have preserved your only resting place. Dugubo was relieved. If what Ling Mo said were true, he might not be able to stop Ling Mo's crazy actions and would just watch helplessly as his ancestral grave was dug up. The unfilial descendant Dugubo has finally done something filial for you after 100 years. All right, enough with the nonsense. Let's talk about the issues you have on you. Ling Mo said, walking to the side to find a place to sit down. Then he continued, I have thought of 2 ways to detoxify the poison on you. One of them is to simultaneously take 2 herbs, namely star anise, ice grass, and fiery apricot blossom. Then, with your strong soul power, absorb their medicinal properties. This is the simplest method. However, unfortunately, I have already eaten these 2 immortal herbs, the ones I just mentioned. Dugubo, what? I can't believe you ate them and are still talking about it. Are you doing this on purpose? Dugubo couldn't hold back his anger. It was really infuriating. He clearly knew those things could detoxify, yet he still ate them. He ate them and then deliberately mentioned it to annoy you. Isn't that infuriating? Haha, don't get excited. I just wanted to see your reaction. So don't be anxious. Ling Mo's inner thoughts were filled with a wicked sense of humor. Seeing Dugubo bouncing around with that face of his, it would be great to scare him a little and make him change his expression. I have my own arrangements for doing this. The octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom are both considered immortal grade rare herbs, but they are highly poisonous. Their immortal grade status is unquestionable. Indeed, they can neutralize the deadly poison in you. However, at the same time, your own poisonous skills will also be eliminated, which you will definitely not want. So I help you eliminate them first, shaking the military's morale for free. Dugubo, this is the first time I've been left speechless by someone. Is this even a human thing to say? Do I want to or not? Why don't you just ask? How would you know I'm unwilling if you don't ask? You just went ahead and ate it without asking, then told me that thing could detoxify. Afraid I'd waver, you resolved it for me first, worried about shaking my morale. Waver? You wish. Dugubo cursed Ling Mo's ancestors in his heart. What wrong? Is the talk of the mortal world too hot to handle? Ha, look, you're getting anxious. Dugubo's series of inner reactions couldn't be hidden from Ling Mo because he had a pair of keen, observing eyes. The more he looked, the more he wanted to laugh. Ling Mo was laughing so hard his stomach hurt. All right, no more teasing you. Let's get back to business. Ling Mo stood up, activated his double pupils, and scanned Dugubo's body. He continued, The current issue isn't very serious. Perhaps your granddaughter hasn't reached this level yet, but the higher the level, the greater the toxins. The reason you're being backfired by the toxins is mainly due to the poisonous skills you cultivated. If you want to keep your deadly poison while preventing it from harming you, you must find a host to serve as a storage place for the toxins. And the best carrier is a soul bone. I think, with your strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to obtain one, right? As soon as Ling Mo finished speaking, Dugubo had already guessed the intricacies of the matter. He was also an expert in poison and understood this field very well. What about my yin-yen? Dugubo hesitated for a moment and asked. Dugu-yan's problem is much smaller than yours. I can easily cure her. You don't need to worry about that. Just find a time and bring her over. After Ling Mo finished speaking, he began to prepare the appropriate medicine to assist Dugubo in expelling the poison and storing it in the soul bone. When it comes to using poison, perhaps Ling Mo is not as skilled as Dugubo, but in terms of detoxification, he is definitely 100 times stronger than Dugubo. Not to mention that he has a healing skill in his martial soul. But his deep understanding of the Tang sect's poison scriptures and his proficiency in using the unique techniques of these celestial herbs and medicines are beyond Dugubo's comprehension. Furthermore, the healing effect of the 5-color divine light is different from that of the 9-core begonia. It not only heals wounds, but also has detoxifying effects. Initially, this effect did not exist. However, this time, when Ling Mo used the fragrant and exquisite celestial product, he unexpectedly gained its special ability. The ability to counteract poison. Combined with the 5-color divine light, it produces a detoxifying effect. This is a huge discovery and the reason why Ling Mo said it was worth more than robbing 10 graves. With this skill, Ling Mo can almost ignore all kinds of poison and is not afraid of being suddenly poisoned. This time, he plans to use the 5-color divine light to detoxify Dugubo, but of course, the method is still the same. The 5-color divine light can only provide relief. Because the poison Dugubo was afflicted with is too deep, Ling Mo's current level is not sufficient to forcibly detoxify it. However, if it were Dugu Yin, it would be possible. Oh, I've heard that Dugu Yin seems to be a great beauty as well, right? I don't know. I just heard about it. You don't think I have any ulterior motives, do you? How could that be? I am a very upright and honest person, steady and reliable. And I wouldn't do anything too excessive. You can rest assured. Ling Mo was in the medicine garden of Dugubo, or rather, this medicine garden now belonged to Ling Mo. Ling Mo stayed in the herbal garden for half a month, concocting various antidotes to alleviate the pain for Dugubo, and ultimately succeeded in forcing the toxins into the soul bone. During this half month, aside from detoxifying Dugubo every day, Ling Mo spent more time on crafting hidden weapons. It must be said that Dugubo indeed had treasures. He was able to find the furnace that Ling Mo had been desperately searching for. Chapter 8. Learning. For half a month, Ling Mo remained in Dugubo's herbal garden, during which he not only resolved the severe poison within Dugubo, but also began his own weapon crafting venture. Initially, Ling Mo had an idea. He wanted to create a truly versatile treasure, commonly known as your life, for 3,000. However, this idea required a large amount of materials and various hidden weapons to complement it. Otherwise, it would lack some variation in terms of lethality. Over the course of these 2 weeks, utilizing the highly toxic materials in the herbal garden, Ling Mo successfully crafted multiple hidden weapons such as the King of Hell's Patch and a mother-child soul-chasing deadly gallbladder. These hidden weapons were to be used in conjunction with your life for 3,000. As long as these hidden weapons were incorporated, the power and effectiveness would definitely increase 100-fold. With the combination of various hidden weapons and the exquisite techniques of ancient weapon crafting, what kind of transformation would the resulting product undergo? Ling Mo was guarding by a cauldron, the scorching flames still swirling. Ling Mo had been here for 5 days. Dugubo had come by a few times, but seeing Ling Mo was busy, he didn't disturb him. As for Dugu Yin, Ling Mo hadn't seen her. Probably off to Suatua City with Yu Qinheng. Based on the timeline, that should be the case. Master, what are you doing? Dugubo asked, seeing Ling Mo lost in thought by the furnace, very curious. In these past few days, he had become somewhat of a part of Ling Mo's Ghost Gate, and he greatly admired him. Just looking at his skills with poison, he was not at all inferior to himself. Moreover, after witnessing the true strength of the Ghost Gate, he no longer held the previous attitude of disdain and indifference. I am refining a powerful weapon, Ling Mo whispered, suddenly throwing out a ball, followed by another ball. When the two collided, a violent explosion occurred. With a loud bang, even Dugubo was startled. Master, what was that? Dugubo was confused. It seemed quite powerful. This is the mother and son soul-chasing death pill. The term mother and son refers to the iron pill itself and the attack that erupts after its explosion. The purple mist is a toxic fog containing a strong poison. Even a powerful soul master could be affected and have their speed slowed if caught off guard. After the two mother and son soul-chasing death pills collide, the sun will erupt. That consists of hundreds of bone-transforming needles, specifically designed to break through protective energy shields. Incredibly poisonous. Once struck by even one, the toxin will spread rapidly, causing the affected area to turn brittle as if made of cotton. Ling Mo explained, however, Dugubo doesn't really understand. With just this thing, what kind of power can it have? Sect Master. These two iron balls seem to have no deterrent power against tidal Douluo level, right? Just now, Ling Mo demonstrated it, and he saw that although it was indeed huge, it couldn't break through his defenses at all, so it's normal for him to look down on it. Power? This thing has a characteristic. The higher the soul power, the greater the power. What I released with my level 40 soul power was just like that. If it were you, using the soul power of a tidal Douluo, just imagine what kind of power it would have. As he spoke, Ling Mo directly tossed the two iron balls to Dugubo, letting him give a try. Upon hearing Ling Mo's explanation, Dugubo gasped in shock. If what Ling Mo said was true, then this really was a powerful weapon. However, from the degree of explosion just now, Dugubo could already feel that it indeed had unique qualities. Moreover, this hidden weapon had been improved by Ling Mo, made from various materials and refined with crafting techniques, making its power more than 10 times stronger than the original. No more testing, just learning, Dugubo said with a face full of shame as he discreetly tucked the two iron balls into his pocket. Like a thief afraid of having them snatched back by Ling Mo. Damn it. What are you learning? Give it back to me. Ling Mo watched helplessly as he collected the soul-devouring orb, his face changing color, and couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. He thought he was shameless enough, but he didn't expect Dugubo to be even more shameless. When someone offered him a chance to test its power, he not only refused but also took the orb away. Indeed, one who stays close to vermilion becomes red, and one who stays close to ink becomes black. After spending so much time with Ling Mo, Dugubo had also gone astray. Where did that once aloof old man go? Come on. After all, I'm your subordinate. You shouldn't be stingy with this little reward, right? Dugubo would never give it back. It was said that he was the weakest tidal Douluo in one-on-one battles, and now that he finally had a powerful weapon, he wouldn't part with it for anything. Isn't this just being unreasonable? I learned it from you. Dugubo finally scored a point, feeling overjoyed. Forget it. That thing isn't anything rare. Since you want it, I'll just give you a few more. Ling Mo certainly wouldn't be stingy with these things. To be honest, he really doesn't lack them. In just these few days, he has already refined dozens of them, after setting aside half to refine the 3,000 lives for you. The rest were all given to Dugubo, a total of 11, which he directly threw to Dugubo, making him extremely happy. He couldn't wait to go out and find a soul beast to test their power. He was overjoyed. Sect Master, you just stay here. I have something to take care of, and I'll be back in a few days. After receiving the mother-child soul-chasing death call, Dugubo couldn't wait any longer and wanted to find his enemies to have a fight and test the power. Just as Dugubo was about to leave, Ling Mo hurriedly called out to him. After all, he was the only living person under him, and if he didn't give some benefits, he would inevitably be criticized for being stingy. Is Ling Mo that kind of person? Here are 3 needles. They're called yin wang ties, and their lethality is stronger than that of the soul-devouring ghost's mother. You should take them. After explaining, Ling Mo directly tossed a complete set of hidden weapons to Dugubo. Knowing who Dugubo was going to look for, the spirit hall. Let Dugubo test the waters first. Yin wang tai? What does it mean? Dugubo looked at the 3 needles wrapped in leather, very confused. Yin wang means the god of death. The god of death sends you an invitation, telling you that you'll die at midnight and you won't make it to dawn. Do you understand? This steel needle is coated with a deadly poison. Once hit, even a tidal Douluo can die instantly. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Ling Mo explained, and upon hearing this, Dugubo gasped in shock, feeling a chill under his feet. Oh my god, how many strange and bizarre things does he have? No more experimenting, no more experimenting. Learning, learning. Saying this, Dugubo once again pocketed the King of Hell talisman, already anticipating the end of his old rival. Damn it, didn't you all say I was the weakest in a one-on-one fight? Now I'll let you know what a real man is. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and Dugubo hurriedly left, looking as if he was ready for a big fight. Meanwhile, Ling Mo continued to stay by the furnace. If nothing unexpected happened, it would only take 3 days for his 3,000 ways to take your life to be successfully refined. However, according to his original expectations, whether this hidden weapon could meet his satisfaction was quite concerning. This hidden weapon was not refined for himself, but for Zhu Zhuqing. After all, she was his only woman. And if he didn't prepare some self-defense items for her, Ling Mo wouldn't feel at ease running around outside. As long as this thing was successfully refined, Ling Mo wouldn't have to worry about her safety anymore. It's almost done. Just a little more to go. Chapter 81. Phoenix Cloud Colorful Garment. The ancient secret method of refining weapons seems to have so many subtle effects. Perhaps true treasures are much stronger than those so-called soul guide devices. The last time during the ancient city exploration, the ancient battlefield discovered contained powerful weapons left behind. However, in this world where martial souls are revered, it seems these things are not widely circulated, or rather, they're not heavily relied upon. If this refining technique is combined with the essence and mechanisms of Tang sect's hidden weapons, perhaps it could really create a true divine artifact. Ling Mo stood by the furnace, constantly using his soul power to stimulate it, slowly refining the strange metal inside. Day by day passed, and he could clearly feel a powerful force emanating from the furnace, which was very evident. Just the deterrent alone was enough to make a soul master-level powerhouse feel fear. Combined with various hidden weapons, Ling Mo piled countless materials into it, slowly melting them down. The 3 live scripture seems to have changed. During the continuous refining process, Ling Mo discovered that the 3 live scripture, which had been silent for a long time, finally showed signs of change. Calming his mind, Ling Mo entered a meditative state. Suddenly, a stream of clear energy entered his abdomen and surged into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, it was as if a brilliant flower bloomed in the chaos, blossoming within Ling Mo's body. 3 lives flower? Ling Mo was shocked to see a flower faintly blooming in the chaos, which actually had 3 flower cores. And each flower core had a mini person on it. It was clear that the person on the last flower was a smaller version of Ling Mo. As for the other 2 flowers, Ling Mo had never seen them before, but they all had a common feature, dual pupils. As the 3 life flower bloomed, a magical power merged into Ling Mo's body, coming into contact with his soul power and slowly beginning to fuse. It was obvious that with the fusion of this power, Ling Mo's strength had undergone a tremendous change. All attributes received a significant boost, and the effects of the dual pupils became much stronger. What was going on? 3 lives? Ling Mo was puzzled and truly unable to glimpse the situation of the other 2 little figures, but he could almost be certain that the last one was himself. That little figure was surrounded by a beam of 5-colored divine light and dazzling peacock-colored wings, making it very eye-catching. He couldn't figure out what the other 2 represented. He couldn't see through them, especially the first little figure, which always gave him an inexplicable sense of fear. It felt as if just one glance from it could instantly end his life. Did it succeed? Suddenly, the furnace stirred a bit, and Ling Mo directly awakened from his meditative state. He noticed that the lid above the furnace had loosened slightly. Soul power surged in instantly, and slowly, a beam of light emerged from the furnace, illuminating the entire night sky. What a powerful force! Ling Mo was amazed. This power was truly overwhelming. Even he might not be able to control it. In an instant, the lid opened, and a colorful garment slowly rose from within. It was a beautifully vibrant piece of clothing, resembling a fairy gown. The entire garment was made of metallic scales, offering astonishing defense. Moreover, the hidden weapons within the clothing were incredibly deadly. Once triggered, they could silently kill enemies without giving them any chance to react. On this garment, Ling Mo attached various lethal hidden weapons, including the King of Hell's sticker, the Mother-Sun soul-snatching gallbladder, silent sleeve arrows, and shadowy attacks, among others. It even included one of the top hidden weapons from the Tang sect, a simplified version of the peacock feather. Although the peacock feather was not the complete version, it was still a very powerful hidden weapon. If it were the complete version, a single shot could easily take down a title Douluo. Of course, even though it was simplified, its power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. These hidden weapons were undoubtedly lethal. Combined with this garment, as long as the owner wished, they could be triggered at any time. The garment existed independently, so the owner did not need to exert any effort to activate it. A thought was often enough to trigger the hidden weapon mechanisms. Moreover, the treasure itself contained immense power, and if used properly, it could be a formidable weapon. Haha. Fengxia colorful garment. Great. With this garment, even when I'm not around, no one will dare to bully my family as Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Mo has finally blossomed, truly capable of taking your life in 3,000 ways, and has been successfully crafted. The complexity of this project is even more challenging than the Buddha's anger lotus. Not only is it difficult to find the materials, but the mastery of the refining secret techniques is even more troublesome. Ling Mo took almost a month to successfully create this. This piece of clothing, combining the characteristics of Ling Mo's peacock colorful wings, can simulate any form, and the style of the clothing can be changed at will. It could be in the original form of the phoenix cloud colorful garment or transformed into various clothing styles, etc. Of course, Ling Mo's favorite is still this phoenix cloud colorful garment. He has already imagined how beautiful Zhu Zhuqing would look wearing it. Just thinking about it made Ling Mo unable to help but drool. After shrinking, the phoenix cloud colorful garment can become a jade pendant the size of a fist, which can be worn. In terms of clothing form, it is a highly defensive fairy skirt. Ling Mo has experimented, and even with his full-strength strike, he cannot penetrate the defense of this garment. Unless he uses the heavy eye, it is simply impossible. Moreover, this garment will enhance with the owner's strength. For example, Ling Mo's current strength is soul sect. So even a soul emperor-level powerhouse would not be able to directly break through the defense of the phoenix cloud colorful garment while wearing it. Moreover, its most terrifying aspect is not its defense, but the hidden weapons embedded in the garment, each with immense lethality, definitely worthy of being called a divine artifact. It is worth noting that Ling Mo spent a huge amount of resources to create it, clearing out all the strange metals he obtained in the ancient city to forge this garment. The phoenix cloud colorful garment transformed into a jade pendant and landed in Ling Mo's hand. He did not recognize it as his own, but instead put it away. This is a gift for Zhu Zhuqing. With this gift, she shouldn't be angry at him for being away for so long, right? Just thinking about it makes him feel scared. It's been so long since he last saw her, and Ling Mo really does miss her a little. TSK, you're just craving her body, you shameless person. It's time to go back. If time hasn't gone too far off, I've been out for almost 2 months. Based on the time, Zhu Zhuqing and the others should be participating in the soul fighting in Soto City now. After putting away the phoenix cloud colorful garment, Ling Mo waved his hand and directly cleared out all the fairy herbs and medicines in the medicinal garden. If Dugubo came back and saw his medicinal garden like this, he would probably be furious. Leaving a letter for Dugubo, Ling Mo directly left the medicinal garden. He entered the sunset forest. Now he needs a soul ring, because he has already reached level 40. He had been busy refining hidden weapons, and didn't he have time to go out to find soul ring, and now he had a little time. So he should resolve this early. Entering the sunset forest, Ling Mo directly searched for 10,000-year level soul beasts. Now that he has reached level 40 with his current physical strength, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is not a problem. Since Tang San can do it, Ling Mo can certainly do it. Ever since the 5-color divine light appeared alongside the peacock illusion, Ling Mo's physical enhancement has become increasingly monstrous, far beyond what an ordinary soul sect can compare to. Moreover, the 3 world scriptures have also undergone changes. After that little figure appeared, Ling Mo clearly felt that his soul strength had become stronger. With these guarantees, Ling Mo dared to search for 10,000-year soul beasts to absorb. Otherwise, that soul vibration is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Chapter 82, 10,000-year cloud-swallowing lark. The Sunset Forest is renowned as one of the 3 great forests, and it is filled with many soul beasts. However, finding a suitable soul ring is not an easy task. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Now the first 3 are available, and now only fire and earth are missing. Ling Mo was running swiftly through the forest, constantly searching for a spirit beast that matched the characteristics of both elements. For the 4th spirit ring, whether it was fire attribute or earth attribute, either would suffice. As long as the final outcome achieved the cycle of 5 elements generating each other, it would be fine. With the peacock's colorful wings open, Ling Mo traversed through the sunset forest, continuously looking for spirit beasts that fit the characteristics. Suddenly at night, a burst of fire shot into the sky, and from the valley, a tearing scream echoed. There was movement. Ling Mo immediately stopped at a tree. Her dual pupils opened, and she clearly saw that in the valley below was actually a lava pit. The surface lava was constantly erupting, and the scorching high temperature engulfed the surroundings, leaving no vegetation for miles around. What kind of tree is this? Ling Mo was puzzled to find that next to the lava, on the bare ground, there actually grew a tree. A towering tree, its leaves withered, but it was not hard to tell that it was still alive. Fire Tree Fusong. In her astonishment, suddenly a giant bird flew in from behind the big tree, measuring several dozen meters in length. Its wings spread wide, covering the sky. The fierce wind carried intense heat, burning all the flowers, grasses, and trees in this area to ashes. In this area, aside from that one tree, nothing could withstand the scorching heat. 10,000-year devouring cloud lark. The moment Ling Mo saw the creature, she was completely stunned. She never expected to see such a rare beast in person. It was truly astonishing. According to the life forms chart in the scriptures of the 3 generations, this type of beast can be traced back to ancient times and is related to the immortal bird by blood. She never thought she would encounter one here. Ling Mo felt incredibly lucky. On the surface, this devouring cloud lark was at least a 10,000-year soul beast. It might even be older. It would be perfect as her 4th soul ring. It seems to be injured. Is it because of that tearing cry just now? Ling Mo suddenly discovered that the wings of the swallow were stained with a lot of blood. The entire wing was dyed red. If nothing unexpected happened, a fierce battle must have taken place here just now. Judging by the magma scattered around and the chaotic state of the valley, this battle must have been intense. It was injured, and seriously, this is an opportunity. Ling Mo's eyes turned cold as he instantly activated his martial soul. The peacock's colorful wings separated from his body, and wings resembling those of the cloud-devouring sparrow sprouted from his back. With the light blade in hand, flames began to emanate from Ling Mo's body. Flames that came from the cloud-devouring sparrow, fierce and domineering. Even the light blade was enveloped in a layer of fire, and Ling Mo could clearly feel that this flame could instantly take a person's life. Truly deserving of being a descendant of a mythical beast, this flame was incredibly powerful. Ling Mo didn't know how to describe it. With the light blade in hand and the red wings suddenly spreading wide behind him, his body erupted with a strong radiance, enveloping him like a heavy armor. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew, startling the grass and trees. In an instant, Ling Mo's figure vanished from his spot. He made his move. The light blade activated directly, stealing the flame ability of the cloud-devouring sparrow, and rushed forward in an instant. The speed was incredibly fast. The cloud-devouring sparrow was still healing atop the fire tree, completely unaware that it had already been targeted by the hunter. Hiss! Suddenly, a tearing scream echoed as Ling Mo silently appeared behind the cloud-devouring sparrow, and the light blade slashed down in an instant. The sharp blade cut through the sparrow's resilient feathers, creating a massive wound. This light blade was made from the peacock's wings, although it evolved from the 8 spider spears. It had already transformed into a true peacock feather through the evolution of the 5-color divine light. It was one of the sharpest weapons in the world, and the cloud-devouring sparrow's defense couldn't withstand it at all. A roar erupted as the cloud-devouring sparrow became furious, a burst of flames soaring into the sky. Ling Mo unleashed a beam of light from within his body, forming a heavy defensive shield around him. However, the cloud-devouring sparrow was too powerful. Ling Mo was directly blasted away. This was a 10,000-year soul beast. Although it was already injured, it was not something a mere soul master could defeat. He crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to stand up. The impact from just now felt like a severe blow to his internal organs, causing immense pain. This sensation was something he had never experienced before. Cough, what a tyrannical flame. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to handle it. But unfortunately for you, you encounter me today. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Mo dragged his heavy footsteps and took to the sky once more. Suddenly, his eyes darkened, and with a bang, a deadly light ring shot out from his eyes. Boom! The entire area erupted in a massive explosion, raising dust to the sky. Lava surged. As the heavy eye hit its target, Ling Mo took out a strange metal object from his hand, revealing a small metal box that resembled a peacock fanning its tail. That's right, this was a simplified version of the peacock feather, one of the most lethal hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Holding the peacock feather in his hand, Ling Mo aimed, and in a split second, he pulled the trigger. The internal mechanism had 365 needles, divided into 12 categories. The 12 categories were bone-piercing needle, thunder-fire needle, armor-breaking needle, blade-splitting needle, demon-suppressing needle, overlord needle, yin and yang needle, dragon-cutting needle, desire-destruction needle, dragon-whisker needle, meteor needle, and 7-kill needle. Each needle was coated with deadly poison. If struck, It could instantly kill. The trigger was pulled, and 365 needles were unleashed in an instant. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, all 365 needles struck the cloud, devouring sparrow. It didn't even have a chance to react. Having been severely injured by the heavy eye, it was now faced with so many steel needles that it couldn't defend itself at all. It was directly hit by Ling Mo's attack. The speed of the steel needles was too fast, and they were too close together. There was no way to dodge at that angle. Hiss! With a piercing scream, the cloud-devouring sparrow fell from the sky in despair. The moment the steel needles penetrated its body, the deadly poison instantly began to ravage its bodily functions, leading to its death. Everything happened too quickly. Even a 10,000-year-old beast had no chance to react. What a waste. When refining the phoenix feather robe, Ling Mo had added 5 peacock feathers. He only had 3 left on him, and now having used one, only 2 remained. The crafting method for the peacock feather was extremely complex, and once fired, there was no chance of recovery. Ling Mo didn't have the patience to restore it either. Perhaps he hadn't yet reached the required level of cultivation. Moreover, this peacock feather was a simplified version. In some respects, its flaws were unavoidable. The cloud-devouring sparrow was taken down by the peacock feather, and Ling Mo walked over with heavy steps, watching as a black soul ring slowly ascended, revealing a hint of a smile. Ghost Lord, protect me. The toolman Ghost Lord, living up to expectations, once again protected Ling Mo. If he could speak, he would definitely want to complain. But since Ling Mo met him, he had never seen him talk. This 10,000-year soul ring, Ling Mo was sure he could absorb it without any concern for danger. His physical strength had already surpassed the limits of Soul Master. And with the previous body refinement through the ice and fire duality eye, combined with the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fire apricot blossom, 2 immortal herbs, absorbing the soul ring would be incredibly easy for Ling Mo. Chapter 83. Nirvana. Entering a meditative state, Ling Mo immediately began to absorb the soul ring. He was already looking forward to this 10,000-year soul ring, wondering what kind of surprise it would bring him. Hopefully, it wouldn't be a shock. After all, it was a 10,000-year soul ring. Whether in amplification effects or various enhancements, it should provide a significant boost. What intrigued Ling Mo even more was what kind of soul skill this soul ring would grant him. The first 3 soul skills were formed by combining the characteristics of metal, wood, and water. He wondered what this one would be like. What a surging power! The moment the soul ring entered his body, an enormous force surged into Ling Mo, making him feel as if his body might explode. The pain was unbearable. The 5-color divine light activated instantly, suppressing and slowly dissolving the force. Enduring the intense pain, Ling Mo gradually absorbed the soul ring, accepting all the impacts of its power. Blood seeped out from the surface of his body, staining his clothes red and looking quite horrifying. This kind of pain was comparable to the body refinement in the ice and fire duality eye. It was excruciating. After enduring the initial wave of impact, Ling Mo slowly placed the soul ring onto the phantom peacock within the 5-color divine light. Suddenly, his body felt like it was exploding. A burst of flames erupted from within. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body was severely damaged. Ling Mo dared not stop absorbing. He couldn't even if he wanted to. Calm. With a furious shout, he exerted all his strength to suppress this force, and his soul began to experience immense pain. The toughest phase had arrived. At this moment, if anyone were to disturb Ling Mo, he would undoubtedly die. Luckily, he had released the Ghost Lord in advance. With the Ghost Lord present, no one could disturb him. Under the night sky, Ling Mo sat beneath the fire tree, struggling to absorb the soul ring. For dozens of miles around, nothing dared to approach, because a soul beast of a dominating level once existed here, and the Ghost Lord's deterrent power was enough to keep those soul beasts at bay. 3 days. It took Ling Mo a full 3 days to completely absorb this soul ring. When Ling Mo opened his eyes again, there seemed to be flames flickering in his gaze, which then turned into a water blue color, followed by green, and then gold. The transformation of the 4 attributes finally began to harmonize. They complemented and restrained each other. Now, he was just 1 earth attribute away from achieving perfection in the yin-yang 5 elements. 4th soul skill, Nirvana. This soul skill left Ling Mo astonished. He could hardly believe it. Unsurprisingly, after absorbing the 4th soul ring, his body gained the ability of the cloud, devouring sparrow's flames. What surprised him even more was the shock brought by this 4th soul skill. It was actually a miraculous skill of resurrection. It's not quite right to call it a resurrection. Rather, it's an opportunity for rebirth. During a fight, if Ling Mo is seriously injured or loses any part of his body, or if his soul power is greatly diminished, he can instantly return to his perfect state by using his fourth soul skill. However, this soul skill has a flaw. It can only be used once a day, but it's still incredibly powerful. Moreover, the flames associated with the fourth spirit ring have integrated into Ling Mo's body, allowing him to fully utilize the flames of the cloud, swallowing sparrow. He has experienced the power of that high-temperature flame, and it can truly be considered monstrous. In the world, apart from Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fire, no one can compare. Of course, Ma Hongjun hasn't truly risen yet. His flames are no match for Ling Mo's. In a short period, Ling Mo has already mastered the use of his fourth soul skill and understood the various changes in his body. In battle, he has gained an additional attack ability, fire attacks. He can envelop his light blade with flames for combat, which will definitely enhance its power. Damn it, I've hit the jackpot. Ling Mo was stunned. With such an incredible skill, what was there to fear in the future? Life and death seemed trivial. If one didn't accept it, they could just fight back since they wouldn't die anyway. As long as it could be utilized, one could die once a day. Strange. How could such a small 10,000-year soul beast possess such a divine skill? Even Ling Mo couldn't figure this out. If one were to investigate further, it might be due to the power unleashed by the 3 lifetime scriptures. When absorbing the soul ring just now, Ling Mo clearly sensed a subtle change in it. The 4 soul ring was finally resolved. Without any surprises, absorbing this soul ring directly brought Ling Mo to an astonishing level of 43. The speed of leveling up was simply like cheating. No, this was cheating, it was confirmed. After absorbing the 4th soul ring, Ling Mo looked around. He initially wanted to see if there were suitable grave sites, but thinking that he had been out for almost 2 months, it was time to go back. So he didn't search any further. One could say that this outing had been incredibly profitable. As for Dugubo, Ling Mo had already asked him to find a suitable location to establish the Ghost Gate. It would be built near Tiando City, so he could compete with those top-tier forces. Currently, on the continent, apart from the reclusive Haotian sect, the only sect Ling Mo feared was the Spirit Hall. The others weren't much to worry about. The 4 sects below the 3 top sects might not even have a title Douluo, although Ling Mo had watched Douluo Continent. He hadn't paid much attention to the less famous sects, so he didn't know how strong they were. Establishing a sect required a large amount of funding and a substantial number of disciples, things Ling Mo didn't want to deal with. So he left it to Dugubo to sort out. After all, he was idle anyway. It would be better to do something meaningful. With the peacock colorful wings activated, Ling Mo directly left the Sunset Forest. When passing by Tiando City, he deliberately took a longer route, fearing that Qianrenxue would catch him. He didn't want to have a direct conflict with the Spirit Hall, yet to avoid unnecessary losses. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect? Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, he suddenly spotted the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect ahead. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Forget it. I'll let you go this time. Why come back next time? I'll scatter your ashes." Thinking about the last time Chen Xian had intimidated him made Ling Mo furious. Ling Mo still had a business deal to complete with them, and it wasn't the right time to take action. If this business deal fell through, Ling Mo would have to dig up their ancestral graves to make up for the loss. At this moment, inside the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji was studying the Zhuge divine crossbow that Chen Xian had brought back, completely absorbed in it. He was currently searching the world for Ling Mo. If he knew that Ling Mo was right outside the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and had taken an interest in his family's ancestral grave, he would probably be scared to death. After leaving a message at the original location, Ling Mo returned the same way and headed directly towards SWOTO City. After flying for a day and a night, he finally arrived at SWOTO City. Back at Shrek Academy, Ling Mo found that there was no one in the academy and suddenly remembered that they should be in the city participating in the Master's 2nd round of devil training. If I remember correctly, during this time, the soul fighting should not have started yet, right? The soul fighting generally takes place in the evening, and it was still daytime. If I go now, I should still make it in time. Based on the timeline, the Shrek 7 monsters had currently won 29 consecutive matches and needed just 1 more to maintain their undefeated record. The 30th match should be against their first strong opponent, the Emperor Fighting Team. Chapter 84, Reunion After a Long Time. Where's this person? Ling Mo circled around SWOTO City, but did not find any trace of the Shrek group. According to the original description, they should be at a hotel near the Great Soul Arena. However, after checking nearly all the hotels in the area, Ling Mo still couldn't find their address. While wandering down the street, he suddenly noticed a sneaky figure sneaking out from a nearby brothel. Unsurprisingly, that plump silhouette belonged to Ma Hongjun. Hee, found you guys at last. Seeing Ma Hongjun, Ling Mo revealed a relieved smile. This guy truly lived up to expectations, always being the restless one. While training, he still didn't forget to indulge himself. Seeing him sneakily trying to sneak into another brothel nearby, Ling Mo couldn't help but be amused. Turns out this guy wasn't satisfied and wanted to play twice. Young people are really full of energy. Hey, who pulled my ear? Just as Ma Hongjun was about to go in and enjoy himself, someone suddenly popped up from the side and yanked his ear. What the heck? Mo go. Why are you here? Turning around, Ma Hongjun was almost scared to death. It was Ling Mo, who had disappeared for almost 2 months. Fatty, less talking. Hurry up and take me to find the dean and the others. Ling Mo had no interest in leisurely hanging out with the fat guy and directly pulled him away from there. As expected, with the help of Ma Hongjun, Ling Mo finally found the inn where the Shrek group was staying. As soon as she entered, she saw Master, Dean, and Teacher Zhao sitting there, seemingly in a discussion about something. Master, Dean, Teacher Zhao, long time no see. Ling Mo greeted as she walked in, then peeked around but didn't see Zhu Zhuqing and the others, indicating they should be in their rooms cultivating. After all, no one would have as much energy as the fat guy. It's Xiao Mo. Where have you been running off to this time? Clearly, Master had gotten used to Ling Mo disappearing for a month or so at a time and said it nonchalantly. I didn't go anywhere, just wandering around. Ling Mo casually replied, and friend couldn't help but say, you little brat, you wouldn't really dig up the ancestral grave of the spirit hall, would you? The more I think about it, the more alarmed I get. Last time Ling Mo was in my shop, he used this excuse to scare me. How can that be? I don't have that ability. I just almost dug up the imperial tomb. Ling Mo was sure he hadn't dug up the ancestral grave of the spirit hall, but he did almost dig up the Tiando imperial tomb. Damn, if it doesn't shock people, it won't stop. After this statement from Ling Mo, Fran's hand almost dropped the cup he was holding. What the hell, he really dares. Fran, the calm master, felt a bit uncomfortable but still maintained his composure. He was already used to these small scenes. As long as Ling Mo doesn't dig up the ancestral grave of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, it's not a big deal. Fran, what are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Zhao Wujia expressed his confusion. He felt a bit out of place. It's none of your business. Just drink your wine, Fran said irritably. Only a few of them knew about Ling Mo's matters, and it was better for Zhao Wujia not to know, lest his heart couldn't take it. What's all the fuss about? It's not a big deal. Ling Mo rolled her eyes, indicating that Flander was not at all composed, unable to handle such a trivial matter. What about the others? Ling Mo casually asked, not wanting to waste time chatting with them. Upstairs, the master said uncomfortably that Ling Mo's behavior really didn't suit him, so he didn't want to get too involved in her affairs. Oh, returning to the conversation, Ling Mo went straight upstairs, casually booking a room on the 2nd floor to rest well. Who would have thought that as soon as she went upstairs, she ran into Zhu Zhuqing, who was about to come down, instantly revealing an evil smile. You. Zhu Zhuqing stared at Ling Mo for a moment, thinking she must have seen it wrong. But unexpectedly, Ling Mo directly pulled her into the room. By the time she reacted, it was too late. What do you want to do? Zhu Zhuqing did not resist. Having had the first time, there would be a second time, and she had already tacitly accepted this behavior in her heart. For the past 2 months that Ling Mo has been missing, she has been thinking about him constantly. Now that she sees him back, her heart is also very happy. She kisses him first. It's been so long since we last met. Is it this exciting right away? They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. It seems that saying is true. Did you miss me? Ling Mo whispered in Zhu Zhuqing's ear, pulling her to the bedside. What's surprising is that Zhu Zhuqing, who had always been reserved about such intimate words with Ling Mo, actually nodded. She really did miss Ling Mo, thinking about him all the time. Where have you been these past 2 months? Why did you leave without a word? As she spoke, a hint of tears flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She was blaming Ling Mo for leaving without even saying anything, disappearing for such a long time. Me? I was preparing for our future, Ling Mo said. What he said isn't wrong. He really is preparing for both of them. The Ghost Gate has been established, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will be completed on Dugubo's side in about a year. Once the Ghost Gate is established, Ling Mo will have the strength to contend with the 7 major sects and the 2 great empires. At that time, no one will dare to stop them. No, I feel like you have something to hide. Are you secretly teasing some girl behind my back again? Zhu Zhuqing kept looking into Ling Mo's eyes, feeling that he had something to hide. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Don't worry, no matter what happens in the future. You are my most beloved woman, he argued, feeling guilty as he embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Although they had encountered an angel this time and gained some benefits, in reality, they had always maintained an antagonistic relationship during that competition. So there was no question of betrayal or anything like that. Really? I wouldn't believe you. Zhu Zhuqing said with a rare smile, feeling quite satisfied, but she didn't believe Ling Mo's words at all. If this guy could change his flirtatious ways, that would be surprising. However, once a person can only accommodate one person in their eyes, then everything they do is right. In terms of men, it'd be called asim. As for girls, it's hard to describe. Hey, look at what I brought you this time. Saying this, Ling Mo took out the carefully prepared phoenix cloud robe. Holding in his hand, it was a very exquisite jade pendant. What is this? Is it a gift for me? Zhu Zhuqing happily accepted it, curiously asking, completely unaware of how precious this gift actually was. This was a top-tier artifact that Ling Mo spent half of his fortune to create and dedicated a month of effort to. This item is called the Phoenix Cloud Robe. Phoenix Cloud Robe? Isn't this just a jade pendant? Zhu Zhuqing looked at the jade pendant in her hand, unable to see how it could be considered a piece of clothing. Hee, why don't you try dripping a drop of blood on it? Ling Mo said with suspense. Zhu Zhuqing looked even more confused. Dripping blood on the jade pendant? What kind of operation is this? She had never heard of such a thing. Chapter 85. This is not positive energy. Are you saying to drip a drop of blood on this? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ling Mo with a doubtful expression, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Yes. Ling Mo did not explain, but kept staring at her, suspicious and wary. What kind of flashy things was he up to again? Despite her confusion about Ling Mo's actions, Zhu Zhuqing chose to follow his instructions, because she only knew one thing. Ling Mo would not harm her. With doubts, she dripped a drop of blood onto it, and suddenly a red light flashed from the jade pendant. It illuminated Zhu Zhuqing's stunning beauty, and with a beam of light entering her eyes, she felt as if she had transcended. Previously, Ling Mo had set up a barrier, sealing the entire room, so whatever happened inside would not be noticed outside. What was this? Zhu Zhuqing was stunned for a while, watching as the drop of blood slowly merged into the jade pendant, feeling as if her heart and this jade pendant had established a connection. Such a miraculous power. In her confusion, Zhu Zhuqing saw a phoenix-hued robe slowly rising, revealing its true form. How beautiful! At the moment the phoenix-hued robe appeared, Zhu Zhuqing was completely entranced, immersed in this piece of clothing. This was simply not something that could be crafted by earthly artisans. A faint gasp permeated the surroundings, like an ethereal aura, incomprehensible. The moment the phoenix-hued robe appeared, Zhu Zhuqing's body uncontrollably floated into the air, and under Ling Mo's gaze, her clothes disintegrated in an instant. Oh my! This sudden turn of events made Ling Mo's nose bleed. The scene was extremely bloody. Zhu Zhuqing was also stunned. She hurriedly tried to cover herself, her face flushed. At that moment, the phoenix-hued robe suddenly transformed into countless stars, directly enveloping Zhu Zhuqing. A living fairy was thus created, with her stunning figure and an ethereal aura. She looked like a completely different person. Oh my, how beautiful! Ling Mo stared intently, not even daring to blink. He initially thought that the most beautiful thing in the world was Qian Renxue, but after putting on this outfit, Zhu Zhuqing no longer felt inferior to her. She could completely surpass her, as long as she grew a bit more. After successfully bonding with the phoenix feather robe, Zhu Zhuqing looked at the garment with joy and rushed over to plant a kiss on Ling Mo's face. Thank you, I really like this outfit. The earlier action came from the heart, but after realizing it, Zhu Zhuqing returned to her shy demeanor. Why thank me? My things are yours, aren't they? Ling Mo was intoxicated, his heart blooming with joy. This was the first time Zhu Zhuqing had taken the initiative to kiss him. As he spoke, he slowly pulled her closer, preparing to catch up. While chatting, Ling Mo suddenly couldn't help but reach in, truly unable to control himself. Suddenly, at the moment his hand made contact with the inner layer, Ling Mo remembered something, and his face changed drastically. Oh no, I actually forgot about this. Sure enough, as soon as Ling Mo's hand touched it, he triggered the mechanism of the Phoenix Xiaotsai, instantly releasing 3 hidden projectiles. The poison projectiles pierced through the roof fiercely. Fortunately, no one was above, or else they would have been in trouble. Just thinking about it made him feel scared. If Ling Mo hadn't remembered in time, his hand would probably be gone by now. Those projectiles were laced with deadly poison, and once touched, they could cause your body to rot away instantly. This mechanism was specially added by Ling Mo to prevent any unwanted advances. Without the owner's permission, touching it would trigger the trap. What's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing was also a bit stunned, as Ling Mo hadn't explained the specific function of this outfit to her yet, leaving her confused. I made a mistake. What was the point of making this outfit? To protect myself. Ling Mo couldn't help but slap himself. While making clothes, he actually forgot to set special permissions for himself. As a result, even if he wanted to do something bad, he was restricted. Is there really such a ridiculous thing in this world? He made a self-defense outfit for his woman, only to find out that it was specifically designed to defend against himself. After thinking it over, Zhu Zhuqing finally figured it out. It turns out Ling Mo had set some special mechanism on this garment, so that once someone touched it, it would trigger a trap. What do you call this? Lifting a stone to smash your own foot. Now he can't even do bad things, right? The more he thought about it, the funnier it became. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly became bold, provoking Ling Mo to see if he dared to act. But Ling Mo didn't dare. Others might not know, but he was very clear that this thing had a huge destructive power. Let's not joke around for now. Let me explain how this outfit works. Saying this, Ling Mo pulled Zhu Zhuqing over, and they both sat on the edge of the bed. Ling Mo slowly introduced Zhu Zhuqing to the functions of the Phoenix Veil and some things to pay attention to. This garment is made from tens of thousands of special materials and contains over 100 hidden mechanisms and weapons, each with its unique function. Among them, the most powerful is the peacock feather hidden weapon, which should never be used unless absolutely necessary. Additionally, besides these hidden weapons, this garment can also change its appearance. If you don't like wearing the original colors of the Phoenix Veil, you can switch to a school uniform or various combat outfits. It's all possible. As Ling Mo explained bit by bit, Zhu Zhuqing gradually understood how to control the triggering of the hidden weapons and the various functions of the Phoenix Veil. After establishing a mental connection, it generally won't trigger on its own without her permission, unless someone is being mischievous like Ling Mo earlier and shoots arrows recklessly. The more she listened, the more surprised Zhu Zhuqing was. She couldn't fathom how such a thin garment could conceal so many secrets. What was even more astonishing was how Ling Mo had created this garment. It was truly impressive. How did you make this garment? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask. Filled with curiosity, you should know who I am. It's just a piece of clothing, quite simple. Ling Mo replied, being a bit vain. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but poke this shameless guy. Then, with a serious expression, she said, "Do you want?" She hesitated to say the last word, still feeling shy. In fact, she realized that when Ling Mo took out such a treasure for her, she understood her importance in Ling Mo's heart. Ling Mo entered the room at noon, and when she came out, it was already 6 in the evening. One can imagine how intense the battle was during those 4 hours. Chapter 86, Shocking Everyone. After sunset, Ling Mo and Zhu Zhuqing walked out of the room. Ling Mo looked as vibrant as ever, but Zhu Zhuqing appeared a bit exhausted. One could only blame Ling Mo for being too strong. In just one afternoon, she almost made Zhu Zhuqing faint. Ahem. As they went downstairs to the master's room, everyone had already gathered. They were discussing something. Upon seeing Ling Mo walk in first, everyone was momentarily stunned. "Brother," Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Ling Mo, but was stopped by Tang San. "Xiao San, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu said unhappily. "Xiao Wu, stop messing around." Tang San replied helplessly. "Xiao Mo, where have you been the past 2 months?" "Just wandering around. Where else could I go?" Ling Mo rolled her eyes in response. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing walked in, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Wow, is she a fairy?" Everyone was stunned as they saw Zhu Zhuqing walking and wearing a phoenix pattern dress. Her stunning beauty, combined with the outfit, made her look like a celestial being. The one who reacted the most was Dai Mubai, who was regretting deeply at that moment. "Wow, what a beautiful dress. Zhuqing, where did you buy this?" Beautiful things are always irresistible to girls. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu ran over, eagerly touching and admiring Zhu Zhuqing. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing had already mastered how to wear this dress, or else they would have been beaten to a pulp by now. "Girl, this dress isn't something you can just buy." Seeing Ning Rongrong's wild touching of Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Mo felt jealous and directly pulled her away. "What do you mean? Did you make this?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the dress on Zhu Zhuqing. "That's right. This dress was indeed made by me," Ling Mo said without any concealment. Bragging, Ning Rongrong certainly didn't believe that Ling Mo had such skills. Perhaps he could make hidden weapons, but designing this kind of clothing isn't something that can be done just by knowing how to make hidden weapons. If you don't believe it, that's fine. I must tell you, don't touch randomly. Be careful to trigger the mechanisms, and it can instantly turn you into a sieve. Don't blame me for not reminding you then. Mechanisms? At the mention of mechanisms, Tang San was momentarily stunned. His eyes scanned Zhu Zhuqing's clothing, but didn't find any mechanisms. That's right. This outfit is made from over 10,000 materials, with hundreds of hidden mechanisms inside. Each of those mechanisms is lethal. Steel needles, sleeve, arrows, etc. all contain deadly poison, and once hit, they can kill instantly. This outfit can launch hidden weapon attacks at the owner's will, or it can initiate attacks passively. And it also has strong defensive power. The most terrifying aspect is that it can enhance along with the owner's soul power, similar to Shao San's soul bone. After establishing a blood connection, it will continuously evolve. As Ling Mo's voice fell, the whole venue went silent. Even Flander and the others were stunned. What kind of divine artifact is this? It even has a growth effect? My God, doesn't that mean that possessing it is like having a soul bone? Ning Rongrong said in shock, unable to imagine what she was seeing. That's right. To be precise, soul bones may not even compare to it because it is fully developed, possessing attack, support, defense, and various characteristics. More importantly, it can fly. After saying this, Ling Mo signaled Zhu Zhuqing with his eyes, and she nodded. Suddenly, the feather scales on the back of the clothing reversed and instantly formed a pair of colorful wings, resembling Ling Mo's peacock wings in a unique way. Wow, this is so beautiful. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing with envy, their eyes shining with golden light. What kind of heaven-defying artifact is this? Xiao Mo, how did you make it? Tang San said curiously, having already felt the power of this clothing. A sense of pressure surged in his heart. He, who also possessed the Tang sect's secret weapon crafting techniques, was still adhering to the basics, refining the secret weapons of his predecessors. Meanwhile, Ling Mo was already beginning to study new top-tier secret weapons. Is this the difference? It's simple. It just requires a special crafting technique, combined with a mechanism for simulating hidden methods of secret weapons, and it can be crafted. However, this clothing, you probably won't be able to craft it, because it has an important simulated form function that you do not possess. However, with some improvements, you can still craft it. It depends on how you research it. Ling Mo explained that he knew what Tang San wanted to ask. However, unfortunately, he couldn't help Tang San, because this piece of clothing requires the combination of the 5-color divine light's simulated forms to produce the mimetic reaction. For example, the transformation function of the Phoenix Feather Garment is completely connected to Ling Mo's 5-color divine light functions. I'll study it one day, try to modify it, and discard the mimetic principles. I should be able to create a similar one. Tang San thought for a moment and decided to make one for Xiao Wu as well. He was a genius in crafting hidden weapons, after all. Moreover, he had already mastered the essence of blacksmithing from the Haotian school, so by imitating Ling Mo's techniques, he should be able to forge a similar piece. The two girls were ecstatically surrounding Zhu Zhuqing, discussing something. Seeing the envy in Xiao Wu's eyes, Tang San was even more determined in his thoughts. He also wanted to make one for Xiao Wu. Wow, Brother Mo, you're so powerful. When will you make me one of these clothes? Right, look at me, so frail. As a support-type soul master, I inevitably face dangers and can't protect myself. You should make me one too. Ma Hongjun and Oscar shamelessly approached, contemplating how to trick Ling Mo into giving them one. Make one for you too? Easy. Just bring the money. Ling Mo smiled and said, it's no problem to make a few more, but we need materials. Where do the materials come from? We have to buy them. This would require a huge sum of money. Not to mention they can't afford it. Even the so-called second financial group, the Seven Treasures glazed sect, might not be able to afford it. Even if they could afford it, it would still be a significant strain. You're really a freak. I honestly don't know how to describe you. You can even make something like this. I'm truly impressed. Dai Mubai walked up and rarely showed an expression of admiration. His battle with Ling Mo ended in a complete victory for Ling Mo. The more he tried to show off, the further Ling Mo pulled him away, gradually making him feel defeated. Just average, the third in the world. Ling Mo reluctantly accepted his words. All right, the time is almost up. Let's go. At the Great Soul Arena, the master has already spoken. The three giants of Shrek were the first to walk out of the room, followed by the others. On the way, Zhu Zhuqing transformed her colorful dress into the same battle uniform as the Shrek 7, a series of changes that amazed Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. They couldn't take their eyes off Zhu Zhuqing and wanted to study what other peculiarities this outfit had. Peculiarities? That's a long story. Ling Mo added quite a few things that would make people blush to satisfy her little wicked desires. For example, a certain peculiar uniform, or some special props. Of course, she could never tell anyone about these. Only the two of them knew, as this was, after all, a private matter. Chapter 87. Professional Substitute Player. Soto Great Spirit Arena. This was Ling Mo's second time here. He still remembered that a few months ago, he and Zhu Zhuqing had formed a dazzling spirit cat duo. You all wait over there for a moment. I'll go register you for the team battle, the master said before leaving. Everyone followed Flander to the observation platform. The spirit battle had already begun, and several spectators were gradually coming in. Ling Mo had no interest in this soul battle. The master had also said that he could opt out of the master's training. However, when the master returned, his expression was somewhat strange. He called a few people to the lounge, looking very serious. From his reaction, Ling Mo deduced that the Shrek 7 monsters were about to face a huge challenge. And this challenge was none other than the royal fighting team, led by Qin Ming. This time, you have encountered a formidable opponent. Upon entering the lounge, the master handed a notebook to Flinder, which indeed contained information about the royal fighting team. Your opponent this time is the royal fighting team, which has achieved a consecutive winning streak for a month and is a top-tier combat team. In just 1 month, they had obtained a silver soul badge, and their strength could not be underestimated. Moreover, their soul ring combinations were all top-notch. The master introduced the origins and some information about the royal fighting team, leaving everyone stunned. The atmosphere was silent. From the master's description, it was clear that the opponents they were facing this time were definitely not weak. The royal fighting team. Captain Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Ling Mo took the information from Flander's hands and read aloud. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul. As soon as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family martial soul was mentioned, almost no one could remain calm. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Apart from Ling Mo, everyone else on site, except for the master, looked very worried. Why the long faces? It's just an imperial battle team. What is there to be afraid of? Ling Mo couldn't help but laugh at their dejected appearance. If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes and said. He was only in his 20s, while every member of the imperial fighting team was over 30 levels. How could they compete? I'll go. The imperial fighting team is nothing. Ling Mo said without any politeness that he indeed did not take the emperor battle team seriously. How are you going to participate? You're not a member of the team, Ma Hongjun retorted unwillingly. Yeah, Ling Mo is not on the list of the Shrek 7 monsters. How could he possibly participate? Hee. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own ways. Ling Mo smiled sinisterly, then turned his gaze to Dai Mubai, directly activating his twin pupils. After that, he took out a mask from somewhere and put on. Everyone was stunned. After Ling Mo put on the mask, her hair turned golden, and her figure was similar to Dai Mubai's, making it hard to tell who was who. Especially with that dazzling white tiger martial soul, it was completely indistinguishable. Even Dai Mubai began to doubt if he was the fake. Dai Mubai, wait, why is it me? Once he reacted, Dai Mubai was stunned. Was Ling Mo trying to eliminate herself? Damn, stealing my woman and also taking my position as the team leader. Is there any reason in this? Master, what do you think? Ling Mo was too lazy to pay attention to Dai Mubai and directly looked at the master. To her surprise, he actually nodded. Great. Your height is similar to Mubai's, and after the transformation of the 5-color divine light, you can completely pass for him. As long as it's not someone who knows him very well, they won't be able to recognize you at all. The only problem now is how to hide Ling Mo's 4th spirit ring. Master and the others still don't know that Ling Mo has already reached level 40. This is simple. Ling Mo directly used the 5-color divine light to create a camouflage ring, covering the outermost black spirit ring, making it completely transparent. She suppressed her strength to level 30. As long as she doesn't overly display her spirit ring, they won't be able to recognize her. Ling Mo's operation is so skillful that even the masters couldn't detect his 4th soul ring, let alone the members of the imperial fighting team. A professional stand-in that blurs the line between real and fake? Seriously, are you for real? Ma Hongjun was stunned. He just said it casually, not expecting Ling Mo to take it seriously. Did you think I was joking with you? It's just an imperial fighting team. I can crush them even without the 5-color divine light. Ling Mo confidently said, suppressing his soul power to level 30, and neither Flander nor the others noticed this, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. Dai Mubai, what about me? Am I just out of the game like this? Damn, I've been tricked by Ling Mo again. Dai Mubai wanted to cry, but had no tears, and even a master didn't intervene, surprisingly agreeing to it. Huh, I think it's fine. This kid is very clever and will definitely teach that Emperor fighting team's Zhao Wujia a good lesson, laughed Zhao Wujia, as he had experienced Ling Mo's underhanded tactics and still had shadows from it. But don't celebrate too early. Let me clarify, you can get off the stage. But there's suddenly another condition, the master spoke up. What condition? Ling Mo didn't understand and said, you can use it in the next match, but you have to be like the third party and can't use those strange gadgets of yours. Oh, so it's a hidden weapon. Ling Mo roughly understood. The purpose of the soul battle is to train their application of martial souls and the coordination in actual combat. If hidden weapons are used, it's equivalent to using cheats, which affects the balance of the game. No problem. A mere royal battle team is not worth me using hidden weapons. Ling Mo accepted it. His only purpose in the next match was to prevent Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai from using their martial soul fusion skill. Although this soul skill had no special significance, Ling Mo felt uncomfortable about it, so he directly eliminated Dai Mubai. So we can win this round easily? Oscar didn't care about that much. Ling Mo was the strongest among their group, and there was no doubt about it. As long as they could win, why bother with anything else? After all, he was just there to tag along. Look at your ambitions. Do you really think the Imperial fighting team is that weak? Flinders said impatiently. He then continued. Have you noticed that this document states the vice captain of the Imperial fighting team is Dugu Yan? Her martial soul is the phosphorescent snake, a control-type soul master. Control type? Flender revealed the secret, capturing everyone's attention. What does that mean? The master asked, confused. Shao Gang, do you remember him? In the entire continent, the only one who possesses this martial soul and follows the path of a control-type soul master, besides that person, should be no one else, right? Flender explained, and the master suddenly recalled that person. That's right, it's Dugubo, a top powerhouse of the title Douluo level. Reaching the title Douluo level on the continent is definitely someone everyone admires. The master had no reason not to know. What are you all playing at? It's just Dugubo. Is there really a need to make such a fuss? Ling Mo said gloomily, is this guy really that scary? I don't feel anything at all. Besides, Dugubo is already my subordinate now, so I naturally won't be afraid of him. But these people are different. For the title Douluo, they're a goal they have been pursuing, so of course they're scared. Ling Mo's words, when spoken, naturally did not raise any concerns among others. After all, even a titled Douluo-level powerhouse was his bodyguard, so why would he fear Dugubo? But they were different. They didn't have such bodyguards. Chapter 88, Emperor Fighting Team. What? Do you have a way to deal with the phosphor snake poison? The master said, looking at Ling Mo's full confidence. He couldn't help but be curious about where his confidence came from. A mere phosphor snake poison really can't trouble me, right, Lil 3? Ling Mo suddenly changed the subject, and everyone looked at Tang San with great confusion. As expected, Tang San seemed to understand Ling Mo's words and revealed a faint smile. To be honest, he had never really feared anyone when it came to poison. Teacher, this green phosphor snake venom is indeed not difficult to crack. After Tang San finished speaking, the master was quite puzzled, wondering why both Tang San and Ling Mo seemed to regard the green phosphor snake venom with such indifference. Ling Mo can be disregarded. But what about Tang San? Logically speaking, I should be the most familiar with him, yet I haven't taught him how to detoxify. Well, since you all are so confident, I can rest assured. However, be cautious in all matters, and don't use the external soul bone unless absolutely necessary. Finally, the master instructed, leaving the remaining tactical arrangements to Ling Mo. The 7 people gathered around, and Ling Mo intentionally or unintentionally isolated Dai Mubai, since it had nothing to do with him anyway. The Imperial fighting team, theoretically, is a very perfect team. To defeat them, the key figures lie with these 2 brothers. The Shimo brothers, their martial souls belong to the extremely strong, defensive Xuanwu turtle. It's difficult for an average person to break through their defenses. On the surface, the core of the Imperial fighting team is Yu Qianheng, but in reality, the true core lies with these 2. Additionally, besides these 2, we need to pay attention to another person. Who? Everyone's gaze turned to Ling Mo, carefully listening to his tactical arrangements. This one, Ling Mo said, flipping to the last page of the information, his finger resting on the last member of the Imperial fighting team. This one, ISN, Tisha girl? What's wrong? Are you interested in her? Ma Hongjun blurted out, almost scaring Ling Mo to death. The cold gaze of Zhu Zhuqing behind him had already locked onto him, making his back feel cold. Damn, that dead fat guy is trying to kill me. Ling Mo cursed Ma Hongjun in his heart. He explained, "Is there anything else in your head besides that? Do I look like that kind of person? You don't just look like it. You are one." Ling Mo. Yi Lingling? Martial Soul 9 Heart Begonia. Support type Soul Master 9 Heart Begonia? Suddenly, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Everyone was puzzled and asked, "Rongrong, what's wrong? Is this 9 Heart Begonia very powerful? I know about the 9 Heart Begonia Martial Soul. Unlike other martial souls, this one is passed down in a single line, with only one inheritor per generation. At the same time, there can only be 2 9 Heart Begonia Soul Masters alive. Only after one dies can a descendant possibly appear. It can be said to be the least numerous martial soul. My dad once said that 9 Heart Begonia is a miracle among martial souls." Huh, is it really that amazing? So what is its specific function? Everyone was astonished and asked. The 9 Heart Begonia has only one function. That is, no matter how many soul rings it has, the soul skill is only one. This is precisely its terrifying aspect. Its effect is a wide-range full-body healing. The healing extent is controlled by the soul master's intention, with higher levels and more soul rings providing more soul power for healing. After Ning Rongrong finished explaining, everyone was taken aback, then suddenly remembered that they seemed to have a character like that as well. Wait, what you said sounds just like Xiao Mo's second soul skill, right? It doesn't seem that special, does it? At this time, Tang San said, "Yeah, Ling Mo also has such an ability. So this martial soul really doesn't count for much. Indeed, after all, we also have a freak. Ling Mo, why do I feel like you're insulting me indirectly? No, it's just you thinking too much. All right, this Yi Lingling is the first target we need to eliminate. The rest are not to be feared." Ling Mo decisively slammed the table, not wanting to get entangled in these issues any longer. Although he was limiting half of his strength this time, with his physical resilience, it was easy to handle these weaklings. The tactical arrangements were merely to coordinate with them. When it came to actual combat, Ling Mo wouldn't care about so much. Soon, it was time for the team battle. The battle between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Royal Fighting Team was placed as the final match, serving as the grand finale. The main battle arena was packed with people. Many spectators streamed in one after another, eager to witness this grand battle. Now, let's invite the contestants from both sides to take the stage. With the host command, both teams made their entrance. Ling Mo walked at the forefront. With Tang San beside him, 7 of them lined up on the battle stage. On the opposite side, Yu Qianheng also led his royal fighting team onto the stage. As soon as they entered, Yu Qianheng's arrogant gaze shot over, looking at Ling Mo with disdain. Perhaps in his eyes, it was impossible for someone from such a remote place to defeat him. Ling Mo ignored his gaze and scanned the other members. The first person she noticed was Duguyin, the granddaughter of Dugubo. To be fair, this girl had a great figure, charming and alluring. Unfortunately, she was taken by Yu Qianheng first, so Ling Mo wasn't very interested in her. Moving her gaze down, she saw the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, both of whom were sturdy and looked like tough guys. Further down were the Black Panther, Soul Master Osro, and the Wind Chime, Bird Yufeng. What attracted Ling Mo the most was the girl in the dark corner. She seemed to be like air, completely still since entering. If one didn't specifically look for her, they wouldn't even notice her presence. As a support-type soul master, her approach was very correct. Only by protecting herself in soul fights and minimizing her presence could she better assist her teammates. Yi Lingling was dressed in black, even with a layer of black gauze covering her face. She had a slender figure, with a waterfall of blue hair cascading down her back. Her eyes, the same color as her hair, revealed no emotions, and from her, one could only sense loneliness and desolation. She was an ethereal girl, especially with those deep, profound eyes. Overall, she gave off a mysterious vibe. Behind that layer of veil on her face, there must be an exceptionally beautiful face. Looking at the others, each appeared proud and arrogant, making her seem somewhat out of place. Xiao San, did you see that support soul master over there? Let's deal with her first. Ling Mo observed for a while and did not change the plan. Yi Lingling remained the first target. With him holding the front, Tang San should be able to succeed. Among this group, apart from the Shimo brothers posing some threat to Ling Mo, the others were not to be feared. No problem, as long as there is an opportunity. I can take her down in no time. Tang San glanced over and was momentarily stunned, then replied. If it weren't for Ling Mo's specific reminder, he really wouldn't have noticed Yi Lingling in the corner. She was too good at hiding herself. Come on. With a shout, everyone activated their martial souls. Ling Mo's gaze instantly locked onto Dai Mubai on the soul fighting audience stand, and the white tiger martial soul directly entered his body. 3 soul rings surrounded him. And outside the three soul rings, a faint dark light appeared, but it was quickly concealed by Ling Mo. Both sides successfully activated their martial souls and directly entered combat mode.